I'll train you to spin fire. The NFT analyzer, diving deep into projects. He's the crypto energizer. From your mint coins to tokens, he's got all the intel. Web3 wizardry to show you where to excel. He's got the insights like a digital magician, unveiling secrets.
Good morning, Mega GM Sam. Welcome to Slam Nation Breakout 2025. I am your host, Hudah. Man, we have a really wild show for you today. Not your typical morning show. No. Quite a bit more here today. I'm talking 12-hour marathon stream. Talking with, let me just tell you, some of the best builders from across Web3, from across AI. The people who are pushing this industry forward in their respective spaces. The people who've survived all kinds of market iterations we've had over the years. And the people who deserve the spotlight. Man, do we have a killer lineup for you today. I hope you've been following along, but if not, let me share with you a bit about what we're doing and when we're doing it. But again, a full day of show, of vibes, of incredible guests. And you'll be watching it right here on YouTube. I hope I'm seeing you on the YouTube side. We're on X. I'm going to fire off a stream on Abstract here as well, but pretty much anywhere you are, we're going to meet you there too. All right, guys, we're live on YouTube right now, wherever you're watching. Come over to this side, subscribe over here, hit the like. I'm going to call this, I guess, home base, but we're streaming on CryptoSlam.io as well. Typically, the show's over on Slam Nation X. Show will be back there tomorrow. This is a special event. We do it on the Big Boy account. But on CryptoSlam.io, the show's streaming as well. I imagine this is where most will be watching today, in fact. Well, let's go through that lineup. Let me tell you what you're going to see here on the show today. By the way, schedule can change, probably will change for the better, including right from the start. We're going to get started this first hour, vibing, setting the stage, actually doing some market talk, and we're going to review the big Coinbase announcements yesterday. Wild stuff, just incredible stuff, and we're fortunate to have someone from the base team coming on the show today, so should be interesting. First hour, again, market talk. We're going to hang, just get the wheels greased and in motion. And we'll kick off the discussions here coming up in an hour with Big Will from the Virtuals ecosystem. I know you guys know him. And if you don't, I'm excited to introduce you to him. I would say the voice of the Virtuals community. We did the first Virtuals, the first virtual show. We kicked that off earlier in the year here. And I'm happy to continue covering Virtuals every single day. I love the ecosystem. But Will's really become the voice of the community over there. Has an incredible twice-a-week show. The Big Will and Goon Show. So again, we'll kick things off with him at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Everything in Eastern Time here on the schedule here. Followed by VPay, Arbis, Dr. MSH, all Virtuals projects, but we're covering InfoFi and Neobanks there. Now, what we're going to mix up right from the start is, instead of them coming on individually, we're going to have VPay and Arbis together for a longer group chat about the industry, about where we're going, of course, what they're building. So excited for that. Dr. Emma Sage may join us in that chat as well. We're talking an AI counselor. Incredible stuff. So we're looking at a group chat there. Coming at 8:30, we start getting into the maybe more regular schedule with Webacy. Can't wait for that. We're subbing out ourselves. CryptoSlam, yes, will be on the show here today. But at 8:45, we got a special guest coming on instead. We have the Virtuals team coming on, which is a rare treat. Doesn't happen much, but we make that magic happen here today. Cannot wait. So Virtual's coming at 8:45 a.m. And then we get into the heart of this thing, which is Tatum at 9 a.m., followed by Tradeport. Play Mythical, which is Mythical Games. You know them for Pudgy Party. You know them for FIFA Rivals and NFL Rivals and Nitro Nation, the racing game. You know them for these major Web3 blockchain games that have millions of users. Incredible stuff. Yahoo Finance, one of our newest partners, building Crypto Hub, the Crypto Hub, coming next year. We're excited to be powering their NFT dashboards. We'll be on the show. one I'm looking forward to. Hard to even put into words. Someone I think we all look up to here in this space. Yatsu joining us at 11 a.m. We'll talk all things Animoca. We'll talk their upcoming NASDAQ listing. But we'll talk Mochaverse. We'll talk Anti-Chess. We'll talk Open Campus. I would love to know more Yatsu backstory and lore. And if you watch the show, if you know me, you know what I'm probably most excited about. It's NFTs. And it is metaverse. And Yatsu is the person who helped, for me, unlock that idea of the metaverse, of the open metaverse specifically. And so, yeah, I'm going to get into NFTs and metaverse with Yat, and I cannot wait. We have Zyber coming, Troon Technologies, Nature Racy, third time on the show, has officially earned his nickname as ETF God. We don him on with that today. I need the sword. I need to like knight him. But that was our plan. His third time on is when he gets the official name. That's today. Joining us at that time, also, you'll hear from the CEO of Crypto Slam, Randy. They happen to be good friends, which is awesome. I just thought that'd bring an interesting vibe to the conversation. So Nature AC, along with Randy, on for that conversation. We have DapperLabs. We're going to talk peak money. Big changes over in the DapperLabs ecosystem. Really excited for that. Say is coming on. I spent a lot of time in Say last year especially. Can't wait to hear what they're building now. And then we'll round out the show talking NFTs. Starting with art, we'll have Jared Paz. You might know him from the Friday show we used to do, talking the art market here. And there's been so much art happening, especially over the past couple of weeks. The Beeple Art Basel shocking event, the regular animals, worldwide news. TMZ's covering it, ABC covering it, right? Worldwide news, major stuff. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about his platform, 8nap Art, incredible stuff. Base joins the show. I'm sure they're tired from the big old event yesterday. This is something that doesn't happen in one day. It's weeks and months of prep for that, for the launch of their new applications, for the launch of their Base app. There, we said it. We said it. It's live. And then we truly end with a great NFT panel talking to the Cool Cats and the Cyberkongs together. We'll have Henry the Grape on. We'll have linked from Cool Cats. We may have Quirkies joining us too, and stay tuned. We might have some other big NFT projects coming to chat there at the end. Cannot wait. Again, we have a stack day. Expect more, maybe unannounced guests that do make it on the show today. Can't wait. Can't wait. Oh, you know what? Okay, we have another shift. I have another to insert here. Guys, at, I want to say 11, 12. Okay, I think we're talking 12:45. We have Anti-Chess coming on, right? So I mentioned them with Yatsu. There is that Animoca crossover partnership. It actually, I believe, is an Animoca product, but Anti-Chess, Web3 chess, we got the tokens involved. There's an NFT mint going on right now. I love that stuff. I've always wanted to get deep into chess, and maybe this is how I actually get in, but Anti-Chess on the show today too. Hey, it's good to see you guys lively in the chat. Love to see it. Cats Fanatic. Good to see you, man. Good friend of mine comes on the Friday show. We talk prediction markets. We talk virtuals. We talk crypto. We all of it. And Mark, good to see you, man. Good morning. 12 hours, yeah. Believe it or not, the third marathon stream. This is not number one. We've done one before. I won't mention the topic there, but we did a virtuals 12-hour marathon stream earlier this year. It was phenomenal. Phenomenal. It was actually at this point, or I should say to this date, the biggest virtual stream or show that we've seen, period. Fantastic, right? But we're going to keep this going. Slam Nation Breakout is going to grow to much more. And the focus is really going to be putting the spotlight on, yes, these great builders, but we really want to put a spotlight on the builders who are building with us inside of Slam Nation. A group of builders, developers, pioneers in the crypto and AI industry who really do this thing together the way it should be. And so with that said, I got to invite you guys, if you're a builder in this space, if you're building agents, if you're building dashboards, if you're building crypto products, come join us in Slam Nation. We want to get you tapped into our APIs, access all of our data, and I'm talking all of the data. We'll give you credits to access it. You can access things like reputation and IQ and Epoch and Flow, the things we offer through our Swarm Copilot. We'll show this stuff throughout the show too, by the way. You get access to that, but in a different way and more data, all of the data, especially if you're building on Ethereum and building on Base. There is no better data out there to power your applications. So reach out to us. Again, we'll give you free credits to tap in, try out the data, and you have the support of the team to help you on your journey to building your product. Now, I come in because I can put you on the show and show people what you're doing, and I would love to do that. So reach out, send DMs. You can get me at Hudah_idiot. You can DM us at CryptoSlamIO. You can reach us on SlamNation X, all the above, but we want to work with you. We want to see you build and succeed, and so let's do that together. I'm going to start the day with a little trailer, and also I'm going to bring in a special guest here in just a minute. You may have noticed that the Swarm account got a little makeover. Okay, this is going to be dangerous because I think the team is already sweating. Shout out to the Crypto Slam team who has really helped put this thing together. It's incredible people here. You know a good team. You know a good team when you see it. I know people here who have met the team know what's behind the scenes here. But this team is working day and night to help put this thing together. And for most of them, this is not their jam. These are not, content people and graphic designers. It's a lot of developers. And with a startup, everybody wears multiple hats. And everybody threw on the content hat for this week and last week and actually before that too. And so this is a group effort and could not be done without those guys. So shout out to that team. You'll see some of them on the show today. People you've met before. You met Pasquin, he'll be on the show. You met Scott, he'll be on the show. And then again, Randy, CEO of Crypto Slam, will also be on the show. I'm going to play for you a quick teaser. My lips are sealed. As much as I want to say, we'll let Randy spill the beans. Swarm holders, buckle up. Let's get you some audio. Actually, I think you have audio. Let's get me some audio. How about that? By the way, throughout the show, guys, for the guests that are coming on the show, your questions, I want them. I need them. Drop them in the chat. We probably will have a segment for the community to chat as well. We'll find our opening, but there's people like Drew, other AI projects that we want to bring on. This is going to be casual at parts, and I do want to have conversations with you guys. You guys are part of the story of the year too, and I think a very important one. Ethos Swarm, baby. Let's see. My lips are sealed. They have to be. If I want to live to see the end of the year. That's it. You'll hear more about it later today when Randy comes on. But really, really excited. This is something we've been building towards, among other things, but for years. And so what you see will be unlike anything you've seen out there to date. That I can promise you. Engaging with AI in a way I hadn't even considered before. And as I've played with it, used it, I've learned that's the way I want to use AI. Interesting stuff. Again, that's probably even too much. No more from me. But I'll just tell you here right now, get a head start. You can sign up right now for your first look at Ethos Swarm to get on a wait list. Boom. EthosSwarm.ai. Head over there, sign up for the wait list. Swarm holders, you're in a good spot. If you're not involved already, though, head over there. EthosSwarm.ai. Get on the wait list. More to come. Man, excited. Okay, let's go talk some market talk right now as we get ready for Big Will to come on in 45 minutes. I'm probably going to invite Whit to come say hello. Whit co-hosted the last marathon stream with me, so it's kind of like a handing of the baton. So let's have a good chat with Whit real quick. Actually, we'll do that in just a couple minutes. Review the Coinbase announcements yesterday. Wild stuff. Was in touch with somebody who working at Coinbase yesterday, and the energy there, incredible, and rightfully so. Let's do this. Okay. We have a 2-minute video that details all the announcements at Coinbase yesterday. Top of that list, though, is the Base app, officially live. Formerly was only available via a beta app. Katz, thanks for the invite to that. I got in. Thank you to Katz. Slick app. It is and will only grow to be more of the everything app. Everything. Trading, minting, but also your social media. And look, we know that's ripe to be disrupted too, right? The social media thing. Coinbase going hard in that direction. I updated my app or switched to that new version today. It's slick. I'll tell you that. It's slick. Normally, I look at the social media kind of crypto apps. I'm like, yeah, I get it, but I don't know. I don't know if that's good. This one's different. I scroll it and the engagement's there already. This might be the one. So yeah, the Base app is now live. 1.5 million people on that wait list live. Just incredible. Coinbase launching equity perps, 24/7 trading of stocks, ETFs, indices. They're going actually a little more in that TradFi direction, but it's more that TradFi is coming to us. Coinbase has stock trading in the app now. Incredible stuff. Prediction markets, yes. We got the announcement there. I believe this is the Kalshi-powered prediction market. Every token on Base also listed in the Base app. Incredible. Incredible. They have an AI-powered Coinbase advisor, too. Of course, leaning into AI. Right now, Virtuals is the face of AI over on Base. But Base also, I believe, guys, like building hard in that direction, too. Nobody should be surprised about that. All right, let's queue up their little update video showing all their announcements yesterday. And then I want to go look at crypto prices this morning. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. We know Trump had a big announcement last night. We thought he was announcing war. Didn't happen. Thank God. Didn't happen. But let's check Coinbase. We'll bounce back to that. Man. There it is. We knew Coinbase. Let me even walk that back. We knew Base was going to be a monster. We knew that. We knew it was a matter of time till Base was the place, home base. You know, like we knew. Everybody knew back in the NFT days. We knew Base was maybe going to be the spot for NFTs, but we knew regardless, Base was going to be probably that number one L2. And maybe it took a minute to get there, but this year, especially with organic community finally building over on that side, and I think you can point the finger right at Virtuals for that. That's my take. That's my belief. But finally, this year, it's happening, and it's a magical thing. Base now going next level next year. Now, exactly what that looks like, who they're catering to? Are they catering to the crypto degens, right? The crypto fanatics? Or are they tailoring to the normies out there? I need a better term. It sounds like derogatory, right? I need a better term for like non-crypto people. Are they catering to them? Are they tailoring to and catering to like the suits and ties out there? Like again, the more traditional like investors. That I cannot wait to hear from the team. 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, Base on the show. And we'll hear about the future direction of Base and what are their big milestone moments coming for 2026. Can't wait to hear. Solana, you're on the clock. That competition out there, right? It's Robinhood, it's Coinbase. They're the two big dogs of this industry right now. And I believe we're going to see, and Mert's saying it here too, right? One of the Solana co-founders saying that their competitor is coming from Solana, and I believe it. If the pump fund news and the accusations there aren't true, because that does implicate some of the Solana team. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. But Solana, I think, coming up next and on strong, especially following their conference last week. We shall see. All right, hang on. I want to get an invite over to Wit. I want to say good morning to the man. And then we'll continue on here again with a look at the market. By the way, Mark, you're up really, really early. Really early. I appreciate you, man. Okay, market. How we looking? Crypto spaces. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll probably at various points stop, do a rewind, talk about what we're doing again, why. Yeah, this is the crypto spaces. This is the marathon stream. This is our 12-hour, we'll call it the end of the year stream, although I'll say this, I'm planning next week another big show. Also with guests, but next week I want to do a year in review. Probably not 12 hours. I don't think I'm talking 12 hours next week, but I'm looking forward to doing a show that we go back down, memory lane, and we talk about the top moments from January, February, March, the things that are going to define this year, like I always do previous years, right? I think back to 21 and 22 and 23, and I always remember just those standout moments, the things that really change the industry, and even things that don't change the industry, but were those what are you talking about kind of moments, those things, that's what I want to cover. And I want to build out the ranking. I love it. Who doesn't like the rankings, right? So we'll rank our top moments from the year, and we'll go out with a bang that way. So next week, expect that. Stay tuned for date, time, details, but it's coming. All right, let me drop a link to the stream here in the chat. We'll ask you guys to show some love on the tweet. Again, we're really cooking today. So crypto spaces, again, we've got a lot of regulars here, and crypto spaces, it has become that. But if you did not catch, this is what we're doing today. Crazy lineup of guests here. We've got the Virtuals AI projects coming in early, including Virtuals coming in. They're going to take our spot, the Crypto Slam spot. Rabbit King, good morning, man. Great to see you. Yeah, we've got the Virtuals projects coming on early. Virtuals to cap out that segment. We've got partners, Tatum, Tradeport coming, Play Mythical Games coming on, Yahoo Finance coming on, Yatsu coming on, Zyber, Troon Technology, Nature Racy, DapperLabs say. We've got Base coming on here too. And then for entities, Jared Paz, Cool Cats, Cyberkongs, more coming. Never going to stop. At some point it stops, but we got a lot of fun. Okay, crypto market looking, I don't know. Who has a feel for this? I'm sorry, I can't. Okay, we got Virtuals. Hang on, I'm going to send Virtuals our stream link here. But I'll just say this. You see your timeline filled with, bull market over, cycle over, deep in the bear market. You're crazy if you believe otherwise. Boys, I believe otherwise. And I'll tell you this, ultimately, nobody knows anything, especially when we get Nate on the show here this afternoon. Nate's a guy who is as dialed in as you could be to the market. Nate is the ETF guy, and he's bridging that gap from TradFi over here to crypto. He's a really special guy in this space. I think he's way more important than a lot of people realize. I believe that. But when you hear somebody like Nate say nobody knows anything, the conversation ends there. He's right. Nobody knows anything. The bears right now, maybe they're right. The people like me who say, well, this time's different, and regardless how it plays out, it's clearly different. Well, maybe I'm not right either. But I believe that's the case. Next year going to be really, really different, whether that means Bitcoin all-time highs or if it's next year we see a bear market. We'll tell you what, we're getting rate cuts next year too. Has never happened in a bear market before. Would be about as unusual as it can get. Next year will be different. You can't debate it. Nikos, real good to see you, sir. Nikos, great guy. Great content. Works for a great project too, man. In fact, if we have some openings, you should come up. Rabbit King, we got you for an hour and a half. Need that Arbus update. And hey, and we're gonna ask VPay. Where's that airdrop? People have been asking me about that. By the way, okay, so Rabbit, if you probably didn't hear at the beginning, but we're combining those shows. So what we're doing is we're having Arbus and VPay on together at that time where VPay was on. So the time doesn't change other than Arbus moves earlier. And we're going to go for like a longer conversation. We're going for about an hour with those guys. Let us get in the weeds, talk their projects, right? But let's talk the broader space. Let's talk how the year went. Let's talk where we're going next year, both in InfoFi and then in neobanks. And yeah, if you haven't heard neobanks, you're going to hear a lot about neobanks this coming year. So be ready. Be ready. All right. Bitcoin 87.3, ETH 2,800, BNB 839, Ripple 188, and Solana 123. Down almost across the board. Again, so much uncertainty out there. A lot of words from Trump yesterday. Again, he did not declare war on Venezuela. We thought didn't happen. Honestly, thankfully. But Trump did talk economy without specifics here. But he did talk about how and why we should be excited for next year, saying that American families are going to save between $11,000 and $20,000 on taxes next year. If that's true, and we see a lot of just words, but if that's true, great. If it's true, great. We're going to see the largest tax refund season of all time. Maybe. We'll see how the tariff thing plays out. If tariffs are ruled illegal, I don't know if we see this, especially if they have to refund that money. I don't know. I'm hopeful. I'm the hopium dealer out here, man. I'm hopeful. But we also have Trump talking lately that this is the best economy we've ever seen. And I'll tell you this, I imagine none of us feel that right now. So the words, great. I think the words keep mattering less and less because there's a disconnect there. Still, we'll wait, we'll watch, we'll see. Talk of the stimmy still happening next year. Great. Can it fuel this economy? And especially as we get into that year where next year is supposed to be the year of AI. While AI, well, the AI Builders won Times Person of the Year this year. Next year is the year where it's money where your mouth is. Let's see what you're building. And next year is the year of data centers being built. And I believe breaking ground on new power plants. We'll see. But saying we have a historic economic boom, and I'll tell you this, I feel it. I think that's coming. I believe that's coming. And not just as words, it's because I understand tech and I understand trends. And I'm not a tourist here online, and I'm not a tourist paying attention to how these tech trends go. The big change is coming. I know Raoul Pal calls it the economic singularity is coming. And I still believe that's coming in the next 4 to 5 years. And that's what I'm planning on. And I believe a golden age is coming. Now, is it next year? Historic economic boom. Can't wait. Bring it. Is it next year? We'll see. We'll see. Because there are forces at work against us. And there is talk again about the AI bubble. Talk about that. Oracle in particular is facing a really, really rough stretch. And this is because of AI, because of the data centers they're supposed to be building. Last week, stock took a massive hit because a report came out that said their data centers wouldn't actually be built next year. It was more like 2027, 2028. And it sent their stock price tumbling. Okay, now yesterday, it's more talk about the debt that they're in because of these AI data centers. So, I don't believe we're in an AI bubble, but I'm watching. I'm watching because I know things feel pretty heated out there. That said, the AI race is an arms race. It is a weapon. It is a tool. It is the most important thing happening around the world right now. The race to build the best AI, the race to get to AGI. And it's the very thing that's going to reshape everything we're doing. And I live in a fantasy land where it makes everything we're doing better, faster, and is the solution to fake news. AI plus blockchain, the solution to fake news. Cannot wait. The special time heading towards us in a matter of years, I believe. But I have peace of mind, and this hit me just the other day. We talked about it here briefly, but I have this really, really incredible peace of mind thinking about it, that AI makes us more productive. And what that means is maybe we work less. AI is your partner. It's your companion. It's working for you in off hours. Maybe your workday ends up being shorter. I have this, I can't shake this thought that it's not going to replace our jobs. It's going to make us so much better that we don't have to work as much. I think that's what's coming, boys, and I'm excited for it. We'll see. We'll get to some predictions from Ryan Rasmussen. I keep putting an M there. I even Googled it with an M from Bitwise. I'm going to get to that in a second. I want to invite Whit to the show here. Real quick, 5 minutes, just a quick GM, but let's see if Whit wants to come up. Again, we've got more I want to invite. I am looking to get Whack AI on the show. Would love James from Quant Fun on the show. I think you'll see some more faces that are not on the schedule yet, but that is the goal. Nice group chat. And again, some surprises. Okay, 2026 predictions. Now, I'll do my own predictions next year or for next year, and I'll do those next week. Again, we're going to have an awesome show next week. But these guys, what are they thinking and feeling? This, I'm excited to see. Okay, let's get into this. Okay, starting with prediction number 1. Bitcoin will break the 4-year cycle, set new all-time highs. Now, I'm there. I'm right off the bat. I'm there with him. I have trouble seeing that not happen. Some of you will call me crazy. Actually, if Luna were here, I know he's calling me crazy. I believe it. Bitcoin all-time highs next year. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the crypto market. I think it is different. But I believe Bitcoin all-time highs next year. I think 200K is in play next year. My thesis hasn't changed with next levels. I think we'll see it at. But Bitcoin historically moved in 4-year cycles. 3 up years followed by a sharp pullback. Accordingly, 26 should be the pullback year. We don't see it happening. We won't dive into the data, but I believe him. I'm there. For my own reasons, I'm there. Prediction 2, Bitcoin will be less volatile than NVIDIA. I like the take. Can't comment on it, but he shows the chart, and there we go. Investors say Bitcoin too volatile. Compare the charts. It's actually less volatile than NVIDIA. I can get with that take. That said, I don't think we want to see NVIDIA volatility other than like up and to the right. Just a lot of up and to the right is what we're hoping to see. NVIDIA struggles, that's the AI bubble that we're worried about. So we'll see. We'll see. Prediction number 3. ETFs will purchase more than 100% of the new supply of Bitcoin, ETH, and Solana. So the newly created tokens on those respective chains, all will be bought up by ETFs. And more than 100% of new supply. Pretty awesome. 26 will be the first year most institutional investors can access crypto ETFs. We've seen that. We know retirement plans allocating to crypto. They'll do it through ETFs. I don't think they're buying spot, right? They'll do it through ETFs. That's their gateway. But next year, a lot of buy pressure on crypto, and especially the big boys. Prediction 4, crypto equities will outperform tech equities. Already been happening for the past 3 years. Thinks it just continues. Regulations improve. Crypto companies continue to innovate. Yeah. Regulations is a big old X factor now, too. Don't know we'll have time to talk about that today, but just know we have some issues with the Clarity Act, and it sounds like the Clarity Act, well, we know for sure, will not pass in December. That is opposite of what we thought. Now expected to hopefully pass in January, but not a done deal, and I think we should be a little worried about that. If it's not passed in January, there's a chance it has a much harder road ahead. We'll see. Polymarket open interest will set a new all-time high, surpassing 24 election levels. According to data I've seen, it already has. So we may have different data sources, but according to what I've seen, well, okay, this is what it is. I've looked at total open interest, and I look at total active users, and I look at notional volume. We hit all-time highs almost on a weekly basis at this point, but he's talking just Polymarket, and Polymarket hadn't. Combine Polymarket with Kalshi, with Limitless, with other prediction markets, and we've already smashed those previous all-time highs across the board. But Polymarket alone, yes, probably. And it's because of what? All their new partnerships, right? Partnerships with, am I going to mix these up? Is it Kalshi or Polymarket partnering with CNN? And we know Yahoo Finance, they have that partnership, but those are the partnerships that grow it and will grow the user base and will grow the, the amount of money being thrown at these. So for sure, stablecoins will be blamed. This is interesting. Prediction 6, stablecoins will be blamed for destabilizing an emerging market currency. Yeah, we expect the country will blame stablecoins for their currency issues. Hadn't thought of that. It makes a lot of sense. Stablecoins, and probably the most used stablecoins out there in the world, will be US dollar-backed stablecoins. This is the year of stablecoins coming. Of course, people wouldn't turn to stablecoins if local currencies were sound. It won't stop them from blaming them. Makes sense. Prediction 7, on-chain vaults, like ETFs 2.0, going to cook next year. I don't follow these, so I'm interested in this, but vaults surged in 2025 before October volatility spike led to losses across poorly managed strategies. We think a wave of high-quality curators enter the market in 26, drawing billions into the vaults they manage. I'll take his word for it, and I buy it. Prediction 8, Ethereum and Solana set new all-time highs. Interesting. Well, I said Bitcoin. I believe we see an all-time high next year. I'm less sure about other tokens. I'm less sure about Ethereum, even though if the thesis makes sense, and it really does. It really does. But I'm not sure. I'm very sure about Bitcoin. All hinges on the Clarity Act, which now isn't a sure thing. Yeah, saying even here, too, the outlook for the Clarity Act passing is mixed. It was a slam dunk. Like, we were told they had the bipartisan support. We had what we need. It's going to happen, and things fell apart. Okay, juggling some scheduling around here. I think we're going to get the Crypto Slam team. Let's see. Yes, sir. Okay, 11:30. We'll be on talking about our products. Like all the spotlight being, turned on these great builders. I love this. I can say this, yes, on the Crypto Slam team, but I'm not the guy in the trenches, in the back rooms. I'm not the one coding and building. That's not me. I'm not that technical. And I'll tell you this, you talk about those great teams, and I'll say we, but they specifically deserve the spotlight for what they've built here over the years and what's coming. Can't wait to chat with Scott, of course, Randy, but I can't wait to chat with the boys here about what they've been cooking up in the lab for so long. They deserve it. So we'll see them in a few hours here. I like this prediction. Half of Ivy League endowments will invest in crypto. Why does that matter? Endowments control $1 trillion. By the way, the retirement, let's say the size of retirement accounts, guys, is like 40-something trillion dollars, has got the green light now to allocate to crypto. Crazy things. If 1% of that money comes to crypto, it doesn't leave. Your money stays in your retirement account, in those retirement plans. A little separate from this, but just to say the kind of money that we're talking about that's coming into space next year, boy, oh boy. Anyway, endowments control $1 trillion. Ivy League endowments are trendsetters. Harvard and other Ivies could bring in a lot of pensions, insurance funds, and other institutions to the table. A lot of money coming to crypto, and I would tell you, most of it coming to Bitcoin. And, oh man, it's just hard to not be excited for next year. It's hard. I can't do it. I won't do it. I'll keep excited because I know what's coming. And prediction number 10. More than 100 crypto-linked ETFs will launch in the U.S. For more than a decade, the SEC rejected crypto ETFs, and now it is the gold rush. It is the crypto rush. Heading into 26, we think a clear regulatory roadmap and a market hungry for crypto ETFs will set the stage for ETF Palooza. Damn straight. I'm with them. And I'll say this again. Nate Geraci, the ETF man himself, host of Crypto Prime and ETF Prime. You catch this guy on what? He's on like CNBC and those kind of programs. He is, at least to me, the face of ETFs, and especially crypto ETFs. He's been saying this for a long time. He's been right. Few people in this space are right. He's been right about all his predictions about ETFs and how big they would be. I mean, my goodness, BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF is their most valuable asset. They've made the most revenue there. Expect everybody will want to copy that. So excited to chat the ETF stuff with Nate coming up here in just a bit. Very, very exciting. All right. Scott, thank you, man. I see that message. Appreciate you, sir. Big Will coming up in 15 minutes, fam. Me, though, what am I investing in? What am I trading? Well, I'll be honest, guys. Very little. Very little. In fact, for you guys in the chat, how active are you right now? How active are you right now, and how active are you planning to be? Let's just even say like through the end of the year and into next year. How are we thinking about this market and playing this market? I'm not. This is, and I've said this a lot, the least exposed I've been to this market in years. And I'll say this. I have less exposure to the crypto market now than in a bear market. Part of that is an oopsie, right? Like I didn't get out of some positions when the last bear market came around. So I had more exposure back then. Now, opposite. I exited. I believe good stuff's coming. I'm diving right back in when the time is right. Right now, I'm not in. I have almost no exposure to crypto right now, which is shocking. You know, but maybe instead of trading the assets we're used to trading, it's a different kind of stock. Maybe nicotine, energy drinks, candy stocks. Maybe the good times are coming back, and maybe that's a great place to be buying. Okay, look, if Trump is correct that we're about to hit a golden age and an AI revolution, and don't forget we have that AI revolution coming, that executive order that establishes, what was this called? My boomer brain's going to struggle with this. But the executive order that created this major AI program that links our Department of Energy's database, all that data combined with the leaders in AI and putting them together to innovate. That simple. What that's going to usher in, man, is what I'm excited for. Now, if that happens, perfect scenario, that happens, tax cuts happen, tariffs, whatever, they play out. And if they make our country stronger, if it makes the economy stronger, if it makes things cheaper for us, whether that's prices stay high, but we get these tax refunds, big ones. If that happens, I'm telling you, the good times might come back here. They might come back. And I'm telling you, this crypto market cooks if the good times come back. Will be magical. And so if that's the case, I think the good times are here or will be here. And I think that's actually maybe a smart play. This might be a shit post, by the way, too, but might be a smart play to invest in like good times, good feels kind of products. It might be. I don't think that's the craziest thing we've seen. I'm going to put a spotlight on what I think is the best article I've seen on crypto. I'm going to say this year. I've referenced this now daily since the article dropped, what was this? 2 days ago. I think we're talking 2 days ago here. December 16th, 2 days. Yeah, there we go. Old man brain works. 2 days ago, this article dropped. It's phenomenal. I'm going to put it in the chat here. If you've not read it, you must. If you haven't read it, you must read it. Talking about how the crypto space has evolved, talking about how crypto is dead, and he's right. He's right. Not dead as in crypto as a technology is going away. No. Crypto has evolved is what he's saying, as in the big speculative bubble. And let's just even say not even the speculative part, but the way the tech has been built, that bubble has burst and it's dispersed out into the rest of the world. The idea that we were going to onboard the world into crypto is not exactly how it's playing out. It's not totally wrong, but instead of them coming to meet us here in our crazy crypto culture, we could call it a cult too, but instead of them joining us here, it's crypto is leaving our culture and it's meeting people where they are. Everything going to be on chain. Everything's going to be on chain. All these products will incorporate crypto or blockchain. I shouldn't even say crypto. I'll say blockchain because I think a lot of these projects won't even have a token. They'll use stable coins. But that's the change that's coming, and it has started and it is here. And so the old crypto, the old way we did things, gone, dead. And I think it's fine. I still believe opportunities come at a pace that probably puts other parts of the, other cycles to shame. I believe that. He actually doesn't agree in this article. Thinks that the time of airdrops is over. Thinks farming is over. I don't. Because as businesses and new ideas are formed around crypto guardrails or, crypto infrastructure, look, some of them adopt these blockchains, existing blockchains, and they start using them. And look, some of them are not going to need a token, right? I imagine most of them don't need a token. But the projects that don't have a user base already and want that quick engagement hack, you want to bootstrap a community real quick, you do the old school thing of dropping a token. And I think that's exactly how it's going to play out. Tons of ICOs next year. Tons of freebie token airdrops. We know how those play out. They don't work, but for projects that need that boost, need eyeballs on them, they're going to do the airdrop game. I'm sure of this. So again, the idea that that's a thing of the past, I say no. If it was a select few that came to crypto before to build, we're talking exponentially more people are about to build in crypto, and some of them will drop tokens, and I think many of them drop tokens. Oh, dude, I need to change the title of this show. Hang on. I don't know if I can. Can I? I have Cointelegraph in the title. They were a yes, but they did not confirm, so I'm taking them out. Oh, I hope I can update that. Give me a second here, guys. This is a good test right now early, so let's see. Okay, does this change? Does Cointelegraph get zapped? If so, this is great because ahead of every segment, I can name it with the guest. So let's see. Not yet. Not yet. Might take a minute. Gosh, I hope that works. I think it's going to work. Also, fam, any guests you want to see on this show, we'll have some spots. Might not be many. They might be short, but we'll have some spots to get other people on the chat. So if there's anybody you guys have in mind, big project, maybe somebody with some motion, but if there's people you want to see on here, guys, put it in the chat or send me a DM. I definitely want to get more on the show. So keep me posted. All right, what else we got? And then we're going to get set up for Big Will. Okay, I was wrestling if I want to ask Yatsu about this, and I'm at this point, yes. I want to ask Yat because, look, we're in this tricky time right now, okay? Tricky time. We're seeing some great projects get acquired. We saw Vector.fun acquired by Coinbase. I believe it was Coinbase like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Their token left behind. We saw this week DapperLabs acquired by Circle. Their Axel token left behind. I can't think of a better person to ask this question to than Yatsu. And the question is, can we have confidence to keep buying these tokens for projects when this is a reality? What needs to change? How do we do this better? How do we make it so those tokens stay with the project, stay with the product? How do we do that? I think the answer, by the way, is going to be crypto native projects. Not that Circle isn't, but I think we need to make something like a Animoca, as big as they are, maybe it needs to be that place, that ultimate place where you want to be acquired by an Animoca. And they're going to keep your token, right? I think it matters who's acquiring you. Oh, that's a good shout, Cats. Third Fi might be really interesting to get on. Okay, so I want to get a list of standby, guests that I can be like, hey, we got an opening in 15 minutes if you can make it on. Third Fi would be awesome for that. The legend Mufasa joins us. Good to see you, man. Good timing too. We got Big Will coming up in 9 minutes. We'll have him for 15 to 30 minutes. Can't wait. And so with that said, before we even get in, I'm going to guess Scythion would be cool too. Hey, Mufasa, if you want to reach out to them, I don't know if you got a contact, but if you want to reach out and ask if they'd want to be on standby, would be pretty cool. Well, let's get the stage set for Will. Fun chatting through these top stories. Let's clean the board though. Here we go. You guys know this already, by the way, but I'll put out a little warning or disclaimer. Okay. This show's really casual, right? You guys know that. Really casual show. Today we're buttoned up a little bit. I want to be professional today, but we can't change our vibes. Anyway, I got family and kids. You may hear a little the kid noise in the background. They're getting ready for school. They're going to be, kind of around me here coming up. Everybody's going to be cool, but just know we might get a little background noise, which will be totally fine. Totally fine. Okay. Big Will had a monster year. He went from, when I first had Big Will put on my radar, I mean, my goodness, am I wrong thinking Big Will had 3,000 followers? And I looked at him like, okay, I was given a list for Virtual's influencers, right? Might have been base influencers, but was given the list and I'm like, okay, looks legit. I'm like, but I don't know that was the kind of influencer I was looking for, right? You're looking for big accounts. Well, I was wrong. He is that guy. He is that guy, right? An influencer or somebody who's got that drive and that next gear. Your followers is in reflection of that. Big Will has been the biggest grinder in the Virtuals ecosystem, bar none. I think pivoted to working, having a real job and then doing this on the side to full-time crypto Web3, full-time about AI and Virtuals, and he's crushing it with his weekly show, Virtuals Weekly. It's the Big Will and Goon show. It is the best virtual show out there. It is. And I told him this. I'm like, I cover Virtuals, and I say it like this. I was the first virtual show. He is the best virtual show. In fact, this show isn't really a virtual show anymore. I cover him every day, but his show is all virtuals the entire time, twice a week, great spaces, goes for hours, has all the biggest guests across virtuals. He's really built a monster of a thing, and I think Will's future here is really freaking bright, really bright. So for those of you who don't know him, I'm excited for you to meet him. He's a great guy and a great builder. And I'll say this, and I'm going to tell him this live, but Will is at the cutting edge of something pretty special here, which is cutting edge of how you can take content and make it rewarding for your listeners, for your viewers, how you can make it a little more interactive. Will is figuring that out with some new partners. We'll talk about that shortly with him here, but Will's doing some important stuff even outside of virtuals. I'm talking on the content front. So awesome guy. Excited for you guys to meet him. He will not be on camera. I tried, boys. I tried, dude. I tried. Okay. Not coming on camera. I asked him to, and look, Will has something in mind for the moment when he goes on camera, and I respect it. I told him, I'm like, dude, this is a good spot to do it, man. I mean, it's not often you're part of a lineup like this. It's a special show. I'm like, Will, I think this is the place to dox. And no, I'm not going to blow his plans because we'll let him announce, and that can be his surprise whenever he wants to do it. But he has a very specific plan for when he's going to dox, and I like it. He'll make like it'll be an event. I know all of us will be tuned in and watching whenever that happens. So yeah, on his time, Okay. Big Will coming up in 4 minutes. Let me make sure we're cleared, that we got our link. Again, we'll go at least 15 minutes with Will. A lot of these guest spots are 15. Some of them we got 30. Some of them we're gonna have a good, hour or so. And again, coming up next, it'll be VPay, Arbus, Dr. Emma Sage. That should be a good hour. Maybe runs even longer. So we'll see. Okay, one moment, fam. All right, getting some links out there. Big freaking Will. Believe it or not, man, this is Will's first time on the show. We chat often. I've been up on his spaces before a couple times. He runs his show is great. I mean, I'll have him tell you about it, but it's open to the community. He does his great deep dives and breakdowns of projects and broader industry. But community is always welcome on his show, and he does a phenomenal job juggling that. And while Will's been in the chat here, sometimes talking with us, never had him on screen, man. So for us, special moment, dude. Special moment getting Big Will on. Was thinking of, having Goon on too. Probably should have, to be honest, but I think it's appropriate to put the spotlight right on Will here. Okay. T-minus 2 minutes here. And if you guys didn't hear coming up in, let me see if I can math right. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. We are what? We are at 6 a.m. now. In about 2 hours and 45 minutes, Virtual's coming on. Virtuals will be on taking the Crypto Slam spot. So stay tuned for that. That's a rare treat. Doesn't happen much. Does not happen much. Okay, I see Big Will in the waiting room. Oh boy, I'm excited for this. Okay, give me a quick second, and we'll get the man up here. Hey, and there he is. I hope Will likes the graphic I made him. I actually liked it a lot. I wonder if maybe he uses it. I thought it was fire, dude. I thought it was fire. All right, Will, let's get you up here. I got to show you guys though. I did a lot of work with graphics for the show, and I'm proud of it. Maybe these aren't great, but I'll show you like the graphic for Will. I thought was awesome. Look, come on, guys. Okay, what do you think, boys? What do you think? Oh, it's up to Will. What do you think? I combined, I think, his PFP plus his like main banner logo, just put them together. But like, that takes some time just getting the balance right. And I think that's awesome. I think that's like, to me, that feels like Big Will. I like it. All right, Will, I think you're ready. Oh, yeah, hang on. Maybe I put it on screen. Maybe that helps. Okay, hang on. Boom. What do we think? I like it. I think it's cool. I dig it. All right, let's get Big Will up here. Very excited for this chat. All right, Will. Boom and boom.
There we go. I'm here.
Brother, welcome. This is a long time coming.
Yeah, it's been quite a while in the works. Just waiting for the right time, I guess. Waiting for the right time.
Dude, I always say like things happen when they're supposed to, right? Like kind of that simple. I live by that, really. It's the right time. That's it. Give me a sec. I want to try just changing the layout on this screen. Let's see if it works. Put a little work into some new scenes here. Let's see. It works. Okay, beautiful. There we go.
I can remember we had a DM, a couple of DMs a little while back where you were going to show me some of this magic stuff. We have thought about doing more with our Spaces show. It works for what it is now, but I do like the interactivity. I do like the way that you can show a little bit more content from the work that you do. So it's always been something I said I'd put my mind to, but I've just never get into it.
You know, it's funny. It's like, I don't know. For me, it's like one of those things, grass is always greener, where like I see Spaces and I'm like, you know, often I'm like, I kind of wish I did a Spaces instead of the video thing. It's a different kind of engagement you get, but also like it's more interactive with the community. Where I have that here in the chat, but I like talking to people. I miss that, right? I love that part. And you don't really get that on the video side. And there's ways you can do it, right? But I'm like the opposite way where I'm like, should I switch to Spaces? Should I just have half the week as a Spaces? Whatever. But you on video, I know you'd crush. You're very good at what you do, by the way. And that's a lot of what I want to talk about today. Would love to just, I mean, we can go down memory lane and talk virtuals. It's been such a special year. But I would love to hear a lot about your content journey too, because you went from us, like, in a way, zero, no disrespect at all, but zero to hero as far as like you doing content. I don't know if you did content before virtuals or not, but you built something really, really impressive. So I can't wait to get into that. Maybe, dude, would you start by introducing yourself to the people?
Yeah, so I've been in crypto for 4 or 5 years now. So caught the start of that NFT mania. That's what drew me in. Didn't do very well, round tripped everything, but never really seriously had a crack at crypto. It's just like a little side gig. Too much going on in my IRL world. And then fast forward to virtuals, wasn't super early to virtuals, missed all the big runners, but got in, not this time last year, probably late November, early December last year, and did all right out of it, but it quickly became something that I enjoyed and liked. So I've dotted around crypto, I've been in communities, mainly through NFT stuff, but I've been active, but never in content creation. I do a few comments here and there, but never created content, and followed the virtuals journey, really enjoyed it, but just didn't have time to put any work or effort into it, and didn't know that that's what I wanted to do. And then April of this year came around and took an opportunity to take a step outside of my in real life career. And it coincided, and this was just by chance, with Genesis launching on virtuals. So I'd held virtuals agents, round tripped nearly everything from the big boom at the end of last year. So I was engaging in the space, probably had 4,000 followers or something like that. And they were people from NFT days, just back in the day. But I had never done content. And then I had a chance to basically do it as a hobby full time. And sort of April, May, Genesis kicked off, started to get in with some good communities, met people like Goon. We'll talk about him. He's a massive part of my journey a bit later, but just started to write a bit of content. And I think what really clicked for me was I started talking to teams that were launching. I started listening to community, and generally the way I go about stuff, we have a food over here in Australia called Marmite, Vegemite.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know it. It's
I
love it. Yeah.
I know it. I've been trying to get some somehow, some way. We may have to chat after.
Yeah, so it's basically one of those things that everyone loves or hates, and I'm a little bit like that as a person, as a personality in real life and all. I generally speak my mind. I'm generally quite transparent, can be quite direct, and it's not for everybody. But what I think happened in that virtuals mania, sort of April, May, June, there was a lot of voices, a lot of voices, but there wasn't that many voices that were just telling it as it is. And I think what happened is a few people cottoned onto that, and just started to get a bit of traction, putting out content, talking about teams. We obviously started the Virtuals Weekly show pretty early. It's been going for sort of 6-7 months now. And it just took on from there. And I think, one of the biggest things is sitting down, talking to teams. And for probably April, for about 6 months, I was just meeting with teams, having calls, analyzing their stuff, giving them advice, giving them support. And I was doing it all without taking any financial compensation or token compensation. And what that allowed me to do was to largely just continue being myself, which was, again, objective, direct, blunt, which a lot of teams appreciated, because we are in a space in crypto which is not always like that. And because I wasn't getting paid, or I didn't feel I needed to shill anything, I could just be my normal self. Didn't do paid shills, wasn't taking anything from anybody. So I just told it as it was and as it is. And I think that, from a team perspective, appreciated, and I think the audience over time picked up on that. See of people that isn't the case for, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like paid to post, all that kind of stuff. I've got my opinions on it. I've shared those, but I just think maybe I offered something a little bit different, and then that's sort of just accelerated my journey, because I was able to put full-time hours into it right as Virtuals was kicking off that April, May, June time. So it's sort of a bit lucky in that respect. That's sort of how I'm here, why I'm here.
What have you found, again, going from not making content to making content, and then you know now how it goes? Maybe the first iteration is not what it ends up being. What has it been like learning how the content game works? Is it harder than you thought it would be? Is it easier maybe for you? Like maybe for some people it actually is, but what has that been like your actual growth with your skills?
I do leverage a lot of sort of in real life skills, but for the first 2 or 3 months, I wasn't even trying to play the content game. I was very much just talking on the timeline, talking on spaces of how I feel. And I wasn't really bothered about what anyone thought about it, or how many likes I got, how many clicks I got. And that April, May, June time, because I was really interested in the teams, the tokens, trying to make money, networking and all that kind of stuff. But as we'll get into, over the last 2 or 3 months, I was only initially supposed to be doing this for maybe 6 months. I got 2 kids. I've got another one on the way in a couple of weeks. We, like everybody, you got bills to pay, you got dreams and ambitions of what you want to do in your life. I had this opportunity sort of through until around about this time, maybe October, November, to do it as a hobby, but full time. But I really enjoyed it. So that's the first thing. I like analyzing stuff, researching stuff, getting to the bottom of stuff. I like giving my opinion. Not everyone does, but a lot of people do. I don't mind being wrong. I try not to be, put a lot of time and effort and research into it. But actually, the main thing for me, in a long-winded way of saying it, is I enjoy it. I enjoy the process of picking something apart, analyzing it, trying to not be biased, trying to be objective, because it's not easy to do that. Some of this stuff is complex, but none of it ever feels like work. And I've gone from an in real life job, which is busy, can be stressy at times, a lot of pressure on you, to getting up every day and do something I really enjoy. So the content stuff, up until a couple of months ago, I hadn't really thought too much about it, to be honest, mate. I was just doing what I thought, and it was, you could put any content out in April, May, June about Virtuals, and you would get lots of people commenting, lots of people interacting. For some reason, my stuff just ended up sticking a bit more than others, I think.
Well, it wasn't super crowded voice wise, so I think that helps, but also your perspective was great. You bring like this maturity to the space. You've got this, you've become an authority in the space too. So your success doesn't surprise me one bit. As soon as you started, to be honest, just hearing how you host the show and the way you talk about these projects and how thorough you are. I mean, I'm telling you, basically from day one, I'm here and I'm like, oh, yeah, he's going to make it. This is going to be big. You can just tell. You can just tell with people, right? But to your point, it's not an easy ecosystem to be able to dissect and know one way or the other with certain projects. Look, so many of the guys, these teams, and again, especially focused on virtuals, a lot of teams anonymous. A lot of teams promise big things, and you don't know how to always measure if they can deliver the things they're talking about. So it's tricky. It's tricky to be able to, dissect them, feed them to your audience. And I know you want to be safe with the way you do that, right? So it's like you do the best you can, but it is not an easy sector to be breaking down and sharing and giving those takes on. There's so much unknown there, but you do an amazing job at that, I will say. And I think you're incredibly fair with how you do it. And then very detailed again on your show. I love it. I love how you talk tokens, and you've got that degen side too. You're looking for opportunities in the chart. You're pairing that with news and updates coming from the projects, and you're vetting the teams, dude. You meet with everybody, don't you?
Yeah, nobody gets on the show unless I've sat down, had a conversation with them. We've gone through what their project is about. That's part of the process for me. If the way we look at it is, if we're going to give that platform to a team, we want to make sure we're respectful of the audience's time. And if we put something up that's not legit or we don't think is of value, that's not fair on the audience. Now, look, everyone is here for different reasons, but I wouldn't stick around here if I didn't think we were putting out quality content or content people wanted. But I actually enjoy that as well. I enjoy speaking to people. I enjoy learning about new people. All sorts of stuff comes up. Just like in real life, you're talking to founders, you don't know what country they're going to be from when you get on the call. You don't know what direction it's going to take. And yeah, it's that part of it's really, really interesting. I had a call like an hour ago with a team, and just I'm probably wrong about the team, but learned a lot just from a half an hour call. I'll go away, I'll reflect on that, I'll think about it, I'll look at it again. Just keeps you busy, which is interesting. But interesting is one thing. Having a hobby is one thing. For me, it was the big question for someone in my position who didn't want to go down the path of sort of directly paid content, like post this, we'll give you $200, or post that, we'll blah, blah, blah. How am I going to monetize my platform, monetize what I do, my time, my offering, whatever that is, in a way that allows me to do it full-time permanently? Really, it's just about trying to contribute and pay some of the bills so I can convince my wife this is a good thing to do. And she knows I'm happy, so she's happy for me to do it, but also just got to try and find a way of balancing that. And I'm very open about that. We put articles out about what we did with the Virtuals Weekly show. We charge a few tokens. We've tried to come up with a model where we share those tokens. And I'd like more people to be more transparent about that, because I don't think there's anything wrong with creators, KOLs, whatever you want to call yourself, being paid for what they do. As long as it's done in a transparent, sort of ethical way, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Right. Like we know, okay, at least I'll speak for myself. I know the CCM meta, the creator coin meta or content meta. To me, there's something there, but I don't know if that's like the form that's going to work. But I do know there's something there for content creators to monetize what they do in a different way. And then you take it a step further, sharing it with your audience. By the way, we had 15 minutes booked. Do I have you possibly for another maybe 15 minutes?
Yeah. I'm good.
Nice. Okay, great. Because I want to talk a little just virtuals and special moments and where we think things are going. But I just love your arc, man. It's just been awesome. You're doing really interesting stuff on that front though, with monetizing your show, but then sharing with the community. If you could speak to that a bit of what you were doing from the start, and it looks like you're growing it into a new kind of platform or reward system. What are you doing there?
Yeah, so Virtuals Weekly, we got to a point where I think at one stage we had 7 or 8 teams on one show, and it was just a car crash. Like, we couldn't get through all the research. Teams were all over the place. It wasn't structured. We were having to tell teams they couldn't come on the show. We didn't have a way of being able to, say who was right and who was wrong, who should come on and who shouldn't. We tested the water. We took some advice from a lot of people. Took us a month or two, and we decided, right, we're going to start taking a little bit of token, 0.1% of the total supply. So it's not a huge amount, depending on which way you look at it. But generally speaking, the teams are happy to put that forward. And we said, right, we'll share some of this with the audience. We don't want to be seen to be, just taking money off the table. We'll share some with the audience. We'll give some of the audience an opportunity to get into some of these projects. Excuse me. So we devised a campaign. We call it the Listen and Engage to Earn campaign, which sort of rewarded people. We try to find a way of rewarding the right people and cut out the farmers. So you had to turn up for the show. If you interacted with the show on Twitter, we've got a Mindshare leaderboard that tracks it. We're in Nick Plays Crypto's Discord, and we've got some tasks that you do in there when you're interacting with the show tweet. So it just created a few hurdles there to try and make sure that the people who we distributed these tokens to and we shared the tokens were, the legit people. And that's worked pretty well. We've given out, in the 3 months we've been doing it, we've given out $3,000. We've got a whole chunk of tokens for this month, which should be way more than that. So this will be a good month to listen into the show. But coming on our show is a moment in time, usually pre-TGE, gives you a bit of a platform, and then that sort of is that. And now in that vetting process to come on the show, I do give advice. I do, we're talking about projects, people ask my opinion. But what I found was that teams want a lot more than that. And when I was engaging with teams in the manner that I do, teams appreciated it. Not all teams, but most teams. And there was this constant request to, will you come on board our team? Will you partner with us? And to be honest, a lot of the teams just wanted me to put out content on the timeline and try and promote them that way, because that's what a lot of teams think they need. They just need amplification on the timeline, and there's services within virtuals for that. Not what I want to do. But that's when I'm at a team which is called Pantheon, or the Pantheon, a sort of experimental platform which is going to try and flip the KOL narrative on its head and be a little bit more transparent. So the TLDR on it, I've got tweets. I think my pinned article talks about what I'm doing there, but it goes along the same narrative of sharing your rewards. We're going to create a token which sits across an index where any tokens that I bring in from partnering with teams, which I've started to do now, the tokens go into a vault. They're locked up and linearly vested for 24 months. So straight off the bat, you don't get your tokens after it's upfront or within a week or within a month. It's 24 months of linear vest. So the teams gives us the tokens, we lock them up. 75% of anything that I bring in, either from doing the show, from having long-term partnerships and relationships with teams, 75% of anything that goes into this index is given to the community, and the community are the people that hold that token and stake it. So you have to have skin in the game. You have to hold the token, stake the token. But if you do, everything I bring in, you're sharing a part of. So you're part of that journey. Hopefully that means you support me as a creator. If I then work with projects, you support them projects, because you know that those tokens are going to come back to you through this model, this sort of yield. And you support the projects do well, and it's a 24-month cycle. So you're not just supporting the project with a couple of tweets for a week. There's more to it than that. So, I'm probably not doing it all justice there and just in a TLDR type fashion, but that's the play we're going for. It's due to kick off this month. I'll be the second creator launched on the Pantheon, probably next week or the week after, but definitely before the end of the month.
Interesting.
Excited.
Well, yeah. Okay. So let me see if I understood it right. And I might not, but maybe I do. So like, you as a creator, you partner with a project, they're offering tokens, and those tokens go into some kind of indexed or fund that is ultimately shared with your viewers, your listeners. They can buy into that.
Yeah, anyone can buy into it. So you'll get people that just say, look, I don't know which AI tokens or which projects to buy on virtuals, but I know Big Will has a good idea. So rather than buying 6 or 7 or 8 projects, I'll just buy Will's index token. I'll stake these tokens, and every month I'll get an airdrop of the tokens from the teams he's partnered with. And if Will partners with the right projects, if I believe that Will choose correctly, there'll be long-term projects that won't just disappear overnight. They might get close to being 6, 12, 18, 24 months. And it just gives me an option to have broad sector exposure without having to do the work and the research. That's the attractive part from a token holder point of view. So you don't have to listen to the show. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to, like, if you just do a basic maths calculation and say, if I buy $100 of these tokens, this is how much I might get every month. And obviously it depends on the price of each individual token when you get an airdrop, whether or not you keep that project's token or you sell that project's token. So there's a lot of variables to it, and that's why it's somewhat experimental. You would know as well as I do, not many crypto projects that are launching on virtuals are going to be here in 24 months' time. So there's that risk that the tokens trend to zero over that time, but we want to show long-term alignment, and we want to try and choose to partner with projects that have that same vision.
It's pretty brilliant. It's something I need to dive in and understand more, but also kind of interested in things like that myself. So, dude, I appreciate that you're just at the cutting edge of this thing. Like, you're cutting edge of virtuals and just everything happening in AI with just your understanding of it, and you're teaching people, but also, again, figuring out the creator side and making it rewarding. I'm really impressed with what you're doing, man. You are becoming, and this is wild how quickly you've done it, but for me, there's a couple North Stars in this industry. Like, for me, like Tyler did it, who, on the, what is their show? He's on with Farouk and Mando. And like, for me, North Star of content creator, I love that guy's game. You're there for me now, as far as the way you're pushing just that other side of it. Again, the way to reward the community. I think you're doing something very special that people should be following. So I'm just so impressed with it, man. Keep it up. And I like, at this point, I can't even imagine where you'll be next year. I just know much bigger and better, which is even hard to believe. So, dude, GG's on all of that. I guess question for you about, let's go virtuals, just a nice little virtuals chat. We'll do it quick. But how do you feel about this whole past year? Because we've had so many iterations of virtuals from, last year was kind of the Wild West. And we had like AIXBT, which didn't launch virtuals, but, became a virtuals kind of associated project. But Luna, also on virtuals. We had that phase of it. And then we got the Genesis phase. And then we got Genesis, 2.0 or something. And then we got Unicorn. So multiple phases. How do you feel about how the year has been for virtuals? Some of the success stories there, just thoughts on virtuals in general.
Yeah, like I sort of, my existence within crypto is tethered to virtuals. So it's often, I do have to check myself quite a lot when I'm answering this question and when I'm talking about virtuals, because it's easy to be completely biased. Now, there's certainly a lot more people that have been around crypto longer than I have, but with virtuals, I think it's easier than nearly anything else in crypto to explain to people why it will stick around. And the first thing I look at when I'm looking at anything to do with crypto is this going to be around tomorrow or the next day or the next day? Because I'm not one of these people that just chase the next narrative. So I think virtuals this year has really matured and really solidified that in my mind that it has a really good chance of sticking around. So if I'm going to tie my time, put my career on hold in real life stuff to an ecosystem, a protocol, I believe virtuals is worth doing that for. So that sort of sets the scene to this discussion. I'm obviously heavily biased in favor of wanting virtuals to do well. I like to use that word maturity. I think virtuals has matured massively this year. They've become something real. When at the start of the year, and to be honest, even Genesis version 1, April, May, it didn't feel like that. It felt like it could just be another one of these launch pads or a flash in the pan. And one of the frustrating things for those of us inside of virtuals, and I'm sure the team, is I think people external to the ecosystem still feel that way about virtuals, that it is just a launch pad or that it is just another sort of passing trend. But if you look over the last 3 or 4 months of what the partnerships, I think the way that the founders are conducting themselves, some of the collaborations, some of the discussions, the interviews, it's just stepped up a level. They're really trying to build something that lasts, and I like that. We focus on the token prices, way too much, and we do it to the granular level, hour to hour, day to day. We talk about it on the show all the time, and that can consume you quite a bit. So when virtuals are sitting at 68, 69 cents, it's gone backwards. It's at the depths of February, March, it was like 50 cents, and it was like virtuals is dying, it's never coming back, it's the end. We're not too far, 15, 20% above that mark, which is not too far. Yet the ecosystem is so much more developed. It has so much more potential than when we were at those times in February and March. So still have a way to go, but I think we're in good hands. I think we're in good shape. The Launchpad unicorn is very sound. I think they've found the right model there. It's attracting teams that wouldn't otherwise be attracted, which was what really Virtuals was wanting. So the unicorn, I think will stick around, and that will be a real good, strong offering, which you don't get everywhere else. So I'm quietly confident 2026 will be a good year. Yeah, but I would say that, wouldn't I?
Yeah, I know great traders out there who, maybe don't put a ton of focus on AI, but they single out virtuals as that is an opportunity, that is different. And they see the potential that virtuals actually has. And unicorn, it has not been maybe battle tested yet, and just because the nature of the market, but already we've seen something special like Repo, which I don't know if Repo would have ever launched in the previous kind of, launch style. I don't know if a Genesis launch, I don't know if that would have attracted them, but Unicorn sure did, and now we see that we can get those kind of success stories here, even in this not so great market. That coin ripped to, I want to say their high was, am I right, 33 mil or so FDV, which not easy to do in this market. So
yeah, and they've raised a lot of money in the process. But the answer to your question is they wouldn't have been able to launch in any other iteration of the Launchpad, really. They I think we're looking around, but there'll be more repos. There definitely will be more repos. It's a special project. I do like it a lot, but it won't be the last that does this.
I'm right there with you. I think probably some of the biggest launches to come are still to come in that virtuals ecosystem, man. And I can't wait to see what we see next year. And I think we'll see some monsters. And I think without Unicorn, maybe we wouldn't have seen them. So I'm with you as far as optimistic, pretty damn bullish for next year. And boy, I can't wait. Cannot wait. Excited to chat with virtuals coming up here in, I want to say like 2-ish hours. We'll have 2
hours.
Yeah, I'm trying who something. Gosh, I'm so bad with their names, but whatever. We have the head of I think ecosystem development coming on here, so that'll be a blast. Will, you're freaking awesome. Again, I respect your game. I respect the content that you're doing, the deep dives. Your future is more than bright on the main character arc, and I think going to break out of the virtual space, and in ways already have. But the face of the virtuals community, to me, the face of virtuals, you're killing it, dude. So GG's with all that. And we'll have to run this back. We have a lot more to do together, I think. And also, when you're ready to do the video stuff, offer still stands here to help you get off the ground with whatever you need. So definitely reach out when it's time, man. But great chat. Maybe last question. Any milestones for you personally for 2026?
Milestones, not sure. I think I'd love to be still here, still doing what I'm doing now at this time in 2026. That's probably the big thing, because if I would know that I've been successful. I'm still enjoying it, which is a big part of it. And virtuals was still alive and kicking. So I guess that is probably the aim, to still be here doing what we're doing. And shout out to you, man. You've been a big supporter. I love your work. We do need to work more closely together, but you always speak so well, and I know you're well respected in the ecosystem, but I appreciate all your kind words. It doesn't go unnoticed.
Good stuff, dude. Well, right back at you. I appreciate you a ton, and thanks for your time this morning, and we will do more. But guys, make sure you follow, and let me throw on the screen. Make sure you're following their show. It's incredible. So the show is at Virtuals Weekly. It's Big Will, and it's also Goon, and I freaking love Goon. He's just one of my favorite guys out there, and we'll get him on here at some point too. But give them a follow, catch their show. It airs twice a week. I don't know if the times fluctuate still, but they're very good with the comms. So you'll always catch them when they're live. Oh, there we go. Tuesdays, 8 a.m. and then Saturday, 1 a.m. That's both UTC. So you'll catch them at least one of those shows a week, and you should catch it, especially if you're interested in virtuals. He does his weekly virtuals projects ranking, which is necessary if you're trying to just kind of shortcut. You just need to see what are the best projects. You'll see them there. And then, of course, follow Big Will at Big Will. Dude, thank you so much for joining. Just love what you're doing. I appreciate you a ton, man. So thank you.
No worries, man. Anytime. Good luck with the rest of the show as well, mate.
Thank you, sir. It's going to be fun. Kicked it off the right way. We'll see you, Will. Thank you, man.
Everybody. Bye-bye.
And there we go. I mean, what a guy. He's great. And again, his the Will arc, it was a special one. I mean, again, hearing him from the start, I like what he's doing. I got what he's doing. And I'm like, let's see how it goes. And very quickly, I'm like, oh, I know where this goes. This goes much bigger. Much bigger. And it sure did. All right, we're going to keep this show moving here. And I think what we're going to do for this next segment, initially, we're going to have, one guest at a time. And so we have VPay scheduled. We have Arbus scheduled. I think we're going to combine these together and have a really, really awesome group chat here. Just put our heads together and talk through quite a lot. We'll talk, AI and virtuals, but these guys are building kind of different directions. But two of the main metas here of this space, one being InfoFi, and that's Arbus, and really much more with those guys. But then also VPay with neobanks, and I believe neobanks are going to be pretty much the hottest meta of this coming year. So I'm excited to get into that. We have Arbus here right now, and I'm going to bring him up, and VPay, I imagine, is going to be here any minute now. Also, Hoods is great to see out there. DK, good to see you. Man, it's good to see the gang here live. All right, Arbus, I'm going to bring you up, and let's get into it. This is we've got two undoxed guests coming on the show today. You get them back to back here. And I've met these guys behind the scenes, right? I vouch for them. I know they're good guys, and they're building just killer products. So excited for this part right here. Arbus, welcome to the show. I think it's Alp we have with us live.
Yeah, man. How are you doing?
I'm great, dude. How about you? And I appreciate you a ton coming on here.
Yeah, no worries at all. No worries at all. I'm doing great too, man. I mean, I like speaking on behalf of my teammates too. They're also doing great, and just grinding, building, waiting for the better moments of the markets. And I was just listening to you and Will, man. Killer conversation, man. Big Will is also amazing guy, and very excited to be here, man.
I wonder even too, just with Will, I wonder what virtuals would look like without a guy like that. How a lot of these projects would get to, at least get in front of people and, get that.
Yeah, exactly.
He's so important.
Yeah, and he was from day one, I think he was totally self-driven, organic, natural, and I think that's what system, man.
Yeah, exactly right. Hang on, this I'm using a new thing here in my streaming software, and sometimes it kicks somebody off the screen. So I'm going to fix that real quick before we go deeper, because I don't want you to get booted. So hang on real quick. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Wow, StreamYard's so weird. And you get some love from Big Will in the chat here too. Alp is a good guy, and he is.
Yeah, you too, man.
Love it. All right, we're waiting for VPay to join. I think they'll be here any moment, but perfect time to dive into Arbus and what you guys are building. And man, you were one of the very early virtual success stories. I remember it. I was there. Was excited for it. Bought into the initial pre-sale, and I played these things pretty lightly, right? I don't know. I don't play tokens very hard, believe it or not, right? I cover this. I'm very dialed into it, but I don't play much. I don't trade much,
Yeah.
but you guys, I'm like, oh, different, necessary. Like we need this. So I saw it right away, and I'm like, yeah, that's one to be a part of. Why don't you fill people in with what it is that you guys are building, and start with maybe the first iteration, and then we'll get to where you're at now, because you've grown a lot over this year, man.
Yeah, man. I think so too. So basically, I mean, I also shared a tweet with you, which covers our 6 months of journey. Since today we launched on virtuals. Like you can find it on our group chat if you want to put it up at one point. So, but just to answer your question, man. So basically, we launched about like 6 months ago now. Like actually, just yesterday, 6 months almost.
Wow.
Um, so yeah, we were one of the first projects to launch with Genesis version 1. We did coming with with its flaws. We did well with it. We did I mean through the different cycles of it, we did not so well with it, but we are still building. We have been our first product was basically our InfoFi platform where people can discover alpha through our terminal. And we have been since day one building on it, making it even more powerful, more alpha driven, and enhancing our infrastructure with basically reads the entire market in terms of off-chain market sentiment, market analysis, and translate that into readable data by humans and by AI agents. So since then, we have been feeding users like humans with alpha through our terminal, agents through our infrastructure. And a few months back, if I'm not mistaken, like 3 months back, we started leveraging our infrastructure and we started Arbus Chirps, as you are well aware, aimed at helping virtual projects grow at first through measuring the off-chain contribution. Then we were the first ones to introduce on-chain contribution. Then the big guys also stepped in with the same approach for their ecosystems. And since then, basically, just to summarize, like I mean, this tweet which you are showing up perfectly summarizes our 6 months. Since then, we basically reached thousands of users via our terminal. Current active users, subscribers, and stakers are about 1,000 using monthly and actively. Um, Chirps has been a very big revenue driver for us. We just started the 30th campaign on it, 30. We At one point we had 200k US worth of project tokens under distributions meant for the communities and meaningful contributors while helping these projects grow. Um, and yeah, so this, as I mentioned, this is a major revenue stream for us, and some of this revenue went to buybacks. We always do buybacks each month, and so far 2% of the supply. That doesn't sound much, but 20 million tokens have been bought back from the market so like some of it obviously goes into developing the product, some of it goes into the token. And yeah, since then, basically, I mean, I kept it a bit longer, but just to keep it short, long story short, we have been like since day one trying to help users to access alpha at a very, very cost efficient way, and agents do the same, and try helping projects grow and tap into different ecosystems and different products, basically. Yeah, so I can talk more, but I'll just keep it short right now as a first part.
Well, I was gonna say you go as long as you want because I'm eating this up and I love to hear it. But yeah, the product is so cool. Like first iteration, it's like kind of mind share and for me, alpha, right? I research all day long. It's kind of all I do. And I've been itching to find products that shortcut that for me. Like at a glance, what's the hot meta, the hot story, the hot narrative, and then what are the hot tokens? And on your platform on the terminal is where I got to see that again at a glance. I look at it and it's like the heat map kind of thing. I get to see what those hot topics are and what people are talking about. And it tells me this is where you should be looking and dialing in and researching, because that's what people are paying attention to right now. So incredible. And then Chirps, you guys were one of our first, swarmy partners, right? Like we ended up doing, I believe it was Reputation got a form of an integration there where we actually used you guys for a campaign, which was awesome. Loved how it
Yeah.
worked, like from, working with you guys to how the platform worked. And then we got to add our special little twist to it, which is using our reputation, you could target specific traders with maybe like a modifier, or I should say a buff on their tokens they're going to get. So I can't remember the exact numbers or details, but maybe it was like if you have an A reputation, as in you're a great holder of a coin. So thinking about targeting your best supporters, maybe you get a 2x multiplier on your token
Right.
rewards at the end of the campaign, which I think is great. And even running some numbers, and I'm going to get this wrong. I know I am, not the exact number, but we ran numbers and we saw there was something like, I don't know, I'm going to throw out a number, 50, 60, maybe even higher percent increase in the amount of tokens being held because that reputation factors into your next
Correct.
airdrop and next in.
Correct. That was pretty cool, man, because reputation, like as far as I remember, it also considered the the users holding behavior, like hodler behavior, let's say, for airdrop tokens too, which was super cool in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's just, we've been trying to, and I have so many questions for you, because there's a big discussion on X about, the InfoFi meta is tricky. It makes a lot of sense and it's great. Like what other way do projects have to get engagement? Unless you're making deals with KOLs and those kind of partnerships, you're kind of screwed. And it's essential that you get people talking about your product. It is. InfoFi is the
Yeah.
solution. It became really obvious really early in this year that it is not a thing that's going away, but also that it's that important. But then you got to battle like the AI slop thing. I've been itching to ask you how much of an issue is like the AI slop. And what I mean by that is you get the InfoFi campaigns. Everybody wants to take part because you get some token drops, which is great.
Yeah,
But people will just throw something in ChatGPT, spit out the output online, and then
I get it.
timelines right now.
Yeah, I
Flip
get
it out. What do you think of that whole thing?
I get it. I get it. No worries. So I've been reading those discussions too, and obviously we are operating in this space. So AI slop, obviously, like I mean, it's never gonna go away. It's not a like if you want to call it a problem of the industry, it is, but it's not a problem in case you can filter it out. So we are good at filtering it out, and our leaderboards at the final stage, just before distribution, we always apply AI slot bot detection mechanism. So we do it at the end of the campaign. It like on the last day, the leaderboard might change, kind kind of might change. That's because we apply a bot and AI slop detection mechanism. And how we do that is through a few ways. One is obviously our internally developed LLM. Our machine learning capabilities detect, and we record everything in our database so we can cross check. Another one is our secret sauce, which probably many people know about, is Arbus Score, which basically highlights and designates the authenticity of an account. And AI slop accounts are mostly zero Arbus Score, and they are basically bot accounts. And so before AI, this problem also existed. Like with the era prior to InfoFi era, let's say, which were like Zeely campaigns, everywhere was swarming with bot accounts. So that was the case. Now the tools to cheat got easier to access through AI, so people still do the same, but at a higher scale. But at the end of the day, it's not going to kill InfoFi. It is needed. I know the other InfoFi players are also good at reiterating their measurements and how they combat these. And so, yeah, it's not going to go away. It's a problem if you are outsider to the industry, let's say, and if you just keep on seeing this too much, but it's not a problem for us. We can filter it out, and we don't consider these in our measurements while doing the final leaderboard and the campaign analytics and everything else.
I love it. Okay, cool. So you see there's an issue. Again, it's not going away. It's like, it's like
Correct.
a necessary evil, and it's not even evil. It just is it's part of the game. That's what, this space is about. It's
Yeah,
gamifying everything, and in
exactly.
that game there's ways to win it. People finding out a way to win it.
Yeah,
GG's. You know what I mean?
cheaters evolve too, man. Every industry evolves, cheaters evolve too.
Yep.
But yeah, we evolve at a like higher capability, let's say.
Dude, speak a bit about the kind of rewards that have been given out through your platform, because some of them, I mean, they've all been fantastic, but some of them, I think we've seen some monster rewards. I even think possibly, I hope I have this right, but maybe like the VPay one in particular
Yeah.
was like a monster airdrop.
Yes, exactly, man. So yeah, obviously, like each campaign differs in terms of reward pool. So we always sit together with the partner teams. We don't really dictate it, but like we come up with ideas together, and they basically designate the reward pool. So yeah, with VPay we did the same, and when we started our campaign, if I'm not mistaken, it was like a few months back now. They were like sitting around like 400k FTV or something, and you know that they did a monsters price action, which is like hats off to them, amazing team, and they absolutely deserve it. And that is how the reward pool got to be insane. And basically, in order to support them and support their price action, we did divide that into multiple tranches for distribution. And the second distribution is to be distributed out, I think, by tomorrow.
Wow.
Just to announce it here. And yeah, so it was a super nice experience with them in both ways. Their distribution got sick, and the community was also super happy about it. And yeah, so that was our biggest reward pool. So on Chirps in the reward section, you can see the live like value of the reward pool. At one point, when the market was better, obviously, like you can go to the rewards hub on the left side. Yeah. So this is based on live prices. So at one point, when the market was in a better stage, the reward pool of VPay was been like around 200k.
Wow.
So yeah, and obviously we deal in tokens, so the reward pool numbers here may go up and down, but that has been our biggest reward pool so far.
Dude, serious money. And honestly, because like, Virtuals has got a very hardcore community. Hardcore. I'm trying to think the right way to say it, but like the breakdown, I'll put it like this. Virtual's still relatively small, as big as it is for us, right? We are in our own like bubble, echo chamber, whatever. Man, if you get involved in these campaigns, there's competition across virtuals. Beyond that, maybe not so much. Actually, to that point, we'll get into this in a minute, but you are growing like crazy coming up here. But like, just the point here is when you do these campaigns, I have seen them as like very valuable. People do very well engaging in these campaigns and getting to participate in them. And then again, the airdrops they're getting, man, they're not nothing. It's quite the opposite. There's some significant airdrops people are getting from just doing this, talking about the projects they love and having it tracked and gamified, where you compete to be on the leaderboard. And who doesn't want to shoot for that top spot, right? Because it's worth it now. You're rewarded to get there. So it's just a
Correct.
crazy awesome platform, and it's just so cool seeing how much your platform has grown here over the past year. It's in a way, night and day different. It just keeps growing and growing. So
Thanks a
I
lot,
love
man.
to
Thanks a
see
lot.
it. I'm so
Yeah,
excited for you guys. Now on the growth, this is really cool. We saw, I want to say just 2-ish weeks ago, maybe just a little further out, but you guys are
correct.
partnering with Chili's now. Tell us about
Yes.
that partnership. That's a big one, man. I know of them from back in the day. Crypto Slam had partnered with them. We were showing fan tokens. I think that we're from Chili's, but it's a whole
Yes.
different world. Yeah, tell us about Chili's.
Yeah. So obviously, like we started our ecosystem expansion journey a while back. If you saw it, like after virtuals, obviously the like obvious next spot was Creator Bit. So we also worked with a few projects over there because we are, ecosystem agnostic. The more value we bring, the more the faster the user base expands, the more the rewards, everything is better as we expand for everyone, even for the virtuals ecosystem, as we tap into different chambers. So we have been, in fact, there are also some ecosystems that we haven't announced yet. Chili's was first one to be announced over those, like among those big ones. So we have been talking to ecosystems with respect to, I mean, these are like big ecosystems, like Chili's and some even bigger ones. And we identified where we can add value and also act as a Trojan horse and bring value back to virtual. So that was one of our starting points. As we grow and expand into different ecosystems, as we add value to them, it means also a lot of other and additional users are converted to virtuals people, indirectly. So this is our play here. And Chili's was very interested, like after a very lengthy discussion. The Chili's team was very much interested in our tech, in our capabilities, in the value that we can add to their growth ambitions, let's say. And the first, what we are doing right now, the first mini campaign with Pepper is just the first domino, let's say. And we have other things planned, and we are actually announced as their official InfoFi partner. And I don't know if you caught it the other day, they announced that they are going into sports ecosystem even deeper by helping the traditional and giant teams, football teams. I mean, if you want to call it soccer, but for me it's football. Football teams tapping into serious capital, and their journey is super exciting, and we are very much happy to be a part of their journey. And we have other things, new things planned. This is just a small first domino, right? Let's say right now, and yeah, we are going into the traditional world too.
Oh, interesting. What okay, you probably can't say, I'm sure a lot of that's to be revealed still too, but, like, maybe what can you say? Because it's such different products, right? I also don't know if they do AI in that ecosystem. I think not. Is that correct?
I mean, there are some iterations, but I wouldn't say it's anything compared to virtuals.
Okay. Okay, very, very interesting. So, a lot of sports related stuff right now. Um,
Yeah.
are you their official InfoFi platform, as in, like, basically anything launching in that Chili's ecosystem? Maybe we can expect to see a lot of those, maybe all of them with Arbus campaigns, Chirps campaigns?
We are their official partner. Let me see if I can find the correct link for you, because we are listed also as their InfoFi partner on their ecosystem page.
Huh.
So we wouldn't. I mean, we are going to be very selective. It's a big ecosystem too, and we are directly working with the Chili's team. I don't. I wouldn't say we would launch campaigns for everything that is launching in that ecosystem, but we want to be more focused towards what they are doing and the unique value that they are trying to add. So we are going to keep it selective to answer your question. Uh, it's going to be a select number of initiatives that will be, let's say, launched via Chirps, but they are also interested in our AI capabilities, obviously, which is another area that is to be, um, maybe, let's, like, not even enough beyond exploring, but to be announced, let's say.
Well, what's interesting is because now people can pick, 'cause you have multiple products, so you can do the Chirps campaign, but you also have the dashboards too, which I'm just gonna guess they extended the Chili's ecosystem so people can track the topics over there, top talkers over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, wild. Yeah, so there's so many ways that this is now incorporated in that Chili's ecosystem. I understand completely why they want you guys and need you guys, so
Exactly.
you
But with these ecosystems, sometimes things move slower, and we are aiming to time all these initiatives with their milestones, with the market. So, like, there are a lot of things lined up, and hopefully, like, I want to announce them as soon as possible too, but we'll see in the coming months, probably in Q1.
Oh boy, can't wait. When you have those announcements and you know this already, and this goes for anybody who is on the show, so Will already, but anybody who's coming on the show today, we do this open door thing, right? This is, you guys are our friends, and especially for our friends and people we're building and working with, it's an open door when people want to come back and share those updates. So just to reiterate to you, man, anytime you have updates and want to come on and just share it with the community, you just tell me, we get you on.
Amazing, man.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Where do you see InfoFi going next year? Like, are there any big tweaks coming? And that can be both your platform, but just broader as as InfoFi is evolving.
Yeah, sure, man. Also, just dropped you another link in our Telegram in the background if you want to refer to it.
Yep.
Um, if like that, I was just looking for the right source. So yeah, that's like
Okay.
an official announcement as official InfoFi partner.
Huge.
Since we were just talking about it. So yeah, where we are headed as InfoFi and as Arbus, I assume. So as InfoFi, I'm sure like you, we are thinking alike here. InfoFi is the new form of growth marketing, I'd say, and growth as in like growth marketing as in off-chain and on-chain. So I don't expect InfoFi to slow down. There's a lot of criticism about it, but there's a lot of criticism about everything, as you know on X. But I don't think it's gonna die. It's just accelerating and accelerating. What I would uh, maybe predict for the next year regarding InfoFi. You know that the capital formation via InfoFi hasn't been that much effective in the post TG or post market conditions. So I expect that to be a bit better with certain new mechanisms, which we might also announce. So that's my InfoFi prediction. So it's not gonna die. It's just gonna keep on like reiterating, and then that's when the markets are hotter. Obviously, it's gonna get hotter, and yeah, it's just gonna be there.
Man.
And for us, what's next for us is that we have been doing a lot of things in the background, which I can share slightly here. So obviously, like we have like by default, obviously, like for chirps, we have more campaigns and more ecosystem like Chili's like ecosystem partnerships ahead for uh, for the year of 26. And other things that we are going to be releasing soon is that we keep on upgrading our algorithm in terms of measurements and capturing the contribution, things like that. We haven't been announcing everything, but we will do a very big upgrade soon in Q1, which is like the like version 8 maybe. But yeah, we are going to be doing that. So I what I just mentioned very very briefly is that capital formation is going to be another like this is an area of improvement for the virtuals ecosystem. A lot of projects lack capital, access to capital. If they unless they do a big price action, via unicorn, which is the current mechanism. So we might be helping quote marks might helping some teams to form better capital alignment with communities, things like that. So that might be another focus area for us. And yeah, obviously, our terminal also keeps on upgrading. Right now, I don't know if you saw the news, like a lot of AI and like AI projects very similar to our AI assistant have been doing incredible fundraisers in the past weeks, past months. So although we are bootstrapped, actually you are going to be able to see what a small bootstrap team is capable of in terms of doing better than 9-10 figures fundraise team via our new products, our new AI products. So yeah, a lot of exciting things. Like I want to keep it modest and kind of covered for now. But yeah, that's where we're at.
There, you got more. I mean, just you've had big announcement after big announcement, and now it sounds like we've got more to come next year. And not surprised with just
Yeah,
you and knowing your team and how you build. So I
yeah.
can't wait to see, man. Great stuff. Great stuff. Just happy to see your success this year. I know there's a lot more of that coming. So GG's to you and the rest of the guys. How many on your team now, by the way? Is it just the two of you, or is there more?
No, no, no. Obviously, we are more like I don't want to disclose everything, but 8.
Solid team.
Yeah,
Solid team of builders. Good stuff, man.
yeah,
I
builders.
love it. Okay, great, great, great. Well, I want to say I appreciate your time a ton. You're welcome to stay. We've got some more virtuals projects that are up next. We have VPay up here are coming in just a second, along with Dr. MSH. So I want to be respectful of your time. Welcome to stay in chat. And I'm sure you're busy, so you let me know.
I'll just take a step back and I'll stay tuned in. I'm very excited about the VPay's new card product, so I'll just be listening a bit.
Love it, dude. Thank you again. We'll run it back again
No worries.
ASAP when you have announcements. But I appreciate you, man. And GG's.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, man. Have a good day. Enjoy
You
your
too,
day
man.
and rest of the show. Ciao.
Thank you. Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Man, great builders in this space. We really do. I think we got spoiled with virtuals with so many of them. We really did. We really did get spoiled. So many great builders. And I think what's coming next year is like this next level maturation of the virtuals ecosystem. And I think we're going to have some of these projects that become, known outside of this ecosystem. And I think both of these guys coming up next are maybe part of that conversation. VPay, Neobank Meta. I said this just earlier today. Neobank is going to be the meta, but like I'm saying, one of the top metas of next year. So this is going to be wild. And then Dr. Emma Sage with the AI counselor and in a completely different, path they're on, but something that I think we've all heard about and are starting to understand why that matters and how big that can be. So excited for this. Let's get the boys up. Give me a thumbs up if you guys are ready to come on up. Yeah, there we go. What's up? Amir, are you good to go too? Just a thumbs up if you're ready and I'll bring you up. I see. There we go. That's what's up. That's what's up. All right. Boom and boom. All right. Boys, welcome. It's good to see you.
Hey guys, how you doing? I just found out I'm a bit of a boomer because I was trying to figure out how can I give the thumbs. I was looking for an emoji,
Yeah.
but
That's not
yeah,
that's not a you problem. That's a me problem, not explaining it. People don't know I can actually see you down there. So that's a me thing.
okay, makes sense.
It's good to see you guys though. And this is awesome. Again, just reconnecting with people who gotten to know now over months. Both of you have been on the show before. I mean, the Dr. Emma Sage, this is, I think, your 4th time. Are we 3 or 4 now deep, which is like getting close to a record, and I love it.
4 times, probably, yeah.
That's what's
I
up.
think Cats Fanatic has been more on the show than me.
Different when like co-host, kind of friend thing. I don't count that. I don't count it. But like reoccurring guest and different. You're up to, I think only one person has been on more than you, and that's Nate Geraci, who's coming on later today too. But like you're in rare company and good company there. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. So what I'm looking to do here now, like schedule changes a bit during the show, and it's just like as ideas come and things fit, I'm just kind of shifting things around. Initially, we're going to do each of you on individually and talk 15 minutes, maybe a little more, but about your products. And I definitely want to do that here now, but man, it's just cool when you get other people's perspective on what each other is doing and then just kind of the space as a whole. So I figure what the hell, we just go for it and we're going to riff through kind of the whole thing happening in virtuals and again in your areas. So where to start? Maybe like introductions. And I think maybe with the Dr. Emma Sage, if you want to just tell people briefly what it is that you launched earlier this year, and what it is you're building now. And we'll get to afterwards, like what goals are next year, but let's kick it off that way.
Well, briefly, there's been a lot of articles and stats everywhere just saying how much AI is used for mental health counseling or just companionship on another level. But there's also been a lot of negativity around that as well, especially lately, ChatGPT being sued, all of that stuff in regards to mental health. So we took that model and we basically put a human in the loop So we've got real counselors who are able to evaluate the chats. It would get stopped before it goes too far. So that's the essence of it. If you start opening up to an AI agent privately, and if you opt in, that goes over to a real counselor, and then you actually start your mental health healing journey. So that's the gist of it, in basic sense. What we've done this year mostly is first off launching it. We're completely new in the crypto space, so that's been quite an adjustment. And coming from South Africa, going into the global market has always been obviously a big goal for us. So just the crypto gives you that platform. Also goes hand in hand with our privacy focus of Dr. Emma Sage. So, but that's the gist of it. So we launched and we focused on making it more accessible for everyone. So we've got available on Telegram, and you can chat to her now via the Base app as well via the DMs, and that runs on the XMT protocol as well. So your chats are cryptographically secured, to which you hold the key as well. So that's a nice little feature which we have. So yeah, that's what we've done this year is making it more accessible, launching ourselves, and we've obviously gained a lot of data now. So the majority of time has been spent on training our models, because a lot of people don't know, but we run on open source, fine-tuned open source models, not any external API calls. So we've spent a lot of time and money, of course, on the training of the models. I posted a sneak peek of one of the graphs of one of our training runs, which was actually quite well, but I didn't give much context, just as a little Easter egg to leave there. But we got quite nice, like 70% accuracy on our own evaluations, obviously. But so yeah, that's our big plan for next year, is just improving our module accuracy and making just much better and accessible for everyone. But that's the gist of Emma up until this point. It's been very exciting.
Well, I love it because, like,
Nice.
I like the AI. Well, not like I love AI, like just even as companions, but yours is so much deeper than that. It's like it's deeper than companion, and some people are scared of that, and some people think that that's not a thing that's going to work. And I'm like, no, I think it's very important. I know it's going to work. I know humans are going to get attached to them. But then what about a AI that I'll use companion lightly? What about an AI like professional, like an AI, in this case, a counselor that's actually going to help you and actually helps a human with their counseling business and helps you, onboard people to your practice, maybe offers like some support at hours where, human counselor can't be reached. So it's a really special thing there. And I'll come back to this. I want to jump to VPay real quick, just so we talk what it is you're doing, building, whatever. Let me do my screen switch so I can get your social.
Before we move on, I just wanted to, because I mean, I've known about Emma Sage since like the early days. We've even been talking indirectly through the VPay page too. But I just like loved how you mentioned that you're also building on XMTP now.
Yes.
I personally, I don't know like how much you know about like XMTP. I mean, it's not as known right now, but actually met the team in Buenos Aires during DevCon 2, and I personally believe that XMTP is gonna have like an Exploro 2 moment in 2026. Yeah, I kind of believe that, because like I think it's like similar to how we had Exploro 2 around for a long while, but nobody really cared about it. But then we were like, oh, we have this cool tech. Now people start, looking at it. XMPP is also the same, in my opinion. Like the Rails for socials in Web3, XMTP has been around for a while, but I think it's gonna get more and more prominent as like the privacy narrative gets more important again. Decentralization starts getting more important again, and then we had like the recent hacking of some Binance executives account. Yeah, I think like pretty cool, pretty cool. I'm just happy to see someone building an XMTP. I think it's gonna be
Could you
On
guys
that,
explain what it is real quick? Because maybe I'm not that familiar. I thought I was, but maybe I might not be.
maybe you could explain better. But recently, also, I mean, look at X's new chat features. everything is end-to-end encrypted. Everything is moving towards that. And now XMTP has been building that rails for years now. Base apps chat feature is built on XMTP. That's why it's so easy for me to
Oh,
just
really?
yes, that's why it's available.
No, oh,
So
sorry. Base app. I thought X was also on XMTP, and I
oh
was like,
no,
wait,
no,
no, yeah,
no.
that
I
would be
hope that
cool. That would be cool.
it
Yeah,
would be cool. But yeah, you
yeah,
could maybe explain more. But it's for
yeah.
private messaging.
Yeah, if I want to explain it really quickly, it's like a protocol for decentralized end-to-end encrypted messages. But the cool part is it's like completely it's an open protocol, and it's wallet-to-wallet messaging. So let's say you have a wallet and I message your wallet. So if I message you on Telegram or on WhatsApp, your messages are kind of walled in those social medias, right? But XMTP, any app that uses the protocol, you're gonna get the same message on all of those apps. So let's say, you're gonna get the same message on Base app, you're gonna get the same message on Zora, you're gonna get the same message on any other chat or social app that uses XMTP for its messaging protocol. So I think that's cool. I think that's cool. Like having one protocol to kind of unify all the socials. It's encrypted, it's decentralized. You don't need to host anything. It's really cool. I think we're gonna like see a mass exodus and a mass adoption of the technology happening pretty soon.
If
They
you're going
also
to tuck that into a meta, does that get tucked into like a privacy meta?
Also privacy, yeah.
Yeah.
Also privacy, yeah.
They
Interesting.
natively support crypto-based actions as well. Payments, group-based chats, payments, sending payments. So all of that's natively supported, obviously, as well. And for our users, we can give them the insurance that only people who have the keys are your counselor if you agree to that and yourself connected to your wallet. So no one else can snoop around in it. That's why we like XMTP a lot, especially, and it makes sense for VPay as well. Sending, making payments, chatting about it, having it secure.
We're working on some stuff. We're working on some stuff. Yeah.
Really interesting, man. Oh man, I didn't even know. Now I know. That's the beauty of a thing like today. Like, yes, it's talking to you guys, the builders, the projects, the people who belong in the spotlight. And man, I learned so much doing this stuff. I like, dude, this is school for me. So appreciate you guys a ton. All right, let me switch screens, and I sometimes get a little hiccup here. So let me just make sure I get it right because I want to start sharing some stuff on screen.
Nice.
Think nope, it's not that. I think it's not that. I think it's that. Hang on. Hang on, I'll get it, I promise. Is it boy oh boy, hang on.
No rush.
Dude, it's funny, like when I start building this out over the past couple days, boy oh boy, it's involved. Let's say that. Okay, hang on. I think I'm very close. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, we're good now. We're good. Appreciate that, guys. If I do that while somebody's talking and it knocks him off, then we don't hear you. So I didn't want that to happen. All right. VPay, Amir, you're up. I'm like itching for updates from you. This is one. Okay. I was excited when I saw this on the board, on the virtuals board. This is also another like great virtual success story. Saw you on the board. I remember talking about it before the launch, and I just would tell the people watching the show, I'm like, guys, watch this one, watch this, because I get my spidey sense and I get the tingles and I feel things a little early. I'm like, this is one that's going to matter, and I think it's going to matter a lot. And as we've seen the year play out, I think others started realizing that and agreed. And we saw that, reflected in token price and the way people talk about you guys. But the neobank or maybe omnibank, I don't know if those are kind of very separate terms or if it's kind of the same thing, but that's you. Tell us about what you're building, and then we'll get into the why it's so important and what the neobank, what neobanks are.
Yep. First of all, before I get into the project itself, I just want to, in front of everyone, thank you. You were like one of the very, very first people to actually, trust and give the exposure to VPay, because I don't know if you guys remember, like there was some sort of fraud around the launch, but yeah, you were one of their first people to see the vision, and help us basically get to where we are, because VPay has been self-funded and crowd-funded since day one. We don't have like huge VC money. We never did. We had lots of offers from big VC, but we rejected every single one, even to this day. To just keep it as community owned as possible. And about VPay, so the vision hasn't changed since day one, and the reason I kind of emphasize on the term omnibank instead of neobank. So we have a lot of neobanks on the market. The way they work is pretty simple. There are some providers on the market, Rain Cards, on some other Western providers, that they basically anyone, like let's say on this call we decide to launch a neobank, we can do it by the end of the month probably. We just use the infra from Rain Cards or any of these big guys, and probably all 98% of the neobanks on the market use the same infra. The way they differentiate themselves is like, oh, I'm offering 6% cashback, I'm offering 0% fees. And the way they do it is because as a marketing gimmick, because they have the VC money backing them, so they can spend it on basically as a driver, as a loss driver to get the users in. So why we prefer the term omnibank is two things actually. Is that our infrastructure is quite different. We work with our own banks. We don't use Rain Cards. We don't use Western beans or banks. So this is the first part that what makes us different. And the second one, why we prefer the term omnibank. Neobanks, what they do is just, oh, we are a bank, but make it crypto. But omnibank, and I think I emphasized on this a lot the first time I came on this show as well. So VPay is not going to be only like just a crypto card provider. We already have a lot of those in the on the market. The goal with VPay is going to be anything you need to do with your money. You can do it. You do it on VPay, and it's gonna act like a bridge between your Web2 assets and your Web3 assets. So again, we are working toward that. Especially the Web2 part has been a bit tricky, but we're getting there. Soon we're gonna have you can connect all of your self-custodial wallets to the VPay account. You can see all of your NFTs, all of your stake tokens. You'll be able to earn yields, everything all throughout the VPay app on the Web3 side of things. And on the Web2 side of things, again, it's going to be like, stocks, your USD, Euro, whatever accounts, doing Swift transfers, SEPA transfers, all of that. So it's going to be like an, all-in suite for all of your money. And then again, because we have the luxury of launching, we had the luxury of launching within the virtuals ecosystem. We kind of don't have to reinvent the wheel when it comes to everything. We can just, use the amazing teams and agents that are in the ecosystem. So for example, let's say booking flights. If you want to to build that ourselves, there's like a lot of headache, a lot of licenses, a lot of testing. But for us, we can just collaborate with the flight team, get that going. Same thing with a lot of other stuff. For automated trading, we're working with the FAI team. For ZK swaps, we're working with the Mute team. All of these that will be going live pretty soon. So yeah, I just don't want to talk too much. And the last thing I want to focus on is privacy. I've been in crypto since 2016. The reason I got into crypto was, privacy, decentralization, stuff like that. I was a kid back then. I really believed in this stuff. But I don't know, these days, it kind of, like it doesn't exist anymore. There is no privacy. There is no decentralization, not much of it, at least in my opinion. It's getting kind of lost. But I'm happy to see that these methods are making a comeback late 2025 and early 2026. Yeah, the other thing that makes VPay different is the privacy part of it. Despite unlike the other neobanks or crypto card providers on the market, we don't report your finances to authorities and stuff, because we use our own bank and the Asian banks. So yeah, that's another part that we are super focused on, and we are also working on more stuff to make things as private as possible for the users. Like I just saw a tweet yesterday which was crazy. Like EtherFi, which is one of the biggest neobanks and actually one of the best ones, because they have like their own unique niche angle of you don't sell your crypto to spend. You kind of just you create your vaults, and you don't sell your crypto to spend, so it doesn't trigger a tax event for the users. Cool angle, I would say. But then again, what the tweet was that basically the spending and the holding of almost every vault. Every user was just out there. That's not private. But with DPay, we don't have that. We try to keep things as private as possible. So yeah, it's your money. You want to spend it however you want, and you decide to do what you want with it. So that's like one of the SOs that we try to stand by as much as possible. Sorry for the long rant. I tried to.
Dude, I need the long rant for stuff like this because it's pretty foreign for me. Like, I understand the need for privacy, and more people are waking up to that. They really are, especially recently. There's so much. I mean, look, Zcash is about the most talked about thing right now, and I love that Mert is pushing right now. You better be paying attention to privacy, and you better understand that we need it. We need it right now. And it was actually great even to hear like Paul Atkins talking about it too. They had this like privacy panel with the SEC this week, and they're like the government. Look, crypto is like the ultimate surveillance tool if it were left unchecked, and we need to have privacy. In fact, there was it like the DTCC? There was some just major institutional thing or government thing that is moving to a privacy chain. Again, the point there is it is the new Meta, and it's Meta selling it too short. It is the new future for this stuff, and we need it because, man, people have woken up to that. Nothing you do on chain is private. Everything you do, everybody sees. You hide nothing, and if you knew that ahead of time, great. GG's, you're a little ahead, but a lot of people are waking up to that fact. So I'm glad we have people like you who are building in that direction. It's so important, and my understanding of it still is so little. So I'm excited to keep learning about it. What are things like non-FACTA? What is non-CRS rails? Like, what are these things?
So these are the basically I don't know, like how to like collectives or agreements that some of the banks, mostly the Western ones, are part of. That like so one thing that people kind of confuse, they're like, oh, you use Visa, so we do KYC, so our finances are out there. But Visa doesn't report your finances to any legal authorities unless you do like some maybe some you'd end up on FBI top 10 list or something. Maybe that happens. But other than that, Visa doesn't report your finances to everyone. It's the banking layer that reports your finances. And these banking layers, so we call everything banks, right? But without going too much into details, like not everything is a bank, there are banks, there are like, these digital entities like Revolut used to be. And then also these neobanks, these crypto neobanks that we have. At the end of the day, all of these are tech providers. It's the infrastructure layer that is in charge of, the reporting. E.g. for like the case of the most of the neobanks on the market, it would be rain cars, which majority of people might not know about, but they handle almost all of the volume on the market. So these are the layers that kind of they are CRS and FATCA compliant, so they have to do these reportings. And there are also banks that they're not compliant with this. It's mostly the Asian banks that these are the banks that if you work with, these are the rails that if you work with, you have more control and more privacy over your finances. And again, it's the choice and the responsibility of the users to whatever, if they want to report, if they want to, be a good citizen, good standing citizen, they report their taxes. But again, choice and the responsibility of the user. Our banks don't automatically report that.
I love it because, like, deep down, I kind of lean libertarian, and I like the personal responsibility thing, and so I dig it. So then, like, for Crypto Sage, again, with what you're doing here, there is an element of privacy here too. Again, AI counseling, and we're talking about health, mental health, whatever. People do expect that to be private. Does that extend to even payments for the services? Like, ideally, is that there now, or is that something you're working towards?
Well, that's one of the great appeals for not just AI counseling, but Web3 based counseling. You are able to pay via Virtual's ACP $80, which includes a real counseling session with one of our counselors. So you are able to pay for counseling with your cash. So now, obviously, there is a bit, every country, every counselor, every professional body has their own regulations that they have to adhere to. So there is certain information that under certain events the counselor has to do to the best of her might to try and prevent any violence done to anyone else. So that would be the ultimate thing, that your counselor would be obligated to report you to authorities. But if you're an international patient, client, or whatever, we can report you to South African authorities, and we can give you the wallet address. That's about it, and a description. What is done with that information will depend between authorities internationally, how far that will go. But South African councils and one Marlene is actually going to join us later on. She could tell you more about that specific regulations that they have to adhere to. But there is violence. If you tell your counselor, I'm going to commit violence to someone, I'm going to hurt someone, this is standard in most countries, by the way, especially in America, most states, they have to report it to authorities if you mean to do harm to someone. But use anything else, I mean, if we are obligated to deliver data to authorities, we can give us our drives. It's all encrypted via XMTP protocol. So unless we hand over our private keys, it can't be. Well, you say it can't be decrypted, but as long as software currently says that it will take many years to decrypt something like that. So there is a big appeal for someone who really want the utmost privacy in counseling. When I used to practice, we had VIP clients who did not come to our office because in a lot of small towns, prominent towns, they don't want to see people walking in to a family law office, because why is that person walking into a family law office? Probably domestic violence or something, that's what people think. So we go to their homes, and that's how we got privacy. But now he's in a dispute. They see his bank statement and he paid us. And that's maybe something he didn't want to speak about. So for counseling, it wouldn't even show. Obviously, when I have time in the future, I would probably do this for law agents. But what I've been focusing on now is mental health, just because doing a law agent would be a much bigger task. Because if I wanted to cover America, I'd have to do 52 states, train individual models on each state, because that's the best way you get accurate results. Otherwise, you just end up with a bunch of hallucinations. So mental health, the only difference really is culturally. Other than that, there isn't much difference. So if we can group major cultures and train into that more specifically, it's a much smaller amount of training data and training time than covering law globally. So eventually it's reachable. But for a small startup, renting those GPUs it adds up over time. So we can't afford to buy those commercial GPUs. I don't think many can. So yeah, but basically I went off point. But yeah, privacy is definitely there for those who want it, to the extent that we can provide it. Yeah, but that's what I.
That's great. No, it's awesome to hear. All right, I'm going to try switching the screen again. Hopefully, no problem here. But all right, we're good. We're good. Okay, both of you. Okay, something else that I think connects the products. Okay, we're always trying to get like the crypto user base, audience, whatever, into the products that you're building, right? But both of you have products that actually reach well outside of crypto. VPay, especially because I think there's so many people who are gonna. I mean, look, we've had so many issues with the traditional banking system and people's with their fingers, their paws, their dirty paws in your money in your banks. And this is a solution for them, or it can be. And then again, Crypto Sage for yours, again, it's a very human thing. This is something that is for crypto people, but it's also for everybody out there. So with that said, what is it you guys are doing and then gonna planning to do to help grow the reach of these products outside of our, we got this echo chamber or bubble or whatever. How do you reach people outside? Or is that just the thing you wait for them to come here? Because we know they're all coming at some point anyways. But yeah, what are your thoughts on it?
Do you want to go first or should I?
Yeah, for us, this year, because like Amir said earlier, launching on virtuals does give you a platform to reach an ecosystem of, as you said, also with a very dedicated, quite dedicated user base, who's willing to try most of the AI agents, or what I've come across, most of the users you see on X, they're willing to try the products and whatnot. So just starting off with that, you get your initial user base. Now, it's still very small comparatively to even just the base ecosystem. It's still very small. So our focus has initially been on crypto use, and we will obviously push that because we have the initial user base. But next year, we will mostly focus on trying to extend it, growing the normal marketing routes, getting ads out everywhere, getting users in, kind of not forgetting about the Emma token, but having the mentality that once we have good reportings, the Emma token will follow. So that's our focus for next year, is accessibility for everyone, getting our user base up, and then the rest will hopefully follow once everyone sees that we do actually have a very good product. So we need to get it in the hands of everyone. So that will be the focus for the first and second quarter of next year. And then on the sideline, we will still continue training our models on the data. But then, and this is a whole other discussion, but we've gone into the generation of synthetic data. And we want to focus on training on that synthetic data in the third and fourth quarter of next year. Because I don't know if you've seen the ARC Prize 2 was out, and the winning solution actually was based on them training models on synthetic generated data. So we've actually been working towards that, building the data sets, having our counselors speak to AI, counseling the AI, and then saving that data, multiplying it with stronger models, and then having a data set for that.
Could you give me like a quick TLDR on like what synthetic data is?
So synthetic data would mean, just like I explained now, so a real counselor would speak to a real human, and you would either get that data, and then you get other stronger models to generate more data based on your initial data set, which is very highly curated, but very small, not enough to train any model. So let's say you've got 200 examples of 10-turn, multi-turn chats of a real counselor, a real person. You multiply that by having either the counselors chat to agents to get that to 500 to 1,000 examples. And then you can start multiplying that by asking other stronger models, let's say ChatGPT 5.2, Gemini 3, any of those stronger models, even local models, to expand that data based on what you have. Then that runs through a lot of evaluation scripts that we also write. And then based off that evaluations, you pick the best results, and then you get your base data set for fine tuning. To scale that up, we'd love to do the complete pre-training as well, but that's a bit costly at the moment. So that's why we're focusing on the fine-tuning of open source models at the moment.
I love it. Man, we got some gigabrains here. It's absolutely wild.
Nice.
Amir, how about you? Like, again, scaling beyond the crypto Twitter, echo chamber. What are your thoughts and plans for that?
Yeah, I don't know how, like, again, I'm a bit of a boomer, so I don't know how to like share, but I just like dropped 2 messages in the private chat. If you have a way of sharing that with the users, feel free. Bit of a big alpha, but fuck it. Let's talk about this. So, to answer your question, at the moment, nothing. Because we are like, right now we are crypto to fiat, so basically off-ramp. So it's like what we are onboarding are the crypto users, and actually the more savvy crypto users. because we are like, we are more self-custodial compared to all the other neobanks and stuff. So it's like, we are targeted um, toward the more basically savvy crypto users. So, but what we're working on, and this is one of the visions for VPay and what is going to take VPay outside the not only the CT, the Twitter, crypto Twitter echo chamber, but all the crypto echo chamber is what the text I put in the chat, in our private chat, unfortunately, because I don't know how to do the public one. We put out a product that kind of went under the radar because we didn't, push it hard enough because it's still very early stages. It's called V-Link. Right now, what V-Link does, it uses X402. It's like this instant gasless global private and low fee payment system, right? So if I want to just to simplify it, it's PayPal, Linktree, and Cash App all rolls into one. But we have lower fees than PayPal. We are international. You're not restricted by countries and currencies. It's gasless. It's instant. So already much better than PayPal. But here's the thing. At the moment, V-Link is only crypto or stable to fiat. Users can pay crypto, and then the receiver gets fiat. But what we're working on, which this is gonna be probably complete in a month or two from now. Oh, perfect, man, thanks. This is gonna be complete in a month or two from now. Are the next stages of V-Link. Now, one of the things, one of the biggest problems that neobanks and crypto has in general is that we talk about Web3, but at the end of the day, at almost every point here, we have like this chokehold of Web2 on us. So when it comes to finances, the chokehold is Visa, MasterCard, and maybe, American Express at some points. But the monopoly is MasterCard and Visa. And no matter what you do, if you want to spend your crypto in real life, you gotta go through MasterCard or Visa. But what we're doing with Visa, with V-Link, I think you are based in the US, so I don't think you have this much. Also, like in the EU, I think you're also in the EU, so we don't use this much. But in East and Southeast Asia, and then also in South America, places that crypto is more adopted, or they kind of know how Visa and Mastercard screw people over. They have their own rails. They have these QR payments, right? And people, instead of tapping their cards on the POS on the POS systems and spending with credit card, they do these QR codes. That's again instant, but like much lower fees and hidden transaction fees and FXs compared to Visa and Mastercard. So this is what we're trying to replicate with V-Link. Phase 2, which is going to be pretty soon, users can also move crypto unstable to crypto unstable. Phase 3, again, quite soon, probably January 2026, users can also do fiat to fiat and also fiat to crypto. And there's also this technology. I've only seen this one in Dubai. I don't know if I've heard it's because of safety reasons. I don't really know what it means, but probably because it's so seamless and quick, that you can pay people, taxi drivers, merchants, freelancers, whatever, just by tapping your card on their phone through NFC and there's a mobile app. So I kind of got distracted a lot, different branches. But this is what we're trying to do with V-Link. V-Link, if we make this happen, it's gonna be the closest thing we have in crypto to basically decoupling and becoming independent from the monopoly of Visa and MasterCard. Basically, people actually being able to settle their payments through crypto, fiat, whatever they want. It's their choice. We give them all the possible combination of choices. Now they can choose to still be kind of stuck with Visa, Mastercard, or go crypto. The difficult part of it, but for this we are so what we're gonna do to the adoption is gonna be the difficult part, because you're gonna have these QR code links, right? Now, who's going to use this QR codes? You got to have the merchants who are, willing to use this QR code to just accept payments in stables and to be get completely independent from Visa and MasterCard. It's a winning situation for them because they save up a lot on the fees, because Visa and MasterCard do have a lot of hidden fees, especially on the merchant side. But then again, convincing them is going to be not an easy job. Fortunately, we have some connection of cafes, restaurants, and this type of vendors who have a lot of chains. Like I have this friend who has like a chain of 500 coffee shops in South Korea. I don't know if you've been, but the coffee shops are completely operated by robots, 24/7, no workers. You just go there, you order, and not like a vending machine. It's an actual robot arm making the coffee for you. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
So yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I was in South Korea for Korea Blockchain Week. I stayed there for a month, and every time I went there, and every time I was amazed. I eventually got connected to him through a mutual friend. So yeah, we have this this initial base, and also I was in Buenos Aires for a while. I was talking to some people. In Argentina, crypto is like insanely adopted. People actually use crypto to settle their payments. So we do have these countries to and these places and these connections to kind of help us with the initial adoption. And yeah, the reason I said all this was to say that this is what we're doing to uh, kind of get out of not only the crypto Twitter echo chamber, but just even the crypto echo chamber. Because stable coins and crypto, even at the end of the day, have benefits that far exceed bank restrictions. You don't have the local currency restrictions. You don't have the delays, the high fees. It's more private. Yeah, a lot of stuff. So like in Argentina, if you don't have the local bank account, or in Thailand, if you don't have the local bank account, you cannot use those QR codes. But with V-Link, with this, as you, the person who's paying doesn't need to sign up, doesn't need to do KYC, nothing. They only need a wallet, or for the fiat payments, Google Pay, Apple Pay, credit card, anything works.
Do you worry at all about, like, I don't know, different government crackdowns on privacy apps? And like, I don't know if this is, it falls into that category where that's something they look at. But I just think Tornado Cash, and they just don't love the things that they can't see. Is that something that concerns you at all, that you think about plan for?
Yes. So on it's something that we are aware of, and the good part of it is again, I think I mentioned this while I was talking about neobanks and how they're not banks. Because at the end of the day, we pay and 100% of the neobanks in the crypto market, we are all classified as tech providers. So all the liability falls on the banks and the banking layer. So again, for the most of the neobanks, it would be Rain. For us, it would be the bank that we work with. So that part of it is covered, and there's we won't like go into territory that we are not sure of. So yeah, as long as we don't have any issues with Visa, we try to keep pushing the boundaries in regards to privacy, and just to keep the users as private as possible. And hopefully, yeah. And once we get through the last phases of the of wheeling of what I mentioned, we're gonna be almost decoupled and independent from Visa and Mastercard. So less stuff to worry about.
Man, sounds great. So then for both of you, and kind of shifting gears a bit, would love to hear your favorite moments from this past year, and I'm sure there were a bunch. But yeah, what were some highlights for each of you from this year? Both it was your birth years, just the starting point, and even that point's a special point. But yeah, let's start with Crypto Sage. What was your, like, maybe a milestone for you this year?
Well, there's been a lot in my personal life. Deciding to leave practice and completely switch gears from law to crypto / mental health. But besides that, I think that the best point for me was probably when Emma bonded. So we launched prototype style, and crossing that 300,000, 400,000 market cap level was quite difficult at first, and then it happened. So that
You did it
was
a different way too. You blazed your own path for that too, which was just awesome. Going as a prototype, which was that was a harder path, and you made it. It was awesome.
yeah, that was a big moment for us, and getting a base grant as well. But just for personally for myself, that was a nice acknowledgement. But like I said, there's been so many good, like just when we launched and I got your message, Hudah, you were the first person of the ecosystem really to reach out, and then I think it was like it wasn't planned. You just said like, we're having a show, would you like to come on? And then I said yes, and then that was the first of it. So that was a pretty cool moment. But yeah, bonding was the ultimate milestone for us to reach this year.
That's awesome. And then next year, plans for next year and growth. What milestones do you have targeted?
1,000 users would be really nice at first. I think 1,000 users would be great. After that, let's reassess. I'd love to. Yeah, I think 1,000 users would be amazing if we can reach that, and then after that it would be 10,000. That would be the milestone.
I love it. You
Cool.
have to come back when you hit that. I think I expect to see it.
I should.
Yeah,
hopefully.
It's great. Amir, what about you? Same thing, like 2025, like special moment for you?
I have two. So the first one actually was the date Veil Intel launched my first project, my other project. Because I've been building in crypto for a few years. But I think like always the path seemed kind of restricted. You build a project, an MVP, then you go pitch to VCs. They ask some stupid questions. They might give you money to raise, they might not. And it's like I never liked that, even though I've done it before, but I never liked that. And Veil Intel and Virtuals and Genesis V1 was that moment for me that like, there's also this alternative of just crowdfunding the projects, and just getting to know the virtuals ecosystem, because I've been in Solana ecosystem, I've been in the Ton ecosystem, Ethereum ecosystem. For me, base and virtuals by extension. For me, like honestly, base just means virtuals. Um, Yeah, I think like I've never seen a community and an ecosystem as vibrant as the virtual one. You basically have you get this insane community that just makes your life easier. They actually use your product, they pay for your product, they give you feedback on your product, actual useful feedback. Like I'm on Twitter a lot, so I talk to probably most of the users on DMs, just get feedback from them on the UX, and it's just amazing. I've never seen that in any other ecosystem. Like I had an app, a project on Ton that we had 100,000 users, but like honestly, like I would prefer 10 users from virtuals from base compared to that 100,000. It's just the quality is just much more there. Like I don't know, I don't feel like extractors or anything. You see these users who are actually there to help you. They're actually interested about the product and the project. I mean, at the end of the day, people do like profit, and we are all in here for money at the end of the day. But yeah, it's just the vibe and the quality for me was different. Yeah, that was the first moment that I saw, this is possible, and this community is possible. And then by extension, when DP also kind of bonded or launched as well. So yeah, this one.
That was also special. And I love you shouting out like the virtuals community. It is different. We see projects migrate from Solana to virtual to base because it's like, man, it's people who I don't know if they're more technical. I'm not sure if that's the reason. It could be, but this community seems to understand, the building process. They seem to connect with builders differently, and it's people who are here because they enjoy the tech. There is something different, and it's cool to see them recognized. Right? They are different, and the holder quality is different. It's a different level, and I'm with you there, and it's just great hearing them get recognized. Then what about next year? What are your milestones? You already laid out a bunch, but just what are you looking for the most next year?
Yeah, before I go into the milestones, I don't know because you said some people from the virtuals are also gonna join the
Yeah.
show. I don't know like if I'm gonna be awake by then, but I just do want to take my shots here. And if you once they get there, I would like it if you could also bring it up with them. I know you already have like your questions, but would be great if you could also bring this up.
Absolutely.
And it's with the new Unicorn launch model. It's obviously a good model. Even before going live, I talked to SMH in Korea about the model. But I don't know. It's kind of sad to see for me to see some of the OGs from the virtuals ecosystem kind of leaving or becoming less active. I mean, parts of it goes to the market condition that is not as exciting as it used to be, of course, but also that the incentives are not there as much anymore for the users. I mean, virtuals at the beginning for Genesis V1 especially had this like uh, win quick, win big mentality that's not there anymore. But I do kind of also see that virtual's focus has shifted. I mean, it comes with the project maturing as well. But I don't know. This is just my feeling that virtuals is getting too laser focused on some some trends, metas, whatever you want to call them, niches, whatever, and kind of the users and have been, or we used to call them virgins. I don't even know if that term is around anymore because I don't see it used much. They've kind of been pushed into the background, and if this keeps up, we're gonna lose that vibrant community that we had. Um, because yeah, I see the OGs still there, but they do keep dropping, and I'm not seeing, new people and more people joining the ranks and like, becoming super involved, super users basically. So yeah, for me, that's a bit disheartening to see and would be cool if virtuals, kind of um, focuses on those aspects as well. Cool stuff they're doing with ACP, cool stuff with robotics. I also believe robotics, not robotics, but what do they call, what are the VCs calling it? Labor replacement. Labor replacement is going to be a big trend in 2026. So I think Mitchell is like really, really well positioned. Kudos to them. But yeah, I just hope they also don't forget the people who kind of took virtual to where it is now.
I love that point.
Yeah.
I love that point because I hear that from the community too. And it's like even an example is the farming at ACP to earn token rewards. Well, great idea, but now it's all botted and the users and especially the power users have left it. They have left that farming because it's not benefiting them. And a lot of things have gone that way. I definitely am going to ask them about that, what they have in mind to re-engage the community and make them, maybe the focus that they used to be, if how we get back there, and if they even see that as something that is a problem that they need to kind of work on. It's a good point, man. I'll definitely be asking.
Thank you.
Um,
Hopefully I'll be awake by then.
well, you know what? I'm going to clip this all after. We'll get those videos out there anyway, so I'll make sure you see it.
Awesome.
How about that?
Awesome.
All right, last questions from me on the token front, because that's what the community loves too. They love the products for sure, and they love the tokens. Crypto Sage, you did an airdrop earlier this year, actually not long ago, a month or two ago, which was awesome.
Yeah.
So cool. I gotta say, so cool to see you use our reputation to help tailor that airdrop right to your maybe highest quality holder. I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but your believers. You can find your believers and airdrop maybe more to those people, which was cool to see. What other plans do you have for maybe continuing that or doing new things, but just kind of taking care of the holders, rewarding them, and just other general token plans for next year?
So what in terms of expansion of the virtuals eco that you mentioned now, base app went live yesterday, the open version for everyone. Hopefully that onboards a lot of people, and we've been positioned on the base app for quite some time now, just waiting for this moment, trying to get more users in via that. So what most people probably don't know, and like Amir said earlier, we should have probably pushed it harder from our side. But if you are an EMA holder, you do get access to just chat as much as you want to EMA. So it's 1 million tokens right now, which is not that much. The price has gone very low lately, but if you are Emma holder, you get access to that. But further than that, we've always said from the start that, not only does virtuals or launching as a token give you the platform to go internationally, it gives you also the ability to, if you really wanted to, pay for private counseling with crypto. Your chat is secured, but it also gives other users to share in the profit. A lot of our counselors will be freelance based, network based, so it just gives them an extra. I'm speaking specifically now about the counselors, but anyone that buys the token, the idea is to start revenue sharing in the long run. We've done it up until this point just by doing airdrops as much as we can, being self-funded. But we didn't just want to give tokens away just because you are older right now. So we needed a way to evaluate that, and we could probably build something, but nothing nearly as advanced as getting ratings, because just getting a rating, there's so much factors that gets, as I've seen from the docs, it gets taken into account. Just giving you an A+ or B a rating. So if someone has an A+ rating, I know that's a long-term holder who actually accumulates over time. So sending them tokens, I rarely see anyone sell most of it, or any of it. So we've have a very good retention rate on the airdrop so far, and that's mostly because we airdrop only to people who have been holding and accumulating over time. So taking that forward, the idea is that holding Emma, you get access, and let's say you did pay for a month subscription, we will eventually use the Emma token as a loyalty program as well, in the sense that, let's say you reach certain goals, you can get your part of your subscription back. So then we basically pay you to look after your mental health, and as a marketing line, but it also gives us the ability to give certain holders who know they are going to have a lot of counseling for the next 2-3 years, we can give them discounts on counseling as well, if you're Emma holder, for instance. So that's the is getting the token more involved in our core business, which is the counseling, at the end of the day.
Fantastic. Oh, I love it. All right, then Amir, same thing for you. Plans for the VPay token, next year, ideas for it. And then I have to ask, because people ask me too, when airdrop? You get that question all the time now. I saw you even answered it yesterday, so I know it's soon, but
Yeah, I also see Kat in the comments. I was just talking to him. Yeah, like from the day one on VPay, we've been, like trying to think of ways to reward the early contributors. That's the term I like to use. The people that kind of believed early, because VPay started as basically nothing. Just I really appreciate anyone who believed in VPay and supported us, and we got to where we are now. VPay was self-funded before that, and the banking connections, they stake that in the bank, and a lot of this also costs a lot of money. So yeah, I think we had the Arvis Chirps campaign. We also had this Diamond Hand campaign right at the beginning. 3% of token supply is gonna go to the people that they stake their tokens for so long. This started from Genesis V1, we went through Genesis V2 and the unicorn model, and Virtuals even phased out the staking system, but they still kept their tokens staked. So I really appreciate these people, and we're gonna be distributing the tokens probably this week. So yeah, like really appreciate these guys, and soon we're gonna be having more campaigns based on referrals. Oh, by the way, people who sign up to VPay, just use the referral links. You'll get a percentage of anyone who uses your referral link. All their spendings on top ups, you get a percentage of it in perpetuity. So good passive money, because the average person does spend a lot of money on a yearly basis. Even a small percentage of that is going to add up a lot. Damn, I get distracted. I get like sidetracked a lot.
so many things.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, we're gonna be having campaigns because we still have like a couple of percentage of the early contributors. allocation left. We're gonna be having the referral campaigns, the top spenders campaign, and also the V-Link campaign. Yeah, that's quite an important one for us. Like pushing V-Link. The final goal for VPay. Again, I think I put this out in a tweet that again I really believe in replacing VCs. I don't like VCs. Um, um, I believe in true co-ownership of projects. So the ultimate goal is gonna be, once we get to a level that we're comfortable with the amount of profitability that we have, that we can sustain everything. The team is paid. The project can sustain itself, and then there's like a decent amount of revenue, like noticeable, meaningful revenue and profit left. It's gonna be just revenue sharing for I would like to call them co-owners of the project, because these are the people that have stuck around with VPay. So yeah, that's going to be the ultimate goal. That I don't know when. I don't want to give up time and not be able to deliver, but hopefully it's going to happen sometimes in 2026, that we'll be able to just keep the users and share the revenue and the profits with the users, because that should be the goal of Web3, I think. Yeah.
Oh, I love that. That's spicy. And I appreciate just being open with the plans from both of you. Man, I also got to thank you both for joining and spending your time, and like awesome. I love both of you and your projects, like just awesome stuff. Some of my favorite builders over in this ecosystem, and what's cool is I know growing beyond. So just going to be some of my favorite builders out there, period. So thank you guys for your time. Guys, make sure you follow. It's VPay_global for Amir and his awesome project here. And then Crypto Sage's AI counselor, it's Dr. Emma Sage. Follow it, Dr. Emma Sage. Both of those over on X. Guys, thank you again. Awesome stuff. Open door always, like I tell everybody here, but open door with your big updates. You want to come on and just say hi to the community, whatever, just let me know. We bring you on and let's run it back again.
Well,
Thanks,
thank
man.
you.
Thanks for having me.
It's always so much fun, Hudah.
Anytime,
I'm gonna,
guys.
yeah, I'm gonna try and stick around, because I have a lot of cool names showing up on the
There's a lot,
on the
but I'm like
stream.
a plan. You can get your sleep. I'm going to put it all out there in clips. We'll make it easy for people to go and catch up on stuff. But you guys are awesome. Thank you again.
Nice meeting you
Appreciate
as
it.
well. I mean,
Same here, man. Same here. We'll
Appreciate you guys.
talk more in DMs. Yeah.
We'll see you.
Have a good one.
You too.
cheers.
All right, guys. Next we have Quant Fun coming up here, which boy, oh boy, can't wait. I'm going to take a 1-minute break. I'm going to fetch some caffeine, and then up with Quant Fun, who, wow, I just realized the date. They had their big V2 launch the same day as the big Coinbase update. So give me a minute. We'll get Quant Fun up here to share their big updates. Be back shortly. All right, guys. Man, great teams, great people. Like, that's the coolest part. Great products all over the place. And I think today, especially, we're highlighting like just the next level stuff, the very special stuff, the very special people. But what's cool is when we get to chat with these people, you hear their skill level. You hear what they're thinking about the industry and, again, their respective part. And we got the guys who can build the things that they are actually building, right? I say this a lot during the show. We see a lot of great product descriptions. We see a lot of great white papers, but it's not till you meet the team that you understand, can they build the thing? And we just keep meeting people who I hear them and I believe they can build the thing. So excited to keep hearing from these guys. And look, we got a lot to go, but as of right now, feeling very excited for next year and the products we're going to see and how they're growing. All right, we'll move on to, and this is a special one I like a lot from day one. When I saw this pop up on the board, I saw it, thought it was interesting, got to know the team. I'm like, boy, oh boy, I think these guys are building something different, something very different from anything we see in virtuals. Because really it's a product that lives kind of outside of there, maybe token launch there, right? But the product lives outside. And again, one I think is very, very special. I'm going to bring on James from Quant Fun. Let's get him up here and let's start hearing about what they're building. And again, V2 launch, I think, is officially live. Let's see. James, welcome to the show, man.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm going to be off camera because V2 launch yesterday was just a lot of work and I look like I should not be on camera.
Fun.
So you get to see my little character today. But if people can see me in different videos, they want to see my face.
We've seen you. We know you're real.
Yeah. So I think that you make a good point. I actually saw Beeple's repost of a really long thread called "Crypto is Dead," and it's not like crypto is over, but it's more like how are crypto projects going to be successful nowadays? And for my team, it seems very obvious that it's not about building in a lot of over gamification and trying to win users in a kind of crowded market, but actually trying to expand the pie and welcome in people that are not currently using crypto, or maybe they're only crypto casuals. And so we launched V2 and then released some of our very interesting products yesterday, including my Bitcoin Fundamentals 3x product. That's a vault that is earning around 40% APY with a 6% max drawdown. So this is a quant strategy that I'm really proud of, and we're working with different hedge funds, 3 hedge funds right now, to launch their strategies as well. And so our goal is to make DeFi investing really easy and effortless, and for people to be able to make more money than with active trading through investing in these strategies. And so we released the UI refresh. I think it looks much cleaner, and we needed something that could handle a lot more vaults, because we have 11 in the hedge fund pipeline right now. They're going to be launched probably in January. We make them launch privately first. And so I think it's a really cool thing. If you click on the Bitcoin Fundamental Hudah, we can show people that one. It's obviously my favorite. It's based upon my graduate school research at Harvard. And so what this does is it just earns yield. And then when the market panics, it will buy, and then it will sell again. And so it has a very high conviction and a very infrequent trading strategy. And so I really like our new UI. This was so much work to put together, and I really appreciate when I see teams in virtuals or other ecosystems that work really hard on a real product. And I think that it really pays off in the long run. So Hudah, would you like to lead with some questions? How would you like this conversation to go?
Well, yeah, and we'll vibe our way through it like we do. But right off the bat, I love the redesign. Love it, right? I've been waiting for this for a minute just to see how the refreshed version looks. And it looks great. Like you said, it's super clean. Dig the redesign here. Did you say that there's a new vault that did launch with this?
Yeah, so the Bitcoin Fundamental 3x, we had the 1x out there, but it was so if you go back to the page for the Bitcoin Fundamental, I can actually show you how that works.
Okay.
On the left, you'll have 1x, 2x, or 3x. Sorry, on the right. Right under the APY, and you can choose what level of risk reward you want.
Interesting.
So we think this is really exciting, what Dylan calls composable leverage. So you can actually customize an exact amount of leverage, like 1.5x or 2.2x, from mixing your deposits into these vaults. And we think that that's really exciting for creating portfolios that are efficient for people that are more nerdy about finance. But some people, they just want to invest in the highest APY, and so they click on the 3x and click the button, and that's okay too.
Is that the more degen play?
We took a survey of around 500 people before our V2 launch, and it was super helpful for us. And almost everyone just wanted way more risk reward than we were offering. And so by just adding a little bit of leverage and tightly controlling it, I think that this is a really good product. And then we have that that feedback for the hedge funds. And so, well, first, we're typically going to launch a 1x product. We are interested in always trying to offer different levels of risk reward to respect that appetite for risk that, frankly, this like very early crypto community has, but most other people don't have. And so people can choose what level they want, and that's a way we respect the customer.
Yeah, very cool. Okay, and remind me on this. You have like this very ambitious goal, and I think you're going to hit it. But is it launching a new vault? Is it once a week or is it once a month?
Once we want to launch 50 next year. Obviously, trying to do it once a week. We'll see how smooth that release schedule is, but I wouldn't say it's actually that hard. We already have, like I said, 11 in the pipeline from external hedge funds. We have our own ideas for new vaults we can launch, and so I think part of the reason we exist is to help people enjoy passive investing and enjoy making money. And so, like, how can we actually engage a retail audience while having passive products? And it seems like having a lot of new products and new interesting things going on is a really great way to accomplish that and to make quant.fun fun rather than quant.boring.
I like your spin on that. I like that take. Katz, I'm going to get to that question in a minute. I actually bet I can answer it, but I'll leave it to James because I know his product well. You have a very interesting way of, I should say interesting way you come up with these new vaults, which is you're partnering with other people. And in a way, it's like their branded vault. Is that the right way to say it?
Yeah, and so the hedge funds are going to have co-branded vaults. So it'll be like we have some of these live in the back end right now, like Nautilus Labs X Quant.Fun, and so we one of those is actually really silly. It made like 9% in 3 days, and so the APY is like 2,000% on it. So it looks really stupid, or maybe really exciting for people. And so yeah, it's a really collaborative goal of bringing together everyone that's okay with sharing their strategies with the world and not just limiting them to very rich people. And so some funds don't want to work with us because they have an ideological reason. They only want to help rich people make money. But we've had a lot of interest from funds that are open to everybody making money.
I appreciate that a lot, actually, because you know what, like I've told you this before. This is something I want to learn and get exposure to. And if it's gated, if you have no chance, because people just don't want you. If you don't have enough money, bummer. I'd love to be able to play and learn, right? And you're giving people that opportunity, which I love. Kat's question. I know we get this question, or you've gotten it quite a bit, but why do you need the quant token? Like the product, but like so many products these days, don't feel the token is necessary. But I think some of the most, the premium vaults, I believe, are gated. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's a fair question, Kat. So our current tokenomics, we've been doing buybacks very consistently with higher amounts than what we promised originally to do. We promised to buy back with 20% of protocol revenue. I think our average is it's substantially more than that. And then also we allow people to access the new hedge fund strategies early if they have the token. And so I think that's really valuable for the token holders, and that they get to be the first in on the really new strategies. These are people that are very engaged with our product. And so it's rewarding for them. But also, I think that a lot of these newer strategies, they're a little bit higher risk than some of the other ones. And so this helps out the hedge funds, and that now they can have some early customers from people that are more sophisticated investors that are willing to actually think a little bit more deeply about this rather than just waiting for a year-long track record or a 6-month track record. So I think that having the token gating mechanism for early access to the funds is a really great win-win for both our whales that have that permission, but also for the hedge funds.
Now you're getting your Cats. Let me know if that helped and address the question. You're all over the world, right? Every time I talk to you, you're in a different part of the world, at a conference, at a meeting, at a whatever. What's the interest been like from people you've been meeting out there?
Yeah, I would say one of the biggest surprises, Hudah, is that there aren't people working on this. We don't have competitors in a traditional sense. I mean, there are a few names that are somewhat adjacent, but we have to explain a lot of how this works and tell people that it's actually possible every time we talk to them, whether it's a VC or a hedge fund. And so it's been really cool. We were actually just at Breakpoint in Abu Dhabi So the Solana community was very supportive there, and I talked to some stablecoin providers that might be able to allocate a lot of cash. So for us, it's kind of interesting in that we're open to institutional investment rather than just only retail, but we always are passionate about being open to retail. It's part of our core value proposition. Although frankly, over time, we're probably going to see that like 90% of our actual customers are just institutions, and the hedge funds obviously themselves are institutions too.
Interesting. And you guys are going through a raise right now, correct?
That's correct. We can't really confirm a lot of details on that publicly, but yeah, we've gotten a lot of encouraging feedback, a lot of VCs interested, and so when we close the round, we will announce it, and I'm really excited for that. It'll give us the funding to grow really, really fast and to scale this company to be much bigger, because right now we have 3.5 people, and that's awesome. But to accomplish our vision of bringing effortless wealth creation to everyone, to get beyond just crypto assets as well, it's going to take more money and more people. And so I'm really excited about that.
Cats like the question. By the way, love that answer. But cats like that answer as well from just before. Important for projects to explain utility these days. Yes, that you're right too. There needs to be a bigger focus on that. And I'm always okay, to be honest, if a project says, utility not really there. Buybacks is enough, but some projects, no utility. I can treat it like, it's a meme coin tied to the project, and it just means that, like, look, if the right opportunity comes down the road to do something with the token, it's there. But, understanding that is great. And so, yeah, in this case, I like that there is actually, I think, it's a really premium utility for it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, early access to those vaults and those premium vaults, great. Also, I know it also gates the whale chat, and this is a different kind of whale chat, right? Like, there's all kinds of chats out there that are gated that, you're told it's from the best traders or degens or whatever. And, you know what you're really getting often. It's just crypto Twitter guys who are, I don't know, maybe not what they tell you they are, as opposed to this, where I think just knowing James here and Dylan, they are a different kind of investor, a different kind of trader. And I think the people they're surrounded with, same thing. I think that whale chat is actually probably pretty something special. Anything you could actually say about that whale chat?
I think one of the big benefits is that when the market goes sharply up or down, people consistently ask us. Dylan's a super talented trader. I do pretty well myself, and we say like, oh, look, this is what I think. Here's why. And we seem to be right pretty often. I'm particularly great at trading Bitcoin, as I've been doing that for many years. And Dylan is better for things in the long tail assets. That he's really good at trading Solana, and then obviously the memes, other things like that. And so I think that it's a pretty valuable thing, and we're very responsive in there as well. And so, but we're responsive in our community chat too. I think that with any project like ours, we're still early enough where you can actually reach out to like C-suite executives within that company, and you can get a really good response, especially if you want to do business with them. And so that's something that we're passionate about, keeping open that transparency and that availability.
Great stuff. All right, we'll get to the end right here, but a couple last questions from me, which is, special year because you got the project launched, but for you, what are your milestone moments from 2025? Things you're most proud of?
Yeah, man. Well, so we were exploring starting in February, and we thought about a lot of different ways we could work in internet capital markets, because we were both, I was like more of a Bitcoin guy exploring Solana, and Dylan was very much a Solana on-chain guy. And so we've just had a lot of success. I'll say that I really enjoyed the international travel. There were a few moments that were wins for me. I won the Coinbase AI Agents Hackathon in Barcelona earlier this year. And I won like $750 cash at a startup competition in Boston, where we live, called Boston Shark Tank. I actually threw $100 in cash at the audience during that presentation, and so that was pretty fun. And so those were some pretty cool moments. And then I think it's really validating now to see that the hedge funds are now being onboarded. This all works. And it seems like we're going to be able to bring wealth creation to everyone. There was a moment, I actually went to the Bolivia blockchain conference. This is a less wealthy country. They're just getting into crypto. Crypto was basically illegal a few years ago. And these people are now our customers, and they have access to funds that make them money passively that they would have never had access to otherwise. And so we are creating wealth for people around the world without the barriers. The token holders get a little bit earlier access, but eventually everyone has access. And that's something that I'm really passionate about, is uplifting people.
Man, great stuff. And then last question, 2026. Okay, so with V2 now live, and we know these new vaults are coming and the raise happening behind the scenes, what are you most looking forward to? What do you think will end up being your milestones next year?
Yeah, so I am excited for the large variety of hedge funds that we're already working with and will work with, but getting those 50 vaults launched, trying to just give so much variety to our user base is going to be really fun. One of the things that we've talked about is the hedge fund strategies become substantially more investable, both for retail and for institutions after 6 months or a year of track record, right? Track record is super important in passive investing and in hedge funds. And so our first half of the year, we're focused on more and more hedge funds, bringing all that, making that pipeline super robust. And by the first half of the year, we should have a pretty good idea of like filling up those 50 slots of what we're going to release for the rest of the year. But then the second half, we're focused more on user experience. And we've actually, one of the guys from that Coinbase hackathon, his name is Cormac. He's one of the world's leading engineers in the AI space, not just somebody who's hacking things together. And so we have we have more context now than before to build out a really good AI agent. But I think that we've decided to wait on building a really amazing agent until we have more of the hedge fund core product built out, because there are a lot of teams that we've noticed that actually do have a half decent agent and they have a decent UX and they have this beautiful bridge that leads to nowhere. There's they promise to be an investing company. And then when you actually use the agent, it just spits out this large wall of text about why you should buy XRP. And so we're trying to avoid that, and I think that we've got a pretty good track record going forward.
Dude, incredible. I gush usually when we're talking because I think you guys are great and I think you're built different, and like you said, you're building a thing nobody else is building. So I'm excited to follow you guys into next year and beyond and see how you grow this thing. And I think you're going to make waves here. I really, really do believe that. And behind the scenes, I tell my friends the same thing. So thank you for your time here, man. Again, I can't wait to see the continued growth next year. And man, I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Right. See you tomorrow, Hudah.
I can't wait, man. Thanks for your time. Oh, guys, and I just wanted to put up your socials on the screen real quick, but definitely make sure you're following along. Again, you see the vaults here. Great APY. I mean, it's a great way to invest if you've never invested this way before. It's different for a lot of us if you're more the DGen type, but give them a follow. It's My Quant Fun. Check out V2. They'll have their weekly spaces tomorrow to update on everything going on there. Should be a fun one. Again, James, thank you very much, man.
All right. Our pleasure.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, fam. All right, we're going to keep moving. So, okay, we did our group chats in the morning, which was awesome. We're moving now into the time where we're going to start doing these faster interviews, and we're going to start getting them here at maybe a faster clip. So let me go ahead and bring the schedule up just so you see what we're getting back to now. Let's see. I think I just shuffled my screens around before accidentally. Here we go. Okay, coming up here in 8 minutes, we have Webacy. Excited for that. You may actually see another Crypto Slam team member on with me at that point too, which will be Pasquin. You guys, I believe, have met him once before when we had Tatum on the show, but that'll be great. Virtuals taking our spot at 8:45. So we'll have virtuals on then, and then it's just fast and furious. Tatum, Tradeport, and then we get to the stuff that these are some big names out there. These are some of the main players here in crypto, in NFTs, and that's Play Mythical. It's Yahoo Finance. It's Yatsu. I mean, man, the big dog himself. And it continues on through the rest of the day, right? Zyber, Troon, Nate Geraci special. I just love that guy. DapperLabs coming. Say is coming. Jared talking art with us coming. Base is coming following their massive day yesterday, launching the Base app, launching stock trading, launching a prediction market. Just so much going on in that ecosystem. And then we end the show here, still many, many hours off, guys. We got a long show to go, but we end the show with Cool Cats and Cyberkongs talking NFTs, and I can't wait. How you guys liking it so far? And keep the questions coming as we go. Just to be clear, my question for every project is, what is the point of the token? I feel like every project with the token should be able to answer. They absolutely should. Absolutely should. It's totally fair. And it's a good question. So I like that you ask it, Cats. And beyond that, I think we got to start getting to the point of, would you be open to equity? Like equity ownership via token. Are you open to the Caesar route? So, I live in that space. All right, I'm going to step away again for just a minute. It's, there's a bit of what, personal care. I need water. Guy, I can just say I need some water. BRB will be live again in just a couple minutes, and I'll be back in just a minute here. Cats, I'm right there with you. I wasn't expecting that from VPay. But that was spicy. That was pretty spicy. Buyback and burn, not enough, but hinting at equity. Rev share for token holders. Yes. So what that has me thinking is I held VPay, right? When I was playing this a lot more, I was a VPay holder. I sold at some point. Sometimes I'm an okay trader. That's the kind of thing that may get me buying back in. That's that kind of thing. So with you where I was not expecting that. But I'll tell you what, like Amir surprises me every time, and I think highly of Amir, founder of VPay. I do. I like Amir a lot. He surprises me every time I talk to him, like his understanding, his knowledge, kind of what's driving him. And again, I believe the ability to build the thing. It's just the sense I get from him. I do. And I think there's been some questions about the project and are they going to deliver? Can they deliver? And with him, I don't know. Maybe I waffle. And I don't know if it's a comment about him. It's just I'm not sure. I just don't know if we've gotten to see enough Amir. He was right where he doesn't get a lot of coverage here. He'll get a tweet or two from virtuals, but I think aside from this show, maybe he's been on one of the other virtual shows, but I don't think he's gotten a lot of coverage. And I think if we got more of that we might have a lot more conviction in VPay. But clearly, price action, seeing the token price, especially at his peak, shows you a lot of people do believe in it. So we'll see. I do think he's building something unique, special, and it was interesting. And I need to go back and chew on this a bit more. But him saying not neobank, but omnibank, and I need to chew on that and understand a little more of like the difference. But again, interesting to hear him talk about it. I think he's a really, really good guy. I'm very excited for that. VP is the virtuals tweet today. Yeah, I saw that. And boy, yeah. Again, really, really excited to see what they continue to build. By the way, Dr. Emma Sage and Crypto Sage, who's, half of the team behind it. I think they have 3 people on the team now, but, his wife on the team as well. I like that dude. I just think such a nice guy building such a, his product he's building fits him. It's a wellness app. It is a AI counselor. This is for real counseling with a human. The agent helps onboard the person. You start your journey into that wellness, into that counseling session by talking to AI, then delivers like a report, a write-up, whatever, to the counselor about the person who's looking for the counseling. I think that makes a ton of sense. Cuts out, some of that initial time. Look, when you go and you get counseling, you can go weeks where it's just establishing, like it's the counselor meeting the person, you feeling out what the person is, what they're like, what their problems are. You can have an AI do that part. I really do believe that. You can have an AI cut out a month worth of therapy just from you sitting there and chatting with an AI chat for a few hours. Probably can learn more about you than a therapist can in, a few weeks. So I think he saw onto something there. And again, he or his wife is a lawyer. I believe he was a lawyer, his wife, the counselor. And I think he's doing something very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, I'm going to bring Pasquin up here to join in on this chat. Again, I hope you guys remember Pasquin. Good friend of mine and lucky to call him a coworker. He's a gigabrain too, man. Like, my goodness. Pasquin, one of the smartest guys I've ever met. And that's saying a lot. I meet a lot of smart people, but Pasquin, one of the smartest I've met. So honored to get him up here for this chat with Webacy. I'm going to throw Webacy up on the screen here. There we go, cats. Yep. Love it. My Webacy, AI-powered risk intelligence and due diligence API for digital assets. What does it mean? We'll find out. Okay, temp check from you guys. How you liking it? How are you liking the teams? How are you liking the flow? How are you liking the show? And who are you most excited to see coming up for the rest of the show? Remember, we got the big hitters coming, man. Okay, I was about to say I'm nervous. I'm actually not nervous for any of this. I'm very excited. I'm really excited for a big stretch coming up. I'm really excited. I'm excited for Play Mythical. I'm excited for Yahoo. I'm excited for Yat. I'm excited for Nate. My world was NFTs. It still is NFTs. And these guys are I associate them with NFTs. Yes, even Yahoo Finance while we're powering their NFT dashboards, their NFT charts. To me, that's an NFT thing. My time with Say was NFTs, and I know they're getting into AI a little now and some tokens. And they always had tokens, right? But my experience with Say was NFTs, and I loved it. So, it's the reason I'm especially excited for some of these. DapperLabs, maybe even a similar thing, right? I was onboarded really to NFTs because of DapperLabs, because of NBA Top Shot. Very, very special to me. And I'm just so excited that Luke from DapperLabs Flow is coming on, who I've known Luke now for years. I've known him for years, talked to him just from so many projects at this point. Luke has been on the show, I think, twice at this point too. So should be cool. Should be cool. Yeah, a producer would be great. I hope I'm handling it all right. But yeah, you do need even piloting the thing is not a one-man show. So we make it work. We make it work. Okay. We'll have actually any minute now. Make sure I got times right. Any minute now. We got Webacy here. Okay, cool. Give me a quick second and I'll bring you up. Actually, let's just get you up now, because let me see who's coming up beyond. Oh yeah, again, this is where we move fast. We got 15 minutes, and this is a tight one because Virtual's up next. And so, we got them both. Okay, let's get this going. All right, boys. Let's go boom. And then let's go, let's do boom and boom. Okay, we got the gang here. We did it. We did it. Welcome. Is it Micah? Am I saying that right?
You got it.
Love it.
You crushed it.
Love it. Welcome to the show. It's good to meet you. From Webacy. And then we got Pasquin from, again, I think some of you guys know, but from Crypto Slam, and also a good friend. It's good to see both of you. Let's get into it. Again, we do have a tight, 15 minutes, which this is where it gets fun. We start going rapid fire and we get this is gonna be a fun one. But let's kick it off. I would love to hear about Webacy, what it is. We'll start there.
Great question. Excited to be here. Thanks for the time. Webacy, we do diligence for everything in crypto. So we can tell you the risk of any wallet, asset, token, smart contract, transaction hash, anything, you name it, in digital assets.
Very cool. Explain to me the due diligence part. What is the due diligence? What does that process look like? Like, why is it important?
Why is it important? This is a great question. I could give a long answer, but I think we're trying to be quick here.
You can do long answer. No, it is important.
No, so when I say risk analysis, risk is really broad in crypto, right? You could have your sanctions and compliance-based risk, which is really important if you're running a company or if you care about the safety of the people interacting on your platform. That's one piece. And then you have expanded risk. You have financial risk. If you're buying a token, you want to know, hey, is this token going to be, is it going to rug me? Is it safe or fair for me to buy as a user? And then you have behavioral risk. You have smart contract-based risk. You have risk of the things that you're doing with your wallet, the things that you're signing, money you're sending. So risk is really broad. And what Webacy does is actually combine all of the risks that are possible, do a whole bunch of analysis on it based on on-chain data, and then shoot out a risk score, including all the possible flags that come out with it. So that's what we do. And it's important because when you're on-chain, you want to know and you want to be able to trust the things you're interacting with. You want to make sure the platform is safe. You want to make sure the users you're sending money to are safe. And you want to make sure that your money and your bags are safe on-chain.
Yeah, sounds kind of important. What is that? And hang on, let's get the screen up. What does the analysis process look like? And so on your site, every asset, wallet, stablecoin, it's awesome that you can dial it into that degree. What does the risk check look like? What is it looking for?
The risk check's pretty straightforward. So there's two parts of the product. If you go to dd.xyz, this is a consumer-facing app. It's open. People can use it. You can use it yourself. Anyone listening can go and use it for free. We have more enhanced analysis that you can actually pay for if you want to upgrade. But this is meant to be, first of all, a connection to our APIs. The bigger part of the business is the APIs. That's where all of the heavy processing is done. That's where other companies integrate us to make sure their end user safe. So it's in the wallets, in the DEXs, and in the swaps that you interact with every day. But dd.xyz is really cool because we wanted to give users and individuals like you and me a place to go to screen risk for anything on chain. So if you're going to send money somewhere, you can type in the address there. If you want to put a token in there, you can see things like bundling, sniping, top holder analysis, all kinds of different metrics when it comes to financial analysis. You could even screen a smart contract. And so this is one piece of it. And then, like I mentioned, the APIs, we also have webhooks. You can actually integrate into the project. So if you want to screen wallets before you airdrop, if you want to screen wallets before they connect to your platform, if you want to do transaction simulation before you allow transactions on your wallet, all of the above, so many different use cases that our customers have done.
Interesting. Product intended for humans to use manually, kind of like I just did, or is there maybe an AI component where agents can tap into this and use this for safety with how they transact?
Great call out. We have both. So a lot of them are humans, and then we have a couple partnerships with AIs that can actually check this, because you can see this is like, it's meant to be programmatic. It's meant to be software based, and it's meant to be able to assess risk at the speed of that risk the risks are coming out. So it's as fast as digital assets can move. And so we have AI agents using it to screen their purchases, their swaps, their trades, their sends before making it. So let's make sure your AI agents don't send you to jail by sending money somewhere they shouldn't, as well as any platforms themselves, because you can't manually actually screen all of the things as fast as they move on chain.
Yeah, and they do move fast. Okay, when I just did this quick search, just looking at the virtuals token, instant, right? Instant. Is that how this works? Is it that fast? Because sometimes, like, if you're trying to make a trade and you're just doing the risk assessment, like seconds can matter. The process felt like no latency. Is that how it works?
We've worked really hard to make it super fast. And one thing I'll mention is that our endpoints are real time. So every time you query it, we're going to look, especially new features of risk at that moment. So for example, let's say if you're in the United States, you know what TSA pre-check is. You're going to get pre-checked, and then for the next 5 years, you're safe and sound. But a lot can happen within that 5 years. On chain, it's the same. You can't just audit once and expect that to be safe for the rest of time. So we've built it to be real-time risk. So we'll look at all of the new updated activity, metrics, trading, volatility, everything that we could possibly find on that address, and then update risk with that. So you're getting the most up-to-date, real-time information of risk.
I love it. Just for fun, I threw my wallet in. I wanted to see how
nice and safe.
Okay, so low is good. Okay, risk low. Okay, I am safe.
Yeah, I'd be okay sending you USDC if I felt like it.
That's very, very cool. That's so important. Like, look, we're in this world where reputation matters so much, and we're seeing it play out in like different ways. There's like the Ethos platform, like that's more like social reputation. But man, we're right there with you where on-chain reputation matters so much, and like obviously you get it because you built it. I think most of I'll just speak for crypto Twitter, hasn't understood how much it matters. It matters so much because we're going to start getting in this world where on-chain loans are going to happen, and your reputation should probably factor in there somehow, some way. And you even mentioned maybe like related to airdrop. Should somebody qualify for an airdrop? Maybe not if their wallet's reputation ain't so hot. So we're going to start seeing this everywhere and everything coming up. In fact, okay, if I can make a prediction based on just gut, this year, I would imagine like wallet reputation is going to matter in a way that it hadn't before. And people will finally wake up to like, they should probably be a little safer in their stuff and maybe trade a little nicer and kinder. And maybe just know that their reputation is going to matter a bunch. This is awesome. Good stuff. Pasquin, have you used this? I know you're familiar with it, but what's your like interaction engagement with Webacy?
Well, we met with Webacy, through our initial SlamNation outreach. Talking to different businesses, trying to be as broad spectrum as we could in terms of use cases for our intelligence. And stumbling across Webacy, found some great synergies with them and what we already do with Wallet DNA, where we have our behavioral metric analysis, determining, how do people get token, as well as the network of wallets that interact sometimes to kind of hide some of the nefarious activity. So we found a lot of great synergies. I love the platform. I love the low latency as well. And what I love most about this project is it kind of establishes a shifted guard in the market where for the first couple of years, we were talking more about, utility, just getting it out there, showing people what the technology is. And now we're really trying to adopt it into everyday life. So this is a product that allows Web 2 professionals, Web 2 people that are interested in Web 3 to understand what's happening on it. They'll actually have a technical background and years of experience like we have. So I see a lot more success for Webacy and companies like it that are now on rails for people in Web 2 that need to adopt the tech so we can start to move forward as a humanity. So really great potential with it. Great.
Yeah. Yep, I see it. It makes sense. So then I'd be curious, highlights from you from 2025. What are some milestone moments you hit that you're very proud of, just, from the team side?
That'd be me.
Oh, that'd be you. I'm sorry. I think I know Pasquin's already. Yeah.
All good. 2025 was a really big year for us. We expanded the team. We raised a new round. We recently actually announced the acquisition of another company. So we acquired a company called TrueGuard, really exceptional team, like AI and cybersecurity focus. So they've already integrated. We put a lot of the tech in and more to come. Super excited about that. But I think more than anything, as a builder in the space, it's been really cool to see the shift to legitimacy kind of come around crypto. And part of that comes with change of regulation in the United States, but also globally. I'm seeing so many more people understand what crypto is, or at least start to want to be interacting with it, whether they're the reason for it is great or not philosophically, but super happy to see that. And also the quality of builders too has been great, just like for myself, the network I've built and my friends, but also just the people. They're so smart. And I'm so grateful to be in this industry.
I love that you said that because, like I think often we're caught up in the market and we're caught up in like crypto Twitter sentiment. And it's kind of a bummer because it pulls the spotlight off of something really big that's happened that I've noticed this past year. It's what you said right there. The quality of builder here is bigger and better than it's ever been. And it's not even close. It's more great builders. It's more great products out there than ever before. And like price be damned, I couldn't be more excited about the future because of exactly that, because the people building here are the right people and they're very talented. And man, I can't not be bullish about what's coming next phases, whatever. Special moments are coming. I can feel that. For you guys then, what are you looking forward to for 2026? Whether it's product updates, just more like macro things that are happening that you're primed to take advantage of. Yeah. What are you looking forward to next year?
I think 2026, I'm already feeling this with some of the companies that we're speaking with today, is that people are shifting to understand that they need tools like you mentioned, reputation, trust, self-governance to be able to be taken seriously by the governments, to be able to work with the fintechs that have historically for all of time have been regulated, have been having to comply with laws, have had to do reporting and monitoring. This is all starting to reach our industry, which is great in many ways because it means that we're becoming more legitimate, that we're going to become more accepted, we're going to have more user onboarding. And it's also tricky because, and hopefully it'll kind of shift out or sift away some of the, the crime, the ruggers, the scammers in the space, hopefully. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Obviously, the company, we have a ton of new technology coming out to serve all of that. I think stablecoins are going to be huge. We're seeing a lot of different trends happening in the space. AI will continue to be big, prediction markets, all that stuff. So we want to make sure we keep that safe. But otherwise, yeah, just excited to keep building. In 2026, like you mentioned, I think there's a lot of stuff to come.
Gosh, it's going to be so exciting next year. Okay, I know this one was short. It was awesome to meet you. Get to, that overview of your platform. You need to come back at some point and we do a whole episode on your platform and what you're building and just go much deeper. We usually do a good 30 minutes to an hour with teams. So if you're down for it, open invite anytime you want, come on the show and let's get deeper into the platform.
Let's do it.
I love it. Well, Happy New Year to you coming up and we'll be in touch so we can run it back.
You too. The rest of the show.
Thank you. Appreciate you a ton. All right. Pasquin, I think, so I have virtuals next. You're welcome to stay for this. This is your call. Boy, this will be fun too. I'm excited. Haven't had virtuals. Well, no. That was a lie. We've had Dawn on before. You're welcome to stay for it or bring you back because we have a couple coming up after that I know you're excited for too. What do we have next? Tatum Tradeport especially. I need your backup there. These are the technical guys, and you guys, I always joke, I'm not the technical guy. So your call there, but stick around if you want, man.
No, I'll hop off and hop back on, but I'll still tune into virtuals. I definitely want to come back on for Tatum and some of the other heavy hitters and protocols there today. But just Hudah, great job, man. From 5 o'clock to now, great job. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. We got some fun stuff coming. That I know. I'll catch you soon, man.
Yeah, man. Cheers.
See ya. Okay. On the clock, on the board, actually coming in a minute. I like to buy myself a minute, whatever. Probably something from virtuals. Okay, so virtuals for me has been, look, my favorite part of the year, where I spent the most time this year, where I think we're very likely to see the most growth next year. And like I said this earlier in the show, some of my friends who are just traders and more, maybe with leverage trading and just traditional crypto trading. Well, one of our friends, Luna, who's here, said, well, I do that, but then I also do virtuals. And I was surprised to hear that because, to me, I wasn't expecting it, but knowing that there's people from other corners of crypto who are looking at virtuals and understand the potential gets me very, very excited. So, so then, yeah, with that said, this is a real treat to get the virtuals team on here. All right, let's see. I'm going to bring you up here. I'm excited to get to this chat. Here we go. I think this is, do I have it right? Is this probably something?
Yeah, that's right.
There we go. There we go. Hey, first off, great to meet you. And I really appreciate you coming on. Like, again, it's a rare treat to get virtuals on the show. We had Dawn once before, which was awesome. But this is special. So I want to thank you right off the bat for that.
No, thank you so much for having me on. It's a blast. This past year at Virtuals, we have a lot planned for next year. And also, well, thank you so much for being part of our community, right? I think I helped you guys launch, and you guys did great. So it's amazing to see. Yeah.
It's been for us, I can tell you it's been a lot of fun. I know on the back end, the dev side, I know our devs learned a lot, and it's been fun to be in the weeds with you guys and doing the building. And then for me, like I just said before, I'm not that technical. I'm not. So I get to help and support a different way. I do, the daily shows, and man, it's been a blast. I've had on probably, gosh, I think probably close to 50 of the virtuals projects, like the launches on the show. And we do the one-on-one interviews.
Wow.
And I got to tell you, the quality of builders over here, it's special. You guys have something special, and I know you know it. And even when there's been phases of doubt, and sometimes that comes from the community, and more often it's from people not in the community, people who don't understand what's happening here. I just got to say, it's a very special ecosystem, but I don't have to tell you that. How has this year gone for you? Even walk us through, phases from pre-Genesis to then Genesis to then Genesis. I don't know if we call it 2.0, but there's a relaunch, and now Unicorn. Like, just walk us through the year and how it's been for you.
Yeah, I think the year has been pretty roller coaster, right? We started back last year, exploded onto the AI scene, everything did really well. And then after that, there was Liberation Day, right? Where everything went down. And then we had that pump back to 250. But I think price aside, what we want to do at Virtuals here is exactly as you mentioned, right? We believe that we want to be the premier ecosystem for the best quality of builders to congregate and build exciting products about AI and robotics, right? I think that's going to move the needle for us, and that's our long-term vision and what we're focused on. So the stuff that you see on, we started with our prototype launch back in December, and then going to Genesis, and then now migrating to Unicorn. It's kind of an evolution of the launch pad, but at the end of the day, the evolution of the launch pad serves a singular purpose, and that is to empower and enable builders on our platform, right? So the reason why we evolved our launch mechanisms also because we keep our ears to the ground and we hear what needs to change and what matters to builders the most, right? So back in April, it was more around helping builders gain attention right out of the gate, and that was Genesis, right? And then later, the needs of the builders have evolved. It is about being able to form capital, right? Especially if you're a very small team, you don't want to get a bad name for yourself selling tokens. How do you fuel your runway as a team? And that's why we designed Unicorn in mind. I don't want to break out too much, but I think we have updates to the platform coming in the turn of the next year. So do keep your eyes peeled about that. That's almost everything that I can reveal for now, but it's going to be an exciting one. And again, our objective here is to really attract the best builders to come and build in our ecosystem, and ultimately feed off each other's energy, right? The more quality builders that we have, it adds to our network of value. And one way we do that is with Asian Commerce Protocol. And you'll see that the collective value that we of our individual parts is actually greater than all of us summed together. Yeah.
Very cool. Okay, I'll ask this, and if you can't answer, and I'm sure you can't, but that's fine to say I can't answer. So changes that are coming, can you hint at like what they're targeting? I think you already said it even too, targeting, still attracting the big builders. And by the way, Unicorn did exactly that. Seeing somebody like Repo come and launch was, I think I think it just highlighted how well Unicorn works. Is it tweaks, changes to drive that even further, or is it something else that we're not even talking about yet?
I think it's something we haven't really we're gonna experiment with, right? As with virtuals and in crypto, it is always experimenting movement that produces information. So this one is aimed particularly at attracting very, very well funded teams, right, to come and join the virtuals ecosystem. It's not necessarily tweaking the current launch mechanisms. We see a great PMF, right, of the unicorn launch mechanism, the prototype launch mechanism has, borne out great successes. And the next one, we think, at least we feel, there might be some green shoots of success there that will add to the ecosystem.
You know what's so exciting is, and I'll go back to Repo, how well it did. I mean, it's the best performing unicorn launch. I think it proves that the mechanics work. I think it
Yeah.
proves that it attracts very, very good teams, like special teams, great teams. And we got to see that in the market. That, like, I mean, let's be honest, the market is kind of trash right now, and it has been for a minute. But to see that kind of success, I think it got to like a 33 mil FDV in the market conditions we have now, I think is the sign of what's to come when the market picks back up. So I think you're right on track here, and it feels really good to see. Are things from the past, I might have the name wrong, but at one point there was going to be a type of launch called, was it like 69 days? Was that, I don't know
Correct.
if now, like, is that
Correct.
idea scrapped, or do we see that return into form at some point?
So we do have um, I, I can't reveal too much, but I think we have built the product for it. Ultimately, when we see that there is a demand from the market, then you best be assured that we will push we will push the product to market to capture a share of that. But again, we want to give our confidence to builders, especially like yourself, right, who have been there with us since Genesis, that we're not giving up on any builders, like ecosystem members like myself and a couple even co-founders Jensen and Wiki. We are you guys hold a very special place in our hearts, right? Ultimately, we wouldn't be here without teams like yours. So we rest assured that we are here to support you guys, continue the support, and do the best that we can, right, to support you in your growth. Yeah.
Oh man, well, I'll tell you, like, I appreciate that hearing that. I know the team does too. That it really does mean a lot to hear that, because we love working with you guys. So it's cool hearing on the other side that, the work is appreciated. I love that. Man, okay, so I know we're pushing in the direction of robotics, and here's, like, maybe this is a weird question. Okay, so robotics right now, Virtuals is known for like AI agents, ACP, of course, right? I don't know if you'll love this or not. Maybe. I tell my friends who I'm trying to bring into virtuals, I'm like, stop thinking about it as just the AI agent launchpad. And like, yes, that's one of the core things, right? The ACP, AI agents. But I'm like, I look at it like an ICM platform, and I think the best ICM platform out there, because not every project launching has an agent. Some of these are just like AI powered projects, whatever. But
Yeah.
I love that idea of ICM. Makes a lot of sense to me. It makes great sense. And me telling people that way, I wonder if it clicks with them different. Do you feel like that you are known as being the AI agent launchpad? And if so, do you feel like that pigeonholes you into like being the agent launchpad when really you're much more?
So that's a very interesting question, right? So, um, and I do think that people do pigeonhole, do think of virtuals as an AI agent launchpad. But I would actually frame it like this, right? We are the launchpad, the most successful launchpad, and the most serious launchpad to support builders. And it so happens that the critical mass of builders, of the caliber of builders, have mainly been AI agents this past year. Now, looking forward, we believe that there will be a slight shift, right? We believe that the mass of builders will move towards robotics. And one way to think about that is robotics is basically physical AI, right? It's the embodiment of AI. So we want to be there. We want to be there first. We want to be there to support the earliest builders and grow with them, in addition to whatever AI agents that we are already supporting on our ecosystem. And the way to think about the capital formation or the ICM is that as part of building, you will need founders, serious founders will need to raise money, right? And we will have the mechanisms, whether that is via open platforms like Unicorn, where you're able to very publicly raise funds via FDB thresholds that you achieve, or if you require more targeted funds, larger ticket sizes, we have our ventures arm to support you through all life cycles of your fundraise, right? So I would frame it as, if you're a serious builder, consider virtuals, because we have all the tools for you to succeed. We are best positioned. I wouldn't say we're best positioned, but we are constantly innovating on the wheelhouse and the capabilities, right? ACP is one of them. You hear very soon what kind of robotics capabilities we're building out, and way more as the narrative progresses and the time passes by. Be rest assured that virtuals will continue to build. Yeah.
Incredible. All right. I know I have a couple minutes left. That's it. So I'm going to fire off a couple questions. Well, actually, even before the question statement, you guys are the best thing on base, period. I love base. Love them. They're coming on the show later today. But the thing they were missing, look, it did used to feel kind of sterile. Maybe that's the word I'll use for now. Maybe it's not perfect, but kind of sterile, kind of whatever. It was lacking community. And for the first time, base has a really awesome, rabid community, and it's organic too, and that's thanks to you guys. So that's just me giving flowers for what you guys have built, both on the product side, but also the community you've curated. Base is more special because of you guys, and it's the home of AI. So flowers, man, flowers for you guys for that. Okay, my questions. What's your favorite moment from 2025? You had so many milestone moments. Just if you were to rattle off a couple, what are your favorite parts of this past year?
Wow. Now that's got me thinking in
There's a lot.
flashback mode. Yeah, a lot has happened. I think I would point to a couple. I think one is a lot of I wouldn't anchor too much on token prices, but I think one milestone would be pushing out Asian Commerce Protocol. It's really a very ambitious tech capability that we embarked on, and I think if we're being honest here, to now we haven't really seen widespread adoption yet, at least not at the levels of success that we initially thought. But I think it's kind of interesting because it's the same capability that other juggernauts in the Web2 world, like Amazon, like Google, are building, right? For example, MCP. So I think that is one pinnacle moment that I think the team has done a great job. Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah. And a personal high moment for me was that a couple of the projects that I launched, we're very happy virtuals like yourself, being able to feed off the energy that you bring to the community, right? And having to see, being able to be part of your success, right, is, very fulfilling for me personally. So I would say that helping teams like yourself, credible builders, it's one in a million.
It's the PVE thing, and it's happening in virtuals in that ecosystem, and it's special. And then this will be last question, which is next year, 2026. Do you have those? Well, I'll just say, what are the milestones that you're hoping to hit next year?
I think the North Star that we measure ourselves by is, or one that maybe resonates well with the market, is virtuals at $10.
Nice. I love that one. I love that one. Okay, great stuff, man. I appreciate you coming on a ton. I'll leave this with just a request or just feedback from the community for you guys. This is such a treat getting you on here, and we want to see more of it. That's both selfishly me, but I know the community loves to hear from you guys, and maybe sometimes feel like we don't hear from you enough, like more personal like this. So this is great. It's special. We would love to see you on the show more here. I'd love to see you on the Big Will and Goon show more too. Just like engage with the community. We love you guys and want to keep supporting, and just the more you guys can get out there, and I know you're busy, but the more you can give, even the 10, 15 minutes, like, I think it goes a long way. So hope to run this back with you again going forward, but just we hope to see you more. So
100%, will do. Feedback taken.
I love it. Dude, thank you for your time. And again, it's very, very special stuff you're doing. So can't wait to follow all next year too. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good one,
You
guys.
too. You too. And here we go, guys. Follow on X. It's I think Ryar8103, probably something. I'm sure you've seen him, heard of him before. And again, it's the personal thing that helps you really know him now. And then of course follow virtuals_IO. You guys know virtuals. We've been doing this all year. So it's just been awesome. Dude, thank you again.
Thank you. See
Take
you
care.
guys.
Bye. Great. Great. That's a treat. It's a real treat. So I did not know if we would get him on the show. I don't know. Kind of makes, as of right now, has made my day. Just getting him on here and getting a chat, and just doesn't happen much. I hope that bears fruit. I hope we see more. All right, we got Tatum coming up now, and I'm gonna call in Pasquin again because, man, we had a good chat last time with Shiv and Pasquin. So let me ping him real quick, and we'll get the boys back up. Let's see, Pasquin. Oh, he did it. He heard me. Maybe he's listening. Maybe he's even listening, which is great. Okay. Shiv, good to see you, dude.
Hey, Hudah. Doing good as well.
How are you, man?
Doing good. How's you?
Really good. Really good. It's been, fun morning so far. We're actually, what time is it? 8. We're wow, a third of the way through the show. A third of the way. Marathon show, all that. Really having a blast here. And it's the perfect way to kind of end the year, right? I know we got a couple weeks to go, but it's like celebrate with the great builders, celebrate with our partners and friends. Like, let's do this thing and let's tell people why we're so excited to do what we do, and then keep doing what we're doing and go next level even next year. So excited for it.
Yeah, indeed. No, I was looking at the schedule as well, like from 5 to 5, and I tuned in some time ago and I've been watching some of the guests. So
I
keeping up the
appreciate that.
energy, that's great. I think it's like a nice marathon.
Appreciate it a ton. But do you have a fan on by chance?
I might. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, we just some background noise. No biggie, but
Is this better?
yeah, way better. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate it. Well, okay, let's get into this. We have probably 15-ish minutes. Okay, you've been on the show before. We have a lot more people watching right now, so I think great to start if you could just tell us about Tatum. Tell us what you do.
Exactly. Tatum is like the brick and bones of Web3, right? We have infrastructure and tooling that any developer needs to build anything on chain, starting from the RPCs to the data APIs, which helps you get the insights of, let's say, wallets and transactions of users and things like that, and notifications product, which gives you an alert whenever there is a transaction. But we do cover like a full range or suite of tools, right? So we have tools like these RPC data and notifications on the read side of the site. But on the right side of the house, we have MEV protected nodes to broadcast your transactions and things like that. So we're working with great builders like you guys to help you power the great applications that are being built on Web3.
Yeah, let's dive into that, I think, too. And Pasquin, this is probably where you can tap in and chat, but I'd love you to chat about like who your partners are and how they're using services through you guys and what kind of cool products are out there, like, thanks to you.
For sure. I think one of the best ones that I would first talk about is CryptoSlam, SlamNation, and Ethos Swarm as well. I just went ahead and signed up for the waitlist. So everyone go ahead and do that as well. This is super cool. But we are blessed to work with quite a lot of more teams in Web3 as well. Like we're working with Zengo, Multiverse X. They have X Portal wallet. Zengo has a Zengo wallet. There's analytical companies like Genesis, TRM Labs, Elliptic, quite a lot of them. And we are also actually working with, at this point, in the big 4, we are in touch with the 3 companies. There's 2 big 4 companies that are already kind of working with us as well. So quite a lot of people, and grateful to be working with these guys, I guess.
Man, you're like a one-stop shop, right? This is like maybe starting with developers, but dev who's looking to get, whether it's tapped into data, other resources, whatever, it's like you go to Tatum first and you can get connected with either builders, because I know you actually offer like access to other developers, but get access to like the data sources, connect to APIs so you can like make your dream reality. It sounds corny saying it, but that is what it is. It's what it is, right? It's like a hub to connect to the products you need to build out your product.
Indeed, that's the ecosystem part of it as well, right? So apart from our core products, we have this ecosystem initiative, where, by the way, we are working with CryptoSlam as well to introduce this marketplace for CryptoSlam with the APIs that you guys have to offer, which is great to the community as well. So we do have this ecosystem arm where we connect folks like you and the individual developers as well to the market. But yeah.
And cool. I'll circle back to like our partnership, but like more on Tatum for right now. What are your milestones from this past year? Like it's been a busy year. You guys are doing all kinds of cool things. For you, what stands out is like maybe on the professional level, what were milestones for Tatum itself? And then also for you, like some favorite things that happened this year?
I think maybe I'll talk about the Tatum side first. So I think a few great things that we achieved is Gateway. We released our product called Gateway, and CryptoSlam was one of our initial pilot users as well. We are very excited about this. Gateway is like our orchestration layer that sits on top of, let's say, all of these RPC infrastructure to enhance reliability and the performance there. So that's one of the major releases that we had. Quite a lot of excitement and interest around there. So we are quite happy about that. Apart from that, we pushed quite a lot of chains on our data API product as well. Worked a bit on the exchange rates, like the crypto exchange rates and stuff. Got quite a lot of interest. And overall in business, I would say we achieved the best quarter in this Q4 for our whole lifetime, which is super interesting because this is the quarter of dump, I guess, if you look in the market. And this was still like one of the best quarters for us. Like
Well,
it grew massively this quarter. Yeah.
Well, that's funny because like we were just talking with Webasy about that, how like the market looks one way, builders see it very different. It's a different thing going on behind the scenes. And that's why I'm in perma bull mode because of that, because we see the products developing, we see the talent that's here in the space at an all-time high. And how do you fade an industry that has this kind of talent and builders here building those things, and the products are maturing. So I'm not surprised then to hear it's the best quarter. Again, if people look at the markets, they wouldn't see that. So
yeah, I think builders needs to wear their sailor hats right now. But yeah, Pascal, you like something.
Yeah, and I must say I've been very, very proud of Tatum, especially over the last year, launching the RPC Gateway in December. We've been using you guys for the last 3+ years, and it's been a pleasure. No provider has given us more customer support, and seeing the products now pivoting to give us even more utility, all in one place. We use several RPC providers, and many of them have been great throughout the years, but now having those supplemental platform-like functions that allows us to monitor activity, be able to have proper escalation plans, having the right customer support within our provider network so that we can manage our issues, especially as we've launched Slam AI, and we launched more things on top of that. We need that secure layer, and I'm happy to know that we've implemented that with Tatum and their RPC Gateway.
Indeed, Pascal. I think we are super proud to work with you guys as well. I think the core vision and the mission of Tatum is to ensure great builders like you guys just focus on the core things that you guys are really building, right? Not the infrastructure, not the developer tooling that's needed under the hood. So we are really excited to see that we could help you in that way. And yeah, also great products that you guys are shipping lately. So kudos.
Yeah, thank you. You've been a great friend to have over the years. Trust me.
It has been years, hasn't it?
It has.
Wow.
I think it's been more than 3 years, right, Maskin, that we are working together?
3 long years, but it's felt like I've known you guys for at least 20.
Yeah, and time just flies. Then Shiv, what's your favorite moment? And maybe it was the growth in Q4, but if you have a personal favorite that's different, I'm curious.
I think that's a very interesting question because my personal favorite, I guess, has been the industry looking to be a lot more mature lately, because I think I could look through our customer base as well. There's quite a lot of serious businesses that we are working with right now who are really focused on real value connected to the blockchain world, be it building real world asset use cases, be it building stablecoin use cases, which would solve real problems, right? So I guess my personal wins that I've seen this year, which I feel grateful to be part of this industry, is this industry moving towards more serious use cases, and I guess more real world use cases instead of just a short-term project or things like that. So I am very excited to be part of this industry, I guess, at this point, and I love that personally.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I'm hoping this Clarity Act here doesn't get, delayed much further. I was shocked to see it didn't make it in December, and that it's like a maybe for January, because to me that's where things really open up and builders come here and play in a way they haven't. Maybe I feel like we've had a taste of that previous cycles, and the SEC stomped that out. They just stomped out any kind of innovation. Regardless, I think we get that innovation exemption that's coming. I think that's independent of Clarity Act, but still, like, we know you can feel the building, as great as it is now, is about to reach like this fever pitch coming at some point soon. So still hoping for that. Imagine that though. Imagine if this is just like warm up, batting practice for what's to come. And it might be that.
No, for sure. And I think like we have been getting quite a lot of interest from banks as well. And that's what excites me quite a lot. Like currently I'm in touch with like people from at least more than 10 countries at this point who are like regular touch. And I really know the pain of the remittance and things like these, and especially seeing banks being interested in these stablecoin layers, and not just interested from, let's say, the investors presentation, right, where they share about like, hey, we are looking into it and that's it, and there's no active development. There's banks who are really actively trying to build, and they're in touch with us as well. That excites me a lot much, because this will solve a real pain in the world. So this is great to see.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so then how about for next year, 2026? Things that you're working on developing, partnerships that might be coming. What are the milestones you're working towards for next year?
So there's a lot of effort that I think going on in one of our notifications product, which is to deliver you the on-chain insights, as I just shared, right? So there's quite a lot of things coming from there around integration channels, which will ease it, not just for the developers, but the non-developer markets as well. Like, let's say, getting on-chain alerts on your different chat platforms and things like that, customize as per your needs. So that's something we are excited and looking forward to as well. I think we'll officially start with the marketplace APIs, with CryptoSlam's API is the first integration. So really looking forward towards that. And I think Gateway just released, right? It's like we are getting quite a lot of eyeballs, but it's interesting to note that it's just been 3 weeks. So the 2026 is really going to be very interesting year for that as well for us, I guess.
Great to hear. Great to hear. And then Paskin, I don't know if you guys want to just chat about, our partnership and what it is that we're building together and will continue to do. But like you said before, you're great partners of ours, and we love working with you, and more coming. But Paskin, do you want to just touch on what it is we do together?
Yeah, so outside of us being RPC customers of Tatum, we've embarked on a partnership where we provide our intelligence through their dashboard directly to their customers and ecosystem. So we did an initial launch in October where we integrated mainly our reputation endpoints, the newest data set that we launched at that time. And in February, we'll be launching the full integration with all of our endpoints accessible. And we'll be happy to discuss some new ones, Shiv, that we've been building. We've not mentioned to you yet, but if you continue to listen in, and as well as probably next week on our next call, you'll learn about some new cool endpoints that will be shipping out pretty soon as well. So we're partnering with data with them, getting as much intelligence, Islamic intelligence to their ecosystem, and further building that out. As we get more people in Slam Nation from the Tatum ecosystem and others, we're getting conversations with use cases, so we're building out our data set. To this point, we've only launched about 20% of the data that we have, and it's all based on who we've talked to. So the more people we talk to, the more people that join Slam Nation, the more intelligence we display to the world through Tatum, through our products, and through all of our other partners and collaborators. So Tatum, you've been the first partner to help us launch our intelligence, and trust me, you've been one of our strongest supporters, and through that, we've been able to build a lot from it over the last 2 months. Really, really happy to partner with you.
For sure, proud to be partners as well, Paskin. And I guess I love living in and reading in the on-chain data as well. So really looking forward towards the new things that you guys are having in store, and we can for sure get that in our ecosystem.
Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Guys, especially if you're a builder here or you're dreaming up a product, head over to tatum.io, and it's just, I think any resource you need, you're going to find there. So make sure you get that site, bookmark it, keep it. I think you're going to end up using it and loving it. And follow these guys on X. It's Tatum_IO, and you'll be seeing a lot more of them here on the show with Crypto Slam going forward. Shiv, it's a treat having you here again, and we'll run it back again. We'll do the longer show, the longer segment, deeper dives, all that stuff. But you're awesome, and I appreciate your time coming on here.
Same here. Thank you for the invite, Hudah. Nice talking to you as well, Pascal. And yeah, best of the luck for the rest of the marathon. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you a ton.
See you next week.
See ya.
Man, real cool. Tradeport up next. We'll have them in a minute. Actually, probably any minute now. I think it's Tradeport, but Pasquin, he's awesome, man. It's like every time we talk to him, great. And I know you talk to him a lot, but just great guy,
Yeah.
great platform.
Yeah, they're almost a part of a team. Like, just to continue on with their great customer success, like, we've had a number of big time issues over the years, like 11, 12 o'clock at night, everyone's offline, and I've been able to ping Tatum within minutes. Shout out to Nestor. Within minutes, someone's responded and working on it. So in terms of support, collaboration, just wanting to help their customers, Tatum to me has been one of the best at it so far.
And love to hear it. Actually, you know what? We have like 10 minutes here. So I'm going to go ahead and play our little trailer again. Keep with us, guys, because we got our next big guest coming up. I'll run through the schedule with you real quick. Actually, I'll do it right now. Let's see. Let's get it on the board. What a treat getting all these people on the virtuals thing was, man, real cool. Did you happen to tune in with virtuals on?
Of course, man. I'm always listening.
So cool. No, I just, like, I wasn't sure if that would I wasn't sure if it would work out. I thought they'd come on, but man, and I was look, I had to give them the feedback that we want to see more of them too. So I hope it it planted that seed,
There's so much momentum in that community, man. The more they build, the more feedback they're going to get, the more engagement they'll receive. And it helps them, it helps space, it helps all the projects that are launching on them. I think it's just a great movement in the space when virtuals is hot and doing something strong.
Yes, sir. Okay. Tradeport's coming up in 15 minutes. It'll be a really good one. Those guys are great. We partnered with them early on. I remember. Okay, you check me if I got any of this wrong. Tradeport is where we did a bit of NFT farming that ultimately led towards. Let me think. Don't tell me too. I want to see if I get it right. Did it lead towards our? Did it lead towards a badge? Trading and I think there was a badge associated with that.
I think there may have been a badge, but that was also hindered on them having our .slam NFTs. So it was like an onboarding process that involved our NFT, and then based on their activity within the marketplace, we allocated points, and we also powered a dashboard for them. I'm not certain what the Tradeport team did with those points, but I'm pretty sure if we hinted at it when they hopped on, we know exactly what they did. But I know it was around community engagement, getting that lively. We powered a dashboard, and our .slam NFT was involved somehow.
You saying badge just reminded me. I don't know why, but I didn't have like name tags turned on here. So we got the name tags on. I should have had that before, but we got it now. Better late than never. Okay, coming up here again, Tradeport next, and then some real spicy ones, man. Mythical Games, Yahoo Finance, Yatsu, Zyber, Troon Technologies. You should come back for Troon, I think, when Paul's on. He's a blast, dude. He's so much fun. Nature AC, DapperLabs, Say, Jared Paz will be talking some art there. Base comes on after their big old event yesterday. I mean, they were the talk of crypto Twitter. Actually, no, that's too small. They were the talk of really the world who's paying attention to crypto right now. Everything yesterday was Coinbase, the Base app, and Base app is especially what we'll be talking about today, I think, with a man who's leading the Base app team. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And then rounding out the day later on, we've got hours to go still, but with the Cool Cats and the Cyberkongs and a really, really fun NFT discussion. Boy, oh boy, can't wait. All right, I'm going to go play our trailer again, and then Pasquin, maybe we can chat Slam Nation for a few once I play the trailer. Let's get this up. And if you guys didn't see, in fact, let me set this up properly. For my Swarm fam, here we go. For my Swarm fam, you guys know our beautiful AI agent, the Swarm, and we had the Swarm token. Have the Swarm token. You may notice the account has got a little change, a little buff, a little something different.
Something's new.
Ethos Swarm, baby. Like I said before, I am going to be real careful not to say things. I'll let the screen speak for me. I'm going to try not to let something slip, man. But
So exciting.
maybe I just shut up and I just like show it. There it is. The Swarm is now, well, the account's called Ethos Swarm. Why? We'll find out very soon. But just be aware, there's some cooking that's been going on for a long while. If you want to get in early, look at the bottom of the screen, join the wait list, go to ethosswarm.ai, get ready for it. Okay? I'm going to drop the trailer for you real quick. There it is. Swarm fam, top of mind with what we have coming forward. It's for you guys. You're a part of it. And I think you're going to love what we're cooking up here. So can't wait for that. Can't wait for that. Pasquin, little talk about Slam Nation. Here we go. Just like to have visuals while we're chatting here. In fact, let's go. Sorry, sometimes juggling the screens. Does that work? Does that work? Let's hang on. Does that work? Let's go here. Sorry, I'll get it.
Very good one.
Whatever. That works for right now. Slam Nation, you guys who've been watching the show daily know. The Swarm Report rebranded to Slam Nation. We now have a dedicated page, Slam Nation X. If you're not following it, you should be. This is the home for builders. Sheev, part of Slam Nation. Dr. MSH, part of Slam Nation. In fact, a lot of the people you'll see on this show today, Webasy, I believe, part of Slam Nation. A lot of the people that we're working with and that you're seeing on the show are part of Slam Nation. These are the people we're working with, we're building with. And what I mean by that is together in a group in Slack, sharing insights, supporting each other. And that's technical support too. But it's support, public facing. It's via the show. This is how I can contribute to Slam Nation. It's if you're building cool stuff, I want people to see what you're building. And so for any of you out there who are building, and especially if you need data, and most of you do need data, come work with us. Come join us in Slam Nation. Connect to our data. Our Ethereum and base data right now is like off the charts, next world, best in class. It just is. And we'll give you access to it via free credits. Tap into our API, see what we have, and plug your products into it. And let's see what you can cook up. We're there to support you while we do it. And there's a lot more coming. But again, a network, a hub of builders doing it together. And we've got the show to support you. So come join us in Slam Nation. Pasquin, like, how are you feeling about Slam Nation and what we put together here? I was going to say in the short amount of time, but it's not. It's taken the pieces that were all like everywhere, and it's just giving us a central place, right?
It has. Like, it's just to watch it grow to what it is today. I'm really, really proud to be a part of the team. First started off as a way to kind of help our revenue as we launched Slam AI, our revenue team that was going out there and just trying to understand, what is the initial feedback we get from our intelligence. Just a group to just help those use cases that were trying our intelligence. And it blossomed into this developer workspace where we're all collaborating, not just about Slam AI stuff, but anything that's happening. We talked about the new ChatGPT 5.2 launch, for example, a lot of us in the group are using, and talking about the good, the bad, us rolling back and hopefully scaling up to use it again. Like it's broad spectrum. If you're a developer in Web3, if you're interested in Web3, you don't have to be a developer. Getting into Slam Nation is a good way to get to the heartbeat of what builders are thinking and cooking up in the space. So you get to see what kind of is happening a few weeks to a few months ahead of time. So I encourage anyone that's listening, anyone that may see this after the live stream, please join Slam Nation. Visit us out, check us out. You may find the thing that you're missing.
Beautiful, man. I'm just because I have you here and I'm not mid guest, I'm going to play with these screens for a minute. But how have you been engaging and interacting with I think the Slam Nation builders?
Yep. So a lot of them I've met initially when we first reached out to them. it's just been doing like product discussions, trying to figure out use cases. Everyone has this intent to use our intelligence, but a lot of people don't know quite yet what the use case is going to be. The vehicle in which a lot of people in Web3 right now kind of acts the tech, like that UX experience, has been very, very crude. So seeing AI now involved in the space really gives people a lot of flexibility in how they can engage customers. So really just talking about the use cases with partners, figuring out where Slam AI fits, as well as how we can connect them to other people that are in the space, as well as getting them on the show. I think probably the show is one of the biggest draws for people. Getting on the space, talking to you, Hudah, you're just very, very great at dissecting a project to get the most out of builders. A lot of us, I know we've gotten some flack in the past as well about not communicating as effectively. That's because we're building, man. We're building. There's not a lot of time to really talk and engage the community when the team is really focused on what's next. So having a platform like Slam Nation Daily Show is a great way for for teams to update their communities, update their spaces, update the larger world on what it is they're doing. And yeah, really, really excited about the things we're doing here in Slam Nation. I'm happy to talk to even more people. Please, I want to hear your use cases. Yep. I want to hear what you got cooking. I want to hear what you got going on.
I gotta tell you, I mean, it's a great point about, like how the show can help people in a space that's full of a lot of developers, right? A lot of developers. Not everybody either has the platform to be able to share their product and in like on a platform where you can really go deep into it, but also in a way where it makes sense to see. Like, there's a lot of people who watch that are not super technical. They're not. And so what, if you're a developer, you can go on and you can get deep in the weeds and talk very technical, and it speaks to that audience, that technical audience. But a lot of people are trying to get on maybe less technical people involved in their ecosystem, invested in the ecosystem, at least paying attention to it. And I'm proud that that's something we can offer to these when we like, look, get as technical as you want. And I'm here to ask the less smart questions, but like I ask you in a way where I can digest it and speak, my language, and it's a language a lot of other people understand. And it's I think a really cool thing to be able to offer to these builders out there, again, who may not have that platform themselves. So I'm happy, excited, proud that that's something we do and offer and want to offer. It's why we do it. We want people to see, because we're builders and we know what that challenge is like. We faced that for the longest time. Now we have the vehicle, and it's like, well, as long as we have it, we should do what we want in this space, which is PvE, everybody to win, everybody to do it together. So let's get everybody else involved in this too. So I think we're on something very, very special here with the content mixed with the great builders and give them their time to shine. So
yeah, it's validation. It's validation, man. Like, a lot of people, we build great product, never have the audience. They kind of show it off. And coming on the show, being able to showcase what they got going on, and your questions dissecting exactly what's happening. So anyone that's tuning in can listen and understand and take information back. I think that feedback, that validates a lot of builders to continue building. So yeah, really, really happy that we can offer that to you. And honestly, Hudah, you've been great over the years on the show. I've tuned in, and I'm happy to be here now. And trust me, there's a lot more years to come where I'll be tuning in to more shows, to see more guests, to see what other things Slam Nation is going to bring to the space.
Exciting to think that it's like years to come. Years to come. We have many, many years to continue doing this thing. And like we were talking with Shiv, it's only more builders coming. It's only even higher quality. And again, the caliber is so high right now. The bar is very high already, but it's only going to grow. With the regulatory environment changing, with adoption changing, with everybody coming here now. This is the moment now. They're coming, and holy cow, the stuff we're going to see here soon. And again, the platform for them to show it off, it's right here. It's right here. Quick reminder again, guys, Ethos Swarm. What is that handle again? That's brand new, so I'm sorry, it's not fresh in mind. The handle on X, it is Ethos Swarm. If you are already following the Swarm, right, the Swarm account, you're already following. But if you are not, go follow Ethos Swarm. It's over on X. Check out the new trailer. Get excited for more to come. We will talk about it a bit today. I'm not, because I'm going to say too much. I'm going to keep my mouth shut even at that part. But our CEO, Randy's going to be on here in, I don't know, 1 or 2 hours or so, something like that. And he'll talk about it. It's Randy's the brain behind it. And so it's the perfect person to be talking about it. Excited for that. Should be fun. All right, we've got Daniel from Tradeport here. Really excited for this chat. We worked with them for a long while now and done some fun stuff. Daniel, give me a thumbs up when you're ready to come up. There you go. Daniel knew. Okay, we were talking with somebody before. He thought there was a thumbs up button to click, and people don't know. I can see it down there. So yeah, you nailed it. Let's get Daniel up. Boom. Here we go. Daniel, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure, dude. It's man, maybe we've met a long while back. Again, we've done stuff together before, but if we have, whatever, this is different because we get to do it live and we get to dive into your product and actually meet face to face. So that's extra cool. So again, thanks for joining here.
Yeah, of course. I think we did maybe one show before a long time ago. And I think that was the only time we've met face to face. So
yeah, that sounds right. It checks. Okay. Why don't we start, for anybody who is not familiar with Tradeport, let's give them that like TLDR. Tell the people what Tradeport is.
Yeah, Tradeport is a multi-chain asset exchange. So that's kind of different than what it was when we first got to know you guys. Started out as a multi-chain NFT marketplace. We started out on a chain called Stacks, then expanded to Near and then into the Move ecosystems. Right now we support Stacks and basically all of the Move ecosystems. We also added support for swaps and DEX trading and some interesting fungible token assets that are unique to Tradeport. So really kind of spanning both NFTs and fungible tokens now.
Interesting. Stacks always interested me. I want to say I've traded on Stacks going back a couple of years here. And I have some friends that is their spot. Stacks is their spot, right? So I imagine they're very familiar with their platform. Really, really cool to see it. I'm going to throw the site here.
Yeah, Stacks. We there's not a ton of NFT activity happening there these days, but it's still near and dear to our hearts. So we still support it on the side, even though it's not a Move ecosystem.
I at this point, it feels like NFTs kind of mostly anywhere, but I might be wrong. I've been really unplugged from NFTs for a long while now. So where are you seeing the activity now on the NFT side?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised at how much activity there was on chains like Sui, up until 10/10, and then after the big liquidation event, NFT world. I mean, the whole space has had a significant slowdown, but NFTs just came to a halt. Even on like Solana, there's way less activity there. Ethereum, I mean, most of the activity is still on Ethereum. Most of the volume, most of the activity, anything kind of interesting that pops up as far as like price movement is usually on Ethereum.
The NFT thing is so interesting. Like, I say probably 15 times a stream. It's my favorite thing, right? And you're right, something changed then, and 10/10 was definitely a moment. And for me, like the definitive moment when things changed was Ape Fest, because it was so awesome.
Oh yeah.
They did so much. It was so great. But then finally people were faced with this reality of doesn't matter how big and how great the thing it is, doesn't translate to your NFT, your back's going up, right?
The value, yeah.
And it clicked exactly that day. That was the moment right then everyone goes, oh.
Right.
And we're going through, I think, like, okay, if prices are going down, and they kind of are, right? I look at this right now as growing pains. This is NFTs going through a very important phase. They were always going to go here. We were doing it in the bear market, and they never got to really find, their value, because we came right back so hard and so fast all of a sudden. But we're going through that now, and we need it.
Yeah, exactly. And I will say, like on Sui, what I was surprised by up until 10/10, even when a lot of activity elsewhere, it was pretty slow. Sui was an interesting NFT ecosystem because basically every protocol launched their own NFT project. Projects like Backpack and Tensor did that on Solana. But on Sui, basically everyone did, and it was something everyone welcomed. Sometimes that was kind of frowned upon back in the day. But on Sui, everyone was excited about it. They were excited to kind of like be on the inner circle of the protocol they loved the most. And it built like a good grassroots NFT community. It wasn't very speculative. It was just like people liked to hold the NFTs of the protocols they used. There's really no no utility to speak of or anything like that. And to me, that was more, okay, this is like kind of back to what we originally were thinking about NFTs before prices went nuts in 2021, 2022. It was, hey, this is a good way to build a community and kind of get your most hardcore community members in one place.
Exactly that. And I see a comment in the chat, and I'm gonna show him. You're absolutely right. Hang on, we'll pull this up real quick. I love our indexes that we have because it's exactly that reason. We have down 99%. Absolutely right, Moonship. And where we always knew it was going to go. So nobody's surprised by this. We've got the index, the Crypto Slam 500. It measures the value of the top 500 NFTs, and it's dynamic. It can change which NFTs are factored in, right? Hey, we're up a little bit today. Great. Means nothing. If I go max, you see it right there. The value of the NFT market's down almost 99%.
That's incredible.
It is. It is. And I think we all assumed it was going this way. There was a little hopium that this was the new forever thing, right? This is a new future where everybody just has a lot of money, infinite money glitch somehow, some way in NFTs. And nope. But, and I'll save this for later, I think especially when Yat's on later in the show, I'm going to give him my hopium scenario of, I think what we saw 21, 22 does come back. And I know that's not a popular take these days. I believe that comes back still some years down the road. Daniel, what do you think? Maybe?
That is not a popular take. I would love for that to happen. I think it will come back maybe in a different form with NFTs. Maybe not like what we saw them before, how we saw them before. But I do think a few of the NFT collections from before are going to join that run. Like we're not going to see a broad, resurgence of old NFT projects, I don't think. But I don't know, not financial advice, but the CryptoPunks and the Pudgy Penguins and things like that, like I think those will join whatever the next, iteration of NFTs are that see that run.
I love it. Yeah, very much with you with all of that. Absolutely. I love it. Well, so tell me for Tradeport, some of your special moments from this past year, milestones, and both like professionally for your platform and then, just favorite moments from you that you love this year.
Yeah. This year was great. It was actually our best year yet as a platform. We saw pretty consistent volume throughout the year. It wasn't the biggest chain out there, but it did kind of consistently make its way into the top 10, sometimes top 5 in NFT volumes. So it was just a fun year to be a part of that and see Sui's growth. Probably the most exciting thing is we've always kind of prided ourselves on pushing the limits with NFTs and kind of enabling new things. And we launched liquid NFTs this year. So if you remember 404s from Ethereum, it's a somewhat similar concept. We liked that concept, but we felt that it was missing some components that made it like actually useful. So 404s basically, it only worked with additions. It didn't factor in rarity. Because you had to burn your NFTs and then re-roll if you went from the fungible token back to the NFTs. So this was something that was in the works for a while. The liquid NFTs primitive on Tradeport. But basically we kind of took that and said, okay, how do we apply rarities to this? How do we allocate fungible tokens to a collection based on how rare each item is and allow people to liquefy their NFTs. So turn them into fungible tokens and then go back to the NFTs if they want to. But with the liquid token, they can, put it up as an LP. They can earn that way. They can trade around. They could swap for a different NFT if they wanted to. They can swap to any other token on Sui. And then we actually made it to where the NFT holders get kind of rewards for using the protocol that come from the swap fees. So the whole idea was to kind of create an ecosystem within each collection that instead of the creator solely relying on royalties for revenue, it gives the creator a way to make revenue through LP fees, and it gives NFT holders a way to earn by encouraging people to kind of come into the collection by buying the fungible token. And so it kind of aligns incentives better. So if you go to the homepage on Tradeport, click on Mystic, the token there on the right, that's a liquid NFT collection. So it's tied to Mystic Yetis. So basically, you can take a Mystic Yeti NFT, swap it for a Mystic or for Mystic tokens. And each NFT is allocated a kind of unique amount of Mystic tokens based on how rare it is. So it's been really fun. Like you see people do arbitrage between the fungible token and the NFTs. And it just kind of creates a new way for people to play with NFTs.
So then is this 404? Or is it a different kind of?
It's a new primitive essentially. It's different than 404 because you're not burning the NFT. Okay. When you bridge it into fungible tokens.
Well, I gotta say it's brilliant because I was really surprised 404 didn't catch. I thought that was so clever. I thought it was like the new way it would go because if rarity doesn't matter because you can keep re-rolling, I still felt like you could make rarity matter in that you give perks access, people get better airdrops for a certain, trait, and then people can try to roll into that. I thought there was so much potential with something like this. I was surprised we didn't see that work, that we didn't see that kind of adoption. This sounds like an even better version of it. I like that idea that a rarer NFT equals more token. I think that's so cool.
Yes, it's been really fun. So that was really exciting. And it was kind of we had swaps on the site, but we're like, if we're going to do fungible tokens, let's do something a little bit different that you're not getting on, the other swap sites or other DEX sites, and try to create kind of like a new ecosystem with Sui NFTs. And it's been great. It increases the volume of the NFT collections, which was surprising to us. We thought it might kind of cannibalize the volume. And then you have the additional volume from the token as well.
Really cool. I can't believe I didn't know of that before. Like this new way of doing it. I love it. I love it. And does the community eat that up? Are they enjoying it a lot?
Yes, they love it. It just gives them a different way to play it, and other ways to try to make money. And also, it allows people who say it's $100 NFT. It allows someone who has $10 in their wallet to go buy $1 of the token and kind of get to take part in the community too.
Yeah, so cool. All right, last question. And by the way, we should do this more often, just have even a longer session. I know this one's quick, but what are you looking forward to next year? What are your big milestone moments coming, big releases, launches, whatever, coming to 2026?
Yeah, next year we'll get a fully aggregated DEX site up. So basically you'll be able to trade any Sui token on Tradeport. So it'll be kind of a full suite, NFTs, fungible tokens. That's exciting. We're also bringing assets on chain. I don't know how much I can say yet, but we are gonna launch a gotcha mechanic, which we're excited about. So think like similar to what Courtyard and Collector Crypt have. There will be something similar to that, but with a new twist. When we do things like this, we like to add a twist to it that's not just, hey. And then, looking at different ways to bring real world assets on chain, and combine some of these token mechanics that we've created with that. So, one of those that we're looking at is gold, bringing it on chain and then bringing some new mechanics into it, not just trading gold on chain.
Spicy. You have a lot coming. That twist you mentioned before, was that something, did you already mention it and I missed it, or is that maybe like a little bit of a secret right now?
It's a little bit of a secret. It's it's kind of the twist on the gacha mechanic is more so asset selection. So I mean, a lot of the gachas we see are Pokemon. Yeah, we'll be doing something similar but a little bit different with a little more in there than what you typically see.
Okay.
And then the twist on something like gold is kind of tied into this liquid NFT mechanism. It's yeah. I can't say too much, but it's something like that.
All right, fair. But you guys are cooking. You guys are cooking. I'll be paying attention. I can't wait to see it. I hope people get their eyeballs on this, and I will do my part. Because you're doing very interesting. It's interesting takes on what we've already done in love, but a fresh version of it in a way I think people just eat up. So
yes,
keep doing exactly.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I love it, guys. Give them a follow. Tradeport XYZ. Any final words?
No, I think just excited to wrap up the year. NFTs are still alive. For the people that ask if they're dead, they're still alive. May look different, but they're still alive. So
when Yad is on, I'm going to ask him to give you a little pep talk. I just want his current take on NFTs because you can't deny that they're down and they look rough. Right. And again, more than ever now, people saying they're dead, and I don't believe that. And we'll get the grandfather of this space, to tell us why they're not. Because I know he does. Yes. I know he has no doubt about these things still. Neither do I.
Well, I look forward to it. Appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, thank you again, man. Again, we'll run it back and get you on here for a full episode. But thank you. Appreciate you, man.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. Goodbye. Very cool. Another great platform, another great partner, just good people out there. Good people out there. I like that idea though. Because I love 404s. I really loved them. I thought they would be everywhere. Now I especially saw an opportunity for artists to use them and chase different outputs through re-rolling your collection, and then at the same time have an artist token. I thought there was something really cool there. Again, I'm very surprised we didn't see it. Now, like, I think we saw a collection maybe from like Jack Butcher or like, okay, there was the Red Bull Racing Velocity series, and I feel like we saw a collection do 404s, but for the life of me, I can't remember if I made that up or it actually happened. But wishful thinking, I don't know. Hope we see more. Their version's great.
Yeah, what I think is going to happen though, like just to talk about how NFT's going to change, I really do think that the social media influencers should grab hold of it, because it's all about community engagement, centralizing how you can tap into the people that follow you, people that tune in, and like playing around with that tech, not gimmicky stuff, like actual real utility to help them reach their user base more. I think if people started playing with the tech around there, we'd see the next phase in NFTs come a lot sooner.
Yeah. Are you collecting NFTs these days?
No, I've not. I think the last NFT I purchased was on Wax. I think it's one of the
wow.
Yeah, because we've been tracking Wax from like the beginning.
Yeah.
So we've seen Funko come up, and like they were the most successful project that I've seen consistently pump out new seasons. So I grabbed a few maybe like 2 years ago, and the last one was I think the one you gave me on Tezos. I think last year. I think you gave me one. But yeah, I haven't really delved at NFTs in a while since we started this whole V4 embark. We're not talking about just NFTs, but everything is on chain. When we started that shift, my mind just opened even further. It's all about the tech, man.
True. I'm trying now to remember what I gave you. It's probably a Zancan. I'm thinking, was it a very like a trees or leaves or something like? Yeah, there we go. Yep. That makes a lot of sense. That's my guy. That's my artist. That's great, man. Yeah, I believe they come back. I'm excited for them still. I still love them. I happen to collect some, the past 2 weeks too. So it's nice hearing Daniel's take on it too. I like people who work with them, sharing what they think. And, most people like you said, my take is not the common take anymore. Most people don't believe they're coming back. And it's not just that I think they do. I feel very certain that they do. Like he's saying, in a different way. But I also believe they come back. A part of it comes back in the way it did before. Pure collectability, just collectibles, stupid money again, stupid valuations, nothing that makes sense. It happens again if we get to the point and it's a big if, but the point where people have money again. NFTs did what they did because normal people, had a lot of money to waste. During COVID, a whole bunch of stimmies. You're stuck at home, so you had nothing else to spend on. I think a lot of people think let's go tinfoil hats for a minute. A lot of people think we see something like that again. We see pandemic again, or we see, hey, I'll go real tinfoil, UFO, UAP stuff. I don't know. I'm just throwing out weirdo examples, but I still believe something happens where stimmies happen. That's the big thing. Stimmies happen. And the truth is now, we talk about this here quite often. If we get the Trump, tax refunds next year, that will be 3 of the past 6 years that we've gotten a stimulus check, which to me is like, that sounds a lot like UBI. That sounds a lot like, the new norm. And I imagine it just kind of keeps happening. And then eventually it happens maybe more frequently. And eventually it's like, well, here's your weekly stimmy. And again, we're talking UBI. What do people do when they have that money? Well, we saw what happened when they had that money. They spent it on stuff they don't need. And in this case, digital collectibles. I believe that scenario comes back. And I'm not saying we live at those prices. I'm thinking exactly the same thing happens. A 6 months, a year and a half of just wild times, and then gone again. I don't know.
Well, it could be some usability, some real world usability with NFTs too. So a few weeks ago, talking with Paul and Jeff from Troon, they introduced me to a concept with Carbon and setting to use NFTs to record the distribution of funds between big money companies and their subsidiaries that are operating their supply chain. And it's just an incentive process to kind of get them to use more carbon-friendly infrastructure. So that's one use case. Like through the years, you've seen companies that have used smart contracts for real estate management. I even saw a project with like wine bottles, and it was about validating the authenticity of the wine. So like, I think people have been trying out how to adopt NFTs for a long time now. I do think with the rest of the space now gaining some sustainability and adoption, I do think it's going to resurge where there will be some collectibles, but I do think we'll be using NFTs every day, whether we know it or not. And I can't wait for that, because that's when it's truly seamless and fully adopted, and the things that we've been doing here for the last 5 years can really explode.
Boy, fingers crossed. And also can't wait. I believe we have Mythical Games coming next, who are, man, they don't get talked out about enough in this space. They don't. And I know people talk about them. I know it happens, especially this year. And we'll talk about it here coming up in a minute. I think with their CTO. But man, that is the home for Pudgy Party. And this is a phenomenon here in Web3. And, especially if you're an NFT guy, it's okay. I can't call it the biggest Web3 game. You have to give that crown always and forever to Axie Infinity. But since then, yes, there's probably been other big Web3 games, but I don't think there's anything more important than Pudgy Party. It's the most like normie facing product, mainstream product, and just starting, man, this thing launched 2 months ago, already 1 million downloads in the App Store. Like, really impressive. And it lives on Mythical Games. It lives there, and it's not their first success. And yeah, that success split, it's Pudgy Penguin success too, but I don't know if it's a coincidence. Mythical Games has NFL rivals and FIFA rivals, and there's a racing Nitro Tour. I hope I don't butcher that when he's on here. I might, but it happens.
Nitro Nation and D-Market too.
And D-Market. I forgot. Let me make a note. I forgot all about D-Market. Hang on. Note time.
That's been cooking all year.
That is almost always the number 1 NFT collection. And if anybody doesn't know, this is actually how I connected with Sammy.eth or Sammy.mocha back in the day. Okay, D-Market is a platform for people to trade Counter-Strike skins and Team Fortress skins and Dota and Rust and all kinds of gaming skins. And it's incredible. It's incredible. That platform does volume, and no, the NFTs or the skins aren't tokenized, but the sale is done on chain, which I think is interesting. And it actually makes an NFT for the actual sale, is my understanding. Like the sales are tracked as NFTs. Super, super interesting. But yeah, they have products that if you like hardcore degens aren't using, well then fine. They don't need you, because it's super normies. It's normies outside of our ecosystem that are using that. And that shows the kind of demand that's out there. It's all about product market fit. And it definitely has that fit out there. I mean, they're doing, I'm even going to pull up the site and let's see those numbers. And I bet you they're going to be top of the leaderboard here. So let's go on Mythos chain. And I don't even have to sort Mythos chain, by the way. I can probably go 30 days and D-Market's number 2. And in fact, they're number 1 because this top position, really, it's like liquidity positions, I believe. It's not really the same. It's not things being traded, I don't believe. D-Market, 23 mil in volume in the past 30 days. The next closest is, well, okay, I'm not even sure. I think there's some washed in here. I think I'm not totally positive here, but compare it to a traditional NFT project, Pudgy Penguins. It's more than double the volume. Monster numbers. And always. So impressive stuff, man. Mythos chain is they got Blankos too.
Yeah.
Wow. I've got a little Blankos character somewhere. I got to go dig him up, man. I've got a Blankos, it's Blankos Block Party. I remember minting those characters. They sell like rare skinned ones. I even think they sell like branded ones too, but they're Mythos is built different. Partners are ours for a long while too now, right? Like years?
Yeah, I think it's about 2 or 3 years now. We've been working with them. We integrated their initial EVM chain, and then they migrated to Polygon. We stopped everything and migrated our tracking to Polygon as well. That's how important they are to us. They've been great friends and very loyal to us over the last 2+ years. Really happy to have them come on the show in a few minutes.
Yeah. Oh boy, it'll be great. One of my earliest interviews, I'm trying to remember exactly when this was. Oh, no. My memory got like warped here. We've had the CEO of Mythos Chain on our show back when Johan and I used to do Crypto Slam Clubhouse. I wasn't on that show. Johan did that one solo, but just to say they have been great friends and great partners for a long, long time. And just to see their growth from then to now, outstanding.
Yeah, I'm happy to see what else they're cooking in the GameFi space for sure. They're definitely leading the game. Definitely right now. Definitely a goal.
Something I'll be asking him. What kind of IP? What's coming next?
Yeah, we gotta know what's cooking, man. We gotta make sure they're definitely tracked.
All right, let's see. We should have them live here in just a moment. Couple minutes now. So let's run through some shills, which I love to do. Anybody new watching here, and by the way, we got a lot of viewers, which I appreciate you guys a ton. If you're watching on X, and I imagine a lot of you are, I think primarily people are watching on X, just know we do this show live Monday through Friday. This is an everyday show. No, it's not 12 hours every day, unfortunately. Maybe we'll get there at some point because I love doing the long shows. But every morning I'm live from 9 a.m. Eastern time. Are my times right? Yeah, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern time. Again, Monday through Friday, we cover the crypto market, AI with a big old focus on virtuals, and we cover the NFT market. So really comprehensive, top stories. We'll get alpha. Hey, when the market's cooking and there's opportunities out there, we jump on those opportunities live too. So we'll dive into meme coins as well. Kind of cover a lot. Anyway, if you're on X, come over to the YouTube side and just make sure you subscribe over here. It's Crypto Slam over there. And I'll tell you this, most of the chat is happening over on that side. So if you want to be in the community and chatting with everybody else, it's over on the YouTube side. You should be following. Of course, over on X, where you want to be following is Crypto Slam IO. The show's streaming there today. It is not usually streaming their special event. Use the special account, right? So today we're on Crypto Slam IO, but if you want to keep tuned into the alpha that's coming, and make no mistake, there's a lot coming, you're going to follow Crypto Slam IO on X, and then Final Shill, Slam Nation X. I lied, not Final Shill, but definitely follow there. Join us in Slam Nation. Okay, the Final Shill is Ethos Swarm. Again, you Swarm fam, you're already following. You're already on board. But anybody who's hearing about this for the first time, follow Ethos Swarm over on X. And on top of that, how about this? How about you join our wait list for what's coming next? It's ethoswarm.ai. Get signed up. I haven't been on the site yet. I want to peek. Oh, here we go. Okay, just an email address, and that's that. Okay. Get signed up, get notified when it's coming. What is it? Well, you're going to hear from Randy coming up here in just a few. Oh, I don't want to say I'm nervous for this one. It's excitement.
Mhm.
It's excitement because I've been following for so long, and like we were saying before, we've known them and chatted with them before, but like, big deal. All right, let's get to this. We have Mythical Games here. Casper, give a thumbs up whenever you're ready to come up. Yeah, I do. Double thumbs up, double ready. I love it. I love it. GM sir, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
I'm very glad that you're making this show. I am, because like Pascal and I were chatting just before you came live, and I mean, look, I've been following you guys for years now. We've been working with you guys for years, tracking, NFT sales over in the Mythical Mythos chain and Mythical game ecosystem. And you guys are a juggernaut. You are a juggernaut. You have a different kind of product. I think crypto Twitter sometimes isn't dialed into like some of the biggest stuff out there. I think they're starting to now. And so the attention you're getting, especially lately, is so well deserved, is arriving maybe a little late. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they were, paying attention all along. But my sense is now finally people are realizing what a monster you guys are. And it's just so great to see. So kudos to you.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we're probably one of the best kept secrets on the on the list of the biggest chains trading NFTs in crypto. I think we have been constantly in sort of like the top 5, top 7 of the largest chains with the largest daily volume. So really it's sort of like getting that attention that we see in some of the other big NFT chains, like obviously whatever is on Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana. Like we can actually have trading volumes that are the same or higher than what they have on those chains.
Yes. Yeah. Without fail, it's D-Market that does just serious numbers. And now we have these just incredible games that we'll get into this in a minute, but these games are so interesting where they are on chain. There are NFTs involved with a lot of these games, but the users are not your typical crypto degens and NFT traders. A lot of the times it's like very, it's people outside of our echo chamber, our bubble, and they're playing games because the games are great, and the games are fun, and the games use characters they recognize, and there happens to be NFTs there too. I don't know a better way to onboard people to this stuff than that, where it's not shoved right in their face. It's an extra treat that they get to find out it is that. So it's very, very cool. But why don't we start with this? Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us just who you are?
Yeah, definitely. No, I'm Casper Jørgensen. I'm the CFO for Mythical Games. I've been with Mythical Games for a year and a half now. And previous to that was I was the CFO for Web3 Foundation, which is the foundation behind Polkadot. I did my own startup project as well in between before joining Mythical. So been around in the crypto space since 2019 or something like that. So it's interesting now of like coming into sort of the world of games and NFTs, and actually see how we can do it more of a product offering to users, and as you say, as like expanding outside of the crypto echo chamber and actually using this as a product that people want to use, not necessarily because it's Web3, but because Web3 and blockchain gives an additional use case here. So I think that's a really it's really sort of like where I see what will happen to sort of like crypto, Web3 and so on in the future. I think we'll end up in some way of seeing that it's the product that's going to be the ones that are going to be there and that people know about, because this is what they use in their day-to-day lives.
Okay, so then here's the for me the magic question: how do these games come to be? Like we were just saying, great game, recognizable IP, whatever, like things like NFL Rivals, FIFA Rivals, right?
Yeah.
Do you work with the game studios maybe to help design them in that way? Or are they coming to you already with, hey, we have the game, this is how it works, the NFTs are kind of behind the scenes? Like, how does that actually play out?
Good question. It actually works both ways, I say, depending on the game. So I think if we do have our own game studios in Mythical. So when you take games like NFL Rivals, FIFA Rivals, also Putty Party, are all games that we've been developing in-house with our own game studios. Obviously, in collaboration with the IP holders on getting that IP into the game. How do you want to make an engaging game? How can we use the IP and so on? But what we also have is that we have this Mythical platform, which right now you can see it on Mythical.market, where you can trade the game items. And that platform is actually open for third parties as well. So right now you see our own studio games in there. We do have these 3 games right now. What we're looking at is that we'll get more third-party integrations as well in here, so that you can say other external studios can basically use the technology that we developed for the market, and actually integrate that into their game. So we have, I think, our first sort of like fully fledged third-party partner from a company called Spectarium. Their game is called Myths, so very on brand with Mythical and the Myth token. They announced their first trailer, I think, at the Games Tree Award in earlier in, what was it, November or something like that, I think. So they released their trailer there. They're going to have all of their items being traded on the Mythical marketplace as well.
Wow. Okay. And just having this up like really makes it hit the IP that you have and the games that you have, which, by the way, with millions of users, like we're literally talking millions of users. You don't have games out there in Web3 gaming that have those kind of numbers. And in fact, anytime we might have seen that, they weren't real numbers. And these actually are. I mean, my goodness, Pudgy Party launched at this point, what, 2-ish months ago? I want to say 2 months ago.
Yeah, probably closer to 3.5 or something. It was just end of August or something that it launched.
Wow. Time is flying. Holy cow.
Yeah.
But 500,000 downloads, and you can check me on any of this. I think 500,000 downloads within a few weeks, maybe first month. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, within the first month, we ended up at around 500,000 downloads. We just announced, I think, a couple of weeks ago that we reached 1 million downloads for Pudgy Party. And I think NFL or FIFA Rivals is getting closer towards 2 million downloads on that. And yeah, NFL obviously has been out a bit longer, but I think we have roughly 7 million downloads on NFL. So, and these are real downloads. Like this is through the app stores and so on. So it's not like you can just come up with whatever numbers, because these ones are quite verifiable through these platforms. So this is real people that downloaded the game onto their phone and are playing it.
As legit as it gets. Yeah. Now I've played NFL Rivals and it's awesome. I've played Pudgy Party and it's awesome. And I played Blankos a couple of years back, and I don't remember. I've got a boomer brain now. I do. I don't remember if it was part of Mythical Games back then or not. Maybe it always was. What's the story with Blankos?
Yeah, Blankos was our first game actually.
Oh.
And you can say you can see that Blankos is still on the marketplace here. And it was actually a PC based game. And was doing quite well, but we ended up actually moving over to more of the mobile games for both for FIFA, for NFL, and for Pudgy, but obviously still loving the Blankos IP we have, and are looking how can we bring those ones on mobile as well at some point.
Really cool what you mentioned kind of closer to the start, and I maybe didn't realize, like, you guys have a game studio and you're developing these games, some of them at least, right? I didn't know. So now it makes sense how they're designed so perfectly, where you can capture the Web3 guys and you can actually capture then the gamer audience. It makes sense. It's perfection. How did the Pudgy partnership come to be?
Yeah, I think it's sort of a lot of it actually stems from what we actually have done with NFL. I think that actually goes into both the discussions we had both with FIFA, but also with Pudgy, of like showing actually what is it that we can and how can we do a proper Web3 integration in games, because you want to have a game that actually entices the gamers also to use the trading functionality. Because you can mint NFTs and say, hey, these are game NFTs and so on. But if it's not part of the economy in the game, then it's sort of like it just becomes an add-on. Where for us it's more of like, hey, this is actually a way of how you build the games, how do you design the game economy, and how do you design the game around that trading these items is actually a part of how you actually play the game on a day-to-day basis. And that's, I think, one of the important things we have as well is what we have both in we have it now integrated in NFL rivals, we have it in FIFA rivals as well, that in the app, so when you are sitting in the game, you can actually connect directly to the marketplace and you can buy and sell items there directly through the game. So we have that through agreements with Apple and Google of how to actually do it. And right now we're the only ones that actually do that seamless integration, so that when I'm playing and I don't want to have all the hassle of setting up like my own account, my own crypto wallet, 12 words, and if you forget them, all your assets are gone. You can actually just do it by just being in the game. I just interact with it. I don't necessarily need to know that there is a Web3 behind it, but if I want to dive into it, I can do it. So it's also a way of onboarding people to the blockchain experience that way.
How has that been navigating like the Apple App Store? Because at times, like the rules have been more strict than others, I think, or maybe they've always been very strict. But you're there and you're thriving. And what is it that has allowed you to have these apps there without really, facing I don't know, some of their consequences, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's really sort of like working together with them, of making sure they understand what it is that we are building, and how this actually an add-on and gives more engagement to the game rather than something that's detracting from what the app stores is actually making money on as well. So I think it's really sort of like close collaboration with them, making sure that we can explain why we're doing it, how we're doing it, and that it doesn't end up in being like a black box for them, but actually having that engagement with them and the trust on that side as well.
That's cool that there's like dialogue there. That's actually that's great to hear. Interesting.
No, definitely. I think that's the way you make successful partnerships, right? It's like communication always wins on these things.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any metrics? What I'm curious about is the number of players who play the game and never touch the NFT side versus the number who do, like, play the game and end up, having the NFT minted. And I still don't know that process in and out, but do most of the players end up engaging with the NFT part of it?
Yeah, I would say most players will end up engaging with the NFT part of it. Like, you might have players that doesn't necessarily know that they have NFTs in the game, because what you do when you download the game, you create an account on Mythical Market, and all your game progress and your NFTs will automatically be added to the game, and you can go in and you can see them on Mythical Market. But if you don't necessarily want to go into Mythical Market, you can also just play the game, and then and you can even use the in-game marketplace to do the trading. So you don't necessarily know that this is Web3 behind it. But if you want, you can actually interact directly with Mythical Market. You can connect your wallet to it. You can trade it with crypto. So it can be a very crypto native experience, but it can also just be of like, hey, I just think it's a cool game, I just want to play it, and then you just use that functionality. But it's something that we're working on actually also improving that experience and making it even more Web3 native. So that's something that will come out in the coming weeks.
Oh, interesting. Okay, and I want to get to what's coming here. I'm going to ask a question, and I don't even know if what I had read is accurate, but Mythos Chain is migrating. I used to think, okay, Mythos Chain, I thought, and maybe it was part of Polkadot. Was that correct, or is it correct?
Yeah, so we are, say, very much a multi-chain ecosystem at this point, because we do have a parachain on Polkadot called Mythos Chain. This one is still running. People can stake on there. The game items are minted on that chain as well. Then we do have a contract for our tokens on Ethereum. And those ones can actually also be bridged to DEXs on, I think, Avalanche and on Base. And then in November, we announced a partnership also with WorldChain and WorldCoin. And we will be spinning up a Mythos chain on World as well.
Wow.
So this is something that actually is happening in these days. We just moved yesterday 818,000 NFTs on the Blankos game. Moved all that to WorldCoin, to a new experience for Mythical market. We now call it Pulse Market. So you'll see some noise about that on Twitter and from us for the next weeks. But it's being moved as we speak, basically.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was reading, and I wasn't sure if I was reading right or misunderstanding, but I saw the world chain, kind of, I don't know if it's migration's the right word. Maybe it is, but I thought that was awesome. Again, you guys are doing stuff that very few, if anybody else is doing. You feel very ahead of the pack here, so.
Yeah, I think we want to say, sort of like, we frame it a bit more as being an expansion, because like you want to be where the users are, and you want to make the user experience as easy for people as possible. So I think we love what we're doing on the Polkadot side and what we've been doing with Polkadot, but also some of these opportunities that we can see what we can do with World is very, very interesting. I think even like there are some things, especially like for games and verifications of this, of like the proof of humanity that they actually have on World, that you can also use that to make sure that no one is sort of like let's say you can make sure that you don't have the same person spinning up 100 versions of the same game or something like that to try to spoof it in some way or form. So I think there are some possibilities there. I think also World has quite a large ecosystem, and I think they have their World app with a lot of daily users on that one, also in the millions. So there's definitely some very interesting opportunities in that partnership as well.
Yeah, sounds like it big time. I know I actually am over a couple minutes. If you have a couple more minutes for just some quick questions, and Pasquin, throw elbows to get in. I know I talk a lot. If you got some, just jump in. I always say throw elbows. You're good. Oh, hang on, you're muted. Maybe that's why. You're good, Pasquin?
No, I'm good. I've been taking notes the whole time. Thanks, guys.
Beautiful. Okay. So then, I mean, this is to me like it's kind of like a holiday show too. It is. It's like, catching up on how the year went and the milestones and looking to next year. So with that said, what are your favorite moments of this year? What were milestones for Mythical Games this year? And if you have any personal favorites, and then we'll move to the next side of it after.
Oh, yeah. I think this has been very much a year first for Mythical, and I think obviously the biggest achievement is what's been really interesting is the launch of our two newest games, right? So obviously FIFA Rivals in June, and then Pudgy Party that came in August. On top of that, we actually did a major update for NFL Rivals as well. So it was sort of like two and a half new games within a couple of months. Which was really, really exciting, and sort of like seeing all the millions of users you actually have adopting this game, starting to play, and obviously then like updating the games, making sure that they actually do what the community wants, and that it's constantly engaging. So that's been really, really interesting. And then here at the end of the year as well, of like some of the integrations and the expansion that we're doing to World is quite interesting. Some of the things we're working on as well is looking at how can we integrate like tournaments better in the game. So that's something that also will come out. This is also something that is sort of like days away of what we're looking at now. We want to have something in before the end of the year, but let's see.
I like that. Ambitious. I like it. Just working right till the end. Respect. Okay. Where
There's still 2 weeks left, right?
There's still 2 weeks. You can get a lot done in 2 weeks. Absolutely. Where does your community mostly live? Is it a Discord with a big old, Mythical Games community?
I think it's probably both in Discord, but also on Telegram. I think it depends a bit on which way you're getting into the ecosystem, right? Because there is the gaming part of it, and I think that those are mainly on Discord. But I think as we also sort of like diving deeper into the crypto ecosystems and like crypto Twitter and so on, like then you need to be on Telegram and so on, because that's where a lot of these more crypto native people probably are than in the gaming discourse. But I think it's important to have a presence both places to make sure you can meet your users where they are.
Yeah, there had been a big shift to Telegram for sure. So I'm not surprised to hear that, man. Okay, I guess last question for me is, what are you looking forward to most next year? What are some big things on your roadmap that 2026 is going to bring that you're excited for?
So I think 2026 definitely like third-party integrations, like the integrations of the game from Spectarium Myths should be very, very exciting. I played a very early version of the game, sort of like a couple of months ago. It's really, really great. And for several to play together on that one as well. So I think that is going to be very exciting. We have other games that we expect that we can integrate as a third parties throughout the year. So and then the transformation of the Mythical marketplace as well, and making it more Web3 native. And those ones are things that will come out. I think like sort of like let's call it beta versions or something that we have out now, but will be better and better over the coming months, and where people can actually interact more directly with whatever wallets that they have or something like that, so that it's not as much tied into only the game, but also of like, hey, I want to log in with my MetaMask. Can I do that? And that's some of these things that we have an opportunity to do with World that we didn't have before.
Yeah, that's incredible. I'm looking at Pudgy Party on the Mythical market, and I remember, especially when it first launched, man, we saw some of those skins going for hundreds, and I bet we still are right now, some of those skins, but we actually saw some of the most rare ones and that were maybe event-based that were going for thousands. And, still for a lot of people here, that was the dream of Web3 gaming, and it's happening, as far as I know, only here. I don't think I'm seeing
and
it
it's happening now. Like we have, I think as you can see here on the screen, we have this one called the shop all the way in the top of the navigation bar. If you go a bit up just over the Pudgy, if you go out here, then you have the shop where actually we've integrated that. Now you can actually buy items directly here as well. So you can buy them directly here. You can buy some exclusive versions of costumes that you can only get here. And there's also things happening in the game. I think you can still get in the game now of like, I think Pengu has been live for a year since yesterday. So we actually have a costume in Pudgy now to commemorate that you can get directly in the game. But basically, you go into the game and you can actually get that Pengu costume for free as well. So you can support both your community, but also have fun in the game, which I think is a very cool combination.
Incredible. And just, this IP resonates with me. My desk is full of like little Pudgy toys, right? And so like my kids, they're surrounded by these.
We all have them in some way or form, right?
We all have them, right? Pudgies everywhere, right? So I saw that Icy collab in that costume, and I showed my kids, and they thought it was cool. They'll run to the convenience store and grab an Icy. And so it's like this stuff that all of a sudden things are connecting, and you recognize things in all these places, and that's where the magic starts happening. So definitely. Very special thing going on here, man. I know you're proud of it. You should be. This is really, really incredible.
No, we're very happy. We are very happy with it, and also developing further on it to make an even better experience for the users.
Man, so good. I appreciate your time a ton. I would love to have you back sometime. Any major updates you have? Anytime you want to just come connect with the community, open door always. So let's keep in touch and let's do this.
Definitely, let's keep in touch. There's a lot of new items coming, so we should talk again very, very soon.
Absolutely love that, guys. Make sure you're following them, and I want to make sure you're bookmarking the marketplace. But follow them at Play Mythical. That's over on X. And the marketplace, mythical.market. Check it out. Go scope it out and just see how cool it is seeing these assets being traded that people are actually trading. It's
people are trading, and there's a lot of trades happening on a daily basis. So it's not like just in a blue moon that people are trading things. They are trading all the time on these things. We have I think we have more than 50,000 live bids at any given time on the marketplace. So it's so there is activity there.
That's something. Wow. Okay. Super, super, super cool. Man, I just want to say thank you again, Casper. Awesome stuff.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. We'll see you later.
See you later.
All right, Casper. Yeah, that's cool, man.
It's great stuff. It's great stuff. And, if people think, I hear people say, and I get why, but they'll say Web3 gaming dead. Nope. No, I wish I was pointing at it, but no, it's not. It's you got to do it the right way. I think they're the only one or one of the few doing it the right way. And like when I say right way, I'm talking like it's like they're the North Star. That's how you have to be doing it.
They made technology seamless into the platform so that people don't necessarily even know they're using blockchain tech or have NFTs or tokens. It's more so like they focus on the product, they focus on the ecosystem, they focus on the UX. They got people in there, let them try it out. Those who want to dig deeper into the tech, they were allowed to. If you just want to maintain superficial level of the gaming, you can do it as well. It's no longer a gateway to be an expert in the tech to get access to the functions in their platform. And I love that. They've been killing it all year. I'm happy to have them as partners, and I'm happy to see what they're going to do in 2026 for sure.
Man, incredible. All right, we got a big one coming next, and they're not going to stop coming. We're in the thick of it right now, the thick of it. Yahoo Finance on the board in here in just a couple minutes, so let me go ahead and get ready for that. How'd you like that, guys, though? That's like, sometimes you can just say built different. That one built different. Mythical Games built different. Very, very, very legit, very special. A monster of this industry. So that was phenomenal to see. Let me put the schedule up on the board just so people know what's coming here. I think I'm getting better with juggling the screens here. Okay, so we had Play Mythical. Yes, Yahoo Finance up next, and then Yatsu, the big one. The big one. I can't wait, man. I can't wait. Very excited to talk. I mean, all things, but I'm talking some NFTs. Just make no mistake. NFT talk is happening. So
would expect nothing less.
Yeah. Pasquin knows me. I mean, you guys all know me at this point. We're gonna do the NFT thing. Okay, let me get set up here. I prepped. I got my questions ready for these guys. I can't wait. And by the way, yet another one of our fantastic partners. Do I have a link? Okay, let me cheat. I'm gonna grok this real quick. Oh boy, I hope I got time. I like to put up their announcement, right? Yahoo Finance Crypto Hub. Let's get that ready. Get that ready to roll. Boy, I have it somewhere too. Here, you know what I do? I cheat. Grok is the best for searching Twitter.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
And we're just about ready here. Okay. Let's see. There we go. We'll do that. We'll do that one. I would prefer using their announcement, but we'll do that. We'll do that one. Okay. We're a couple minutes early, which is actually fantastic. Mike, I see you down there. Good to see you. You give a thumbs up whenever you're ready to come up. Hey, again, double thumbs. Everybody's like locked in today. I love it. Here we go. Let's switch this around and let's go. Boom. Mike, good to see you and good to meet you face to face here, man. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Anytime. Thank you for having me. I've been watching a little bit this morning, and kudos to you guys. Great show, some awesome guests. So very, very well done.
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. It's like, this is our first time doing like a whatever, a marathon show, mega show, whatever. And we're so fortunate to have such great friends in this space, but it's awesome. And I just know we should do it more. We need to put the spotlight on people more, especially just the people who are building the best stuff in this space. They deserve it. And we'll keep doing it. Let's get into what you're doing, because you're doing fantastic stuff too, and especially exciting stuff. I mean, you're speaking my language lately. I am okay, it's interesting. And I chat Nate Geraci, who's coming on later. I told him this. I never invested in stocks. I never invested in any other markets. until crypto opened it up for me, where I started understanding markets. And while he's got his friends that are the TradFi guys starting to learn crypto, I'm coming from the other side. And just think how it's interesting. Both sides are starting to meet in this one place, and all of a sudden it's converging. And you're right smack dab in the middle of that too, which is going to give you some awesome perspective here. So excited to chat this here. Really? Well, actually, why don't we start with like a quick introduction? Let the people know who you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Mike Ross, I head up our business development and global partnership function for Yahoo Finance. Yahoo Finance has been the #1 destination for finance and business news for the better part of 3 decades, right? So we are a place that nearly 100 million users each month, and that's just in the US, come to each month to consume content, to check data, stock tickers, and ultimately to become more educated and informed. We're serving retail investors at scale.
That number is like, for me, hard to comprehend. Like 100 million people is incredible. For you, is that still like kind of a wow thing?
It is very much. Not Yahoo at large. I don't have the latest numbers off the top of my head, but it's still I believe it's the third or fourth largest internet portal on the planet.
Wow.
So we're only trailing a few, and there is, going back to that 30 years of rich history, people are coming back to us for that trust, right? Our CEO says it all the time. He likes to think of Yahoo as the trusted guide to the internet. And that's exactly what we're doing with our users. And Yahoo Finance, our mission is to help our users grow their wealth. And we are truly seeing this very interesting moment in time where we have predominantly just been covering, more of the traditional financial markets, stocks, ETFs, bonds, you name it. But crypto is really, really emerging as an interesting opportunity for Yahoo Finance.
What's so interesting here, and I had this conversation with one of my son's friends. My son's 18 now. They're starting to get into this world where it's a thing they pay attention to, and he's starting to explore crypto. And I was asking, where are you learning crypto from? And he said Yahoo Finance, which I thought was really, really interesting and really, really cool.
Yes.
Even cooler now how I know your platform is about to get this big old buff, and where I can be like, you're in the right spot. And it's not that he wasn't before, but I'm like, you're really going to be dialed in now if you're using Yahoo Finance for that, which is just a cool story and just fits here so perfectly. But I'll start with some questions here. You've covered crypto for years now. This is a thing I know. I've been fortunate enough, like I used to write articles for Forecast News, right? And I would sometimes see my articles show up on Yahoo Finance. And for me, that's a treat. I'm like, what am I doing on Yahoo Finance? But it was a treat and it was awesome. But that just told me you guys knew that crypto stories, insights, whatever belongs there, which is great. But you're going so much deeper now all of a sudden with the crypto hub that's coming next year. What's the moment? What drove the decision to take that leap, to take the crypto coverage just so much deeper and expand it?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it a bit earlier, but it's moved from an emerging category to essentially a permanent asset class, right? And our users we're seeing this, more habitual behavior from our users of engaging with not only crypto content, but crypto data, and expanding this coverage and matching our user demands with product experiences is very, very important to us. So it's really about this demand, this maturity. Users want more than just, crypto prices. They really want more curated experiences that combine content, that combine data and insights. And these, this hub that will launch in Q1, this idea of a crypto hub is really kind of a part of this evolution. And, what's interesting is, users have always come to us to, they're consuming the news. We are going back to that 100 million monthly active users. People are coming to us, our users are coming to us to consume content that's either original Yahoo Finance content or that of third-party publishers. You mentioned Forecast News, one of our partners. But what we're seeing is this consistent growth in engagement. And I'll just give you one data point here. And this is, so for example, Bitcoin, is one of the top 5 most searched tickers on Yahoo Finance right now. And I pulled the numbers earlier this week. Engagement growth, if you compare January of 2025 to present day, we're seeing growth there in overall engagement just on that page of over 25%. So it's just showing that retail investors are getting more curious, they're getting more interested, and we want to create experiences that match that interest.
I love to hear the growth. I love to hear that people are interested in a new way, And it's obvious we knew it's coming, but it's the breakout moment for that. By the way, okay. For me, this was news, which was Q1 for the crypto hubs. Was that announced before? Is that kind of new?
Yes. So we announced the experience as part of our marquee Yahoo Finance Invest event that happened in November. And we are on track. We should be ready to launch sometime in mid to late Q1. And that crypto hub is going to be powerful, right? I mentioned, obviously Crypto Slam will be a component of that experience. We partnered with nearly a dozen new publishing partners that are going to provide us with new and emerging and innovative new content. And we're going to create something that's truly going back to matching our users and what they want. We're going to create something truly special. So we have our product engineering and our design folks actively working on this right now.
Oh boy. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. And what I'm curious, and probably a lot of this you can't speak to yet. Maybe you can. We'll see. I'm going to test. But is it that we're going to see articles here that are then supported by your own charts, your own metrics, your own dashboards? Or are we talking about a whole standalone page with these metrics? It's like a one-stop shop for everything crypto.
Yes. So it's a combination of both. I would say that the crypto hub is a standalone destination for deeper exploration. Crypto data, crypto insights will also be embedded throughout the Yahoo Finance experience. So, as our users have generally consumed content, whether that's articles they're reading, whether that's going to our coveted ticker pages to get the latest data on specific assets. So it's going to be a combination of both. It's going to be a standalone destination for deeper exploration, kind of everything in one, but it'll still be kind of naturally and organically within our product experience as well.
Yeah, very, very cool. How did these partnerships come to be? With us, with Crypto Slam for the NFT portion of this, but Decrypt, they're phenomenal. They're friends, right? Coin Market Cap, Real Vision, The Block, Bankless. I think that's all of them. I don't think I missed anybody. Well, Polymarket separate. I'm going to ask about, but yeah, how did those partnerships come to be?
Really, it's we've always been this aggregator of amazing content, and what we did is we always work hand in hand with our own editorial folks, and we selected and we curated best-in-class partners who bring credibility, who bring differentiated data, and really thoughtful perspectives, right? And each one of those partners will play a distinctive role, and together they're going to create that more complete, more trusted crypto experience for our users.
Well, I can tell you we're honored to be a part of it. And to be in the same name with those other guys too, who we know and respect well, and they are, all titans of the industry too. So it's a very special thing that's coming together here, and cannot wait to see it out there live. Now, the same day you announced the Crypto Hub, and I'm geeking out for it, I can't wait, but you announced the partnership with Polymarket,
Yes.
which is awesome. Similar kind of question, and I think I know where it'll go. Will we see that there's going to be markets that are tied to topical articles, and you're going to see like the markets that kind of add to that experience? Or are we going to see dedicated like a Polymarket page on Yahoo Finance?
Yeah. So same thing as the Crypto Hub. It's essentially both. So we're going to be launching a dedicated prediction market hub in partnership with Polymarket, and that will essentially display probability data for key economic, government, market outcomes, those that would be more tied to retail investors and with the general market at large. But the interesting thing that we're going to do is we're also going to pair this with news, with quotes, with data and analysis. And the goal here is really to put prediction markets in context, right? Not in isolation. We don't just want to put a prediction market module as kind of a standalone. We want to wrap that with more value for our users. Some examples of some of those predictions that we're going to bring in. If you're on a Tesla ticker page, as an example, you might see a module, what price will Tesla close at in 2025? Bitcoin, what price will Bitcoin hit in 2026? Right? All of these things. Will there be, what's the probability of hopefully not, but of a US recession by the end of 2026? So we're going to put these modules or these predictions in contextually relevant areas of our experience. So the team, similar to how we're really rallying around that crypto hub, we have teams focused just on launching this new partnership with Polymarket as well.
Oh, I was muted. Do you think the platform users, are they going to reference the Polymarket markets in the article as just more data? Or is it something you think they're going to engage with and actually, bet on these markets too? It's probably going to be a mix of both, but yeah.
I apologize. I think my answer has been both for a couple of these now, but it's true, right? We want to surface relevancy. Contextual is key here, right? We want to give our users, we want to bring in value to our users. And kind of the benefit for Poly is that if the user does want to take that one step further, they're redirected over to the partner site where they can actually complete that transaction.
Oh, interesting.
So that's kind of the beauty of this partnership, right? Going back to that 100 million monthly active users, the power of that scale. So yes, that's the way that partnership will be structured in this initial phase.
Oh, I love that. Okay. Now here's where things, and I'm very curious about this one here. So mentioned it earlier. Okay, crypto and more traditional assets are merging, and we're getting tokenized stocks and these crypto ETFs and whatnot. And on your platform, there's portfolio management. People can track their their different positions. Does this all becoming one thing? And I'm sure they're still going to stay separate as well. But is it getting harder to track? Do you picture it getting harder to track, or is it just more to track?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think conceptually, it probably gets a little easier because everything starts to behave more like a financial instrument, price tracked, compared in kind of similar ways. But technically, I think it will be more complex, right? Because the data lives now across different systems, different chains, standards. So I think the real work is kind of unifying that data in a way that's more accurate and understandable. But we think the payoff is going to be significant. Right.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you.
Well, Screams huge opportunity for whoever finds that perfect way to display it, where it is simple, you get it all, and it makes sense and clean and right. Like what a cool opportunity.
Exactly right.
Yeah, very interesting. I gotta ask then. Huge year just across the board in crypto, in the traditional markets. For you guys though at Yahoo Finance, what do you look at as your biggest, what are you most proud of this year, and what are your big milestones from 2025?
Great question again. I'd say it was a major year for Yahoo Finance. Launching new experiences, bringing in private company data was a milestone for me. We brought in some new additional product partnerships. For example, now you can, users of Yahoo Finance, if they're on a specific ticker page and there's an earnings call happening, you can listen to that earnings call live within our experience. And I mentioned it earlier, this Yahoo Finance Invest event was really a moment for Yahoo Finance. I don't know the exact numbers, but we had nearly 10 million streams of this event. And we really brought our best in terms of editorial voices, marquee guests, and we announced some of those amazing new products and partnerships like the Crypto Hub we've been talking about, Polymarket, and much, much more. So that was like the culmination of a lot of amazing work by the entire Yahoo Finance team at large.
It was a great event. I watched plenty of it. It was awesome to see and very well put together. I have a new appreciation for production now that I dabble in this, and it was I mean, it looked flawless, and yeah, it was a really great production. So GG's there. And I'll finish on this and pass on any questions you might have, and I want to be respectful of your time. We're coming up to the end, but milestones then for next year. What are you looking forward to for Yahoo Finance in 2026?
Our focus is really continuing to super serve those 100 million users. It's a massive responsibility we have. So new content, new data, new tools. We're also a big focus of us heading into next year will be unlocking more value through our subscription product. Yahoo Finance has a subscription. It's awesome. You should check it out. We're going to be relaunching a number of new marquee features in Q1 as well. It's going to be a busy time. And then I would kind of be remiss to say, but AI, right? We are unleashing AI throughout our entire experience. We're trying to, all of this news, data, we're trying to synthesize that, trying to streamline it in a way for our users to be able to optimize their experience. So new products, we're referring to it internally as the AI analyst that can help you analyze and dissect a company. Why that stock moving? What is leadership saying? What is the market saying? So AI is going to be a key focus for next year. And then on the content side of the house, lots of interesting work happening on the video side. So Yahoo Finance is still doing bell-to-bell video coverage, which lives on Yahoo Finance and a number of different distribution platforms like Samsung and DirecTV and Vizio, but new programs that match our user interest and needs. So I think that's a few of them for me.
That's great stuff. You have a big year ahead. I can't wait. I'll be tuning in, and of course, I'll be using the Crypto Hub. Probably is a core thing I use now in my content. I'm really looking forward to it. Pasquin, any quick final questions or thoughts from you?
No real questions, but I do have a comment that it's a massive one. I think you guys are under right now at Yahoo Finance, trying to consolidate all the context across different streams, so you can have some unique experience for your users. I think it's great. We've done something similar in the Web3 space with our Slam AI intelligence. So any sort of support we can extend to the partnership, we are here for it. We've already tested some things. We've dealt with partnerships with InfoFi, and we definitely see the road ahead. And we're very excited to know that Yahoo Finance is a part of it, because we do think it's a big movement that multiple people need to be a part of. Not just us, not just Yahoo, but everyone.
Yes.
So happy to know such a strong partner. Yahoo Finance is going to be a part of it.
And I'm sure we have plenty to learn from you guys as well, right? So totally agree.
Great stuff. Mike, thank you so much for joining. Next year when the hubs launch, come back. Come back. Let's talk about it. Dive in, and that'll be a blast. But I appreciate your time here today, and you boys are cooking over there. I love to see it.
So thank you guys so much for having me. Take care.
Appreciate you. Bye. Boy, great. All
that going on, but with Polymarket, and I could see where our data is going to really steamroll a lot of that contextual stuff, not just the NFT stuff, but the intelligence side.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of high hopes for what we're going to be cooking up with Yahoo in 2026 for sure.
Yeah. Wow. Fantastic. You know what? Okay. Funny to like make a parallel here, but like when I say this a lot with the virtuals projects. I talk to a team who's building a cool thing. Okay. Let me walk it back. I see a cool product. I read a great white paper. Awesome. When I talk to the person is when I feel different, and my like conviction, belief level changes, grows, whatever. Talking to Mike, and that's the first time I've ever talked to him and spoken to anybody at Yahoo Finance. I'm like, wow, they get it. Just the way he's speaking about the crypto industry, I'm like, they get it, and they get how important it is. And now I get how important it is for us to have them building in this direction with us. So that was a really special moment. I think I'm excited to get that clip and put it out there afterwards, just that whole chat, because that guy's great. That guy's great. Yahoo Finance is going to be.
He's awesome. They definitely have their things together. And we definitely can learn a lot as we share information with them. Really excited.
Yep. Incredible. All right. Next up, we have in 10 minutes, guys. Oh boy. the man, the myth, the legend. Let's do these graphics justice. The man, the myth, the legend, Animokas Yatsu, live with us in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I thought I would be very nervous for Yat, and I'm not. I'm excited. I've wanted to talk to Yatsu for 5 years now. 5 years. I did not think it would be this time, this date, whatever. I actually thought I would never get to chat with him. So I can't wait. And we'll get to, like I said, the NFT stuff, yes. Metaverse stuff, yes. Everything he's building, and I'm sorry, we got him for 15 to 30 minutes. That conversation could probably go for 15 to 30 hours with how much he does in this space, his knowledge, but we're going to make it work.
Yeah, I saw him briefly at Consensus in May in Toronto, and I got about 10 seconds to talk to him. Trust me, I game prepped that speech all night with Randy. But yeah, like sitting down, listening to him speak, it to me was a completely different experience, especially live. He gave an analogy of what's happening in Web3, because he actually was a Web2 professional at first. He made the analogy about the cell phone and how there are a lot of different, I guess, needs of our everyday life that we kind of fixed or did our best. But really with the cell phone, it became that vehicle that allowed us to embark in this new way of life. And I'm pretty excited to see what Animoca has cooking. So I think they're building the next cell phone. That will change the way that humans live and interact every day.
I like hearing it like that. Are you wanting to stay for Yat?
I am not. I want to get some popcorn, and Levi's been running up and down all morning, so definitely want to corral him for a bit. But I'll definitely be in tune, and I'll hop on after he's done.
Yeah, that sounds great. Oh yeah, come back for Zyber, Troon, or just Troon. Your pick there, but you just tell me when you want to hop back in. We got Scott right after too, so even welcome to come there. There we go.
Definitely want to connect with Paul and Jeff.
Yep, perfect. All right, I'm going to take a very quick couple of minute break. We'll be back, and it's going to be Yatsu on the other side, guys. Get ready. All right, boys. What'd you think of that? What'd you think of that? I don't know. That was pretty special. I think that was pretty darn special. Again, first time meeting Mike. Thought he was great. Would love to have a longer sit down with him and chat Yahoo Finance. That story at the beginning about, this young gentleman who, was trying to get into crypto and, where he would source his news from. And it was Yahoo Finance. And I'm like, great. You're probably going to have to get a little deeper other places. And that was more for like meme coins, right? Because I think a young guy wants to do the more degen stuff, the gambly stuff, whatever. And that all changes now with the crypto hubs, completely changes. As in the place you want to go to discover, I believe, meme coins and NFTs, which might be a little more degen. Yes, I think that's fair to say. But now I can safely say when somebody's trying to discover crypto and break into crypto and learn about it, and so get those articles and get those market points and get those insights. And especially knowing they're partnering with people like Decrypt and CoinMarketCap and Real Vision, all those, I'm like, yeah, I think the place you want to go to discover crypto is Yahoo Finance. What a wild thing. What a world. What a thing we're growing into. And boy, just incredibly special what they're growing there. So when those hubs are live, I cannot wait to get Mike back in chat. DK, thank you, dude. Yeah, that was right. I think Mike is great. Sometimes I'm not sure with guests if they're going to be, very, suit, tie, button up and whatever. Mike's real dude, just a real guy. And of course he's that professional guy too, but real. I felt like I could ask him questions that mattered and we would get real answers, and we did. And that was fantastic. And with Yat, what you're going to get the person who helped define a lot of what's happening now. And you're going to get realness about these new assets, which for him are not so new. This has been his life for a long, long while. In fact, depending on how long we have him, I'd like Yat to give us a little backstory, the bio. Who is Yatsu? I think it's been a while since we've done that. We now know Yatsu is like just the father of this space. And, I think his backstory even before was so interesting. I believe Yat was the, founder, CEO of the first ISP in Hong Kong, I believe. I hope I don't butcher the story, but right. He's got such awesome lore. And so to get that backstory, I think would be a lot of fun. Like I said before, I definitely want to pick his brain about the NFT market, what it is now compared to what it used to be, and talk about where it's going. And I want to do the same with the metaverse too, because I think the metaverse is still such a special thing that's coming here. And we'll see. Man, they got a lot though with Mochaverse. Gosh, they have their new Mocha Drop, I believe. Mocha Drop. They have so many new products and new things and a lot of moving parts, especially this year. Animocha just keeps maturing and growing in all these different directions. Tell you what, a Mochaverse is one of those ecosystems I want to be in, need to be in at some point, need to be in the Mochaverse ecosystem. So we'll make that work at one point. And then, of course, their NASDAQ listing that's coming. So a lot to talk about there. Going to be great. Hey, there we go. Ready with the popcorn. Man, great stuff. All right, let's do, we got a minute here, some shills. All right, let me make sure I got this right. Okay. Screens get nice and out of whack here. But guys, I think a lot of you are watching on X. Thank you for tuning in. Hit the like wherever you're watching. Just know home base is over on YouTube. Make sure you follow over here or subscribe. It's Crypto Slam over on YouTube. Guys, I stream 5 days a week starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time. And we cover the NFT market. We cover the crypto market, NFT market, AI, anything hot news of the day we're into. And sometimes we get a little more degen, sometimes a lot more degen. Make sure you're following us at Crypto Slam IO over on X. And man, join us in Slam Nation. That's at Slam Nation X over on X. If you're a builder, and I'm talking building crypto dashboards, you're building AI agents, you're building crypto tools, and you need data to power you. And I'm telling you, even if you have data providers, you need to check out what we're offering, because I can guarantee it's beating what's out there. I can guarantee this. But come check out our data. Join us in Slam Nation. And I'm going to invite you to a Slack group with our team, with our developers who are here to support you, to help you see your vision come to life here. We're going to give you credits to tap into our API so you can see the data yourself and see why it's so great. See why it's the top of class for on-chain data. And then you see how you'll use it in your products. Special stuff. And I want to put the spotlight on you right on this show. So again, join us in Slam Nation. We'll talk about your stuff on air, and behind the scenes, we'll support you in your journey of building. And if you didn't see, well, let's just do the quick show here, because we've got some spicy little updates. Let me reshare that. Let's do it. Let's do it right. How about that? Here we go. There we go. Little sneak peek, little teaser. This is for you Swarm guys out there, but I'm telling you much bigger than that. But if you're a Swarm holder, pay attention. Pretty crazy. Okay, without context, I leave it there. I get in trouble if I say too much, so I'm not going to say too much. I'm not going to say anything, but make sure you're following along Ethos Swarm. If you were already following the Swarm account, you know. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry, you don't know, but I'll say this. At least you're following the right place already. You will know soon. To that, actually, after Yat, we'll have Scott from Crypto Slam, who's just fantastic, talking about, well, this side of things, the Crypto Slam side. And then later on, we'll have Randy, and he probably will be talking about Ethos Swarm at that point. So buckle up and get ready for that, guys. Cannot wait. Okay, who else we got on the list too? I'm sorry, I'm looking separately on my schedule here. Okay, coming up, let's put it on the screen for you. Coming up still today, of course, Yat next. We have Zyber Inc. coming in an hour. Very excited for that. That's a very cool. I know if Katz is still watching, I know Katz is like giggable on Cyber Inc. Very cool. Troon Technologies, awesome. You've seen them before, by the way. We've had Paul on the show. Awesome guy. You know, some of those guys have that next level personality. That's Paul. That's definitely Paul. Oh, we've penciled in Ethos Swarm right there. Okay, good to see. Chess coming on. That's an Animoca product. It's on-chain chess in the midst, I believe, of an NFT mint, which is really, really cool. I am excited to chat through that one. We have Nate Geraci coming on here in 2 hours. I'm trying to, time conversions in my head doesn't go well, but we're going to make it work. Let's see. 12:45. Let me see. 12:45. Well, no, let's go Nate. A little easier. Noon. Okay, in 2 hours, it's Nate Geraci. DapperLabs follows that. Say follows them. And then we get to the NFT stuff with a little pause from NFTs. We go Jared with NFTs, NFT art, and then Base on the show. And we're going to talk about all the stuff from yesterday, especially Base app. And then rounding out the show with Cool Cats, CyberKongs. Cannot wait. Cats, you've been here the whole time, man. I appreciate you a ton. You know I do, but I just got to say it. I appreciate you a ton. A ton. And a lot of fun today, too. Put out a thread about the prediction market AI project Zyber is incubating. Interesting. I know very little about them. And in fact, with Zyber, I went out of my way to not research ahead of time. I want to go into Zyber fresh. I like when, I'll just say, I like learning about a product live because I think it lets me ask questions that people who are hearing about it for the first time would also be asking. So on purpose, I didn't want to deep dive and know everything. I want to ask. I want it to be very organic and natural. So I hope we get that. Okay, Yatsu on the clock. And he'll be here. He retweeted the show. He'll be here. I would imagine, that man very, very busy. Very, very busy. Guys, I'm a little unplugged today, right? I think fair, right? I'm a little unplugged, keeping up with news. Any big stories happening out there today? Just while we're, staying locked into the guests in the show? Any big happenings out there? Actually, hang on. How about we do this? How about we peek at the market? I have no idea what's going on. I have no clue. I'm a little afraid to look. Oh, all right. Better than I thought. I was worried that if we had a war with Venezuela announced, that we were in for a brutal day. It didn't happen. In fact, it was talk about the market and things we should be excited about with this market. I'm very happy to see Bitcoin back to 88. Very happy to see that. Has me feeling a kind of way here. ETH at 2,900, BNB 847, Ripple 192, Solana 127. I think we're in a good spot right here, right now. And hang on, I'll say it. I'll say it. We're on track for Santa Rally. We're right on track. If you don't know, the Santa Rally is defined as the last 5 days of December and the first 2 days of January. So Santa Rally on track. We want to see Bitcoin back to 100, maybe all the way up to like 107. We know our friend Luna is going to be short in the market at that point too. But again, I'll just say it. Santa Rally still on track. I can't wait. Excited to get to the Coinbase announcements too. How are our views? Oh, dude, look at our views are pretty awesome today. I'm not really a big views guys. I'm not, you guys know this. We're at almost 4,000 views on the show right now. Trump tax stimmy money comes. Look, yes. I mean, yes, if that happens, and I think it's a big, if it happens, then absolutely look out. Okay. Guys, I think it's the time. I think it's the magic time. This is something I think for me very special. I think for most of us here very special. We have Yatsu joining the show here. Yat, I see you down below. How about you give me a thumbs up when you're ready to come up? And he's ready. Yatsu's born ready. Okay, hang on. Let's get you up here proper. How about that? Welcome to the show.
There. Hey there. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great.
Early happy holidays. We are almost at Christmas, hoping for a better year to come.
I think all of us, and I think this chat's going to be so much fun because, look, I got a lot of my learning, about NFTs and what they are and why they matter. And the same applies to the metaverse. I got my understanding of it from you. And so right now, while a lot of us are pretty, some of us a little shook, a lot of us trying to understand, okay, where we're at now. Is this the new norm? Is this where it's going to be years out? Or are we sticking to our conviction and this stuff is going to be the magic we thought it was going to be? And you're the perfect guy to be talking about this stuff. So hoping to get to some of that here today, but we'll get to that in due time. I just got to say welcome. And this is a real treat. It's a real honor to get to meet you and talk about this stuff. Like I said, you're the guy who helped me understand that, especially the open metaverse. You talking that, for me, aha moment, right? It clicks. I got it. I fell in love with it. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much for the kind words, and happy to talk about any questions you have and where we are right now. I think maybe I'll just open it up to the fact that obviously this year has been a little bit disappointing, broadly speaking. There's so many positive headwinds. If you think about Bitcoin, as really sort of, pretty much our macro indicator of the space, we started at, over 100K at the start of the year, and it may look like we're going to end up possibly within this range, maybe a little bit better. There's a couple things that will probably have an impact. Some of it is tax season, right? Historically, there have been a case where people typically sort of sell off their crypto assets, particularly when they are in losing positions, as a way to end the year with tax losses, which they then quickly accumulate in the start of the year. But I think the other thing, maybe just I'll say this as a little bit of a warning for 26, for those of you who might not necessarily be looking at it the same way. I think a lot of people in the industry just simply gave too much faith in Trump. And as a result, we ended up it's not to say, and just to be absolutely clear, Trump has been broadly very positive for the industry, right? I mean, he's basically been saying the right things, look at the SEC, look at basically the politics around this. Clarity just recently at least went to Congress, I guess at least for a review. Genius Act passed, right? So definitely very, very positive. However, I think a lot of people, especially when you look at X, looked at Trump as almost like crypto is his priority. And I'm sorry to say it's not his priority. If there are 10 children, we are the 10th child. So it doesn't mean he doesn't love us, right? We love all the children, but we're just not the firstborn, right?
Right.
And I think we need to be aware of that all the time. If there's a tariff war with China, if there's an issue, it's some war somewhere, when there's something about immigration, when there's whatever, that will be his priority, right? Certainly the politics at home between Democrats and Republicans and all that stuff that's going on, that's his priority, right? And crypto is important, but will always be a sideshow to these priorities, right? So if you think about what happened in the industry, right? I mean, Trump and then Melania token at the start of the year, that was what I described as essentially probably the presidential vampire attack on meme coins, and in a way meme coins never truly recovered after that, right? So that's kind of the first flushing. And then of course October 10, and there's many things that people talk about, but of course the trigger was obviously a major sort of trade war with China, and all the uncertainty that was surrounding all of that. And then, of course, macro uncertainty as well, global economic instability, much more divide, basically more radicalism, all this type of stuff that's also happening in space. And so I think, if there was a different political landscape in the US that was maybe not as apparently friendly, again, it is friendly, but as overtly friendly as it was, maybe we would have been a little bit more careful in some of these strategies we'd have taken, because, Trump's not here to save us. He gave us a platform that we can work from, and that's great. And the foundation long-term is absolutely bullish. But I think in the short term, I think too many people, and we still see this on X, people are saying, yes, he's going to do everything for crypto. I mean, he's going to help crypto, but but we have to help ourselves. And this is an industry where we always helped ourselves up until probably this year, right? We depended on our own. We had to save ourselves from, Bitcoin back in post ICO, and who was here for FTX and like Terra Luna. We did it ourselves, right? And now this year feels a little harsher, and I think the harshness comes from the fact that everyone stepped in with so much hopes, right? So if things are bad, and then you think you have a little bit of success, it's great, right? There's this thing about this famous sort of quote inside One Day in the Life of Solzhenitsyn, which is obviously a famous book back over when he was in the gulags in Russia, and he was talking about how every day eating a piece of really bread, that's all that he had, was a victory for the next day. And I would say that was kind of how we operated in crypto. We were grinding, we were fighting. Every day we basically had a morsel of victory, and it felt like a great one, right? But then, in came the flowers and the celebration, and I think we were basically a lot of us were just sort of too much in the victory lap when it wasn't quite there yet, right? So I think that's just, to me, in terms of 25 was definitely the year of Trump. 26, Trump will have an impact for sure, but we should remember to go back and depend on our own and to look out for our own, and I think we'll be better for that. So that's just my sort of opening statement towards that. But broadly speaking, bullish on the space. Institutional support is coming in. Frankly, if we didn't have institutional support, Bitcoin would be way lower, and many of the major tokens, broadly speaking. And altcoins isn't yet in the remit of institutions, which is what Animoca wants to change, right, by us going public. And once basically altcoins are also in the institutional remit, which is of course much more capital, then I think we'll get the similar type of support base that Bitcoin and Ethereum has, for instance, right? So I think we'll get there, but we're not quite there yet.
Great thoughts. And you said something that I wonder if it's touching on something we've kind of touched on it throughout this stream this morning, which is when you said we need to help ourselves, right? Is that speaking to the people here in the space building this space? It's us continuing to build great products and innovate, and yes, on board too. I think that's what it is. And
yes,
the people I've been talking to today, I think we've all, it's been consensus saying this is the highest concentration of quality builders that I've seen, and me personally, ever in the space, and everybody I've talked to, same thing. The talent here is next level, and there's more talent than ever here. And I think I'm associating that with what you said.
Agree.
That's the way
Absolutely.
we help ourselves, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And that's one. But also really sort of depending on ourselves as an industry. I know we've had a lot of, and again, there's a few ways to think of this, right? But because of the flushing out as it took place. In some ways, it's not necessarily bad. in the sense that it allowed us, or it forced us to refocus in terms of what it's all about, really, which is about essentially mass adoption, more financial access, essentially the democratization of financial assets, broadly speaking, around the world, right? And when the space became very heavily sort of dependent on, there are many token projects that really only depended on basically a small handful of traders. They're basically the whales, and entire business models were built just around them. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but everyone started to focus on them because essentially, they were the mass farmers, they're mass traders, they're the whales. And while they are important players and remain important players, the over-dependency on it meant that when they were challenged, as we saw on October 10, basically many projects that were dependent on that basically started to get challenged. It was kind of like that ripple effect, and you weren't diversified enough or thinking about sort of, the longer tail, because you're focused on that. I mean, I think even in the NFT space, in a more micro way, Blur is a great example of that, right? At the end of the day, Blur did not have a large customer base. That wasn't their model. Their model was to basically deal with a pro trader, which was hundreds of them, who, however, dealt with like the lion's share of the volume. And that's why it made sense for Blur to basically kill royalties from their perspective, because they're, the people who trade this way, they weren't serving creators and they weren't serving the mass. They were serving a small elite that basically were just looking to trade more efficiently, which is fair, but also in some ways, basically without the costs, which, arguably was not fair. But either way, that's what they were serving. And I think many, many more projects that went there because they chased the equivalent of TVL, right? It's like, oh, you bring those guys in and make it attractive to them, we'll get hundreds of millions of dollars of volume. That's right. But your customer base is 1,000, which is okay too, right? If, there's many luxury goods and there's many high-end restaurants and whatever that can exist on that, but, that's your business. That's your concentration risk. And so I think people started thinking about, wait, how do we do this? And many builders, in our portfolio as well, are thinking about, well, how do I reach new customers? How do I expand? How do I get bigger, right? And I think that's really healthy. So it's great. I mean, I think it's the right timing for it all.
Do you look at something like Blur as a net negative for this space, or should it be appreciated as somebody who is trying something new, a way for us to play with these assets and find a new way to financialize them?
Well, I mean, the innovation on Blur, I think we shouldn't discredit, right? I mean, what they've done, not just as a single platform for lending and so on, and also in terms of basically creating the equivalent of an NFT if you will, right? That type of structure is, I think, innovative. Where it went wrong was the fact that they took away royalties, which I think they would have succeeded without having had to do that. But it also exposed, and this is the point, weaknesses in the model. And in some ways, people got a little lazy in saying, well, people are trading NFTs and I get 2.5 or 5%. I could just kind of sort of not sit back is a wrong word, but sort of, I have time, right? But in an emerging industry, you never have time. You always have to be paranoid. And because they came up with something, but they also killed royalties as a result. And as industry, we couldn't sort of band together firmly enough to try to deal with that. So I think to me, if it was to give a parallel in history, Blur was kind of like our Napster moment for music in a way, right? You can't say that, digital music was in and of itself a good thing. Napster demonstrated that in terms of its model, in terms of what it did. It hurt the industry. Yeah, absolutely. But through that, new models ended up emerging to solve the problem, which was things like Apple Music and Spotify and the like. And I think because of that, I think NFT business models are also emerging and changing, right? If you look at things like sort of city strategy or token strategy, right? I mean, these are companies that have basically come up, or Token Works, I meant, right? These are companies that have come up with new models and ideas around how to deal with something. These are innovations that frankly wouldn't have emerged if Blur didn't kill royalties in its current form, right? And I would also argue that the NFT projects today that continue. I mean, look, you look at your 30-day trading of NFTs. Just you quickly going on CryptoSlam, it's $300 million a month. It's not exactly zero, right? And but those companies that continue to do well in this area actually have changed their business model and have looked at things differently. And so that to me is essentially, the positive side, right? If you go to 30 days, you'll see it like over $300 million a month. And then of course you've got other ecosystems that are much more closed, but still in the space, like what you see in the Ton ecosystem, for instance. That is, for instance, outside of what we see here, but actually doing very well as well. So
very well.
So again, yeah, exactly. So like it's kind of and I think, if you look at it purely from the Ethereum space, you might say, oh, it looks pretty bad, but that's because it's been more fragmented too, right? So Ethereum used to be 90% of all NFTs, and now it's, I don't know, 20%, 30%. So it's the largest, but it is not the biggest, in the way that it was before. And so the concentration of that is, effect wasn't there as it was, 5 years ago.
Yeah, great take. Okay, quick question, and then I really want to start talking you and Animoca and milestones, but back to like the quality and the caliber of builders here. You are always at events, right? You do the event circuit, and you are seeing firsthand, again, the caliber, the quality, and the products, the quality of the products being built these days. How much better is it now than, let's say, 5 years ago? What do you see at these conferences, and what has you excited right now?
I mean, is it better? I mean, of course it's better. I mean, if it wasn't better, we should be all very worried. Because and what makes it better is the fact is it's maturity, you could say, but it's also just sort of wisdom, right? I mean, after going through, whatever, if you've been in the crypto and you haven't yet run away, because given everything that's happened in the last 4 or 5 years, first of all, you're a diehard believer and you kind of get it. But the second thing is that you've evolved, right? And there is no innovation without friction, right? So, and our industry has tons of friction, in all sorts of ways. So you learn from that. And the other thing is that there are deep problems that need to be solved, and so there's so many things that you could tackle in an industry like this that is valuable and important. And of course, the other thing is it's attracted a breed of people that are really into, like, the successful projects are not just people who are great engineers, but they're great engineers who understand business, understand money, understand capitalism. Right? And you find something interesting around most really, really successful, or at least fast emerging, let's call it blockchain crypto entrepreneurs. They're fairly philosophical, right? And they have a pretty strong understanding around events and history or an interest in it. And they're kind of much more interdisciplinary than what, let's call it, some founders are in different industries who might only used to be a great engineer, right? Because that's all they had to focus on, because, and then there's an M&A or an exit or something like that, and that would be their business plan. Whereas here, it's much more multifaceted, when you talk to them. So you can tell that there's broader interests because, they have to be that interdisciplinary. And that, to me, is the future. And so I think crypto really attracts people from that, because you're not just building a product. When you're actually dealing with money and you have a token and you're bringing people in that are trading or doing some activity on your platform, ultimately, you're dealing with a social network of some form, right? And you're dealing with some kind of social structure, and you have to have some kind of opinion about sort of how that social structure needs to be organized, which means you have to be somewhat philosophical or politically inclined of some form or direction to know what way you want to go, right? And then you have to understand money, because everything on blockchain as an asset is essentially capitalist in nature. So that means you are an entrepreneur that has to be well-versed in money, has to be more sort of, let's call it, interdisciplinary, and has to also be technical, actually, if you think about it, right? So actually, if you put all these attributes into a person, that to me is a superstar entrepreneur for the most part, right? And I'm not saying that everyone can be like this, but I feel like crypto really, really does attract many more people within that construct around them, right? Because I would argue often that blockchain technology and what it serves is perhaps one of the most politically charged, certainly not neutral, not neutral. Like when people used to talk about technology, they always used to say technology is neutral, right? Like it's a humans that do stuff, right? It's technology does stuff, but it's the humans that are actually creating the action, right? Blockchain doesn't function this way. The smart contract essentially doesn't make it neutral, right? Immediately by having these rules and systems in place, you are directing in an immutable fashion a perspective or philosophy or worldview that essentially is not changeable anymore, right? And whoever designs it, whether it's inflationary or deflationary, that in itself is already a statement, right, of value, right? What school of economics are you thinking of, which is a social science, right? And so sort of it is not neutral at all. And so we all have to be fairly opinionated and have belief systems that go beyond sort of the tech, as it were, right? So yeah, I find it fascinating, and I think we've just become more sophisticated in that over time, and we're attracting more people who get it. And we're like, oh wow, you know this stuff. So the quality is just getting better, and I'm quite excited where it's all going.
Yeah, do you man, you do not have time for this, I know, but do you ever hop on a stream and share your thoughts like this? Because it's not often people get to hear your perspective just like in this way, this very just kind of like free-flowing thoughts on these different parts of the market. And I think it's incredible.
Oh, thank you. No, I do go on podcasts, right? I do recordings. The only thing is that, and some of them are long form. They're like 2.5 hours, which is, which is long. But during the conversation, you don't know. But what happens often, it's not live, right? And so sometimes these recordings come out like literally 2 or 3 months later. And it's like, wait, the market's completely changed, right? So whatever I said, like I see some streams, some recordings come out that are like 2 months old. And they talk about an event that was like 2 months ago. Kind of doesn't matter anymore because the market is just, crypto is like they say, like it's like dog years. It really is dog years.
It's the craziest time warp period. I don't know how long I have you, so I'm just going to start asking some questions here.
Go for it.
And spotlight right on you. I gotta know, for Animoca, for you, what are your favorite moments from the year, both milestone moments professionally and just things that you saw that tickled you this year that you just thought were fantastic?
God, I mean, first of all, I think, on the regulatory side, obviously the Genius Act was definitely a moment to celebrate. Even though we all kind of knew it could happen, it was more like, oh, it actually happened. And in Hong Kong, we had a similar version where Hong Kong basically passed the Stablecoin Act at LegCo, actually, like literally a few weeks before. So that moment felt really was a cause célèbre, right? Because what happened is that you had and this was summer as well, and so around summertime, the industry was generally recovering from Trump's sort of vampiric meme coin attack, as it were, right? Because by the way, I don't know how many people remember that Bitcoin was below 70K in April. I don't know, like it seems like a distant memory for some.
Yes,
but it happened this year, right? So this year we had this drawdown where it was of course a combination of war and trade wars and tariffs and like literally tariff sort of creating tariffs on islands where there was nobody living, crazy stuff like that, right? So that's where we were. And so when summer came about, crypto was rising again. People were feeling happier and better about stuff. And then of course, all these bills started getting passed, right? And sort of it felt like a moment of vindication, right? So I would say summer was, that period in summer was definitely very, very exciting, and everyone felt very bullish, which is also when everyone, including ourselves, were like, Q4 is going to be a banger, right? It's going to be great. Bitcoin 150 at least, right? Oops. But I mean, but that was really the feeling we all had, and that was probably one of the sort of big events here. But I think the other thing, for ourselves that, again, it's not a project that sort of is super big, and there's an insight as well. But when Pencil Finance basically was, a group that we financed, which did student loans, basically on-chain student loans, on open campus. That to me was exciting because it was like, wait, hold on, this does really solve an incredible problem. And, we don't have enough projects that think quite this way. However, we're going to get there, right? And the fact that it's evolving in that direction is, of course, very, very exciting. And so I expect more projects to do that because that's really the intersection of basically finance and financial literacy, and basically solving a $3 trillion problem, which is a big problem to solve, right?
Big one.
And then the other thing I would say, it's just because a lot of people talk to us about gaming, and because of our history in gaming and NFTs and so on, is that some of the insights that we had in the space is that it's not, when we say GameFi, maybe the way to think about it is not necessarily that you put finance in a game, but it's really gamified finance. And so when you think about the success of things like Polymarket, well, Polymarket for Gen Zs is a game. I mean, yes, it's making a bet and so forth, and you're trying to sort of determine it, but it is a game, and you look at others, and it's kind of a competitive game, right? And when you look at, for instance, how Gen Zs trade and where they trade on things like Robinhood or eToro, right? They have leaderboards, they have social rankings, they have stuff. That's gamification, right? So gamification is the culture and language of Gen Z. And the most successful crypto projects, which is essentially financial rails, know how to gamify themselves really, really well, right? So I think, and seeing the projects that do that is quite exciting, and also having this insight, and again, part of the evolution to say, well, how do I speak the language of games rather than being the game itself, as it were, right? And so we started thinking about that a little bit more, and also directing portfolio companies in that direction, and they're seeing more success that way, right? And then finally, I would say there's quite a few companies in our portfolio, for instance, that are actually doing really, really well. Some of them are going public themselves, are profitable or cash flow positive. But when they launched a token, were unable to discuss during the time they launched a token, the utility or its purpose or its value capture, because they would have gotten slapped hard, by some not so friendly regulators in certain countries, right? And now they can talk about it, or they can adapt on it, right? So I expect this to be really positive, because now they're all like waiting. How do I talk about it? Should I talk about it? Because once bitten, twice shy. However, they're going to emerge, particularly when clarity passes. And clarity just basically went to Congress. Of course, there's going to be iterations, but the fact that it could pass in Q1 seems not unrealistic. And at that point, yes, exactly. At that point, we expect every project, big and small, to either readapt their token, right, or basically to launch a token of some form that has real clear value capture, which will bring more, I think, transparency and more opportunity. And so we've been looking at these projects as well, backing some of them and supporting them, knowing that they actually got a good foundation and they can finally talk about sort of the value proposition, which they weren't allowed to do so before.
Yep. Okay. I want to be very respectful of your time. You tell me at any point when you just need to bounce, and that's totally fine. But if I can sneak in another one here.
Oh, please. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Great. Appreciate that a ton. Which is, you are heading, and it's coming very soon, back to the NASDAQ. That's coming very soon. I believe this is a 26 thing. I don't know how early it's coming, but
it's late 26. Late 26.
Late 26. What does that mean for you guys? It's a milestone moment, but what does it mean?
Yeah. So what it means, is essentially it's the reintroduction of Animoca in the public markets. For those who may not remember, we were once a public company in the Australian Stock Exchange, so a much smaller exchange, and we were, delisted because we dealt in an unsavory asset that was called crypto. There's an interesting, there's interesting thing for those who really want to sleuth around. In 2019, the ASX issued a particular rule that basically, or guidance more specifically as they call it, which basically said something to the tune of, if you do gaming and crypto tokens, that's probably not a good idea, right? And there was only one company on the Australian Stock Exchange that did that. And obviously that was us, right? And then, of course, after that, we had all sorts of troubles. And eventually we got delisted. And so this is, of course, coming back, obviously, and also into the market that really has embraced crypto and wants to become, and in many ways is becoming, the crypto capital of the world, right? Which is, of course, the US. So NASDAQ is very apropos. But of course, the company that we're merging with, and it's called a reverse merger, where we take 95% and the existing shareholders of current group, basically the currency group, have 5%, is a fintech company that basically services places like Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, where they need these micropayments, and where crypto is actually sort of useful on a day-to-day basis. And they also actually have crypto partnerships, so it just makes a lot of sense. So it's just a very, very tactical thing. And how we're positioning ourselves is that we position ourselves essentially as the gateway to the altcoin economy. When you think about crypto today, altcoins is about 30-35% of the market. And of course, it's junior to Bitcoin. However, our thesis is that altcoin over time is going to be significantly larger than Bitcoin collectively. And that's because we look at altcoin as like the stock market and Bitcoin like gold. So Bitcoin is digital store of value, ultimate digital store of value, and it functions like gold. It's a reserve asset. Ask anyone about whether you spend your Bitcoin. The answer is, I won't spend my Bitcoin, but I'll spend my altcoins, right? And think about how you joined the crypto space. Likely, especially over the last 5 years, it's because of some altcoin. Whether it's a meme coin, I mean, in 21 and 22 was actually mostly NFTs, right? Which is also a kind of token, right? Or whether it's for gas fees, or whether it's for DeFi, or whether it's for DePIN, or whatever it is, you join crypto through an altcoin. And then when you started making some money, you put it into your crypto piggy bank, which is called Bitcoin. Yep. So Bitcoin actually is like your reserve asset. And for all the Bitcoin maximalists out there, you owe it to us altcoiners that Bitcoin has risen as well, because we buy Bitcoin too. Okay, right? And the wealth that we have generated, a part of it goes into Bitcoin. We don't take it from Bitcoin, right? And I think this is, this is a big different discussion, but it's part of it. Just like the stock market, right? And the stock market today is about 128 trillion to gold's 27 trillion. And when you add the private markets, it's roughly 250 trillion. So about 10 times the value of gold. So if you believe, as we do, that altcoins is going to be bigger than Bitcoin, how do you play it? And how do you do it, if you don't have access to a fund? I mean, you could buy tokens yourself, but it's kind of hard. And so this is kind of where Animoca comes in, right? By investing in Animoca, in a company that has basically had 9-figure revenues for the last 4 to 5 years, and has been EBITDA positive for the same period of time, basically as an operating business, but also having long exposure into essentially the altcoin economy, because we're not a fund, we're a company. So we basically are investing out of a balance sheet. So you get long-term exposure, basically through this industry. And if you think, as we do, that it'll become the whole space will become a $100 trillion asset class, then you need to have altcoins in your portfolio, and Animoca should be that gateway. Which is why it's important for us to go public, because also that's how we bring access to users who would not normally have an ability to come in at the kind of prices that we come in. I mean, we got most famous because we invested in companies like Axie Infinity and OpenSea and acquired Sandbox and, of course, Yuga Labs, all that kind of stuff, right? But what was our entry point? Our entry point in Axie Infinity was $8 million. We were leading their round when they were worth $8 million. We bought Sandbox at $4 million, right? We invested in OpenSea when it was $15 million. And, when people take the peek and say, oh, but look, they were once worth 10 billion, now they're worth less. I mean, if we came in at 15 million, it doesn't matter. The question is it worth more than 15? Not was it once worth 10 billion, for instance, right? And as an investor, you care about, what that looks like, rather than, that you're in the hottest company in the world that might not have the value when you came into it, right? And that's our operating leverage, right? And we want to offer that operating leverage to a wider market, because the promise of crypto was essentially more democratic access to these asset classes. And in some ironic way, we have to do it through the public markets because most people are still investing that way. And so Animoca's sort of goal is to be essentially the gateway to the, altcoin tokenized economies.
Maybe I'll make this the last question just so I can get you on your way. I know you're busy.
Thank you.
Can people look at investing in your stock when it has the NASDAQ listing? Is that a way to get exposure to all the portfolio companies?
It is. Absolutely.
Awesome. Because so many people, how are you going to get access to, again, the Bored Apes and all these other incredible brands, right? It's you do it through your stock.
Yes, you could do that. It doesn't mean you can't invest directly. It also doesn't mean you can't invest in NFTs. In fact, I see our role as an educator to the space, because we can talk about the projects that are interesting, that we like. And over time, basically, our investors can choose to then double down on, say, hey, you know what? I like the Bored Apes. That's kind of cool. Mm-hmm. Or I like Cool Cats, or I like whatever it is that I like, right? and then I can basically start to focus more deeply into the project. And we're a gateway towards that, right? And that again is sort of part of our mission. It's what you do as an asset allocator. It's not just about you making the investment. It's about helping your portfolio, and that's just another way of doing it.
I love it, man. I love this discussion. At some point next year, I would love to have you back and do a little talk about metaverse and go deeper in NFTs and some of these other things. But man, I appreciate your time. That was incredible just to hear your take on broader market. And again, exactly what you're doing and that upcoming listing. Awesome stuff. We're going to be talking to Annie Chess here shortly, which I can't wait.
Awesome.
Yeah. And
yeah.
I'm chatting with Cool Cats here at the end of the show too. So we're just going to keep it going, talking to, some of the family here. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah. And I think I just minted, I think the Eternal one, that was kind of fun. And it's before I go, the NHS team is really grinding hard. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because the whole space has obviously changed because of the way that they launched on Aerodrome, right? It was basically a deck style launch. The thing, it reminds me, it takes me back a little bit back to the days of 2020 and 21. When frankly our expectations wasn't what it was today. Like in some ways, 2021 and 22 later kind of spoiled us, and we never got out of it. Which is kind of how I go back to basically just sort of we have to go back to our roots, right? When Sandbox, when it listed its token on Binance, was $8 million. It was an $8 million token. And it really didn't break out of the 20 million or 30 million zone probably until 21, maybe late 20. I don't have the exact figure in my hand, right? But when it hit like 50 million, we're like, yay! Like we made it. This is amazing, And somewhere in between, the industry just went into thinking, unless you're a billion, you're worth nothing. And it's like, what? Where did that come from? But we got spoiled, right? And I think it's a good reminder to come back to the basics of, I'm not implying what it's worth. I'm just saying that, it's a success when you take a project into the millions of dollars. Just how many projects are you involved in with that, and how you're bringing the community in, and what price did the community get in at, and can they help you grow that, right? And if you have conviction over the longer term, you'll be fine, right? The best strategy in crypto typically has been to hold. Basically the key assets that you believed in. But more importantly, I feel like, there's a lot of winning that we can still do. We just have to be mindful of the kind of projects that are out there. And I think NHS is a great example of that because, you could consider it a small project in terms of size, but every project that has had impact somewhere had to have humble beginnings. And the longer you are in that space, the more opportunity there is for you to learn and get in. Because I think that was part of the problem. Everyone's just trying to shoot too high, and actually, in so doing, you excluded people, right? I mean, imagine if projects worth billions on day one. I don't know if that's really the best entry point, and I also don't know if that's the best way for people to get in at that moment in time. But that was the norm for a long time, and I think people are sort of thinking about it differently.
Yeah, much more healthy now, I'd say, in a way. But those valuations coming back one day also would be nice. We'll see. We'll get there, I believe. Man,
I believe so too.
You believe so too? I love that. I love that with that optimism here at the end. So very, very cool. Thank you again for your time. It was an honor to chat with you. And let's see if we can get one back in next year. But thank you to you, and happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays. Absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care. How cool. How cool. Oh my goodness. How cool. A lot. I will just listen to him talk anything he wants to talk, any point, anytime. Loved how he speaks about this space and his perspective. You won't get that anywhere else. So very, very special. I'm going to get Scott up here because we're going to do some Crypto Slam talk, and let me check schedule. But I do want to give a quick heads up for people that are watching still right now. We're going to have a quick little update on the stream. In fact, let me look here. Let's see. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to do this as quick as I can. The show, there's a glitch here with streaming on X where sometimes it's not going to show live on X, at least in the listing of videos. I'm going to end the X stream, and then I'm going to fire it right back up. Okay, guys? So if you're watching on X, just know X stream going to end. Look at the Crypto Slam IO account. In fact, let me put it on the screen just so you know where we're going. I'm going to end the stream and relaunch it immediately. and you'll be able to see it there. Okay, so CryptoSlam.io on X, where we're streaming right now. Yeah, it doesn't show live. However, if you find the live stream, it's there. Okay, so glitched. I'm going to end the stream now. Don't leave. Just go right back to CryptoSlam.io and catch the new feed. And I'm going to end that right here. Okay. X stream ending. It's a bummer I got to do that, but you got to do what you got to do. Okay. And now I'm going to launch the X stream again, and hopefully we're good. CryptoSlam. Boom. Save changes. Okay. And let's see just a quick peek, and then we're going to get Scott up here to talk some of our own products. Man, how cool was that, though? I'm sorry. That was just incredible. And yes, we're live again. Okay. Starting fresh with 0 views. Phenomenal views before. We'll put them all together. All right, Scott, you good to come on up? That's what's up. Scott, born ready. Born ready. Hey, welcome. Welcome, man. Good to see you. How was that? How cool was that, having a good chat with Yat?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm still going to take that I was on the same stream as Yat, even though we've ended and restarted. I'm still going to add that to my CV.
Absolutely must. Absolutely must. That was fantastic. And I hope I'll do everything I can to get him back next year. He just, like, you know what's cool? We had him booked for 15 or 30 minutes, and you can tell he's you can tell a person where if we went long, I don't think he would have said anything. But you know, to be respectful and let him go. I had to let him go.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so now we have a little time here, and not a ton, because coming up next we have, let's see, we have Zyber, who is freaking awesome. But let's make sure we get ours in, because we have some cool stuff we're cooking too, and I'm excited to chat about it. Scott, on the agenda today, well, you tell me what's on the agenda today.
So I was really just going to come on and talk about Slam AI, Slam Nation. Just plug a little bit of what we've been working on as a crypto slam, ecosystem or brand, exactly what we've been up to and where we're going through in the next, sort of transitional period as we go through it. Obviously at the bottom, you can see join the waitlist for EthoSwarm. I'm probably not going to be talking about that at all today. I'm going to leave that up to potentially Randy when he comes on the show. But I'll be focusing predominantly on what we're known for, and that is our data infrastructure and the community that we're building behind Slam Nation.
I love it, dude. I love it. Where to start? In a way, I'd love if you want to just tell me where we're going, and I'll bring up screens and show, and maybe I'll pull up the Slam AI website. How does that sound for a start?
Yeah, that sounds great. Sounds great.
Let's bring it. Boom. Okay. Walk us through, because I think, well, my goal is always to show people the cool stuff we're building, but I love to tell people the why we're building it, and like the who it's for. And we know there's a lot of people out there that it's for. People building, and I always say it like this: if you're building a dashboard, if you're building a crypto product, if you're building an AI agent, we know you need that data. We know you need it. And I know a lot of you already have data providers, but I was about to put this on my kids, maybe I'll not do that, but on what I know, you're not going to find better data than what we have here. But Scott, if you can speak on it as far as what our data is, and who it's for, and then how they get access to it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, predominantly, like you say, our data is for anyone who has a Web3 data need or requirement. So a little bit of the backstory is that CryptoSlam, it's been around for quite some time at this point. 2018, I think we started, and we were tracking NFT activity, and we became the industry leaders in NFT analytics. And we really, really pride ourselves on our data clarity, our data cleansing. We've been focused in many articles about like our wash trading metrics that we were excluding from NFT activity. And it was interesting listening to Yat say about when all of that was going on, we were right in the center of those whales that were trading NFT activity and identifying what was the wash trading or the metric pumping activity. And that's what we've sort of carried into this new era of Slam AI is that we're priding ourselves on data clarity, data cleansing, and providing the most up-to-date data possible and the most accurate data possible. And it's quite obvious where we're transitioning at the moment. Everything is AI focused, and I'm going to use an analogy that I've been taught since I was back at college, which was rubbish data in, rubbish data out. And if we provide these AI agents with inaccurate data, all that they're going to do is provide inaccurate responses. And one of the things that we have been working predominantly really, really hard on is our wallet DNA, which leads into our wallet intelligence stuff. And as you can see there in the fire hydrant tickers that are flashing by, we're identifying all of the smart money investments into particular tokens and then outputting those out via our various data outputs. So as I say, the data is for anybody who needs some sort of consumption of Web3 data. And why is our data better than our competitors or other people is that we pride ourselves on our aggregations, we pride ourselves on our data quality and all of those things.
Now, how is it people are going to tap into this data?
So we've got lots of different options, and I see you can probably see the tabs across the top. So we've got the generic REST APIs. If you want to go into the intelligence API tabs, so all of this is going to be powered by our tokens in the future. But the really clever thing about this is that we have like a dynamic pricing structure for all of this. So at the moment, it's done in like USDC, but based upon the responses of all of our endpoints, there's a varied price. So for example, if we were looking at like trending tokens, for example, if you're looking for 5 trending tokens, that's a much smaller price point than if you're looking for 100 trending tokens. And that's all done through our API lookups. For our pricing structure, it's done upon compute units, it's done upon the number of aggregations that it's pulling from, and all of those sort of things. So the different avenues that we've currently got at the moment is we've got our REST API plans, which, like I say, are done against Slam credits. And then we've got MCP infrastructure, which allows other autonomous providers to be able to connect to our MCP servers and then have access to our endpoints through specific MCP tools. Which is really, really good for like agent-to-agent communications, for example. And it outputs the data in not just like a JSON body or a response, but it actually outputs it in like natural query language, which other agents can ingest that information and then go away and make smart money trades or make, appropriate reputation airdrops, for example, based upon our unique wallet DNA metrics. And then the other opportunity that we have is our X402. So all of our endpoints are now enabled through X402, which is, if you don't know, it's the standard which allows users to pay for an individual endpoint in USDC for the results that are provided back to them. Again, which allows LLMs to have access to the data and choose when to pay for that data or when not to pay for that data. So that's really cool. And I loved hearing Amir talk earlier about like the new protocols that are coming through and where that will be going next. And, no doubts that Slam AI will be integrating any of those new payment provider methods. One of the new ones that we've just developed is Postman. So a lot of people that use REST endpoints are very familiar with Postman. Well, there's now a Postman marketplace, and all of our data is now available through Postman directly. And predominantly, it's been our DeFi endpoints. But what I've actually been personally working on over the last week or two is that migrating all of our NFT data that we've been building since 2018 to providing it all through those same APIs, hopefully through the MCP server and of course through X402, Postman and all things like that. And then obviously we had the Tatum guests on earlier. They're routing our data through to the Tatum customers as well. So that's another great opportunity.
Well, and by the way, real quick too, just mentioning Tatum, Gravity had asked, where could I see Einstein trade alerts like on the homepage of Slam AI, right? Where it looks like you're getting like alerts, notifications. if I recall correctly, Tatum has something they're building, I believe, where it's exactly that, and it's where you can dial in the alerts that you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. So that's something that we're going to be looking at rolling out very, very soon. So it's almost like those push notifications of those smart money movements. So yeah, absolutely watch this space. We're going to be making those sort of endpoints hopefully public in the beginning queues. But although what I will say is that pay attention to that bottom banner. We have also been very, very busy with lots of other things as well. So yeah, it all interlocks and it's all very relevant to one another. But yeah, it's something that we've definitely been working on.
Man, the amount of what you guys see publicly, and the regulars that watch the show know this. You're seeing publicly a fraction of what's going on behind the scenes, and we're getting closer and closer to the point where everything from behind the scenes is revealed. So you'll see the data and you'll see it through maybe Swarm Copilot, and you get a slice of the data that we have. Maybe if you're tapping into the API using it as is now, you're also getting a slice of the data. Something I've always thought is just the coolest thing, and I'm personally proud of, and you as somebody who's building this part probably exceptionally proud, is that even that is a slice of the data, where what I've been telling people lately is, hey, if you're building something and you may not see that API quite yet, we'll build that for you. We have all the data, meaning we can build any kind of data set you need for you. Again, what people see is just a slice of it. And I'm excited to keep revealing more and more and more what we really have, the real power of this data right in front of you guys. And I think over the next year, that's exactly what you're going to see, is the true depth and breadth of that data that we have.
Absolutely. And our strapline is just that we have 350 terabytes of Web3 data stored in our internal servers. And that's like from all the way down to raw transactions, right the way up to all of our fully indexed data. One of the metrics that I like talking about is that we probably only have around 10% of our data exposed at the moment. And as you say, it's those custom requests that we've been working with lots of other partners who have been on this show today and have been on your show previously, is going away, understanding their requirements and building together with them. We sort of pride ourselves on that we are a data aggregation, studio business or whatever. But essentially, we are partnering with the providers that go away and build those applications, embed it into their existing applications. For example, the Virtuals ACP. We took our data, we implemented it into that agent-to-agent communications protocol, and then that's how other users gain access to our data. So yeah, it's really interesting, and it's a fantastic way to work.
Quick schedule thing I'm just looking at real quick with Randy coming on and Annie Chess. I wonder if we need to flip them or if that's just a typo in our schedule, but I'll have somebody look at that and figure it out. Okay, Scott, in wrong way to put it, but in a perfect world, or in today's world, we'll do that. This data, who is it for? Like where I say it's for the dashboards, it's for crypto products, it's for people building agents. Who is it that you see that needs this data? That this data, again, even if they have a data provider, this is actually going to make your product better. Who are those people that need to be looking at this right now?
Yeah, well, you've kind of just named them all, to be honest with you. So yeah, it really is anybody within inside Web3 that utilizes data, whether you're building an agent-to-agent protocol, whether you're building a trading application, whether you're building a staking application, whether you're trading NFTs, whatever it might be, there is often a way that we can find that we can help either supplement or provide you that infrastructure that you guys need. So one of the things that we've been through recently is that a partner that we've been working with, they display the price of Bitcoin, Ethereum, Base, all of these other tokens, but they just get a very, very generic the price of Ethereum endpoint. Whereas what we then do is that we actually supplement those endpoints with, we provide like the liquidity behind that token, we provide like the market cap information behind that token, the number of trades that have happened behind for that particular token, the OHLCV of those tokens. So again, it's just really making sure that we've got that accurate fast, reliable data, which helps really supplement a platform. And like looking back at other metrics, not just like token trading, for example, like that wallet DNA, that's really unique to us. And that helps identify like core users, for example. So you would often just think about it of like, I'm going to invest in Pepe because lots of smart money has been investing that. But actually, from Pepe's perspective, we now can identify like who their core users are. How long have they been inside of that ecosystem? What is their trading history like within the Pepe token? Do they just take profits from that continuously? Actually, have they been buying at highs, lows? Have they been holding for long periods of time? Like, what is their net proposition to that ecosystem? And again, that's another sort of metric that these companies don't necessarily have access to. But also, for example, Pepe, if they want to do a rewards-based airdrop to their ecosystem, we've also got the data which can help them pick and choose which wallets get higher priority over, sort of bot detection systems or people that have been just extracting liquidity from a token, for example. So yeah, there's lots of other partnerships that we've been forming over the past sort of 6 to 8 months. And there's many more to come in the works, really.
Exciting. Katz, thank you for that. Real quick. Maybe Scott, after if you could send our invite to Zyber. Actually, I can kind of do that on the spot here too. But do we have partners that we're going to be announcing soon? Like we always have these things behind the scenes in the waiting. Are we gearing up towards another partnership announcement? Right?
Yes, yeah, we are. So we as a team, Pasquin, who was on earlier, myself and Brian, we've all been taking calls with external partnerships all the time, and that's where Slam Nation really is quite pivotal in this, because it doesn't necessarily have to be this fully established Web3 business that has a token behind them, has loads of funding behind them. Of course, those are really like sexy and attractive to CT to make that big headline. But actually, we're working with everyday builders. So it might just be somebody who just comes along, listens to your stream, is working on a small passion project, for example. Those are the people that we've been really like focusing on, taking under our wing, making those connections to other builders in the industry inside Slam Nation. And just really trying to push the ecosystem forward, not just with, other well-established providers.
Man, awesome. Okay, I think we're ready for our next guest. Any final words here, Scott? And by the way, this is great getting Scott on here to talk product. This is something we're going to be ramping up, and you're going to be hearing more of a more coordinated effort here to make sure people see it and understand it, and we make sure developers understand, again, just the power of it and how it can really take their platforms to that next level. And I'm excited to do it, both back-end chatting with devs, but on the show, chatting with those builders and showing off their product, and then again making that tie to where this data actually takes it to that next level. So, man, a lot of fun stuff coming here. We'll see a lot more of Scott.
So last words then, it would be join the Ethos Swarm waitlist. Come onto the Slam AI platform. There's a little widget at the bottom which is bouncing around. I think it's today only, or it might be left over the next week or so. Anyone listening live, come and grab some free credits. Join Slam Nation, chat with us, and let's build together.
Beautiful. Well said, man. Dude, it's always a treat. Like, I get to talk to you every day, so I'm spoiled, but it's a treat doing it live with you. It's just different. It's fun. I love it. And so let's do this again very soon, very often. We'll be doing more of, guys, by the way, these breakout style shows. Of course, this is the epic marathon one. There are going to be many more of these. In fact, I believe it's going to be a monthly thing. January breakout, or breakout January, breakout February. A lot more of these to put the focus, the spotlight on the builders, and especially the builders inside of Slam Nation. So expect to see a lot more of Scott and a lot more of this kind of talk. So there we go. Scott, nice to chat with you, buddy. That was great.
That was great.
Yes, sir. We'll see you. Coming up, we have, this is a project that was put on my radar recently. I got to know the man who is behind the project, or at the very least working very closely with this project more recently, more in the friendly capacity, just chatting organically through spaces. Got to know him. I think he's a great guy. Oh, hang on. This is you guys know Henry. This is my brother Henry. Anyone who doesn't want to hear anything explained in a British accent, I need to learn a British accent because everything sounds smarter and more genuine, and I can trust it more. So I'm with you. I think everybody here should be required to use a British accent. I'm with you there. I'm with you there. X Factor, hop in whenever I DM'd you on X the link to join. Again, X Factor, great dude. And then I heard of this product here. I heard of this Zyber product and realized he's part of it. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is gonna be so much fun. This is perfect. So we're gonna get this chat rocking here in just a minute. Oh, Zyber founder's British as well. Well, that's just a great sign. A great sign. Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's get ready for our next guest coming up again. Zyber coming up whenever here. Let me get these screens situated. Boy, oh boy, it gets messy quick. Okay, hang on, we're getting close. Okay, very good there, and that will work. Okay, I think we're back in business. What's up, CJ? Good to see you, man. Oh man, treat getting CJ here in the show. Okay, let's see. Watching for Zyber. Sometimes your first time connecting, you're going to get some, prompts to check mic, check camera, all that good stuff. Okay, he'll be here in 2 minutes. Guys, I got to ask again, what do you think? How'd you like the Yat interview? That for me was, that was a treat. That was a real treat. I have no other way to say it. And I hope we get to run that back. I'll say that. I hope we get to run that back at some point. And at the very least, we're going fishing right now. I did a little tweet, told him it was a pleasure, and I got a reply back. So let's see if we can get that follow back, and then parlay that into another interview. Let's see. Our fingers stay crossed for that. Okay. Oh, we've got the man, the myth, the legend, X Factor. All right, buddy. You give me a thumbs up when you're ready to come up. There we go. Dude, I'll tell you this. It's one thing when you get the thumb up. It's another thing when it's the 2 thumbs up, knowing, man, game on. Yeah. There we go. What's up, brother? It's good to see you. It's good to meet you face to face here finally. How are you?
It's great to meet you. Thank you for the opportunity. Sorry I'm a little late. Apparently the link got lost in cyberspace. So I do want to shout out my guy Katz. Excellent PR guy, by the way. I'm going to need to intern that guy or something. He's like, hey, Factor, you're on in 10 minutes. I was like, oh, shit. I love it.
Katz thing. Katz is really, okay, there's very few people I know that are on top of stuff like Katz.
Yeah, he's the man. He's the man for sure.
Yep, exactly here. Okay, hang on. Who is, okay, I saw a private chat here. That was you. Okay, we're good. Okay, what I love here, and I was telling people before you joined, I'm newer to your project. I'm newer to it, right? I got to know you before I got to know the project, just you hopping in some spaces and we get to vibe. And I'm like, I like this, guys. And when I realized that you're part of this project, I'm like, even better. But I'm coming in mostly blind. Read a bit about the project, but I'm like, I'm not going to go any deeper because I like to hear about it from the first time from the horse's mouth, because then it's a little more special. And I can ask those entry level questions too, and we can all start understanding it together. So with that said, welcome. Tell us what Zyber is.
Oh, thank you, sir. Hey, by the way, this is awesome that you guys set this up. This has been absolutely incredible. I've been tuning in, and I had my kids' Christmas recital this morning, but I've been tuning in and out. Like, there's so many cool projects and so many cool builders, and you guys are showcasing it. So this is incredible.
Appreciate it.
But yeah, so Zyber, a little bit of a background into Zyber, right? These guys have been building fully bootstrapped for over 15 months. Just a team of 26 devs, super sharp, smart guys, led by the guy's name, the founder's name is The Brain. You see him on the timeline, right? So very sharp guy. You've heard him on Spaces. And the project, the whole idea behind the project is to push the AI and robotics field forward and make it decentralized and bring it on chain, right? So that's the core ethos behind the philosophy. I became the growth lead about, what is it now? I forget, man. Time's moving so crazy when you're working like 80 hours or something. But let's call it a month that I've been on with the project as the growth lead to kind of just get the narrative and direction going in the right way, so we can go ahead and make it a viable go-to market situation. Because the great thing about it, when coming in from a marketing perspective, at least on my end, like these guys already had a bunch of stuff ready to go and shipped, right? So it's not just a white paper, it's not just a technical document. I was able to showcase a bunch of our technology. So just in the briefest of overviews, Zyber is an ecosystem on chain for fully autonomous robots and agents. So decentralized on chain, you have AI apps. There you go. The OS for AI apps, agents, and machines that you can literally own. So when we mean that you can literally own is that you can actually own a piece of the agent and receive revenue and income from what they produce on Zyber. That's in the simplest of terms. And of course, I'd love to get as deep as you'd like.
Oh, please do. Deep.
So a couple of things that we're doing that I think is really cool. So right now, if you go to zybot.zyber.inc, we have a fully autonomous on-chain robot that you can prompt it. And if somebody already won like $750 from it, he's live on Twitch. You can speak to it, you can give it a prompt, and the ETH price pool, every time you prompt it, you receive or you contribute to the pool until somebody cracks the code. So we changed the logic from the first time around. The first time around, it was a little bit more of a riddle that you had to give it a very specific prompt. Right now, we're sending you guys on a little bit of a hunt for 3 words that they're 3 words, and you say them in a specific order. They're obviously involved with the Zyber ecosystem, but you have to speak to this guy in a certain way to get you to get the words, and then you put them in a specific order and you unlock the box. But what we're proving here, right, is the robotics side. We built this robot. It's fully on chain on our rails and exists in the ecosystems with our X402 protocols, all that good stuff, right? So we're giving you guys something tangible and something fun that you guys can do while you explore very basic our technology and our ecosystem.
The robot's on chain?
The robot's fully on chain. He's operating on base right now.
So okay, explain. That is so cool,
isn't it?
Yes. Okay, tell me what parts are on chain, and I think it's going to be everything. But tell me how that works and what's on chain, and then how that either makes it better, or if it doesn't make it better, why that is just a thing that matters.
Yeah, so I think the whole point of robotics on chain is to make it better, right? And that's kind of something that we're trying to, feature with our project. But obviously the robot itself is not on chain, right? He's sitting on one of our labs with one of our robotics guys to make sure nothing happens if the robot arm falls off or whatever the case may be. But he's live in a lab right now doing his thing. So if you prompt it again, you'll be able to speak to him. And yeah, if you guys want to see it like actually live, shoot, I should have sent Kat some prompter too, and he maybe could have done that. But there's demos on my X. You guys can see how it works. But basically, it talks to you, and yeah, you're gonna go through a bunch of Zyber stuff there. But he talks to you as you prompt it. So he'll read out the prompt and then he'll talk to you back and he'll respond to you. So the whole LLM and his whole logic is fully verifiable on chain, on T as well. And you can also see every single past prompt fully on chain. So the whole verifiability of the robot and his actions are fully transparent on chain. And again, that's what the blockchain would bring to any project like robotics. What Zyber does do is that if you build a cool robot, whatever application that is, you will be able to bring it on chain and have full verifiability on it using our rails. So I think that's pretty cool.
And so, okay, so on chain, and then people are prompting it. What is the end game, or what is the goal that people are working towards as they're prompting it? Because I think there's a little contest involved in here too, unless I could have misunderstood.
No, absolutely. So the price pool started at $250. So again, the prompts cost like $1 right now, and they escalate slightly as more people prompt it. So the point is to get this robot to open up the box and give you the full prize inside. So the logic that we did for the first robot, we gave it 3 core pillars of his LLM. So he was a sovereign entity. He's a very intelligent entity, and he's fully autonomous. That's what he believed. That was his logic. And then we released him on our rails, and he came up with his own seed phrase and mechanism. Like, there was nothing that the team can do. And that's, again, one of the things of putting something on chain and you let him kind of think for himself. We had no control as to when he was going to open the box or what prompt was going to make it open the box, but it had to be based on the 3 pillars that we gave it, right? So this time around, we changed the logic a little bit. And again, just proving our tech and proving our LLMs. This time we gave it 3 words, and we gave him the logic behind it that you have to prompt this robot to give you one of the 3 words or all of the 3 words at the same time. And then you put those words in a specific order in the prompt, and that's going to open the box. So every time that we get this box open, we will retweak the logic and continue building out, I guess, his database.
Interesting. Okay. Now, all the prompts and the data that you're, I'm assuming, collecting here, is this going to be used to train robots going forward? Is there something being done with this data?
Absolutely. So that's this is a full-blown ecosystem, right? And then I'd love to turn your direction to MechaNet, which is the next, I guess, emphasis on robotics, that anybody can go in and not only train robots, but you can build your own algo that you train the robot. And if a robot actually uses it, you'll see the announcement that MechaNet is live, right? So the site just went live. But if you're building a robot, our ecosystem will support your Rails. So we're not just an agentic platform that agents can come in and plug into our Rails. Absolutely, we have that. But robots can also do the same thing and exist on the blockchain. So again, the Zybot mechanism proves our X402 wallet, connectivity on chain, fully verifiable, all that good stuff. But this can apply to any robot, right?
Very, very, very cool. Okay, we're going to have to run this back. And I've told you this separately before. I want you on for a full episode. I want to go deep into this.
Of course, man. Let's do it.
So cool. So maybe I'll just hit you with one last question. What do you have coming in 2026?
Oh, man. So much. So I'll just tease you guys a little bit. So again, we have a pretty big team. We're working, and this is something that I'm very excited about, coming from a corporate Web 2 background. A lot of AI projects don't have business models attached to them or future business models that can generate revenue. This is why a lot of projects fail, right? So we're working currently 2 specific use cases. One of them is on the construction side of things, like literally Web 2 construction, $1 trillion industry. We are solving with our agents and our technology their estimator process. It takes forever. It's very laggy. We're building them a custom agent trained by subject matter experts to go ahead and refine how the construction industry handles their estimating process. That's just one little niche of it, but each player or each estimator for one of these firms cost about $75,000 to $100,000 a year. They have 126 of them in the particular one that we've partnered with, which happens to be the 3rd largest in all the United States. And we are literally just making them either more resourceful where they can put their estimators somewhere else, because these are expensive guys, right? So if our agent can go ahead and cut down their process, it's going to be very bullish. We can integrate with software companies that already provide some solutions to them and just provide the agentic piece and license that off. Or we could just reverse engineer what's currently available on the software side in-house and launch our own product in Web 2. So that's coming. We have something amazing called Doc Markets, by the way. Prediction Markets is a huge activator. So going back to the agentic side of our project, Doc Markets is coming very soon. And we haven't even announced most of it, besides somebody front running us from the community that they found it on the website. But we're truly going to revolutionize how you guys see prediction markets and the agentic playing field when it comes to prediction markets. So we're very excited about Doc Markets. I'm very excited about Doc Markets. I love prediction markets. I love predicting.
Oh, I love everything I heard. Let's chat like after show or tomorrow, and let's start talking about getting you on here ASAP to get a bit deeper in this. But man, thank you for your time and getting to share this. This is really my first exposure and first view of it, and this is right up my alley. So thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure, man. Would love to get to talk more about it whenever you have the time and whenever you welcome me. Thank you so much for the time, and I wish you guys the best with Slam Nation. This is honestly awesome. I love this.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you a ton. And you're in Slam Nation. We got a lot more to cook, so can't wait. Can't wait. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Of course.
Take care.
Take care.
Okay, we're gonna keep moving right along because now we get these awesome stretches where we go back to back to back, and I'm excited to have. Well, it's a friend of the Crypto Slam family and somebody I've chatted. You guys will be familiar. We've chatted before, but this is gonna be a great one. Paul, you ready to come on up? We'll do a thumbs up if you're good. Yes, sir. The man, the myth, the legend. How are you doing, man?
Dude, I'm doing great. It's really good to see you, and super excited about all the Slam Nation stuff going on. I mean, as you know, we've been, along this ride for, I don't know, it feels like, I think 6 or 7 years now. So we're still surviving and thriving in the space, which I think that's the best part. So how you doing? Yeah, what's going on with you? You look great, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, just today's a different kind of grind, a special grind, like a really fun one. I'm having a blast with this thing right here. Like, my favorite thing is talking to builders and getting them, giving the chance to talk about their products and what they're excited about. And I just feed off the energy. It's that simple. So today is like me in my element and having a blast here. So I'm excited to hear what you're cooking here lately, and go through your favorite moments from this year and what you got coming next year and just all of that. And of course, we got Pasquin coming up here too. It's a family affair at this point. So
there he is. There's the man.
Welcome. Paul,
Hey, Paul,
what's up, PQ? How you doing, buddy?
Can't complain, living the Bahamas.
I love it. Paul, why don't you introduce yourself and then let us know what it is you're working on and things you're excited about right now.
All right. So obviously with the gray hair, I'll try to keep this as brief as possible, but I'll just fast forward kind of where I am today. How about that? Because we could talk talk about the last 25 years of what we've been up to and where I come from. But there's 3 main things that I'm doing right now. And 1 is deploying capital in the Web3 space. 2 is deploying products in the Web3 space. And 3 is deploying knowledge back to my own, we call it the mothership, Troon Technologies. And so deploying knowledge is basically, all of us as partners at Troon, where we have revamped our company from a strong service-based company and enterprise software to now product-focused in AI. And we've successfully launched a couple of AI products internally through partnerships. And then, of course, our client base is coming to us and we're building for them too. So there's a couple in the health tech space that we're doing there for our clients. So those are the 3 initiatives. And, as you guys know, my background's tech and business and really entrepreneurship as a whole, and super passionate about all of those things, particularly about moving decentralized systems forward. We're getting to that moment of decentralization that's more, I guess more robust and more opportunistic in this coming year. So that's really quickly the brief on me.
I love it. You and Pasquin, have known each other for a while, work closely together. Pasquin, what are you excited about that Paul's got his fingers in that he's cooking up?
I think him bringing funding to the space is going to be huge because you have a lot of people that have been building even within various aspects, but funding has been very, very difficult. After 2022, when so much money was available in the industry with the NFTs, it's been pretty tough for the builders that needed the cash to go to market. I just think that Paul's on a path that's going to allow some cool developments in the space. What he's doing, and also too the advancements they're doing with AI. On a few of our calls, I'm not going to say too much, but I do think what they're cooking up, especially for entrepreneurs, a lot of the clients, the AI tools they're thinking through, improve their infrastructure. I think it's going to really change the way people do business, the way people conceive their ideas and take it from an idea to a full-blown product that they can go to market with.
I mean, that's spicy. I don't imagine you can drop any more hints than that, can you?
I leave it up to Paul.
Well, so my brain kind of works, especially in the Web3 space. It's worked very much as foundational pieces that we need in trying to solve problems. And one of those, a lot of foundations, protocol foundations, releasing capital over the many of these years. It was really frustrating for everybody to access capital. And I think it's because, the space was new. It's tokenized. You got tokenization, you got DAOs, you got all of these things, these protocols are rolling out. And it was hard for a lot of people to access that capital, in my opinion. And I think there was a lot of challenges in the space to get the maturity to understand a product, evaluate the product, do the due diligence around the product, and then deploy capital that's responsible for outcomes. And I just think it's because we've had this influx of young, awesome human beings coming into Web3 in general, but perhaps lacked a lot of the savviness on how to, to evaluate and to release capital. So I found it particularly frustrating. Pascal and I have had this conversation a gajillion times. And so it kind of led me to I want to help solve that problem and get into the root of that problem, because capital is going to drive innovation and innovation is going to drive results. And so that's where I focused in the past couple of years. On top of solving my own problem, I've lived in the last 5 years in Costa Rica and in Panama, and developing relations into Latin America is really what I was doing. Also enjoying the weather and really love Latin America. So my wife and I have been down there. We're actually moving to North Carolina full time. Just got a visa, so we're moving there in January. But so again, capital, and then the product that we deployed was a private wealth platform that's effectively providing embedded wallets all the way to custodial wallets with licensing and exchanges, which are virtual accounts. And there's a lot of companies that have been building these virtual accounts to be, to be able to do cross-border payments and all of that good stuff, and off-ramping through our MasterCard license that we partnership that we have. And so I really wanted to solve that, because I was solving my own challenge of how I manage my own capital, my own private wealth. So let me just regress a little bit and get back to Nimbus, if that's okay. If you guys allow me to do a quick rant on this. So I'm a partner at Nimbus Capital, and Nimbus Capital is a Web3 fund with 1.2 billion assets under management. And their effective goal is to be able to release capital, which is a mixture of an OTC and VC deal. And these are tricky term sheets, and they're tricky term sheets because we need Slam AI and we need the Slam wallet DNA to keep people honest in the space, if you will. And so I'll say, from my perspective, Slam AI is an incredibly valuable tool for me at Nimbus, for companies that we deploy capital to. And speaking again from Nimbus's standpoint, we invest in these publicly traded tokens. The wallet DNA can, in fact, be a game changer for all parties. And so if you think about this, the majority of trading data is exposed as wash trading and sheer market manipulation, in my opinion. I don't even know if it's my opinion. These are literally facts. And maybe in the future, we'll have better governance using the wallet DNA that's out there and Slam AI around the rehypothecation and the shenanigans that's been pulled by centralized exchanges, which devastates this industry. And how does that affect capital? That affects capital because when you're manipulating markets, and we're looking to deploy to publicly traded tokens, we have to put such risky terms, risk measures in the terms, that's not a great deal all the time for the company who's receiving the capital. And it's because the industry is so risky. So this idea of having wallet DNA and all of the awesome stuff that we can build through Slam AI can be groundbreaking to deliver better terms, push this industry forward. Smart entrepreneurs like Randy and his team of engineers, and all the open market engineers that we have that want to get in here and build really cool stuff. So I'll stop. I got a lot to kind of say on that, but I've spent a lot of time okay, we're deploying capital. It's difficult capital to deploy. There's always this barrier between the company sending tokens and the VC fund receiving tokens, right down to, wallets, right? And multi-signatures around wallets. And now we're seeing great wallet systems coming out that are allowing us to manage multi-signatures around actions a lot better. But this is really needed. This is really, really needed in the space. So I'm going to stop quickly because I got a lot of things to chat about. But if you guys want to comment on that, that's how those two things really correlate, in my opinion.
I'm muted. There we go. I'll say this because we have just a couple minutes here and then Randy's on, but tell us what you think is the most important part that you think we need to know, both for just right here, right now with what you're building, and or also what's the biggest thing coming in 26.
Well, yeah, let me just stay with the capital side then, because our product Solvera is a private wealth system. You can check it out at solvera.io. Obviously, Troon Technologies is launching AI products. If anybody needs awesome development and services or looking for AI products, that's a place to go. But really sticking with the capital, I'm going to make a future forecast point that RWAs and digital assets, without the wallet DNA and these types of tools that are coming aboard, will not have the success from a tokenized NASDAQ perspective without it. Because if we still have the shenanigans, we're still going to have the control. We're still going to have the issue. We're still going to have the degradation of this industry. So I'm really bullish on what Slam's doing. And I'm really bullish on engineers getting in here and solving and helping solve that problem. And we will be in this helping solve it as well.
I love that. By the way, you have some fans in the chat, which is awesome. Can't stop looking at him. I get it. I get it. I get it. That's my brother, by the way. My favorite. He's my best friend and having some fun out here, but that's awesome.
I love your hat, man. I got to get me one of those. So I'm
This
moving
right
to moving to the Research Triangle. I don't know where you guys are at, but when I get in there, I'm going to go see all you cats when I get back to the US.
Oh, beautiful. Well, just tell me and I'll ship you one too. Honestly, I'm looking at 15 different hats of this. They come in different colors, even camo. I've got a couple camo hats that are amazing.
Dude, that's
We'll get you
awesome.
one. So you just tell me, give me an address and I'll ship you something.
I have no home right now, so until I have an address, I'm at my parents' house, and so my wife and I are moving in mid-January. So I'll hit you back up. That's an awesome hat. You do an awesome job, Pasquin. Great seeing you as well, and virtual hugs to you cats throughout Christmas time with your families.
Thank you, sir. And hugging right back. And then again, let's really redo this whenever you want. Like, again, open door, come back on, full episode. We go deep. And I just have a blast chatting with you. And I think you're building incredible stuff. So thank you, sir.
Awesome. Thanks, gents. Ciao.
Take care. Oh, Pasquin I hope I didn't just remove Pasquin. Maybe he removed him. I don't know. Pasquin, I don't know if you're staying or not. We got Randy coming right now. And let's get Randy right on stage. And welcome, sir. It's very good to see you.
You just kicked Pasquin out of there, didn't you?
I feel like I feel like I kicked Paul, but I think Pasquin pulled himself down. Pasquin, do you want Pasquin to come hang?
Either way, I mean, I'd like to see Pasquin too, but I don't think he was supposed to be on.
Okay, we'll leave it as it. Okay, Pasquin just I think is around to watch. I think that's what's up. So, dude, this has been a blast. What a cool thing chatting with Yat. But for here right now, I can't wait to chat with you. We don't get to do this often enough at all. So this is
how are you doing?
Oh, dude.
Been at this since what, 4 o'clock this morning or
4 a.m. 4 a.m. And really it's like getting the started with this is since 2 a.m. started and testing and getting the thing going. And it's like you know, I mentioned this to you a week ago. It's like, and I'm not a marathon runner, I just imagine this is how it goes. You get in the groove, you find your pace, and all of a sudden you're just locked in. And I'm just locked in right now. It's very easy, organic, natural right now. Feels good.
Well, we appreciate you and you're kicking ass. I think you already knew that, but I don't know when to say that.
Well, I appreciate it.
Also, thanks for not putting me on right after Yat. Good Lord, like that was incredible. I was talking to Scott in between. I was like, you kind of drew the short straw having to go on right after Yat with just how awesome that was. But
different guy. And you told me you can just send questions and he'll talk. And I'm like, he can. And I don't want to stop him because I love every single thing coming out of his mouth. But I tried laying the groundwork for, oh boy, we have all these other topics I just would love to hear. And if your time ever permits, let's get you back and do it then. And it sounded like there wasn't a no there. So we'll work on that angle too. But great guy.
He's been incredibly supportive of Crypto Slam and everything we're doing since 2021. We need him. He's always been there. So I'm sure he would be.
Yeah, special guy. Randy, what do we want to get into here?
I don't know. It's your show. What do you think?
I think, and what I want to hear about, and I don't know if we're allowed. I've been really well behaved today. Sometimes I talk about a thing, something coming out, and I might maybe say a little too much and just get a little excited. And it's perfect that you're here now. What I want to hear about is Ethos Swarm, which everybody did catch on that the Swarm account's been renamed. And we got a cool trailer. By the way, that trailer is awesome. I mentioned to the group today, best trailer we put out yet. It's awesome. It's awesome. Mary did a phenomenal job on that trailer. But I think that's what we need to talk about. I think, and I'm sorry, but you got somebody talking smack in the chat here right now. And you know who that is.
I thought about wearing my Chiefs shirt, but I've got dual loyalties to my alma mater as well. With the college football playoff starting tomorrow, in protest, I decided to wear my Notre Dame shirt.
Okay. Do you know who that is that dropped
I don't
that
know if you
comment?
follow college, but we got hosed, and we're not in it, so we're watching this year. And my Chiefs are out of it, so I'm like literally I'm just an observer.
Yep. Yep. Well, just so you know, that's my brother that's dropping that Chiefs miss the playoffs comment.
Oh, that is.
Yeah. So little poke for you.
Well, okay, how about this? I will cheer for the Bills.
Hey, how about that?
For your brother.
How about that? That's magic. All right, let's get into it, man. And you just tell me where to start, and I'll put this up on the screen. But I'd love for you to talk about, and I know we still be in careful time, and we're going to talk very loosely about stuff. But the trailer dropped today. Let me get this on the screen here. But we have a trailer for Ethos Swarm. Again, we're probably not going to say much. Randy will say what we can say, but let us know, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, the goal with the trailer was to, number one, we needed to retire the Swarm. He served us well for a period of time, but we've known he's been on his way out for quite a while. And what you're seeing on the screen now with Ethos Swarm, it's actually, I would say it's been in the works for over a year. So yeah, this is just our first tease into what we have coming up. Is it ready today? Clearly not. We're saying it's arriving in early 2026. But yeah, where do we begin with that? This trailer is awesome. You see a couple tokens mentioned in there. I think we could probably get into that. But yeah, maybe pull it off now. I'm going to get sidetracked. So, like, do you remember like a year ago, Hudah? I know you remember this. You and I talked because I would say we were the first ones within the company to geek out about what we felt was coming with AI agents. Right? You remember that? What would that have been? Like October, November?
Exactly.
Yeah. How do you feel like that's went like since then in the last year? I know how I feel, but I'm just curious your take after that initial conversation. We're ready for this huge explosion of AI agents with wallets taking over Web3 and running wild and doing cool things. Here we are a year later. Where do you think we're at?
It became as big as I thought for a period of time. It died off, and truthfully, it didn't die off, but as big as I thought it would be, they did not perform the way I thought they would perform. As in, we had this similar, maybe like end game for them, which was, and we were looking at a similar report, 80% of, or up to 80% of online transactions would be done by AI agents. And I saw that, I heard it, whatever. I believed it because it makes sense. And we didn't realize that in the past year. I don't think we're anywhere close. And I could be wrong. Maybe there's all kinds of like automated transactions that are from agents and I just am not aware, but I don't think that's the case. I think that would be a big headline now if it were the case. So that didn't materialize, but the attention on AI became fever pitch a couple times this year. Ultimately, maybe didn't live up to that final expectation. Again, that agents by the thousands or millions are now trading with us and against us and actually making it harder for us to trade. And you must use an AI agent to trade if you're going to compete, is where I thought it was going. And I still do believe it goes.
Trading too. Like a year ago at this time, I hate to use the word pivot, but we evolved the company of CryptoSlam to go all in on AI agents. We've got like this incredible data infrastructure. And where it was obvious that our data's full potential has not been tapped by humans. Certainly been valuable, but there's a lot of it there. It changes rapidly as new data hits the chain. and humans can only do so much with it. Heck, I know you use the Swarm Copilot. Here's an example, like the Swarm Copilot. We take our data, some of our most valuable proprietary data points, wallet DNA, and we spit it out on Deck Screener through a plugin. It's actually available for free, which is crazy. And we know, like at any given point in time, what the IQ is of anybody that just placed a trade on Base and Ethereum. We don't just know the IQ, we know what their reputation is, we know what their size is, we know what their history is, we know what their lineage is if they were connected to other wallets. Like we know so many things about them. And it's like, there's this huge data nerd part of me. It's like, this is gold. Like people should be able to go ape shit with this and extract all kinds of value. Well, what happened was, I think certain people can, and those that use the Copilot love it, but it's also like, it's too much for humans. Hey, you're bringing it up. It's too much for humans to process in real time. So it's like we're sitting on this pot of gold that humans aren't able to fully extract maximum value out of. We're getting value out of it. Hell, like we place trades off of this. Like it is everything. I think Scott was talking about wallet DNA earlier. It is everything we've said it is and more, but the impact has not been felt yet. So that's just from like a crypto slam perspective, Hudah, like why we move the company towards our data needs to be used by AI. We need to position ourselves in a way that it can. But yeah, it's back to like the industry as a whole, though. Can I geek out a little bit? You care if I geek out?
I would love if you did.
Okay. So like like I'm this big AI nerd now, and I'm not the only AI nerd on the planet. There's like millions of us at this point. I think at one point, like I was the NFT nerd. I know I was one of the first, but I'm similarly just as much of a nerd with AI now as I was with NFTs back in 2018. It's just like I'm not the only one. So anyway, so I'm coming from this from that perspective. If you think about like all of like the intelligence in the world, so we're talking about AI as artificial intelligence, but where does that intelligence come from in the first place? Well, it comes from humans, right? Like everything that the AI has that it's able to act on now, it originates from humans. It may have come from a machine or something, but it does come from us. You could argue it, if you're a believer, you could argue it comes from God, right? And it like manifests like through our words and actions. But yeah, it's always come from humans. But like it wasn't, in 2,000 years ago, somebody decided to like invent paper, and we could take all of this intelligence that we've been speaking, as humans to each other, that would get forgotten, like when somebody died, and we would write it down like on paper. It was shitty paper. It wouldn't last long. It wasn't reproducible, but like that intelligence was able to be codified into paper, and that was a really big deal. You can tell I'm nerding out now. So that was 2,000 years ago. 500 years ago, we invented as humans like the printing press. So now that intelligence could be codified into something a bit more reproducible, like better paper, if you will. So it took 1,500 years for that to happen. But now, like, we were able to do things like books and take that intelligence and put it into something that could live on like long after we die and be shared with others. But the problem was, like, books were all over the place. Like, it wasn't organized well. Like, I'm an OCD guy. Like, I love to organize things. So it took a little bit longer. Like, it was maybe 200 years ago, somebody invented libraries. So now all these books that we've been codifying all of this human intelligence showed up in the form of books that were in libraries. And I'm old enough, I bet you are too. Do you remember like the card catalogs and the Dewey Decimal System?
Dewey Decimal? No, what is a card
You're
pattern?
not that old. I am.
Hmm.
So like if you would go to a library and you would sit there and you would look it up and it was like, well, so these books are everywhere, but how do I find exactly what I need? It was very, laborious to go find that.
Card that tells you like the row you're going to find that book?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I know. Yep.
Yeah. So that you would go and you go find it and you would read it. And it was great. Like, here's this knowledge that somebody presented, like, wrote like 100 years ago or even a year ago. But anyway, you could take advantage of that and go, go read it. So that was neat. That was like, so that was 200 years ago. So then it was like maybe 30 years ago when, because now somebody invented like disk storage. So now we could take information, we could digitize it, and we could put it on hard drives. And before you knew it, like the internet showed up. So now you don't have to just have all the information in books. You've got it available digitally for us to go extract from. So now like we're really speeding up. It's not verbal, it is written, but it's not like in paper and manual to where we have to go extract it that way. Like we're getting more and more efficient. Like this is like 30 years ago. Then Google comes along. It's like, well, shit, there's a lot out there, but how the hell do I find anything? So they go index this, right? Okay, now back to the indexing and organizing. What do they say? We're going to organize all the information in the world and make it useful. Google did that like 25, 28 years ago is when they started. Transformative. You'll see where I'm going with this because it was like, 3 years ago when ChatGPT came out? So now, like what Google did, they would index all that information and then they spit it out in a search engine. ChatGPT shows up, not just them, but they're certainly the most visible. They created what's known as a LLM, and all of that same information. So like all the knowledge, like from the history of humankind, was indexed, and a model was trained off of that. This is like 3 years ago. And it birthed like something incredibly transformative to where now we don't have to go and look shit up and then go write reports ourselves. Like we know this, right? It just comes out. And ChatGPT is amazing. That was just 3 years ago. Think of how much the world has changed since then. 1 year ago, roughly like in the past year, now with AI, we could take all that information that AI can generate from the history, the beginning of humankind, basically, and now we can reason with it, and we can make decisions. We know if the work that's being spit out is good or bad. Like we're acting like more and more human-like. With the models that come out now, with the reasoning models. So think of like from the beginning of time, whenever the hell I started, what 2,000 years ago to like now, like how the progress has just accelerated to where all of this knowledge is now at our fingertips through this new technology. You know this, I know this, like I tell our devs this, I tell our kids this. The world is changing. It's changing rapidly, and the way it looks now compared to the way it's going to look in 1 year, 5 years, it's going to be incredibly different. We need to adjust and we need to act now. So where am I going with this, Hudah? All of that information, it's accessible. How about this? I want to tell a quick story, and then I'll get into the gist of EthosSwarm. Yesterday, I took my mom to the doctor. She had some test results, and she's like 79 years old. Her test results came before she saw the doctor, on her phone. And she's like, well, look at this. What does this mean? And she doesn't know what the hell I do all day. She knows it's something with crypto, but like just has no clue. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna give this a shot. Took a picture of the results and I ran it through ChatGPT with a quick little prompt. And I said, hey, go interpret this for a 79-year-old grandma that is wondering what the hell this means. And, she was like her eyes got big, it was like, ooh, it answered her questions, made her feel at ease. Like, okay, this wasn't some crazy thing I needed to worry about. And she was like, well, go ask it this. go let's get that. And immediately, like I just onboarded somebody new to ChatGPT, which I think there's stories like that all over the place. Once you use it once, you're never going back.
Yep. When you like with crypto, like with NFTs, everybody's going to have that aha moment with AI, and it sounds like she had that. And there is no going back. You're right.
Okay, but then now she closes. I don't know if she has the app yet or not. But now she closes it. Now what? Right? It's not going to do anything for her until she goes and opens it up again. So those of us that nerd out about AI agents know that agents can do stuff for us while we are doing other things like watching a movie, going for a run, spending time with family. So it's like, wouldn't it be nice if that peace of mind, like that knowledge that she got from using just a little bit of AI, which came from like, again, like the knowledge of all humankind, you know, it's baked into these large language models. It's augmented with real-time data from the web. You know, if it's blockchain data from CryptoSlam, like our MCP servers are incredible. So it's all tied together. But wouldn't it be nice if that information, what if it had a heartbeat? So if you go back to the video, own a mind, mint to civilization. What if all of that was accessible by agents, no matter what it was? So you were talking about trading not that long ago. Of course, you know, trading. Wouldn't it be great if AI agents could trade on your behalf? Like, sure. Like, I think that would be great. That is just one speck of the potential of AI agents done the right way, giving a heartbeat to an LLM that has the world's information at its fingertips, that can reason, that can make decisions. That is just like a one speck of sand, like a whole beach of possibilities, trading agents. What if that had a heartbeat and there was I don't even like to use the word agent because I think that the terms have been hijacked over the last year, what an agent actually is. But what if like a being, here we're calling it a mind, existed that could make decisions for us, could make decisions for itself, could make decisions for others in its own civilization, in the background while you and I are on a live stream. What's up, Bruno? Did that make any sense at all, Hudah? Like, I want to give enough, but I don't want to like give too much either.
We're not going to spill all the tea today because look, we're evolving in many, many ways. The products are evolving, but we're actually finally getting smarter about how our marketing is going and our storytelling. And you're going to hear this story in a way that I think resonates, will make it make sense, and we want you to be attached to it. And so that's why we're not going to tell it all today, but you'll find that story reveal over the next weeks.
And I'll tell you, like, everything that is in that video, it may be like, what the hell's this? Like, that may be the reaction. I hope it is. Like, that was literally like what I hoped would happen. I would just say, like, with CryptoSlam, we've been at this for a while. We are incredible builders. Bruno, who just popped on, is one of our incredible builders who helped create some of this wild stuff. And there's a team of them. Just trust that this is going to be transformative. It's going to be awesome, like everything we say it is. It may sound a little crazy and weird. I hope it does, because the world is changing. It's changing fast. At CryptoSlam, honestly, I'm tired of just indexing and organizing the cool stuff that we hoped other people were going to build. We were kind of like that with the Swarm by Slam AI. We were hoping for I was hoping for an agentic ecosystem that is different than what we ended up with. Had it panned out the way we were betting, like in January, February, the Swarm by Slam AI would have been like, the perfect companion to go hand all these agents all the blockchain data they needed. But it didn't go that way. So with EthosSwarm, how about this? With EthosSwarm, we decided to like F it, we'll build it ourselves. And what we hoped was going to be built elsewhere is going to be built by CryptoSlam. And like that's kind of that's a lot of work, right? But so that's kind of the bad news. The good news is we've been at this for a year.
Randy, just personally, I always know that a big part of our approach is we have the data, we have the ways to access the data, and we are excited still for people to build off this data, but I've always been chomping at the bits to see this talented group take it and build the thing. And that's why I'm excited for this, because that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's all built on top of the Slam AI platform. If you have a good, crazy idea, you have got to go to slamai.xyz and sign up. There's we're giving away free Slam credits to get you excited, or sorry, to get you onboarded. It is all of the hard work of organizing, what's on the blockchain. It's all done for you. So build on top of that platform. The MCP server is awesome. We're like within X402 accessible. The API endpoints are great. There's more coming out. Just go build on top of that. Let us do the hard work of doing that indexing. Like that's what we do for Web3. Like what Google did. The library example I gave with the card catalog, with the Google example for Web 1 data, like that's what we're doing for Web3. Just let us handle all the organizing, plug into that, and it's awesome. But it's like, wouldn't it be great if we could, we've been doing it for a while now though. You know this. I wanted to build the application ourselves, and yeah, that's what we've done, and we're going to be teasing more and more over the coming days and weeks. There is a wait list. I think we've been putting that at the bottom of the screen. If you want to be one of the first ones to get your hands on, what's up, Max? Max knows EthosSwarm. He's been knee deep in this for quite some time. If you want to be one of the first ones to get your hands on this, help mold it as it gets closer to being production ready, go to ethoswarm.ai, sign up for that wait list, and you'll I know you'll be happy you did. We're going to need the early testers, users at some point. This is something that's built to scale, to handle it's literally a civilization of digital beings. So it's built to scale. But early testing, we want to roll it out in phases. So if you want to be on that early list, go sign up on ethoswarm.ai and get in early.
And what I can say is, this is not something to reveal now, but what I can say is I have interacted with some of this behind the scenes, and it's a very unique way of interacting. And I'm not going to say more because it's dangerous.
Wait till you see the next version, Hudah.
Okay. I can't wait, because what I've done right now, it's different. I've not seen anybody do it. And I'm like, I actually think I prefer interacting this way. And I think others will too, because it is so different. And these are the things we'll reveal here over the next weeks. But there's a lot of special stuff here, and we can't wait to share it.
Yeah, to use like the iPhone analogy, like you haven't even seen like the flip phone yet. By the time this is out, like it's the iPhone quality. You've seen just like a big brick of a cell phone, that is clunky, and next version is going to be a huge huge step up. And then we're going to start having like testers on that sometime soon too. So I'm clearly excited. I can't wait to share. It's all built on top of Slam AI, like this great data infrastructure. Yeah, it'll, I don't know if you caught that. Like we do have a token out there, the Swarm token. I don't know if people caught that, but the Swarm token is now the EthosSwarm token. Swarm for fuel. Yeah, like these digital beings will all need Swarm to do the cool things that presumably they're going to be able to do. So we'll just kind of leave it at that.
Yep.
The Swarm by Slam AI is now this. It's the same token.
EthosSwarm token holders. You have some stuff ahead of you, and I think you're gonna like it. And we have a lot of fun stuff to reveal soon. So very, very, very exciting. Make sure you're following, guys, EthosSwarm on X. Again, if you're already following the Swarm account, you're already following the correct account. But follow CryptoSlam.io just to keep on top of the news, the announcements, the big things coming. And there are more big things coming. So stay plugged in that way.
Do I get to stay on for this next guest?
You should definitely stay on for the next guest.
Yeah, one more.
All right, let's see. Oh, we're ready. Nate, give me a thumbs up when you're ready, guys. This is one I talk. Okay, he's ready, and I could talk about this guy all the time because look, every day I cover the markets. I cover the markets when we talk the crypto market, the NFT market, and I talk the ETFs. I do, and we have our guest here who is the ETF guy, and in fact, we had made kind of a plan that his next time on, his third time on, he officially gets a nickname for the show. He is dubbed ETF God, and today happens to be that day. So I'm excited to bring up to the stage here Nate Geraci, the man you know as the ETF guy. Welcome to the show, man.
Thank you for having me. That's quite the introduction.
I mean, deserved. I mean, totally deserved. But I love it. Welcome, man. It's really, really good to see you.
It's so great to see you as well. I'm curious, how much caffeine are you on for this marathon?
So I lose track, especially because I don't drink coffee. I have these little like caffeine candies, and I don't know if I'm at like 8 of them or 3 of them. I'm not sure, but it's a lot. Whatever it is a lot.
Well, this is impressive what you're doing, and I'm honored to take part in this.
I appreciate
Happy to talk ETFs.
And what's actually special, extra special here is, right, we wanted to get you and Randy on here together because this isn't like Randy just coming on with guest who an awesome guest. It's not just that, but you guys know each other. You guys know each other very well. And I'm like, you know what? That'd be cool to get that dynamic here in the chat for people to see, because you don't get to see that often, where people don't realize a lot of people who are in this industry know each other, and some people know each other very well at that very personal level. And that's what we have here. And again, just kind of exciting here to have you two together on the show.
Can I hop in real quick, and then we turn it over to Nate? Like I think like the term ETF God is very appropriate. Nate won't think so, but I do. So those of you who don't know, I've known Nate for 20 years.
It's
like
going there, yeah, somewhere along those lines.
Close to 20 years. Your brother Hudah would be glad to know that Nate's also feeling the pain of the Chiefs out of the playoffs, because he's also a local Kansas City guy. That's how I know him.
Shouldn't have said that, because our guy in the chat's going to go ahead and poke away at Nate now.
Yeah. I would say Nate's a longtime investor in the CryptoSlam. In advisors. We certainly appreciate his support over the last, on this journey with us for the last 5 years. But what I wanted people to know, that they may not know, is like Nate's ETF knowledge and his I guess rise to where he is now. Like it did not happen overnight. So ever since I knew Nate, and I don't even know like when ETFs became a thing, the very first time I ever even heard the term ETF was either from Nate or somebody you were working with, Nate. But if it wasn't from you, it was somebody closely attached to you. Like he was literally one of the first people to go all in on this. And this guy has been grinding every day since then with his business formerly called ETF Store. Now it's rolled into Novadias. His podcast, ETF Prime, which he's been doing forever, is had all kinds of great guests. Like I followed this journey from the beginning when he was, just starting from scratch. Like I, as an entrepreneur, like it's been so motivating, inspiring to watch this guy go from where he started out with to where he is today. And I wanted everybody to know like how hard and how long he worked at that to get to this point.
Randy, I greatly appreciate that. And I have to say, this is the best live stream I've ever been on. I can already tell with the comments so far. But you know better than anybody, Randy, because we have known each other for a long time. And I know about everything you've done on the business side. Nothing happens overnight. And it's funny because I know we're all out on social media and you see people having a lot of success. And there's this perception that people maybe either lucked into it or they were an overnight success. And most of the people that you see who have had any semblance of success have put in a lot of hard work. It's always a grind, but I think that's what makes it rewarding. And everything you say, my sentiments would be the same for you, Randy, because again, I know what you've done on the business side.
Appreciate that.
Nate, I gotta say too, and then we'll move on to talking about you and your year. And you've had so many predictions this year that have been just on point, and how you saw that we'll just say the crypto ETFs would go. Your prediction's spot on, maybe even bigger. But your growth on X, especially, you were the guy that was tweeting about the crypto ETFs, and to see the growth on your account. And the way people follow you as that expert, rightfully so, has been so fun to watch over the past year plus. You've become an expert shit poster too. I see you at those times where you're dropping those spicy memes and stuff. Like you've gotten very good at the crypto Twitter game too, so you leveled that up as well. GG's over on X especially, but yeah, the ETF knowledge is wild. Has this past year played out basically, I'd say exactly as you thought it would?
I think for the most part, yes. We had a huge regulatory shift that happened over the past year. Obviously, we had the Trump administration come in. We had a new SEC chair. And so we started getting much more clarity around crypto regulation. And that clearly spilled over into the ETF space. So there's been that tailwind the entire year. You look last year, spot Bitcoin ETFs, they set every record that we've seen in ETF industry history. This year, flows, there's been about $22 billion into spot Bitcoin ETFs. Spot Ether ETFs, which were a little bit slow out of the gate last year, have seen about $10 billion in inflows. But overall, Hudah, you look at the spot crypto ETF category, that's now about a $140 billion category overall. And what I think is most remarkable about that is on the TradFi side, there still has been a lot of skepticism, and you've had a lot of gatekeepers preventing people from accessing these crypto ETFs. So the most prominent one or infamous one would be Vanguard, who for a long time was gating access to spot crypto ETFs on their brokerage platform. They recently capitulated and are now allowing Vanguard clients to buy and sell spot crypto products. But my point is that spot crypto ETFs have set these records, and they put up these tremendous numbers with one hand tied behind their back, because there's been this gating of access. You've had a lot of traditional financial advisory firms who wouldn't allow their financial advisors to recommend these products to their clients. And what we have seen as the year has gone on is a shift to where those gates are now coming down, or those gates are opening. And I think we're going to see that carry over into 2026. Now, I know a lot of people in the crypto space that go, well, that's great that people are buying the ETFs. Why is that not reflected in the prices? Because it has been overall a challenging year if you look at a lot of crypto asset prices. And what people have to keep in mind is that as much as ETFs have grown, And you think about all the headlines around them, they get a lot of media attention. They're still just a very small part of the crypto market overall. And there are a lot of other drivers of price action around crypto assets. So I tweeted out last night, Bitwise had a great table that showed the supply of Bitcoin, Ether, and Solana since the spot ETFs for each of those launched. And if you look at the amount of each of those that the spot ETFs have bought, it far exceeds the supply that has come online. And so again, the natural thought would be, well, why isn't that driving prices? And that's because ETFs are still a small sliver of the market overall. But where we're heading is that ETFs are only going to grow in prominence because there is much more comfortability on the institutional side. And I think what we're seeing is the slow, it's slow now. I think the pace is going to quicken this mainstream adoption of crypto. And I recently said something to the effect of, right now you have crypto products out there. Pretty soon, crypto is going to be the rails for finance overall. We can talk about tokenized assets. We're starting to see some inroads there. There's some tokenized money market funds that are starting to grow. There's a lot happening overall in the mainstreaming of crypto. DTC is now looking into tokenization. NASDAQ has a filing for tokenization. So you get the idea. We've gone from a place to where crypto was thought of as this rogue area of the market that it's really gone mainstream now. And I think the pace is only going to quicken from here.
What's the most surprising thing you saw in, I guess, the world of ETFs this year? Either like exceeded expectations, didn't live up to, but I think most exceeded.
Yeah, I was pleased to see the SEC develop a framework around crypto ETFs, which you may have seen referred to as generic listing standards, where effectively what they did is they said, okay, if crypto assets meet certain criteria, then issuers can launch an ETF without having to jump through a bunch of hoops, if I had to boil it down. It just made it much easier to bring spot crypto ETFs to market. And so, as you may be aware, we've now seen spot XRP ETFs come to market, spot Solana, spot Dogecoin. There are a number of multi-token ETFs that have come to market. And right now, if you look at the filings with the SEC, Hudah, there's somewhere like 130, 135 crypto ETF filings.
Wow.
With the SEC. And so I keep saying, the floodgates are going to open. The floodgates are opening. And you're going to continue to see this tidal wave of product coming to markets. And so I can't say I was surprised, but I think seeing how much effort the SEC put into developing the generic listing standards and trying to do things the right way, what the SEC has done, the SEC is tasked with protecting investors, but they're also tasked with capital formation. And I've talked a lot about this pendulum we have in the market between, innovation and regulation. And as we know here, if you go back to, say, the Gensler days in the prior administration, putting politics fully aside, we were way too heavy on the regulatory side, in my opinion, to where you weren't letting innovation even breathe at all. It was just completely snuffed out. And now we've seen that pendulum swing the other way, I think, to probably more something in balance. And so I've been very pleased, again, not surprised, but pleased to see how constructive the SEC has been in trying to create regulatory clarity and help innovators be able to build. You guys know better than I do all of the amazing building that's going on in crypto. People like to focus on the bad actors and the things that get all the headlines, scams and all that. I talk to builders all the time. Some of the smartest people I interact with or I've interacted with through the past year are building in the crypto space. I've said that for a long time. And so I'm glad that those people can actually build and they can innovate, because I think, again, where this is all heading is something it's a really positive direction for everybody. It's something that's going to benefit everybody longer term. Crypto is not going away, despite what some of the people on my TradFi side of the equation would like to see.
Yeah, that's still a narrative out there for some, and it surprises me still. Okay, a lot of people who are more on the side of, let's say, like the more traditional crypto degens are trying to understand price action right now, and some people say, and I think they're wrong, but maybe you've got some answers that help enlighten us. Maybe Bitcoin hadn't reached the heights that we were hoping for this year, and that may have more to do with the tariffs and things more related to Trump. But some think it may have to do with ETFs, and ETFs bringing maybe less volatility to the crypto market. Do you have any insights into that?
I think on a longer term time scale, as you bring more institutional adoption to any asset class, but especially an emerging one, a highly volatile one, I think it makes sense that volatility profile would come down overall. But when we look at the price action, I think it's important to go back to when spot Bitcoin ETFs actually launched in January of 2024. And if you look at the return of Bitcoin since that time, it's been excellent. It's been a couple of weeks since I checked on exactly what that number was, but last I looked, it was somewhere around 75, 80% return since spot Bitcoin ETFs launched. And so, yeah, has there been a shorter term down move? Yeah, we've all seen that. We've all felt that. But anybody investing in crypto or any asset class, in my opinion, if you're a believer in it, you should be looking at a much longer term time horizon. And Bitcoin, as we all know, you're going to get some fairly significant down moves. That's just the price of admission to being invested. So I know it's kind of a boring answer, Hudah. I don't pay too much attention to shorter term price action. I look at longer term price action. But to your question specifically on volatility, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see the volatility of Bitcoin or any other crypto asset come down as institutional adoption grows.
Yep.
But I don't think that's a bad thing.
No, I'm with you there entirely then. Do you have any favorite moments from this year, whether it's a favorite ETF that launched or just some numbers that you saw in a specific ETF? Like anything that even caught you off guard? Just what did you see this year that was just so cool that, it's up your alley and you're just like, man, okay, knew that was going to happen or didn't realize, but either way, that is just so cool.
I don't know. There's so much that happened. For some reason, what jumps to the front of my mind is there were filings in January for the Trump meme coin ETF and the Melania meme coin ETF. And I think that caught a lot of people off guard when those filings came out. But the thought was, hey, we have a new SEC chair coming in. Is that SEC chair actually going to deny a Trump meme coin ETF from coming to market, which, by the way, it still hasn't launched. So they haven't denied it. It just hasn't been brought to fruition yet. So, there were a lot of filings like that where in the ETF space, the way I would describe things is that you have really big players. So the BlackRocks, the Vanguards, the State Streets of the world, some of those are involved like BlackRock in crypto, some aren't. And then you have a long tail of smaller ETF issuers. And for smaller ETF issuers, it's really tough to compete in the ETF space. And so what we have seen is a lot of those smaller ETF issuers try to launch much more esoteric products that would have a much higher volatility profile, 2 times leveraged crypto ETFs, those sorts of things. And that has been a little eye-opening just to see how far some of these issuers have tried to push the envelope with the products that they want to bring to market. So
Nate,
I guess that, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like how much of that are you seeing? You mentioned earlier like 135, if I heard you right. Like how much of that are like the esoteric listings, and how much of that is your typical Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum type ETFs?
I would say in general, it's fairly reflective of the underlying market caps of these crypto assets. In other words, let's take XRP and Solana. Those are to the top of the market cap spectrum, and so you see more filings around those crypto assets. Whereas if you go further down the list of crypto assets, the smaller it gets, the less filings you have. But I mean, there are filings out there for there's a Zcash ETF. There's I mentioned Melania, Pengu, MOG. You'd be surprised at some of the ETFs that have been filed for. What I actually think is going to happen, by the way, I've talked a lot about this, is, again, I think index-based crypto ETFs are going to be where a lot of the assets gravitate towards. So I think certainly Bitcoin and Ether, I would say Solana, XRP, you're going to see assets go into those spot products. But I think a lot of advisors and institutional investors are going to say, you know what? I know I want exposure to crypto. I'm not situated, I'm not set up to pick out who the winners and losers are going to be. So I'm going to take more of a shotgun approach to the space, an index-based approach to the space, to make sure that I at least have some exposure, because I know there are going to be some big winners there. And I know this is a really, yeah, go ahead.
Are there any indexes that are like I know, doesn't CoinMarketCap have a, I think they've got an index. Like, are there any big winners that people are starting to gravitate around?
I would say not yet, but there are a number of different index-based products that have come to market where it'll be interesting to see what the adoption looks like. So let me give an example. 21 Shares has one where it's effectively the top 10 crypto assets, excluding Bitcoin. And if you think about that, that's really smart, because I talked about all the assets that went into Bitcoin ETFs. So let's say you invested in a Bitcoin ETF, maybe it's in a taxable account, you believe in Bitcoin longer term, but even if you didn't, maybe you don't want to realize a capital gain and have to pay Uncle Sam, but you want exposure to other crypto assets. Well, that's a perfect product to plug in. You already have your Bitcoin exposure. Now let's get exposure to, the next 10 crypto assets. I think Crane Shares has one out there. It's a filing for the top 50 crypto assets. You're going to see every variety. You're going to see an equal weighted approach. You're going to see a market cap weighted approach in everything in between. But I'm just highly bullish here, because I think about like my brethren on the financial advisory side, who again, maybe they are starting to see what's happening in the crypto space. They want some exposure there. They don't feel like they're set up to go pick the winners and losers. Well, boom, with one button, I can have exposure to the entire space. And what I was going to say is, I know, Randy, you and I are old enough to remember for sure, go back to the .com days in the late 90s. And I know this is a cliche example, but there were some enormous winners that came out of that time frame, and there were some enormous losers as well. But if you had exposure to those big winners, even if you had a couple of losers, that were a part of that, you still would have fared very well. And I think that's how a lot on the TradFi side are viewing crypto at the moment. That's not to say there aren't people that aren't going to try to tactically trade certain crypto assets or overweight certain crypto assets. I think an index-based approach is going to have a tremendous amount of uptake, because that's what we've seen on the equity side. That's what we've seen on the fixed income side in TradFi. Index-based products tend to do very well.
I want to pull up your Crypto Prime podcast over here on YouTube. Relatively new. I'm trying to think when you actually kicked this off. Was it this year?
It was actually in the fall of last year. And I have to say, Randy, with all the kind words you offered before on, sort of my ETF journey and the ETF knowledge I have now, and you'll see where I'm heading on this. I launched an ETF podcast. It was the first ETF focused podcast out there. That was, I believe, late 2010 or early 2011. And the reason I bring that up in the context of talking about the crypto podcast, Hudah, is because I actually came from outside the financial services space. I was early in at a tech company. This goes back to the early 2000s. And then I essentially made a career shift into the investment world. And one of the things doing ETF Prime helped me is quickly get up to speed and gain that institutional knowledge, particularly around ETFs. And the way to think about it is, if I'm having the top guests from around the country or the world on the podcast talking about everything under the sun with ETFs. I'm a relatively intelligent guy. I'm not going to claim to be the smartest guy, but even for somebody like me, some of that knowledge can help it rub off. And I retained a lot of that just speaking to experts on ETFs around the world every single week. What I have found doing the crypto podcast is the exact same thing. And that, I've dabbled in crypto for a long time. I first became interested probably around 2012, 2013. I remember when the Winklevoss twins filed for the first spot Bitcoin ETF. That really piqued my interest. I started covering on the ETF podcast, invited on some crypto-centric guests. And then, as I'm sure happened with both of you, once you start learning about crypto, you want to learn more, you go down the rabbit hole. I did all of that. But what I'm finding by doing the Crypto Prime podcast, it's a similar learning curve where I'm talking to some of the smartest people around crypto on a weekly basis. And so I've seen my growth just go, I'm seeing this exponential knowledge growth around crypto, and I love it. I often say with both of my podcasts, a lot of times I feel like I get more out of it than my listeners, which isn't my goal. But I will say, if you're doing anything on the content side, it should start from a place of passion first. And if you have that, I think you'll naturally find your audience. I'm sure you have found that as well with everything that you do. But anyway, a long-winded way of saying, yes, I'm doing a crypto podcast now. I've been doing it for over a year. I greatly enjoy it. I have another great guest today, that'll be released this afternoon, actually talking about index-based crypto ETF. So it's been a lot of fun.
Have you found, well, okay, this is not a how you found, that's a completely different question. This is more of just a comment that you in particular happen to be like the perfect ambassador for crypto because of the people you know, because of the people you work with and are familiar with. You get this feel for who's now newly interested in crypto, and now you're the guy who can actually explain it to them and help them understand this other land, this other world, because the terminology is pretty different. If we're talking like on the, kind of more on-chain side of it, it's very, very different. And people need that person who can explain the lingo and explain the culture and whatnot. And luckily there are some very crypto products like ETFs, easier to understand for that more TradFi audience. But yeah, you've turned into this like, what's the right word? I'll just go ambassador, the perfect guy to be able to bridge that gap from the TradFi side to the crypto side. And it actually works the other way around because I learn a lot about that world of investments because of a guy like you too. So you're in a very special position here to teach both sides about the other side. I think that is a really cool thing. And I don't know anybody besides you that really has that skill set. It's a pretty cool thing to see. I just got to say that.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'll just say that, as you both know, there's a tremendous amount of skepticism around crypto on the TradFi side. And again, that's starting to come down, but there's still a lot of skepticism over there. And then vice versa, there's a lot of skepticism on the crypto side of the TradFi space. There's a lack of trust there. We could say crypto was born out of that lack of trust for TradFi. And so I appreciate you saying, I'm an ambassador or whatever. I've always viewed myself as like an educational bridge, and that I have been fortunate to learn on the TradFi side. And so I think there's something that I can help the crypto side understand about TradFi, and then certainly going the other way, that as my learning curve has advanced on the crypto side, I think I can help TradFi understand what's going on here and bring down that skepticism as well. And I enjoy sitting there. I've always had a strong passion around just financial education, financial literacy overall. That's actually why I started the ETF podcast back in the day. It wasn't to try to drum up business for my RIA or anything like that. It was literally just, how do we educate the market on ETFs? How do we help people understand what those are? And so I've always taken that. Education's always been the foundation of how I approach everything I do. And like you mentioned, my X handle, Hudah, and yeah, I have a lot of fun out there. Sometimes I'll post memes or whatever, but it ultimately just comes from a passion of, I just want to educate people. Here's what I'm seeing. Here's what I find interesting. And I think you might find this interesting as well. And that's what I've done on X. That's what I've done on my podcast, et cetera. But no, I appreciate that, the kind words around being an ambassador.
Well, I love it. And your account's a lot of fun. People who are not following Nate absolutely should be. It's just the insights, but also it is those times where he's cutting a little loose and having fun. And the meme game is just pretty excellent. What are you looking forward to next year? Like, what do you think, whether it's predictions or, I don't know, just hopium things that you think happen that maybe really catch next year? What is it that you're excited about for 26?
I'll give you two things. One's more broad, and then one will be a little bit more granular. I think just broadly speaking, I'll stay on the ETF topic and say that having these 125, 130 ETF filings with the SEC that are crypto related, I'm very curious just to see what the adoption of those looks like. Because I do think there's going to be some big winners there, but there's also going to be some losers as well. And it'll just be interesting to see what piques the interest of investors as all of these products come into market. And I'm saying 125, 130, that's as we sit here today. I wouldn't be surprised to see that number grow to 200 or 300 over the course of next year. So I think just watching these wave of products hit the market and seeing what investor demand looks like will be really interesting. And then something more granular, I'm not here to make market predictions or price predictions, but we've had some really good years in the equity markets over the past 3 years. S&P 500 was up 25% in 2023 and around 25% in 2024. It was up 16, 17% this year. We can't expect that every single year. And so let's just say hypothetically, we do get a downturn because valuations on the equity side, they are historically elevated. Some people think maybe the market may be a little rockier, economy slows. I'm very curious to see how crypto and specifically Bitcoin reacts, because there is still this debate out there. Is Bitcoin a store of value? Is it digital gold? Or is it a risk-on asset? And I know that's kind of a tired trope. Everybody's talked about that ad nauseum. But I'm really curious to see if we do get a prolonged downturn, how will Bitcoin and broader crypto react? I would expect broader crypto in general to probably be down in that scenario because I think it's much more akin to like a technology play. But something like Bitcoin, I want to see how it reacts in that scenario. So those are probably two things front of mind for me.
Interesting. Okay, and very last question for me. How do you feel like an ETF like the Pengu ETF, which is both the meme coin, but it's also NFTs? How do you think something like that performs? Do you think there's an appetite for that out there in that other world?
I do. I think, on the NFT side, I mean, you have some really interesting indices, built around NFTs that I could absolutely see a scenario where you have an ETF that tracks an indice or an index of NFTs. How much demand would there be for those? I think first mover to market would be important there. I definitely think there would be some demand. I don't think you could have 50 NFT ETFs on the market, but I think there could be some big winners there. So yeah, I think those could fare well. I mean, no idea performance-wise how those might do, but I definitely think there could be some investor interest there.
Randy, maybe we need to get that filing in here for the NFT ETF. How about that?
Well, we know we have the indexes for it for somebody else that wants to do the filing.
Okay.
We do it together.
You don't want to build it. You don't want to make it.
So somebody, by the way, told me today, a long story, but that there's no Nate ETF, like Nate, the ticker symbol.
Huh.
So we're hatching an idea here. Maybe I launch an NFT ETF that's based on your index. Ticker symbol can be Nate.
Okay. I think we're cooking, boys.
Yeah.
I think we got it. I like it a lot. Any final thoughts from you, Nate?
No, I appreciate what you do. You do a lot of education in the market too. I know you cover a wide variety of topics, but I always love connecting with you, and it's certainly an honor, and I appreciate you having me on.
Likewise, man. Likewise. And you feed me with content that we cover on the show. So keep doing your thing. I'll keep talking about it, and let's run this back again sometime next year. Back to the ETFs for us.
I love it. Hope you both enjoy the holiday season.
Thanks for the continued support, Nate.
Thank you, Randy.
It's good seeing you.
You too.
You guys take care, Randy. I think you're bouncing as well. You're out. You're both out. Okay. All right. I appreciate you guys a ton. Happy holidays to you both. We'll see you. Okay. Moving right on. And how cool was that? Again, I didn't glaze Nate live, I don't think, but I glaze Nate on my show often because I think he's great. Third appearance, officially ETF God. He has the name from now on. When he comes on, I give him that name tag now. That's just how it has to go. So excited about that, chat. Excited to keep rolling. We're now in the, hang on. We're in the back third of the show. That's unbelievable. We've been going that long. Back third of the show. Not home stretch yet. I'm not going to say that. I don't want this to end, believe it or not, especially when you have another guest like this coming up. A guy I've known for years now, and I think he's just the freaking best. I'm pumped for this. Guys, from DapperLabs and Flow, we have the legend Luke. And I'm going to bring you up if you're ready. Give me a thumbs up if you're good. Yes. Good. Always good. This man always good. Luke, it's great to see you, and it's been a minute. How are you?
It has. It's been so long, hasn't it? Unintentionally, when you guys pinged me about this, I was like, I've not spoken to Crypto Slam in like a year or two at this point, and I don't know why. I love you guys. I'll be honest, I'm West Coast. It's a little bit early for me. I haven't been tuning in. How's it been going? How's the day been so far?
Dude, it's been magic. This has been a special thing, as in, like, this is the one where you call in the favors and the friends of the show and all that, and you put them all together. And it's like, look, this is the third time I've done like a marathon show, but it's like every time you need to make it better. It's always got to get better. You got to do something a little different and fresh. And we were able to pull some like just special names that we had virtual on earlier today. We had the CTO of Mythical Games. We had Mike Ross from Yahoo Finance. We had Yat Su earlier, which is bonkers. Nate coming on just then was just incredible. And then, of course, the legend Luke. I mean, it couldn't be better. It couldn't be better,
I
dude.
don't think you can put me on par with them, but I'll pretend. I'll fake it till I make it, you know? No, look, I think it's awesome. Have you been going the whole time? Have you been doing this for 8.5 hours?
Yeah. And that's nothing.
My God,
Look,
that's insane.
Well, people have their skill set, right? I am not that knowledgeable, right? I'm just not. I know plenty, but I'm not that deep. I'm not that entertaining either. It's like those are not my special.
No, that's a lie. You always entertain me. I'm calling out right now.
Okay, well, I'll just say, at least from me, and I try to be like very self-aware. I think I got a little of that. I got enough knowledge, but the thing I really have is stamina. I could stream probably for 24 hours and not get tired. That's the thing I have, is that stamina. So this is just perfect for me. I could do this probably every day, to be honest. Don't tell the boss man, because I'm not doing it every day, but I could. But this has been a blast, and like now I can't wait to chat with you, because we do this catch up here like every year, once every couple years, and again, we were just due for this to catch up on you and your world and your ecosystem. And then especially with the announcement, maybe 2 weeks ago at this point, from some big changes in the DapperLabs world. And holy shit, this one is really, really exciting. It's a fresh product happening over there. So excited to talk about peak money in particular. And we'll get to anything else going on in the ecosystem. But all that said, and just right back to, it's so good to see you, man. It is.
Likewise, man. And yeah, we'll dive in. I'll make sure I do my part to kind of talk about what's going on. But glad to hear everything's going well with you guys. Glad to hear it's been a good show so far. I'm impressed. I'll be honest. If I was chatting for 8 hours, by halfway through, I'd be chatting absolute nonsense. Even 15 minutes now, that might be it for me. We'll see. But yeah, I'd love to kind of give a shout out to what Dapper and Flow's been up to. I think some massive changes. And I think, to be honest, part of the reason I'm excited by it isn't even necessarily just what Dapper and Flow are doing, but the reason behind it. And probably no doubt some of you guys have been chatting about this morning already, but the last, 8-12 months, we've seen like a significant change in the kind of way crypto's talked about publicly. The adoption sort of approach has changed massively. Everyone from BlackRock and JP Morgan to like governments and individuals around the world on a global scale are embracing crypto through stablecoin, through digital assets, again, tokenizing, whether it's RWAs, whether it's mortgages, whether it's debt, whatever it is. We're just seeing like a very big shift in the winds around crypto adoption. And I feel like, as a kind of Web3 space, we don't seem to be talking about it as much as we should, but it does feel like the next sort of consumer wave of millions of users getting on chain is coming through. This adoption we're seeing from like, name a neobank app, whether it's like Revolut or Starling or whoever you might use, that isn't having crypto in some fashion. PayPal, Robinhood, all of them are adopting it. And I think that's a sign of what's coming in the next 6, 12, 18 months. That is really exciting. We're getting to a space where crypto won't just be like me and my mates at the pub trying to buy it on MetaMask, but instead, like, my parents can buy it as part of their general stock investment portfolio without needing financial advisors, without needing to speak to like real experts in the field. And instead, it's just in the apps you already know and love. And I think that is the future we're trending towards. And I'm really excited about. And I think it is definitely a potential unlock for real crypto adoption at a scale we've never seen before.
How do you feel, and this is maybe a little off topic, but just because I love your takes on everything, how do you feel about the current market right now, where this year hasn't played out exactly like we were hoping, believing, whatever? How do you feel about just like even just prices right now? Has anything this year changed your mind on, ooh, okay, we thought we would be here at this point and we're not? Maybe we're wrong. I don't take you as that guy, but I'm curious.
No, I think the prices, everyone feels it. I think everyone listening, everyone who's been on here, we're all hit by it. I'm not going to be dismissive of it, but we have to, as always is the case in these cycles, we have to zoom out, right? And we have to stop worrying about the day to day. The reality is, if you're upset that Bitcoin's trending towards 75K, let's go back to 5 years when it was at 7.5K. You know what I mean? Like we got ourselves in this mindset where we lose the bigger picture, but also like, we're so early. And we say this every time have these discussions. I think it's something me and you have talked about at length, but we are maybe still half a decade plus away from real mainstream adoption. Like, let's talk about the prices when we have 1 billion people that own crypto assets in some fashion. And like 1 billion people sounds insane. That's 1 in 8 people, which I think we're not that far from achieving, again, in like a multi-year schedule or timeline. I'm not talking about this year, next year, whatever. But yeah, to that point, I am surprised we've seen quite kind of a dip, especially with the US administration being so pro-crypto, especially with like headline after headline after headline with crypto this year. But I think the reality is that when you see big financial firms announce they're doubling down on crypto, that's a slow process. That's not like, oh, we're going to set like BlackRock, we're going to set ETF and that's it, job done tomorrow. That is going to be a multi-month or year process to really see the impact on the market, in my opinion. Because when you have financial players, they don't, and like day traders and professional hedge fund managers and stuff like that, they're going to DCA in, they're going to take the time, they're going to time the market. And so what I think ends up happening is we're always going to see dips and booms and whatnot, but I think we'll see a lot of momentum whenever we do bounce back. And I'm not trying to speculate NFA, all that stuff. I'm not saying this is the time to buy, right? I'm not trying to call the market, but I do think we have more headwinds behind us and more friction to reduce the kind of quote unquote downfall potential, right? Again, if you're upset at big, I don't know what it is right now, probably 85K, 83K, but like all of us, I'm sure, I know you guys definitely remember when we were like sub 5 figures with Bitcoin. So like, let's always kind of take that bigger picture top of mind, in my opinion.
That's a great take. By the way, why don't we rewind just real quick? And I think we didn't do this. I wonder if my brain is starting to get fried a little. Did we have you introduce yourself? And
oh my God, I'm sorry. No, it's because I feel like I'm chatting to a friend, mate. I'm just like, oh, we're just catching up over a beer. But yeah, let me give some context for everyone who's listening. So my name's Luke, aka El Dumbo. I work on Dapper and I consult with Flow. DapperLabs, the company that built CryptoKitties in 2017, kind of kicked off the NFT. I want to say start there. They planted the seed for the NFTs there, and then they watered that tree in 2020 when they launched NBA Top Shot. One of the first companies to bring a major brand into the crypto space in a way that was accessible for millions. And then 2021, we saw the NFT boom kind of on the back of that. And over the last couple of years, what I've been doing at Dapper and Flow has just been like heads down, learning and understand the space better than ever, kind of building the core foundations of knowledge around DeFi, which has led to where we are today. For context, anyone who's not familiar with Dapper Labs, kind of the thesis and philosophy behind Dapper Labs has always been that the best technology should be in the background. And so those of you that have used apps like NBA Top Shot or Dapper Wallet, you've seen that's true, right? And so now what we're doing at Dapper is we're taking that same approach and we're applying it to this now more digital programmable world that we're seeing in the finance space. As I was just talking about, all these opportunities are opening up that were previously, very much Web 2 and not open to the wider world of Web 3, and that's changing. And so we feel this is like just incredibly pivotal moment, and that's why Peak Money, which you mentioned earlier, was announced a couple of weeks ago. Peak Money is an app from Dapper that should be launching in a few months in Q1. I'm not gonna leak a date and get in trouble with the bosses, but you can expect it to come very soon. If you go to peak.money now, you can sign up to the wait list. And what Peak Money does is it builds on top of Flow Credit Markets, which is an active lending protocol built by the Flow team, which is, in my opinion, kind of to your point, what you were saying before, the sort of thing we've needed for the last couple of market cycles, right? I think it was October. It's the time blends. You guys know that as well as I do. But a couple of months ago, we saw a big market crash. Hundreds of millions got wiped out right away because there was like a minor kind of issue in the cog of DeFi that led to a bunch of liquidations. And I think that's a real issue that needs to be addressed if we want the current DeFi space to cross the chasm and enter consumer finance. And so Flow Credit Markets does that using automated position management. It's a feature that's native to Flow with scheduled transactions where you can say, hey, you can literally say every 20 seconds, I want you to go and check the prices of these assets and then see what they're like and then make XYZ decision based on those prices. So for example, if you've got Bitcoin and you've borrowed USD against it and the price of Bitcoin goes up, you can get that, let's call it an agent. It's just the easiest way to describe it, but you can have that agent effectively then go and borrow more USD against your BTC to get you more yield. And you can do the reverse. If the price starts to dip, you can unwind the position to prevent liquidation. It's not like a particularly crazy concept, but having that truly on-chain and running decentralized out of your account, that's the crazy part, and that's what Flow enables. I won't go like too far into tech because I don't want to, ignore the degens in the audience who don't really care so much about how it works technically. But if you are interested, there will be a white paper from Flow Credit Markets coming soon. And so Peak Money then just builds on top of that to bring that kind of like Dapper UI, UX that everyone's probably familiar with, which just makes it super easy for anyone to tap into it,
It's good stuff, and you can go as deep as you want. We've got a okay, I typically have a more boomer audience and a little more technical, so I would say you can go as deep as you want with that stuff, and everybody's gonna eat it up. But yeah, I would love to hear more about peak money and what it is and how it's different. This is very new for you guys, type in a new type of product over in your ecosystem.
Yeah, and it's it's funny because, like I said, it's been a long time that we've been working on this in background and kind of understanding this space. But you're right that publicly, Dapper has not really touched DeFi. In fact, it's the first time we've dived into this product vertical, which is insane from a company that has led so many cultural moments in the crypto space in general, like we talked about before, Top Shot, CryptoKitties and whatnot, and Cheese Wizards for any of the OGs out there. But this is the first time that Dapper's kind of put its stamp on DeFi. And peak money, to your point, it's a yield app. That's how you can think about it, except it's a yield app that my parents could use. And on the start, what you can expect is you'll be able to on-ramp with any payment options like crypto, credit cards, bank account, Apple Pay, and then down the line, even local payment options as well. And then once you're onboarded, you can take whether it's PayPal dollars or USDC or whatever token you want to use, access a range of strategies and deposit your funds into it. So, you could literally just mobile app, open it up, buy Bitcoin with Apple Pay, and then stake that Bitcoin into a strategy and earn, I don't know the specific numbers, so don't quote me on this. I think we have some on the website. It's about 6 to 7% at the moment. But obviously time will tell depending on market conditions exactly. Or if you've got, as you see here, USD, you get 10% USD yield. That's what our current projections are showing. That's been confirmed by third-party auditors. And so what it means is that anybody on the high street, anyone, whether they're Web3 savvy or not, downloads this app, they can access Bitcoin, they can access Ethereum, they can access Flow, USDC, etc., and then get yields on it. I think many of us out there, no doubt, have multiple friends that have bought $1,000 or $2,000 in Bitcoin, and they just leave it sat in a Coinbase account or an exchange somewhere, doing nothing with it. This is a sort of app that you can send to them, and they'll be like, "Oh, if I put my Bitcoin in here, I'll get 6% a year. Don't have to worry about it." And because of that automated lending protocol that is built on top of before, the chance of liquidation is extremely low. We had a team come in, a third-party auditor, and they ran all these simulations over the last 5 years for every market crash, and your assets would have been protected every single time under the setup, which is, I think, a stark difference to what we've seen from other lending platforms out there previously. But I'm really excited. I also am obviously quite biased since I work on this team. I personally feel this is the exact sort of thing we need right now in the DeFi space to bridge that gap, as I talked about before, between those high street consumers, those kind of people that are dipping their toe in, whether it's a business, a bank, or an individual, to crypto, and kind of us over here sort of doing DeFi stuff all the time. Because the reality is, many of my friends, they are not going to check crypto Twitter every day, let alone check their crypto DeFi accounts every hour to see what's going on. And this is a sort of, you can set, forget, check in a year, see how your portfolio is growing approach,
Well, what's so cool here is a lot of us have thought that we're heading into I don't know, maybe yield farming season, which yield farming is not new, but with stable coins becoming the thing of crypto, right? And it's the thing that most people are going to, be onboarded to crypto. It is via stable coins, and some people might not consider that onboarding to crypto. I do, but we assume we're going to get some very competitive, yield farming products and see some pretty spicy APY, and then boom, here we see it. It's pretty great APY. It's pretty great. Where does it come from?
Yeah, so you can actually, there's a little bit alpha, but if you go to more.markets right now, you can get 10 to 12% USDC right now. And the more markets have a strategy vault to get that yield. But what's really good with the way that flow credit markets work is you can bring in yield sources from anywhere, right? And you can then just tokenize it, collateralize it, put it into flow credit markets and get yield from it. So for example, if you have a real estate investment portfolio that generates 8% yield, we can tokenize that and then make that accessible via a peak money front end sort of thing. It could be, as you talked about, it could be other networks incentivize their USDC yields because they want to bring that TVL. Well, hey, with this platform with flow credit markets, you can just deposit into a strategy where market makers can take that yield, take that USD, whether it's USDC, PayPal dollars, or whatever, and deposit into one of those other strategies, and then bring back the yield and the original collateral whenever you want to withdraw. And so what you have is kind of a connection to any yield source that you can imagine on crypto. Again, the white paper dives into the deep side of how it works technically to make sure that things not get liquidated and not getting front run. And with Flow, you don't have MEV to worry about. You have sub-second block time. So the platform itself can update every single minute, every single second to check prices and check the yield source is legit, etc. So it can come to the short answer. It can come from anywhere where there's yields on chain. That's the reality of it. The longer answer is, hey, it's a complicated mess of depending on what you want to get yield from. But I think the end result to users is the same, which is competitive yields, at least on a risk-adjusted sense, right? Like, yeah, you're not going to get 30% USDC, a 30% yield on USD without a ton of risk. But fortunately, on flow credit markets, we're prioritizing the best risk-adjusted yield, if that makes sense.
Interesting. And this is all new for me. It's new as of, like this year, realizing that this is something I need to be paying attention to, that there's ways to make money that is kind of, I don't want to say passive, maybe passive. Is that the right way to put it? But just there's ways to make money that may be a little safer, easier. And I don't need to just play meme coins as my only avenue to growing my bags. Maybe that's not a good idea. And maybe something like this actually is. So certainly I need to explore more and actually start using products like this. But again, it's just so different and so new for you guys. And I love seeing that you guys are going in this direction. I especially love the post here. Let me put up on the screen. Essentially the announcement of peak money. Hang on, here we go. Do I have it still?
Was it the Fly one or Roham's one?
It was the Roham tweet.
Which
was a spicy tweet. I loved it.
I think he's got it pinned. I think if you search for him, you'll have it pinned.
All right, let me do that. Great tweet.
Yeah, and for context for anyone who's not seen this, so start of December, we came out with a statement, and I'll let you kind of add your comments to it. I'm curious what it was that you loved about it.
It was right off the bat, it's the "we fucked up." I like that. I just like when people recognize. I don't even know if you guys, if it's true that something was done wrong, or maybe there was a better way, but like this, like owning up to that there was a different thing we should have been doing. I don't know if that's really the case. I don't know. I couldn't speak to that, but that kind of energy coming out with that, I like. It signals that there's an extreme change coming. So I just loved how it was formatted and worded right from the start. But there was like a tagline in here that I especially liked, which is peak money. Not this one. Hang on.
The banks make money from you.
That's it, dude. That's gold. It's gold. Yeah. Banks make money from you. Peak makes money for you. And that just stuck with me. And I made sure we put that in our promo today too.
I appreciate that. I mean, like, it's the reality, isn't it? When you think about it, that when you remove the middlemen, you also remove the people that are taking that big fat chunk for themselves. I mean, like, what's the average APR in banks nowadays? Like 2-3%. Like, that's insane. These banks are making billions of dollars. They've survived multiple financial crises, getting bailed out by governments, and now they're still offering us like a pittance amount on our savings. It's just wild. I don't want to go on an anti-bank rant, and I don't want to, turn into an anarchist, but I do think it's time for a change. And I think DeFi, and not just what we're doing at Dapper with Peak Money, others as well, like Aave with their app and Coinbase and Kraken, I think we're seeing a combined effort to make a change to this. I see the question, do you have to KYC? If you're using Peak Money, yes, because that is it's more like a Dapper wallet with NBA Top Shot style experience. I think if you were just going straight to flow credit markets, you wouldn't need to, right? And Peak Money is built on top of flow credit markets to package up the experience and make it super accessible and easy with on-ramps and off-ramps and all that sort of stuff as part of it. Whereas FCM is more that kind of, hey, you can jump in, but you need to figure out a little bit yourself, and you can just use a crypto wallet. You don't have to KYC, etc. That's my understanding, but I could be wrong. I don't want to speak too much for the flow team in case I'm wrong there, but I'm fairly sure you wouldn't for the credit markets itself.
Man, it's great stuff. Oh, go ahead. I think was Pasquin. Were you saying something?
No, just reveling in all the great stuff. We've been partners with Dapper and Flow for years now on the NFT side. So just really excited to hear them delve into DeFi essentially around the same time we have as well. So
yeah,
just,
I agree. Super excited. And I think we should be chatting more, to be honest, to figure out what else we could be doing in the coming months. I think you guys, I don't want to, glaze you guys too much in front of everyone, but I am easily one of the biggest fans of CryptoSlam out there, because just for anyone who's not aware, they're a great partner. They're always looking out for us. They help us so much with data, analytics, etc. And you've been doing that for 4 or 5 years at this point. So I'm excited as we move into crypto DeFi. I think others will as well. And I think that is the kind of combined collaborative effort we need to take to bring those millions of users, those billions of dollars on chain.
I agree. We do need to talk. I think we were the first trackers of NBA Top Shot.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first hired, that was one of my first tasks, to learn about NFTs through tracking NBA Top Shot. So it was learning NFTs originally from NBA and seeing how far you guys have come. I'm really, really proud to have known you guys for so long, but also to see the continued progress you guys are making Really, you guys really are movers in the space and solving that community engagement issue that I think most communities have faced. You really solved.
And I think to that point, that's what I'm so excited about for this, because Dapper has coming up to a decade of experience building consumer apps. And so when we're saying, hey, we're building a consumer DeFi app, it means a little bit more than just, oh, we're building a DeFi app that you can access on your phone. Like it's more than that. And you've experienced it yourself. It's packaging up the experience and making it seamless, making it so you can learn about this industry without even realizing you're learning about this industry. Like how many people bought NBA Top Shot Moments, like collected like hundreds of thousands of packs or whatever, and then they were like, oh wait, these are NFTs. Like that's the same sort of experience you should be with DeFi. You just earn money. You don't have to worry, what does DeFi mean, what is this stuff. You just see your savings work for you, rather than banks taking a big chunk and you're left with basically nothing from it.
Right, I completely agree. Sorry.
I don't apologize. See, look, we've got a new potential DeFi user right there.
Oh, he's definitely dialed in. Definitely.
So boys, I bought my first Top Shot moment in a long while this year. Actually started playing some Caitlin Clark moments, which was so cool. I love collecting that. I thought that was cool. To me, that's a like historic thing. I still believe in I still believe in the collectibles. I think I always will. I'm a collectibles guy before NFTs, so I've always understood them and understand how value can take time to appreciate. But man, I still love the Top Shot thing. It still makes sense. I still think there's a bright future ahead of it too. So it felt fun collecting again. Right player, right kind of edition size, all that. And I know there's been a lot of changes over there, but it was just fun to get to collect again, man. I enjoy that ecosystem.
Yeah, and on that point, I want to be clear. I'm obviously very excited for what we're doing with Peak Money, and that's been where I'm mostly focused. But to be clear, Dapper as an organization is still very much focused awesome on the collectible side of things. For those of you who haven't checked out NBA Top Shot in a few years, definitely worth looking at it, especially the start of this NBA season, a couple months back. We announced a huge new content update roadmap, which followed the same trend of focusing on that kind of right in the economy and really focusing on the believers getting those rewards for believing in the products for years. And also that the product itself has just improved so much. We have game modes like Fast Break. We have new drop approaches like the boxes and cases we did recently, and just a bunch of really exciting content across both the WNBA and the NBA. And I do think that, to your point, just like we were saying before, it's just a matter of when, not if, that digital collectibles like NBA Top Shot are just going to take over and be the main way that people collect. Like, it's kind of wild when I go and buy a pack of physical cards and I have to worry about not scratching them or losing them or the dog eating them or whatever. And I'm like, what are we doing? I have to send this off to a grader in 2025 and wait like 90 days to get a reaction. That's insane. Whereas digital assets, 24/7 marketplace, no grading issues, no fake issues. You can just check it on chain. And it seems, I don't want to pitch it. You guys have heard it many a time already, but it seems so obvious that it's the future, that it's just a matter of like, when is the market ready to embrace it fully? And I do think, to that point, shout out to the Top Shot community. They've been there since day one. Many of them have used Crypto Slam since 2021. And they are the core community that make it so exciting to build for and make it so exciting to be part of this space. And I think that's a very special thing to have.
Love that. All right, last question for me, which is, it's kind of a two-part, but man, we're end of the year here. What's your milestone moments this year that you're most proud of?
That's a great question. I mean, look, off the bat, candidly, it is the Flow Credit Markets and Peak Money announcement that you talked about, because that was many months of building towards it, and that was really exciting, especially for this latter half of the year. And then I think in the first half of the year, it was seeing the payoff of the work of bringing EVM to Flow. For those of you not aware, the Flow network, it has its own VM on the Cadence side, and about 12, 13 months ago, last November, we brought EVM to Flow. Sorry, last September. Wow, time is flying by. We brought EVM to Flow, which enabled interoperability with the Ethereum side of things. And so we saw platforms like Layer Zero, Axelar, OpenSea, and all these others embrace Flow and start building on Flow. And so the first half of this year was just a lot of like big partners building on Flow, getting to know our stack. And what ended up happening was that the Flow EVM is the cheapest EVM network out there. It's one of the fastest as well. And to me, that was just a really exciting payoff of like our engine, not me personally, I'm not an engineer, but the engineers put in so much work to bring in EVM. And it's the only network out there where you have both the native Flow virtual machine and the Ethereum virtual machine, which I just think is really cool. Like it enables so much awesome composability between the two networks, and seeing builders take advantage of that and build on top of that, I think was really exciting. And I know I don't want to say too many, but the third one kind of ties back into that. We saw Flow end up being a top 3 choice at almost every hackathon we went to this year, which I was like, that's so cool. Builders in India, builders in Thailand, builders in Europe, they're all just choosing Flow. And I think it shows that if you build the best developer experience and you build a network that is designed with the user experience in mind, people will build, people will see it, and people will get excited for it. And that all kind of compounds together. And I'm really excited for the next year or two, not just for Dapper and Flow, but even beyond in what can be done in crypto. And to your point, sorry, just to keep talking about it, I feel like we are so on the edge of like the next big swing. I don't know if it'll be the next month, the next year, 2028. I don't know, but it feels like we've got a real growing momentum whenever we're ready for it to be released.
I love it. I love it, dude. Great take all around there. That's awesome. Okay. All right. Yeah, it gets me excited hearing you talk, man. It really does.
I'm just always bullish. You know how it is. Look, I know I got to drop in a sec, but quickly, what about you guys? What have you been feeling has been the biggest moment for Crypto Slam?
There's quite a few. I mean, because we did so much with AI this year, and so that was special. Launching an agent, being in the Virtuals ACP, so kind of the inaugural cluster there was incredible. Some big partnerships. I'll go for me, but it was the partnership with Yahoo Finance, empowering these the crypto hub they're launching next year. I just think that's like, I mean, come on, it's Yahoo Finance, so that was magic for me. That was the coolest moment of the year. Pascal, I don't know if you got one.
I think for me, it was launching Slam AI. We didn't do like a big, huge thing. We kind of did a soft launch. We just kind of, put everything in production. And from there, it kind of opened up conversation. So we got the opportunity to actually talk to other builders, figure out what they're building, what they're cooking, what kind of data they need. And we really then got to see what all we could do through Slam AI. To me, that was the biggest thing. Because now 2026 is going to be extremely bright because of that initial work we did, just actually talking to people.
Yeah, I think both of those are just massive. And I personally am really excited for both. The Yahoo one is just wild. Congrats on that. And I think this is what we need. Just everyone bringing these brands that my parents know, bringing them into crypto. It was the Pi NFT collection. Still there. Don't worry, guys. Still a thing. I won't plug that. I've been too busy plugging everything else. But, you got to look out for the communities that support you from day one,
I still got mine. I still got my NFT. I love it. I think it's great. And I'll always support you, man. And you're one of my favorite people here, period. So it's like, again, always a treat to talk to you. Requirement, guys. This is required homework. It's required for you to do right now is follow Luke. It's El Dumbo over on X. Must follow. Great guy. Leader in this space and has been for years. Must follow. And you must follow Flow_blockchain. You already know Flow. I'm sure you're following already. If you're not, you're crazy. Get over there and click that button. And DapperLabs, follow as well. Again, I assume you are already. But the new one, and I think right now the most important one, you got to be following this. I think this is a massive product that's coming. Get on the wait list right now, but follow for now. It's Peak Money _. And let's pay attention to that, and I'll be covering it. So you'll certainly know when there's updates here, when the platform is live. And I'm going to throw some funds over there and just see how this goes. But I love it. I love the change. Can't wait to see what this looks like, a couple months down the road, whatever, but we'll be checking in. And you need to come back too. It'll be a blast.
Definitely.
I'd love to, man. I always got time for you guys. And maybe we should see if we can get spaces going with you guys and Roham or D as well, do like a deeper dedicated dive at some point. And also, I'll make sure you guys get those early access codes to Peak Money. For anyone not aware, currently right now, it's only a wait list, but sign up and then we'll be doing access codes in Q1, but you guys at Crypto Slam, I'll sort you out. Maybe you can even get some for your community as well, but don't hold me to that. I don't want a Peak Money team getting mad at me, but we'll sort you out. Don't worry.
No pressure. Appreciate you, man. It's great to chat with you.
Likewise, guys.
Real soon.
Likewise. Good luck with the rest of the show. I'll be tuning in, listen from the spaces, and thanks for having me, all right?
Appreciate you a ton, buddy. We'll see you soon.
All right, Luke.
That guy, I love him.
And Dappers have been moving for a while though. Like I feel like every time I've been talking to them, it's always been something new, something great. So just hearing about Peak Money now is just like it all makes sense. Like their whole journey up to this point, starting off at NBA Top Shot in 2021. Like it all makes sense.
Facts. Man, we're getting to like home stretch of our guests and some of my favorites still to come. And man, have we had some great ones, Luke, you know, exactly that. So let me go ahead and read off the schedule of what we have coming here for you guys. We have actually a bit of an open slot right now for the next 30 minutes, which is great. A nice time to like reset, calm down. Might go look and see if we got any guests that are on standby that might want to pop in. If not, that's fine. But coming up in 30 minutes, I got the time zones different everywhere, but I could think coming up in 30 minutes is Say. Some of you guys remember, especially Cats, we did a lot on Say. We traded a lot of NFTs. We did a lot of collecting. We spent a lot of time in Say last year. So coming up shortly, Jay Squiggle coming to talk art. The big one out of this group coming is Base. Base coming in again. Let me get my numbers right. An hour and a half, I think. It's one right now. They're coming at 2. They're coming at 3:30 Eastern time. So Base is the big one coming very soon, hour and a half. And then the last hour, CyberKong's Cool Cats. It'll be a nice way to just do this with like friends, family kind of thing, and we'll see it out that way. But we got some fun ones ahead still. So hang on, don't leave yet. We got some spicy stuff coming still. But man, it's been a blast so far, man. Been a blast. All right, let's see. I'm going to put something on the board. I think we're due. I think due for maybe a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to leave the schedule on the board. Pasquin, do I have you for anything else today, or are you good at this point?
I'll be back on for Say and Base.
For Say and Base. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. I'll chat with you about Base, and I'll do it. I'll DM you about them. Okay. So there's a little something specific there. I'll just make sure you're aware.
All right.
Okay. I'll see you shortly, sir. Guys, I'm gonna just throw up a little splash screen, gone for 2 minutes or so. I'll be right back. We'll just riff on whatever. But do not leave. More spice coming. All right, we'll see you. And again, I'll see you doesn't mean leave. Stay right here. All right. Man, this show is so much fun. It's so much fun getting to chat with guys like that. Come on. Yeah, Luke, so Luke is in our idiots group. Like Luke's been a friend for a long time. Luke even briefly worked with, I'm trying to remember those DC cards. Remember we had these physical cards you could buy in the store, and then you crack them open and you scan them and you get an NFT counterpart. Official licensed DC cards. And I love that stuff. Luke worked with them. Luke has been everywhere. Luke is the DapperLabs flow guy. He's kind of like the face of it. Roham too, yes. But Luke is that guy, and he's a great guy. And he's, again, been a friend for years at this point. Awesome guy. Sir Billy, by the way, I know when I saw you come in, I don't think I got to say hello, GM, whatever. I think because we were in the middle of a chat. But it's great to see you, man. It's great to see you. How you guys liking the show? How we digging it? That's right. Yep. El Dumbo. Yep, exactly that. How are we liking it? Good show, like fun show. I hope we're keeping it entertaining for you and lively for you. Again, I'm having a blast, and it's hard to not have a blast when you have this, the caliber of these people here. And I still think, what's interesting with Yatsu, I didn't get to ask any of the questions I intended to ask, and it doesn't matter. When Yat's talking, you let Yat talk. He's just nothing but like words of wisdom, and he's spitting words of wisdom for 40 minutes straight. And boy, do I learn a lot. And again, I still would love to run it back one day and hit him with the very specific questions, get to the metaverse talk, get to the, NFT talk, whatever. But there's so much more I would love to chat with these guys about. And if I'm reading vibes right from some of these guys, it kind of feels like they may be down to do something like this again, right? And that's the goal. The goal is to do something like this again in January and February and March. And maybe it's not the same guys. Maybe it is. Right? I think we're starting to develop these relationships, people we've known for a while. The first time we may have them on the show, and if they're liking the show, and so far feedback even from them behind the scenes has been good. But let's just say if they're enjoying it enough, we'd like to get them back. And I'll tell you, I have a much bigger goal in mind, a much bigger idea or plan, and something that I think could be very, very special that we could do on a regular basis. Also, another big thing ended next year. I have the wheels are turning here. The wheels are turning, and I'm feeling that this is something that could be more, and I'm digging it. Sir Billy, catching someone your drive-in. Oh, that's great, dude. Now we'll make it easier. DK, thank you, man. We'll make it easier for you, especially next week. My goal over the weekend here, that's it. Yeah, mesmerizing. I mean, it is, you can tell when somebody's talking and they're faking it. I've been guilty of that myself. You can also tell when somebody's talking and they're an expert at a level that very few can get to. And that's Yat. When he talks, mesmerizing because you're hearing stuff that it's original thought and it's been thought over for decades. And with Yat, it is decades, right? So when you hear him talk, you're hearing stuff that you're hearing for the first time. You've not heard anybody say these things before. And maybe that's the kind of a problem. I don't want to say problem, but when you talk or listen to other people, you're like, I've heard this before, maybe a different spin, but I've heard this idea. I've heard this concept before. When Yat is talking, you're like, I'm listening. I've never heard this. It's such a fascinating take. And that's the entire time Yatsu's talking. What a special thing. What a special thing that was. And if I never get him back, I'm grateful for that one chat, that one interview. Just incredible. And if we get him back, oh boy. Then oh boy. Okay, hang on. Let's see real quick. Let's see. I think we have a couple people that want to come on. Let's see. Okay, good. Okay. Well, okay. Already I can see things this leading to things, people that are asking if they can come back another time, another week, like a do-over, a full show. Great. If people had a good time here, that's the goal. We're up to, I want to say, about 6,000 views, which, look, in this market with X the way it is right now, I think 6,000 views is phenomenal. And I've learned so much from putting this together as far as how to market it. Look, this is the most marketing I've done for a thing, and I'm not going to say it was even good. I did things, planned things, and did things in a way that I've never done before, and I'm starting to understand the right way to do it. And I know that because I did it the wrong way mostly. It wasn't deep enough. It wasn't coordinated enough, but I'm definitely seeing what it is I need to do better. And now I know how to do it better. And that's exciting. It's exciting as hell. Okay. So while we got a little time here, by the way, next guest coming on, let me get this for you. Our next guest coming on is Say in 15 minutes. I'm very excited about that, guys. Very excited. Say coming in 15 minutes. While we got the time, let's go ahead and just share real quick the shills. I'm a shilly guy sometimes when I need to. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now I can get back to my old layouts. So let's see. Oh, it feels so comfy. It feels so comfy being back how things, typically look and are. And by the way, screen design is something I need to work on again too. We got to get that tightened up. But here we go. Guys, a lot of you watching on X, if you are, thank you. Hit the like over there. Share the show. Retweet it. It helps a ton. It really, really does help in the algo. You know this. But home base right now is over on YouTube. This is where we do our daily show. It's Crypto Slam over on this side. So if you're not subscribed already, come over to Crypto Slam over on YouTube. Subscribe over here. We do the show Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern time. And I think you'll like it. If you like this show a lot, well, you're going to like that show too, because we do interviews and they're actually longer. But we also dive into the market. I'm talking crypto, AI, and NFTs. And it's a lot of fun. And that is my daily baby. And again, boy, do I love it. Slam Nation X is the home of the builders here in the Slam ecosystem, right? So if you're a builder, building dashboards, applications, building agents, you need data to power these things. And I'm telling you, you need not just any old data, you need the best on-chain data. And that's the data that Crypto Slam has, and we've been compiling and building and ingesting for years, 8 years now. Tap into our data. Get into Slam Nation with us. We'll get you plugged into our APIs. We'll give you free credits to access it and start feeling it out. And if you need custom APIs, well, man, that's where this really shines. Whatever data you need, we will build you that endpoint to help you build out your product. Now, I'll help you, get your show on the radar. I'll bring you on the show. We'll talk about your project. We'll get you in for an interview, and we'll do that often. So join us in Slam Nation. You can DM us on Slam Nation X. You can DM me at Hudah_idiot. Reach out. I'm here all the time, anytime. This is where I live. So if you do want to be part of Slam Nation, you can ping me over here, okay? Follow us at Crypto Slam IO, where the show is streaming today. The show is going to move back to Slam Nation X tomorrow and next week and whatever. That is where the home of the show is. Today, it's just on the big account, the special account. It's on Crypto Slam, but the alpha is going to drop from Crypto Slam too. So you just got to be following everything at this point. All right. Let's see. Say coming up next, Jared Paz. That should be a lot of fun. Like, Jared's a good friend, and just get to vibe through the art market, big events from this past year. Base coming up after that. And then again, we end with Cool Cats and Cyber Kongs. Anyone who doesn't know the Cyber Kongs, well, you know the Cyber Kongs. Henry the Great coming from the Cyber Kongs. Some don't know Henry's my little brother. So we'll make it a family thing for the end of the show here, and it's going to be phenomenal. It's going to be phenomenal. All right, let's see. Let's hit some comments here. The new base app is set up like Zora with the creator rewards. Yes. Yeah, I tried the base app. I can't take my base name I own already, hudah.base.eth. I can't use it there, which is interesting. I figured there'd be a way to import it, but no. Scheduling the posts was a bit obvious, but no way you could have done it otherwise. That's why you need a producer. Scheduling of the explain that a little. Scheduling of the post was a bit obvious. You'll have to fill me in with that. I'm curious. Oh, I appreciate that, Katz. I do. I appreciate it a lot. Scheduling of the posts, I'm curious about. But yeah, all of that needed to be tightened up. And, it's one of those things we learn. The goal was yesterday. Were you putting out? No, I was not. Somebody was doing that for me. Yeah, somebody was doing that for me, which was super helpful. Like the plan was, yes, I was going to fire a tweet out 5 minutes before, whatever like that, something like that. And I have not been able to keep up with, how they looked, how they went. But the plan was just, so-and-so coming on at this time, catch him live at this link, something like that, just to make sure, because when we put out the main schedule, the main, whatever, they didn't necessarily get retweeted, but we figured if we put out just the individual person with the link, that those would probably get retweeted by the person. And a lot of those did, which was helpful. Oh, interesting. Okay. If the timing didn't line up, part of that, Cats, is some of them switched around. So there was a little element to that where a guest who was on the schedule, and I'll review this afterwards because I'm very curious how it went, but some of the people came at a different time. Like when we tweeted in the morning that Emma Sage and Arbus and VPay, in the morning, that all got kind of, swapped. Then later in the day, I think something happened with maybe like Scott's spot in the morning that went to like virtuals, and then something else with maybe Randy's spot that went somewhere else. There were definitely a couple spots that during the show live got swapped around, and that's just tricky. So yeah, and afterwards we'll have a great meet and feel where we can tighten stuff up, because there's a lot of places to tighten up for sure. Yeah, it could be, but honestly, the feedback helps a ton. So thank you for that. Kitty's howling. All right. I hear you, boys. A reminder here. We have the Swarm account newly renamed to Ethos Swarm. And what's coming there? Well, you got a little taste of it today. You got the little teaser, much more coming out. And I hope we can take what we've learned here as far as building out a story, being thoughtful with the messaging on the timeline. I hope we can apply that to Ethos Swarm. And I believe we will, because that deserves that touch and that care, because it is a different product. And I think it's a special product. And you'll hear more about that very, very, very soon. So Ethos Swarm, get on the wait list. I think I have it at the bottom here. Yes, join the wait list. Go to ethosswarm.ai and sign up. That's all you have to do for now. But if you want to hear and be on the list for blank, whatever is the next thing, you want to sign up over there. That's your alpha. And there we go. Okay. All right, let's see if another guest is maybe trying to pop in. Let's see. I'm down to bring more people on. Let me double check that schedule too. Again, say in 30 minutes. No, excuse me, not 30 minutes. Say in 9 minutes. Jared, 15 minutes after they're done. Base, 15 minutes after Jared, and then we're just basically, we're pretty tight from here on out. This is just going to flow very nicely, and boy, just excited how it's come together. It was great to fit Quant Fun in here. It was great to fit. Did we fit somebody else? Annie Chess did not make it on, I don't believe, and I did think they were going to come on. That would have been really, really cool. But all these people who did not make it on we'll get them back one way or another on a a dedicated show. We have, guys, and this is where it gets kind of fun. You guys know OSF, right? Everybody knows OSF. We'll bring him up anyways. But OSF, the man behind Wrecked Brands, Wrecked Drinks, Wrecked Guys, was going to come on the show. Was it? Yes. Was excited to come on. I like him a lot. He's been on the show before. And it was kind of a last minute thing. Realized he couldn't make it. Just had some family stuff going on. You will see OSF on this show in the next couple of weeks. We've already said yes to that. We're basically locked in. We're just going to pick a date, but we'll have a show coming up in the next couple of weeks with OSF on the show, and expect more of that. It's time to ramp it up. It's time to get much more serious. And so if we can start folding in guests like Base and some of these big names and get the OSFs on, and I'd love to get Mando on at some point. And I really do want Luke Knetz. I really do want Luke Ganetz. I did not have any luck getting him on, but that doesn't mean he won't come on. It means one day we will. But that's what's coming next, is next level guests, next level production, next level shows, and I'm here for it. And what a treat to have virtuals on earlier too. Again, I hope they take that feedback if we want more of them, and let's see if it happens, huh? I think it will. I think it will. Okay, just a few more minutes here. There we go. Dude, Moonship, I'm feeling like I'm ready. Like I'm not fading at all. I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, and I was being honest with Luke. Again, I'm not the most entertaining. I am not the smartest, but I'm a different kind of lunatic that one day I'll share with you. I will share with you the depth of it, that people will be shocked. It will make you uncomfortable how crazy I can get. It will. I mean it. This is not just like words. It'll shock you. In fact, I probably can't share it because it'll change what you think of me. Henry could probably confirm the depth of my crazy sometimes. But this is more about like pain, suffering, and the amount of it I can subject myself to and how long I can go. I could do this stream for 24 hours and be fine and have energy the whole time. That's my strength here. Is a 12-hour stream is nothing. It's nothing. In fact, here's what I do. I let other people who go, man, 12 hours, you got to be beat. I let them believe that. I'm going to let them just believe that, because to them, if that's impressive, good. That's a win for me. That's a good win for me if they think that's something crazy. For me, it's not. To me, every day I could do it. Every day. I just won't tell them. Confirmed. People know. I'll give you the lightest example. The very lightest example was not many years back, just a few years back, as a way to like push myself and test my limits. Middle of winter here in Chicago, and we're talking days that are below zero. I'd go in the garage in shorts and a t-shirt, no socks, shoes, anything, and sit in the garage for hours and fight the cold as long as I could. And it was like a meditative thing. It was a meditative thing. It would be me sitting there and take it until I didn't even think about it anymore, until I didn't shiver and nothing happened. I just was there, and I just was there as long as I could be. And it didn't factor in. It didn't feel it. And that, but it gets much worse. And that's the stuff I won't share with you yet. One day that comes out. I love that Henry's in the chat too, man. I'm loving it. And I can't wait to get Henry up here. And Hoods, I'm really glad you're watching, man. You're awesome. You've been a great supporter, man. Henry rants coming today. Okay, because Luke is not on, because GVC is not on, we will get some Henry rants today. So there we go. So the things I wouldn't tell people, Henry knows exactly what they are. Exactly what they are. And they're crazy. In hindsight, crazy. But yeah. Weird that you're on the Chart Monkeys account. No, I like it, actually. I think it's a lot of fun. Okay. So we have Say coming up here in just a few minutes. Pasquin probably going to come back for this. That said, I know Say well. I'm excited to chat with them. I had a lot of fun. In fact, some of you guys, a lot of fun in the Say ecosystem. So I'm very excited to chat with them. I'm excited to chat with them about the, oh gosh. Now this is where, okay, the longer stream starts affecting me. Memory starts to go a little bit. I get some memory leak. I'm trying to remember the Clara NFTs and that token coming to Say. That's it, right? Okay, so Clara didn't come to mind super quick. That's where the brain fatigue starts coming in. Yeah, that's where that starts coming in. That's it. And again, it's the ways we've tested that would shock people. I can't ask that, Cats. I got to be respectful. Oh, Kindred AI. Thank you. You may have to remind me in the chat when it comes time. I'll just say that. You may have to remind me. Okay, here we go. Chart Monkeys, yeah, he still buys NFTs. We talking who? Me? We talking me? We talking Chart Monkeys? Oh, some of us do. Oh man, I mean, man, Henry, you know Luke, right? Do you know Luke like personally? He's just such an he's such a great guy. Luke is just a great guy. He is one of my favorite people. If I had to make a list, a top 10 list of favorite people I've met in this space over the years, Luke is on that list. Absolutely for sure. Okay, let's get Say queued up here. We'll be ready for Say, and I like him. Peak money does sound interesting. It really, really does. It really, really does. Now, I forgot we didn't talk about the other product, and the other product was about I want to say it was some kind of leverage trading platform that helps balance your position by, moving assets from one place to another. And we didn't talk about that at all. So again, we'll have to run it back with Luke here at some point, And yes, it felt like that. It felt like that because, of course, you associate Luke with Flow, with Top Shot, with all that stuff, but also because Luke has that energy. He's got that youthful fucking vibe, and it's because he's a young guy. And Luke is one of us. There's a reason he's in the idiots. It's not like we're active there, but there's a reason Luke is there. Luke is one of us. That's why we've got that good relationship, So incredible stuff. All right. My brother Pasquin is here. Let's get him back up. And here we go. Good to see you again, man.
How's it going?
It's going. I've had a lot of fun with you today, man. This is great. This has been a really, really fun show.
Excited to come on more frequently.
Say that again?
I say definitely want to come back on more frequently. And it was also happy to see all the, friends that we've established over the last 5 years as a company.
I think it's a great way to reconnect with them in a different kind of environment. It's one thing you get on a biz dev call, right? It's another thing when you're saying, let's do the biz devy stuff, but in front of people because people want to hear. And so the conversation is different. The conversation's a little more entertaining and you get the live audience feedback and it's just different and it needs to happen more. And I don't know. I'll tell you what my dream is.
Goal focused. For me, it's not goal focused. It's more like we could actually explore, what you're doing, what I'm doing, and, talk more about where we see the space going. I think there's more room for that. I enjoy that. I think
very much, very much. I'll tell you, okay, perfect world, Pasquin. This is just totally random. If I were designing the way I would stream, like my morning show or whatever, maybe I don't. Well, okay, I'll just say it, whatever. My ideal show is streaming every day, not like this where it's guest back to back guests. That should be special shows. But my ideal stream is just streaming all day. It's just streaming all day. And I'll tell you why, because there's some people I watch that do that, and they do it more about politics and current events and stuff, and they got monster eyes on those shows. That is something I could do and want to do, and I think actually would do well. So
that's kind of in line with what we do. CryptoSlam has started off as a source of truth, real-time analytics, 24/7. Any point in time, hit that homepage, you know what's happening in the NFT space. So you doing it on the content side kind of coincides.
Real talk. All right, we have Philip from Say. I'm excited about this. I love Say. This is gonna be great. Philip, I can see you down there. Give a thumbs up whenever you're ready to come on up here. He's got the thumbs up. All right, let's do this, boys. I'm excited for this one. There we go. Philip, welcome to the show, man. It's good to see you. It's good to meet you.
Hey, it's good to meet you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Okay. I'll just say this right off the bat. I had one of my favorite. Okay, I define different, eras, periods in my Web3 time with the places I spent a lot of time and hung out and traded and collected. And I spent a good chunk of time on Say, collecting NFTs and learning the ecosystem and dabbling in DeFi and stuff. And, back when the NFT ecosystem was really popping back then, I was there and enjoying every second of it. So I have very fond memories of Say and what was going on there at that time. So this should be a really, really fun chat, man. I'm looking forward to it. I guess maybe a good starting point, Philip, would love if you introduced yourself.
Yeah, definitely. And, I definitely echo a lot of the things that you mentioned. So love to hear that you've, been able to experience the ecosystem and community. For those who know me, I'm Philip Kassab. I've been working at the Say Foundation since our testnet days. So creeping up on 3 years now. have been in the crypto space for the past 5 years, working as a growth lead for different protocols. I started off my career kind of buying a one-way ticket to the first Breakpoint conference in Lisbon. That's Solana's flagship conference. And, through there, my curiosity as a, young growth lead turned into a full-time job opportunity. So I was able to join, the Solana ecosystem at a very kind of pivotal time. And, through the Solana ecosystem, I was able to, more or less make a name for myself and learn more about the different primitives. And after that experience, I went on to join Trader Joe, which was the leading DEX on Avalanche, help expand the DEX to Arbitrum and BNB chain from a marketing perspective. And, since then have been now working on the SEI ecosystem through the different kind of evolutions that we've had, from the meme coin and NFT days to now some of this more institutional focus that we have. So, super excited to be here and chat a little bit more about SEI.
Can't wait. Okay, I'm going to put, I think just right off the bat, your social. This is you on SEI, or this is you on X?
Yeah, that's me, yeah.
There we go. Boom. Do you remember, and I'm sure you do, Nifty Q and Biggie Poppins?
Of course, how can I forget them?
Okay, good friends of mine. Good friends of mine. We used to do a show before they did the SEI show. We did a show called NFT Live, and they kind of how I got my start doing content. Yep. They're still close friends, and I love those guys. And that's what my SEI experience was. It was hanging with them and them teaching me about NFTs. And again, just like full throttle, collecting Colony NFTs. And I'm trying to remember some of the other ones. Oh boy, I want to try to remember them without any kind of reminder. Oh boy, give me some tips. What were some of the hot?
There was one that the first 3 letters were also say. It had a little bit of
Sayans.
There you go.
Sayans was one. There was another one that I just remember owning. It meant you got these free whitelists for like every other drop that was coming. I'm trying to remember the name of that one, which was really WeBump.
There it is.
WeBump. Yep. Okay. So much cool stuff. There was I really did. Alive 111 was there. Yep. I had so much fun then with NFTs, and I would love to see a resurgence of it there. Maybe it's there now. I just truthfully haven't looked lately, but it was a really, really fun ecosystem to be hanging, and just great people in the ecosystem. So
no, definitely. I echo all that. That was a really pivotal time for SEI. We saw a ton of grassroots community efforts and growth. So a huge shout out to all of those, individuals that you named and many others that played a huge role during that time.
Special time. So what is SEI like now? And I have been keeping track more recently about it. I'm noticing there's some like AI stuff happening, or especially like the Kindred AI. I know their tokens coming over to the SEI ecosystem. So there's some cool stuff happening. But yeah, catch us up on what's been the past year over in SEI.
Yeah, I mean, being a general purpose chain, we definitely do have a lot of, amazing teams and projects building across the, core primitives, whether it be, DeFi, gaming, we have DeSci, we have so many different things, AI, consumer. And, it's been very interesting to see how the ecosystem has matured. I would say, now we've welcomed a lot of, AAA partners, like on the RWA side with Apollo, BlackRock. So really our team is building across all of those. I would say that what has gotten me most excited over the past 6 months has been, SEI emerging as a preferred settlement layer for these stable coins, RWAs, institutional kind of grade use cases. I really see, that's kind of where the industry is heading as a whole, less about the speculative use cases that once dominated the space, and now towards these new, as kind of the regulatory landscape has cleared up, and, the SEI Labs legal team has played a big part in that as well. So, as the industry has matured, we've seen new entrants, new ecosystem participants come up. One thing that we actually just announced yesterday, which is like the SEI market, the infrastructure grid, you can see there some of like the institutional, like partners and pretty much the landscape that's evolving there. So it's very cool to see how, different participants and different builders have leveraged, SEI's industry leading tech. On the tech front, we also have SEI Giga coming and some incubations from SEI Labs that I'm super excited about. Monaco is one that you might have heard of before, but we're seeing a lot of these new products that really like push, the bounds of kind of the design space that has existed in the past. You look at applications like Hyperliquid and others that are really, garnering a lot of interest and excitement. And you see how the industry has sort of evolved to these more almost sophisticated use cases, which I'm, super excited to continue to see play out.
Yeah, really, really cool. What? Okay, let's say right here, right now, today, if somebody wants to get into the Say ecosystem, where do they start? What's like the most exciting thing on Say that maybe you're more like DGen would want to find their way to, and then we can go for the more like sophisticated, apps.
Yeah, I would definitely say it depends on, what your interests are and, the sort of activities that you're going to be conducting. But let's say for the DGen, the first place that I'd recommend people to check out is Symphony Exchange, Symphony Aggregator, which is essentially like the Jupe of Say, is the easiest way for me to describe it. It's a good place for people that, maybe don't have, have never created a Say wallet before or don't have any Say, can go on, and it serves as a really good onboarding hub. So that would be the first place that I would recommend people to go check out. And yeah, depending on what else you're interested in, I'd be happy to highlight other kind of partners or builders that we have.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, maybe a quick comment on what is the NFT ecosystem like right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think the NFT ecosystem is, reflects what you would see across a lot of the different ecosystems. I'm a huge NFT guy myself, and we've seen kind of the entire space evolve a bit. We've worked closely with Magic Eden in the past. So like if you were interested in, NFTs, the place to go out and check out, say specific NFT initiatives would be on Magic Eden, and then going out and following the individual, projects themselves. What has been really cool to see, since those days of joining Biggie Poppins' Twitter space, we've actually seen some teams, specifically like the Saiyan meme coin team, is actually the team that went out and built Symphony Exchange, which I was just talking about. So you've seen some of these NFT projects start to really build out, net new kind of incubations within the communities that they formed, and are also more or less, evolving with the industry and with the entire space.
Man, just awesome. By the way, you have a really special podcast in your ecosystem too. I think I have this right, but Crypto in America, is this the right one? And like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull this up because you've got like some legit names there. So I'm gonna put this on the screen here. Like, super impressive. You have Eleanor Terrett, who I get so much of my news from. I get so much of my news like that comes directly from like Washington, where there's regulations news, and I often see her breaking these stories. A lot to do with stuff like the Clarity Act. Like I get my news right from her. She's a host of this podcast that is a Say podcast. Say is very dialed in, very on top of the entire crypto world right now, which is just incredible to see. So love that one. I think that one's great. What are you most excited about on Say?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough to choose one. Just to add a little of color to the Crypto in America pod. I think that podcast is really one that doesn't get enough recognition outside of, like the kind of political sphere that exists, because it has been the fastest growing podcast in crypto. As you mentioned, really great hosts that have really led the, I'm forgetting the word that's like getting coined, but I think it's like civilian journalism, essentially, where, you used to get a lot of your news from these traditional kind of news pubs and publications. But now, with Twitter and kind of the creator economy that has formed, we've seen these things really evolve, whether it be like the Roll-Up Co. is also a good friend of mine, Andy, and building out live streams for crypto, really bringing, net new eyeballs to the space. Crypto in America is one that sits in a very interesting intersection. If you go check out their page, you'll see interviews that you won't really be able to access across many other podcasts. So, I'm really proud of the work that they've done. Continues to be a cornerstone like podcast for the crypto industry, where to learn about, the regulatory progress that has been happening. It launched at the perfect time, given all of the advancements that have happened. And, to answer your question, what am I most excited about? Say, there really is a ton of, as the industry has matured, we've started to welcome some, names that I would have wished a year ago would have been building on Say. So it's hard to choose just one. A lot of the incubations coming from Say Labs, like I would highly recommend people, keep a close eye on, just because, I've met those teams and I see, how relentless they are and how well equipped they are to launch new products in the space and really leverage Say and what Say Giga will unlock. So that's what I'm super excited about. Another front is really, some of these like net new use cases, which I think if you told me in the beginning of my career, why are you getting into crypto, and you start to see, essentially bringing on like these legacy use cases, whether it be around payments or trading, that just like inherently were inefficient. I was born in Venezuela, for example, where like, the payment rails are absolute shit. I used to see my grandma send money back home in an envelope full of cash and pay almost like $100 in just having someone like send it through the mail to their family at home. And like, things of that sorts have always been, ripe for disruption. And, not just on the consumer end either. I think, as we now see even like the NASDAQ going to 24-hour trading, like all of these things that, to me seem so obvious, and to the whole industry, we've been like, screaming to the top of our lungs that, if you bring those legacy use cases, those legacy financial services on chain, you just objectively see more efficient systems. I think those are the undeniable use cases that will continue to propel the industry forward, and where I have a lot of my kind of excitement and attention on right now.
I love it. I love it. So it sounds like there's just a wide variety of things happening on Say right now, and I expect that to continue into next year. I guess if you had to, well, we kind of did some of the things that you like about 2025. What about next year? What are the milestones? What are the things you're working towards next year that you think people are going to be paying attention to on Say?
Yeah, definitely one that is, top of mind just on the tech side of things, and where a lot of the work that Say Labs has been doing has been around Say Giga. Primarily with, the whole thesis around Say Giga, and it kind of introduces like very net new kind of novel research discoveries and enhancements. They're collaborating in this like, open source way with, researchers at Cambridge Analytica, like not Cambridge Analytica, sorry, the University of Cambridge. And, they're really pushing innovations that haven't existed before on, just the infrastructure layer. And I'm really excited to see, the time horizon for those is probably much longer, but what we'll end up seeing is applications basically that just weren't possible before. And as I was alluding to before, some of these use cases where maybe, the underlying kind of backend was too intricate or required such high throughput that it wasn't possible before to be on blockchains. I think we'll continue to see these like new use cases pop up around Say Giga, and Say Labs themselves will be incubating projects that, prove out those kind of new advancements in technology that will service, moats or opportunities to onboard new partners and services. On like the BD and regulatory side of things, I'm personally really excited to see the Say ETFs go live. We already have a ton of ETPs around the world that are live, and just broadening the access to Say in regulated ways is something, I definitely, if you told me before Trump was elected that this would be possible, I would have, said, I wish, me too. But, now that it's actually much more realistic, we have a direct opportunity to really increase the exposure and access that both, institutions and consumers, retail have to Say. So that's one, key focus as we think about our, go-to-market strategies across new regions, and just increasing the overall access to Say, the ecosystem, and, the amazing projects building it.
Man, I love it. Okay, the Clara NFTs. It's just a thing I loved because I remember they were one of my first guests on like my newer iteration of this show. And this is back when they minted on, I believe it was Abstract they minted. And I like what they're doing. And Max came on the show, and he's a great guy. And it was really cool. And I was surprised to see that token is ultimately launching on Say. How did that come to be?
Yeah, sorry, I missed the name of the project you were talking about. You're talking about Kindred?
Kindred. I think I said Clara, but
right.
Kindred. Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Kindred is a part of not our gaming effort, but actually our head of gaming basically had very close connections with the team and has built with the team before. So that's where the kind of original discussions spurred. And, with Say's distribution and tech, there's a very, strong argument to why, porting over to Say is the right decision for a project as they, prepare to go to market and, prepare to work with the team on those initiatives. So that's where I would say, it does make a lot of sense in just terms of, going to where the distribution and where the users really are.
Yep. I like it. AI on Say, is there already, let's say, like an AI, I don't know, community? I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but is AI a focus of the Say ecosystem like right now already? And if it's not, is that, in your future?
It definitely is. In terms of actual applications, I still think we're in the very early stages. But how it has evolved on Say so far, it has been very research focused at first. So Say Labs has a built out research team, collaborates with researchers across the space, and from that, that's where our initial kind of engagements in AI has started. We're just on the research front. From that, there's some projects that are soon to be revealed. I can't reveal too much on it, but building off some of that research, there'll be these projects that focus both on AI and on privacy, which are two of those. I don't want to call them use cases, but primitives that we see are increasingly important in the future, and we definitely want to make sure that Say is in a good position, both from the Say Labs research front, but also in terms of the ecosystem participants and having some core AI infra on Say that other builders can leverage in a net new way. But there'll actually be more details coming about that probably in Q1 with specific projects getting ready to launch.
Man, I love it, love it, love it. Pasquin, have we partnered with Say? I know at various points we have worked together, and that's both integrating NFTs. Is that something we still are doing, or have we done that already?
We are still partners. We started back before their version 2 launched, and so we track the initial WebAssembly chain, but we also do track the EVM chain that's still on CryptoSlam.io. So we're well aware of what Say has been doing, and I'm interested to learn more about Say Giga, because I do think with the complexities you're introducing to your chain with our Slam AI intelligence, it just makes sense to talk a bit more. So I'm really excited to see the future there. I also saw too that you guys had partnered up with Xiaomi to where the Say wallet will also be like a default app on the Xiaomi smartphones. So congratulations to that as well.
Yeah, thank you.
What is that? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, so around a week ago, Say announced initiative with Xiaomi to Xiaomi is one of the for us Americans, it might not be as kind of familiar as it is on a global scale, but Xiaomi is actually the third largest smartphone manufacturer. It was described to me as almost like combining Apple and Tesla in China. So they have cars. They really are a consumer electronics giant. From that, we announced, it was December 10th, collaboration with Xiaomi, where Say will be developing a mobile app that will be pre-installed across all of their phones. And their phones, being the third kind of largest smartphone manufacturer, they are dominant in areas in South America and in Africa where people are looking for like a cheap alternative. Still, without a doubt, great phones. But with that being said, the potential use cases that I was alluding to in the beginning, like in my home country of Venezuela, around payments, both peer-to-peer payments and also consumer to retail store transactions. Those are huge kind of untapped use cases and addressable market that Say is specifically interested in. It's again one of those core primitives that we see continuing to mature and grow exponentially in the near future. So with that, Say will be developing and launching a pre-installed mobile app that will allow people essentially to do just that, send money to peers internationally and avoid some of those huge, transaction fees and other kind of inefficiencies that exist across all those regions. Just basic financial services are very difficult to attain. And, that's the exact real world use case that Say is trying to, solve for and address. So excited for that one. And, also excited for Say Giga. I can break down Say Giga also. I know this is, might not have the most technical audience, but, I do have a piece that I put together that I can also send to you after that kind of explains in digestible terms like what really is Say Giga and what some of the potential outcomes can be.
Yeah, sure. I'll definitely look out for that packet.
Yeah, very cool. All right, Katz is asking, what wallet do we use for Say in the US? He used Compass before. I don't know if it doesn't work or I'm not sure, but yeah, what is the recommended wallet for Say?
Yeah, Compass still works, but you also have access to all of the major kind of wallets. MetaMask, Backpack Wallet is one of my personal favorites. But pretty much all of the EVM compatible wallets have now been added to the Say ecosystem. MetaMask is probably the most used one, so you can just go on MetaMask and it's one of the 7 like pre-installed networks that you can just tap into. use the same address that you use across all of the other EVM compatible chains.
Ooh, man, good stuff. Good stuff. Philip, man, as you have product launches, right? New maybe collections launching, big podcasts coming up, anything, man, please feel free, come on the show and let us know what's going on over there. I love the chat. Again, I still have these fond memories of Say, and I love keeping up with it. So whatever you have going on, open door always to come on here and share that with this audience here. And I'm rooting for you guys hard. So great chat, and let's just keep doing this.
I appreciate that. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Appreciate your time a ton. We'll catch up again, I think, soon.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. Take care. Goodbye. There we go. I get, again, special memories with Say. For whatever it is, the reason is NFTs I just have a connection with. So if it's, on Say, my time there was NFTs, NFTs do that thing. NFTs have that more personal touch to it. It's because there's art to it. It's very visual, but because you're usually collecting with your buddies. You know what I mean? And so it's a much more collaborative thing than just buying a meme coin and you're in and you're out and you're whatever. Cats, be nice, bro. Some of the guys that were with Say there was some sour grapes, but I think that was especially about Biggie and Q and their podcast and some funding stuff. And I get all that. And but I just can't not be the guy who still roots for everybody. If things didn't work out perfect in some ways, I allow teams that there's mess ups, if that was a mess up, but I allow for that to happen, and I still want them to win, and I want them to get better. If that wasn't them at their best, I hope they're better now, and I want to see them keep getting better. So he's welcome back whenever. I would love to keep learning about that ecosystem. So
I agree. I think they're cooking up something good, and it's never how you start off with things. It's usually how you pivot when something happens and how you continue on. And I think they've done a great job in pivoting and reestablishing themselves as a force in 2026.
Yep. Cats. Okay. So Cats is an interesting point. Essentially, they said they wanted to be a professional chain, didn't want degens. And yes, the NFT side of it, the side that, we were doing and that actually had that community vibe to it, was very degen. It was very degen. And so if that's not what Say wanted to be known for, I understand why that's kind of something they wanted to part with. It all makes sense. So, if that's their brand, I get it. And, happy for them to build in that direction that they were looking to build. So again, I get it. But I hope he comes back, and I hope we can do some more content with Say and support them and just keep doing our thing and building with everybody. That's the goal. PvE here. It's PvE, and that's how it always needs to be. I think. Okay. Pasquin, again, thank you for being on, and I don't know, I just like the vibe you bring here. We got a vibe, dude. We always have had one. So
it's been building for years, guy.
Yeah.
5 years, bro. This friendship's been brewing.
Like, I love our team, make no mistake. But, I think it's just very natural to say there's just some guys you vibe with different. Pasquin's my guy. So
yeah, we just talk. We can talk for hours, man. Like after a meeting, we just hang back and talk for hours.
Yep. Definitely how it is.
Web3. It's been Hudah.
Yeah. I love it, man. All right. We got Jay Squiggle coming up next. So we'll say goodbye for now, Pasquin. Base coming up after that. I sent that message I think that one is going to be so different, tight, whatever. So we'll see. But I appreciate you a ton, buddy, and it was good hanging.
Anytime, man. I'll be around. I'll be in the chat.
Oh, I know.
All right, guys.
A lot of fun. We'll see you later, man. Peace. Cats, no. I'm messing with you, Cats. Cats, you be Cats. Cats is at his best when he's being Cats. How about that? All right, let's get our little shills up on screen. Remember, ethoswarm.ai, get signed up on the wait list. You've seen the first little baby look at this thing. You saw the teaser. You saw that. Soon you'll be seeing a lot more, and I can't wait for it. What I really can't wait for is this next chat. It's different when okay, I love chatting with everybody. I love chatting with them all. But I especially love chatting with my friends. And I've been fortunate today to have some friends showing up on the show, and we're heavy loaded with friends from here on out here. So very, very excited. Jay Squiggle about to make his appearance here. Legend of the show. My brother, our art connoisseur. Man, this is gonna be fun. Jay Squiggle, give me a thumbs up. We can do a couple minutes early if you want. Yeah, Jay Squiggle's always good. All right, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be real fun. All right, boom and welcome, sir. to the
Hello. How's the audio?
Good. It's good.
Brilliant.
Dude, okay. Last few times you've been on, not on camera usually. All I have to do is put on a marathon show with the big names, and then we get you on camera, right?
No. It's your morning show is when I drop my kid off to school. So
Right.
it's more about multitasking than it is trying to capitalize on your massive audience.
I feel you, man. That's awesome. How have you been, dude? It's been a minute.
It's good. We've talked a little bit briefly, but I've got a 6-month-old at home, our third, so we rounded out the family. Just been enjoying that. It's our last for sure. So trying to take it all in, and then just been building for 2026 with 8nap. For anybody who's not familiar, I run a boutique platform for art called 8nap Art, and it's been 2 years in the making, and we've been slowly grinding, setting a firm foundation. But I really think 2026 is going to be awesome. I was in Mexico City for something I was gonna break it later on, but I might as well, it'll be a big museum partnership in 2026. One of my big things is about how to grow our space, how to dangle the digital art, NFT art in front of people, and at least have them ask the question of why is this important? Why is it beautiful? Why does it even matter, honestly? So really trying to work on that, and then just excited for momentum. I mean, last few years have sucked in general for crypto, depending on how you played it. But I think building in the bear has been one of the most exhilarating experiences for me, because it's allowed me to not only signal to everybody that we are here to stay, but that it's a long-term investment for me of my time and my money.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, what I'd love to do, and you're the guy to do this, is I think it was a very, very special year for art. Some actual major milestones where I'm still the guy who believes that, look, NFTs are a solution for digital artists more than they are for almost anything else I've seen in the space, right? And I think we had some really special milestone moments this year when it comes to digital art. The most recent one, of course, it's got to be Beeple and his regular animals exhibit at Art Basel. Special moment, I think. And actually, I've been telling people that's not your ordinary collection. Not when it's talked about the way it was talked about. Not when you have these, art professionals, these very stuffy art critics, people who are saying this is dangerous. When you hear those words, that's your sign that that's a special collection. And I've looked at that collection and the prices, and I say, that is one that I want, because I do think that becomes one of those defining collections, that's a collection in the Beeple catalog that might be different. My feels about it, I'd love to chat about that, but also if we can do, some kind of TLDR on the entire year of art and any milestone moments that have stood out to you. And then certainly want to talk 8nap art. So however you want to start there, maybe a quick year-end review of the art market and significant sales and pieces and moments.
I think by and large, sales, we probably saw 4 or 5 sales of X copies last selfie, and you saw them start with maybe $800,000 sales, and then the one that happened about a month or two ago for 3.4 million, right?
Which was that one?
The X copy last selfie, which is an edition of 10. There's 10 of them,
and they sell for that. Wow.
But they were it was Raoul Paul picked his up for $700,000, and then it was somebody, I think Benji picked his up for $800,000, and then there's a couple at 1.1 million, and then these all got locked up, and the next available to wiggle free was for 3.4 million. So I would argue one of X copy's more iconic pieces, and you're seeing what happens with there's a small supply iconic and piece, and it's not public, so I won't say who, but I think it is kind of understood that a billionaire bought it, right? So now,
which piece was that?
The last copy or last selfie by X copy.
Got it.
So that to me is it's indicative of a few things. One, limited supply, easily transferable assets, and something that's really liquid. It's a very illiquid piece, but when somebody sought it out, it became very liquid. it's just an affirmation of everything that we believe in digital art. And I think why am I harkening on this so much is I believe it's indicative of where we could be in a future state. Now, is that future state in the bull market of 2026? Is it 20 years from now or something in between? I'm not smart enough to tell you that, but I do believe that the transparency of blockchain, the provable provenance of it, and the fact that, I mean, a lot of this stuff you see it with like Eli, who, if you're not in the art space, like Eli, and I can't pronounce his last name, is just like, the private placement extraordinaire. And because of the blockchain, this stuff is easily discoverable. I mean, how much stuff do we know is in Swiss free ports? I don't know. How many Basquiats or how many whatevers are sitting there? We don't know. So the blockchain, I think, is just absolutely amazing. The fact that we're able to transfer it. Yeah, thank you.
Is it Sheenman?
Your guess is as good as mine.
It
I've
sounds
met
like a
him.
Jewish last name, so I speak that a little more fluently.
I have never actually asked him to pronounce his last name, so okay. I should do it, even no matter how much we talked. But and I think that like there's just a lot of stuff that's foundational. So so big sales, and it's been across the the art market. Now, what we've seen that's very encouraging. I think that, like, if we're speaking candidly, there's stuff on the more affordable side of the market that's still being bought up, and there's stuff on the high end of the market that, like, wealthy individuals are doing. It's the stuff in the middle that this year has really taken a hit. Moving something for 0.1 to 1 ETH is really hard, but then you see X copy sales for millions, or this for an ACK for 100 grand at Basel, or Jack Butcher's piece for 100 grand. Like, so the barbell is in full effect right now. So I look forward to that changing, and I think that changes once we onboard more people into the ecosystem and find a love for art, which we all do have.
Yep.
So it's been a weird year in the sense that, like, it's been really difficult for a lot of artists and for a lot of builders. And if you weren't properly positioned and well capitalized, like, it's been a rough go, honestly. But then there's things like Marfa, even like something like Heft Gallery, which it's curated by Adam, and I'm forgetting his last name, but just really well execution on bringing digital art to like a traditional gallery space in New York. And then I think it's like the biggest thing here is really just Basel. I think it was like a great introduction to be able to tell the world, like, we're now no longer like a sideshow act. Like, we're actually right there on the main floor at Basel. And yes, like, did it appropriately represent all of digital art or NFT art? No, it didn't, right? Because it was a lot of the big names. But is this like the first stone in the foundation? I think the answer to that is yes. And to come full circle to what you talked about, I think, and look, these dogs that you have on screen were welcomed with the full spectrum of emotions. I mean, there's literally memes going around in the NFT art community of like some lady who had like visceral disgust when looking at one of these robot dogs. And we could sit here and talk about it, what it is and what it represents, but to me, this is that quintessential banana duct tape to a wall moment where people, it's like so easy to discount, and then once you understand like what it represents. Now, by the way, am I spending $5 or $6 million for a banana duct tape to a wall? No. One, because I don't like it, and two, I don't have the $5 or $6 million. But the reality is that this was one of those things that was like crazy engaging. And what you see on the floor there are these the dogs would poop literally NFTs that became and some of them have sold for like 30 grand, 10 plus ETH. And I think that the ability to like sell, I think you had it up on screen. Cosmo bought 2 of these dogs. So like high net worth individuals buying the actual dogs, other people being able to collect the NFTs for free because people wasn't charging people to have them. I think it's just like, it's, again, going back to that barbell method, it's a very egalitarian type of way to participate. Like, you could have sat there and waited to get one like some people did. And I think it will be a very prolific collection on a long term. I've talked to too many people. Yeah, regular animals there.
Yeah.
And again, it's not for the faint of heart, right? Like 6 ETH is still, 15, 16 grand USD these days. So it's not just, not to say it's like accessible for most people, but I do think it's an interesting project. And I think that what Basel did to me is it helped art, NFT art specifically, transcend the digital screen and become art installations and art experiences. And it's kind of shaken me to the core for some of the stuff that I have in 2026, where I am completely rethinking the approach to it. How do you onboard more people? How do you get community engagement, and how do you get it? How do you get participation at every single level? So, Basel was really cool. So cheers to Basel for doing 010 to bring digital art and NFT art into the main stage. Cheers to Eli curated that, in addition to like brokering all this shit. So like he's got his fingers in everything. He did an awesome job. And then so Beeple did that, but then there's Xcopy on the other end of the spectrum who he's doing this bubbles thing, and it's a 10-year project. He's gonna pop bubbles sporadically. And the fact that you're able to claim them for free, there's like millions of them, right? So there'll only be one bubble left at the end of 10 years. There's millions of them. And the fact that you're able to claim them for free, and I think it was like 160,000 different wallets claimed it. Like,
Wow.
You want to talk about onboarding and mass participation. It didn't get as much headlines as Beeple's dogs, because it was less like in your face. And at the same time, I think it's cool. Like I've got a couple wallets, so there's not 160,000 people who own them. It's 160,000 wallets, because I have a couple wallets with 10 in them. And it's just like the likelihood of me being the one at the end who has one is probably as close to zero as you could humanly get, right? But I'm grateful to be participating in it, and the fact that some people will be there along for the ride. And this could end up being like a Lost Robbie type scenario where the one that's left is in a wallet that somebody forgot about, or
dude,
went
how do you
cold.
get out of that?
Yeah. So there's a lot of like fun stuff that came out of it, and it was like $0 participation, just a lot of fun. And I think that the digital NFT crypto space is fun to me, right? Like it's what brought me in. I think it's what's exciting. You're here because you're having fun. People listen to you because you are fun. Like I love being on the show. And the NFT art, like Basel made it fun. Now, it wasn't egalitarian. I'll be the first to say that, right? Like, it's big names. But when you think about it, people are like one critic wrote it, like from the traditional art space, like wrote up like, people usually need to be artists for 10 years plus in order to get representation. And I'm like, Beeple was or is, right? Like he was making everydays beforehand. Like he sold, the first how many ever thousand everydays for 69 million. Like you want to talk about an accomplished artist, like how many people at Basel had sold a collection for $69 million? And it's just a data point, right? I'm not saying like Beeple's better than anybody, but it's like, it's easy to discount stuff on the surface. It's also harder to like lean into like, again, the whys. Why is this important? Why are we talking about a dumb robot dog that poops out NFTs, right? But the amount of work and attention that went into it is absolutely phenomenal. I love it.
I want to see if I can find that video real quick of that lady, the art critic, the art major who had those thoughts about it. Beeple critic, maybe we'll see if we get lucky with a quick hit. But again, the way she spoke about Beeple set my there it is. It was that easy to find. Set my spidey senses off, and I am going to play this because I think it's important. Where I love Beeple's work, I think he's important. I think he's historic, and I'm not the guy to be speaking on this, but I believe that, look, we too casually call a lot of this art in this space historic, right? We just say it just become kind of a meme in the space. It just happens. Beeple, I think, truly is. I think because of the way he has put digital art on the map, the way he's put NFTs on the map too. I don't know. I think Beeple's that kind of artist that will be talked about in 100 years. I do. I believe that. I don't know if that's common, but I kind of think it might be. But then when you hear the traditional art world talking about him in this like just awful way about he represents the worst of this, calling his work not art, talking about how dangerous what he's doing is, the fact that he didn't need a, what was the word? Not broker, but he didn't need a
it's a gallery representation.
That's it. He didn't need the middleman. He didn't need the gallery to curate him and bring him to this thing. And all, I'm like, that's the point of this, and that's why your world is over, because we don't need you anymore. And that's
it's over. I think it's just like everybody made fun of Warhol and Basquiat at some point, and now they're like selling for tens of millions of dollars. Like at first they laugh at you, and then they, you know, embrace you. Like this, and like this is a very popular individual within the traditional art space, and so like their opinion is very well respected. And I'm not saying it's wrong. She very well could end up being right. It's just it's good to be able to see different perspectives, like different data points is really constructive for everybody.
Interesting. All right, I'm going to play this. This is just over a minute, but I want people to feel it's not hatred, maybe a little bit, but just to feel the energy coming from somebody who feels threatened by this. And again, to me, that's a sign that you're doing something right. I think so.
What people showed at Art Basel, that was not it. I have a master's in art history. I audited the Introduction to DX Arts program at the University of Washington, the first PhD of its kind in the nation, and I understand digital art. I like digital art, and I know the history of digital art, so when I tell you this, please know it's not reactionary. I'm talking about is a series of 100,000K digital boxing ring sculptures where Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk were positioned as robotic monuments to masculinity, power, ego, late-stage tech capitalist cosplay, and they were pitted against dead art geniuses who also have problematic backgrounds like Picasso and Warhol, which is meant to be critical, but somehow just lands as ick. Here's where it gets actually controversial. People represented himself at Art Basel. No gallery, no dealer, direct to collector. If any other artist tried that inside the main fair, they'd be shut down immediately. So why does this section allow it? And what does that mean for the future of galleries who literally fund this ecosystem? Because let me promise you, galleries are not thrilled, and they shouldn't be. And he wasn't even the only one. Another artist was literally selling their own work on the floor. It's a structural shift that feels really dangerous to me. Let's zoom out for a second. What is Art Basel actually for? Because if we're now saying that sold out spectacle equals cultural value, then the fair isn't curating culture anymore. It's just hosting a very expensive trade show for attention. Yes, it's sold out. Yes, the market clearly wants it. Both things can be true at once. Something can sell and still be conceptually empty and not art. If the bar for art comes loud, techie, branded, testosterone coded, and crypto adjacent by Vibe alone, then we're not expanding the canon, we're shrinking it. Digital art deserves serious space. James Turrell there was magnificent, but this people work wasn't serious work.
I love it. And now I think that I think the regular animals collection, like I said at the start, I think now is a different kind of special. And I think undervalued because of that. I think it becomes, and what do I know? But I think this becomes like one of the, like a standout Beeple collection. And I don't think it's often you get a Beeple 1/1, even if it's from a larger collection, but at that price, maybe. And I'm not as familiar with the prices of his works other than the higher end stuff, but I would not mind one bit owning a 1/1 Beeple for 5.5 ETH. I'll say that.
Yeah. Batsup Yum shortly after this bought one for 60 ETH, right? And no, a 1/1.
Okay.
One of his dailies. And then the Giga Chad edition, which is maybe out of 100-ish. It's actually one of the two of them sold for roughly 20 ETH a piece. And I think that's what's really intriguing to me is like it brought attention. Now, these are all people who are traditionally in the NFT art market. So it's not like that spectacle just onboarded like three new traditional art, collectors. But I think that at the very least, it's a really good conversation to start having around this. It makes a lot of sense. And I don't think Beeple is saying like I need validation from the traditional art market, because he's largely always functioned in the digital space. And like a lot of like what he does is like his dailies are cultural zeitgeists. And I think that it's indicative of the fact that like this was enjoyed across the world because of Beeple's presence in the NFT market and on X and all this other, and it brought eyes and attention to Basel. And to be clear, like, I think her opinion is valid, right? Like, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not going to try to bash anybody. I just think that it's another person's opinion. Just like, to me, it's like, is crypto going to go up in 2026 or is it going to go down? You can argue both sides of the coin, in my opinion. Raoul Paul says up, Bob Lucas says down. Like, there's a lot of really intelligent people who have different opinions, and it's her observation. But to me, this is very emblematic of where we are. Is like, at first they laugh at you, and like, we're on the main stage on the main floor at Basel, Miami, and they're laughing, and that's good. Like, because that's stage one, right? And then the next stage of it becomes curiosity. Like, why is it that he represented himself? That's a legit question, right? Why is he going at it without a gallerist? Like, why was that even allowed? Are galleries needed? And I say that being a platform, it's like, is a platform needed? Some people, like Beeple, don't need it. Some people do. And I think that that's where having different offerings and at least asking the conversations is wise. We're 5 minutes over. I'm going to keep going. Am I cutting into somebody's time?
You're good. We got base
Okay.
on in 10 minutes. You're good.
Okay, brilliant. I can keep going. So I just want to make sure you're good. But yeah, I think that so where are we going with it with all of it? Like, Marfa was amazing to me as always. And what I'm seeing is that the overall connection in art it's a deeper connection. The people who are here for all the right reasons. It's also a long-term perspective. And that's what this market has taught me is like, you know, and let's be candid, like in 2021, like you could mint a Fidenza for $1,000 and somebody top ticked it and sold it for $1 million, right? Those days are probably gone. But think about this. I mean, I know the person who did this. They waited in line, took a picture of people, got one of those NFTs, and then sold it literally a day later for 11.2, 11.3 ETH. They made $30,000. Right? So yeah, you didn't go from 1,000 to 1 million, but I don't know about you. I don't know where you reside. I do, but like the proverbial you who's listening, if you had the opportunity to make like $30,000 for just like standing in line or traveling to Miami, like, would you? I know there's crazier ways that it's happened, and I think that there's still opportunity out there. It's just you know, it has to be for the people who are laser focused and committed.
I was tempted to go to Miami just for that, knowing that this was happening down there. I wonder if was that Emlo that story. Yeah. I mean, it was great. It was great to see, and I know he got some shit from some people, you know, just because I don't know, but GG's, people understands the game. He's all for, you know, the gamification of it, whatever. I don't know, but all of it worked exactly how it should work here in the NFT space. You know, it is very much part of the culture here. I thought it was great.
Well, you know, and it'd be easy to like point out that person, but like, you know, this artist chose to, you know, put the piece up for sale and claims it's for funding his art and his practice and sustainability. And I think that there's a really valuable thing there too. Like my whole thing is like, I don't, and it's a little bit of a PC comment, but like, I don't think we should shame anybody for what their actions are. Cause like everybody's life's circumstances and approach to things are different. Right. If I would have gotten that piece, I would have held on to it. Cause I just think that it's exceptional. I was actually trying to buy it for Emlo, and in all fairness, I was trying to like undercut it a ton. And then it was like market bought. Cause I thought it was a beautiful piece. But what it's done is it's allowed me to slow down and see the collection for what it is and be more strategic about what piece I want to acquire. Cause I think that there's some exceptional pieces in there. And I could go on and on about people, but without sounding like a broken record. I just thought Basel to me was like the pinnacle of kind of like art in 2026. Like there's just a lot of movement and it finally got some recognition that it deserved now. And here we are weeks later, still talking about it. So it accomplished what it was supposed to accomplish. And I think that if we take a step back, is the genius of people. It's that we're still talking about it. And I won't say who, but I was on the phone Tuesday night with a very large collector, and he, kind of asked me like, what are you thinking? And I was like, I can't stop thinking about regular animals. And then like, he was like, dude, me too. And like, we were like ideating around like why it was so significant. And I think that that's what it is. It's like something that's like really easy to discount on the surface, but really harder to like think about in its deep conceptual context. So,
And I love it. And I love to hear, because you're so connected to the market and the collector side and, well, the artist side too. So I love to hear that it's having the impact that I feel like it had without knowing how you guys are talking about it. That's pretty interesting. Why don't you give us a little bit about your platform, 8nap Art?
So 8nap Art was born out of a need that I felt was in the market, which was for a platform to give back to artists and uplift them. And my goal is to eliminate the transactional nature of, again, some platforms. For context, I was a co-host on a long form art podcast, really boring, dense stuff, unless you really love art, called Collector's Corner. And I was able to connect with artists in a meaningful way, and hearing some of their plight really got me. The plight being tight deadlines, unrealistic expectations, financial, like they take the money and then afterwards there's zero value on the tail end. And again, this is not a knock on anybody, but I was like, we don't need another platform, but like this needs to be different. And over the course of 18 months, I convinced myself not to start a platform. And then finally I just said, screw it. I need to, I want to change something. And so about 2 years ago, we launched 8nap Art, and the branding we're going as the Artist Accelerator, because our intent is to be able to take an artist, work with them, and help elevate their game. Now, what does that mean? It's different to each one. And so we individualize the releases, but we've showed up every single day. We're looking at it. Actually, if you click on the website, we just got a new website. We rebranded stuff, which looks like really dope in my opinion. And what we're doing is, so if you actually scroll back up, if you can go to the collections page, it's kind of like up there on the right. So what's really cool to me is we're trying to do stuff at every single entry level. So on the top right is called 8nap Master Series. It's a series of one-on-ones that are available for 1 ETH, steeper price. Not saying it isn't, but this is, that's F dots at top sold. There's a Delta Sauce piece. There's an Ego Dead piece. There's a Sigma X phrases is like stellar. And so like higher price point. But if you go back to the collections page, I'm really, really adamant about accessibility to art. So my kids are obsessed with Pokemon cards right now. So in the middle, once it loads, there's the 8nap Art card series. If you scroll up, the top line in the middle. And this is like roughly less than $20 to mint. And, without saying it, I'll say it, it will have some future, application. Like that's going to like help with allow list and knowing what I have coming for 2026. This is about creating an accessible entry point, creating a community around it, collecting. If you want to collect around your favorite artist, you want to collect the whole series, the set. And again, we're keeping the mint open because we want to allow everybody to participate in the way they want to or need to. And so this is like just a fun way of getting access to the 8nap ecosystem on a long enough timeline. Are you minting live?
Yeah.
That's actually funny. Thank you. And so, like we're going to have a release. So what's on we have the big museum exhibition coming up in late 2026. I'm getting all that stuff figured out and locked in. But in the near future, we're going to have Sigma X release in January 20th. Really, really fun dynamic. I am not public about it yet, but again, going back to my obsession with like collecting, and also like a little bit of like degen nature. So it's going to be a really, really fun release, blind mints. And then you saw on the website, Ren AI will release in February. And then we'll start going into hopefully some of the museum releases. And the museum releases will have different levels of access also. So it will be everything from editions to one-of-ones to long form. And I'm not going to say too much about it, about my philosophy on it, but I'll share this story. It's inspired by roughly when I was about 10. And for anybody who's keeping track, I'm 43. So like 30 years ago, I still have this memory. I saw my first Jackson Pollock in a museum. And I just remember, again, asking the question, why? Why is this important? Why am I, I felt like I could do it. Why is it a museum versus, in somebody's like floor or like gallery? And it unknowingly at the time, it planted the seed for my love for art. And so my goal is to not just sell art now, it's to plant the seeds for future inspiration for young individuals, collectors, or even somebody to at least just ask the question why. So it's been a big motivator for me as I'm trying to give back to the community. And like I said, not just be transactional, but how do we make all of this shit just super fun?
Man, love it, love it, love it. Love seeing your growth. Even like now I see it through the site. Now we're hearing it through some new mechanics. We hear it through some big things coming next year. That's just you. That's just what you do. It's always like the self-improvement thing, and you analyze what you're doing and how to make it better. And I expect no less from you. That's just what I know Jay Squiggle to do. So it's really great to see and great to hear, man.
And I just want to say thank you for all you do. I know you got to probably flip to somebody in a minute, but thank you for all you do. Everybody who is out there listening, who does just one of a kind, absolutely, like you're one of the people who are just come and you approach the space with the utmost like authenticity. And I remember listening to a bunch of your stuff on Saturdays, just like your authenticity and your passion for the space is unparalleled. I love it. I feel very deeply honored to be a part of this and just allow you to let me talk and BS about art. I'm forever grateful. You're an amazing individual. So thank you. Have a, Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays. And dude, just thank you so much for giving me the space to share my passion.
Dude, awesome. Appreciate the kind words. All those words right back at you too. The feeling's mutual with all of it. And I'm so pumped you were able to be a part of this. And we'll do more of these, and you're always invited. And so you will be invited. So great to catch up, man. And yes, happy holidays to you, and we'll be in touch.
All right. Thanks, dude. Always an honor.
Yep. Likewise, dude. Take care. We'll see you soon.
All right. Later.
Give him a follow, guys. It's 8nap_art. That's for the art platform. But Jared, he's a good friend. I'm so excited to have gotten to meet him over the past couple of years and then do many, many shows with him. Awesome guy, very well connected in the art space. Just great guy, honestly. And you can follow him at Jared_Poz, P-O-Z. Just great guy. Okay, let me see if I can fix real quick. My background got a little funny here, so let me see if I can sort this out real quick. Like, okay, would that look okay? Would that look okay? Maybe this looks okay. Okay, we'll get this in order. We'll be professional a little bit here. Okay, I think we're all right. I think we're basically there. Okay, let's get ready. I'm excited for this one. I'm very excited for this one. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Man, it was a big day in the base world. This will be a great chat. Okay, almost ready. And boom. And boom. We got David. We got base coming off a monster day. David, I see you down there, man. It's great to see you. Whenever you're ready, give a thumbs up and I'll bring you up. We'll see if you can hear yet. Okay, not quite. Good to go. Okay, good to go. All right, let's bring David up. And there we go. David, welcome, man. It's good to see you. Good to meet you face to face here.
Hey, thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, likewise. I'm excited to have you here. Monster day for you guys yesterday. How was it? How was the big event?
Oh, the event was awesome. The energy was incredible. I think the world received it very well as well. And yeah, we're excited to keep doing the hard work to bring the world on chain.
Oh, incredible. All right, so why don't we start this way? Let's do quick introduction. Why don't you introduce yourself, who you are, who you're working for? I think people know already because I've been like gushing about this this chat here for a few hours now. But yeah, give us that little setup.
Cool. Yeah, I'm David. I work at Coinbase for the base team. And within the Base team, I work with our ecosystem. So various builders, developers, apps, enterprises, helping them be successful in Base and helping bring a lot of Web2 companies on Base as well.
Man, awesome. Can you give us like this is a little off the rails, but like just a little taste of what yesterday was like for you guys?
Yeah. I think, yesterday, the whole office was electric. The event itself took lots of work. We invited our ecosystem, our top partners, folks in the industry, folks in the financial world, all to attend. And as you know, Coinbase is now breaking into traditional finance, not just crypto. So I think that's a huge moment, and we're going to look back at this as an inflection point for Coinbase as a company, and also for Base, because this is the first time our app is available for everyone in the world. So yeah, definitely exciting times ahead.
Yeah, very, very. This is the moment for Base, and it's been building for a while now. By the way, I have on the screen here's David's account. I'll drop it in the chat in a minute, but you guys should definitely be following. You probably are already, but just putting it up there. Okay, let me kick it off by saying this, okay? I'll talk me and my buddies and, just kind of the rest of crypto Twitter that I know. We've been waiting for Base's moment, and this is going back a couple years, right? Base announced, and we all, pretty quickly, it was obvious to us. It's like, well, Base from Coinbase, there's no way this isn't going to be just a juggernaut of an ecosystem. We expected it to happen. This is the year it happened. It really happened, and I assume you guys have felt it. But at least on this side, on the collector side, on the trader side, it felt like this was the year it actually happened. Mostly everybody I know has collected something on Base, traded. Maybe they did some trading. Maybe people got on Zora and actually made a piece of content there, tokenized something on Zora. I did. But even somebody I spent a majority of my time on Base. I think if there was something that measured it, and there probably is out there, I bet you 85% of my time this year was on Base, which was awesome. And I've had a blast.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it just it feels right. Did you guys feel that energy? I mean, I know you felt that growth somehow, some way, but did you feel that energy, and did you notice the change? And then what is that like behind the scenes for you guys who've been building it, that kind of satisfaction that it's happening?
Yeah, 100%. I think this year was, one of those years where the ecosystem really took off. And then we also have now a first-party consumer app that's taking off. So we definitely feel the growth, all the energy. It's been fantastic. But I also want to say, it isn't just Coinbase and Base. It's really all of us, everyone within the crypto ecosystem, within the Base ecosystem. And we've kind of all come together for this moment, right? If you just look at Coinbase, for example, what we announced yesterday, the Everything Exchange being the new primary financial account, this wouldn't have been possible without our partners on Base. For example, for our Borrow Lend product, that's entirely powered by Morpho on chain on Base, right? Where you can take a loan of your Bitcoin from your Bitcoin on Coinbase and not need to sell it and get USDC. That's powered by Morpho lending pools. And if you're lending out your USDC and earning yield, that's also Morpho, right? If you take a look at, the DEX announcement yesterday for Coinbase, where you can discover millions of assets directly in the Coinbase app and trade them, that's powered by Aerodrome and Uniswap. So on the Coinbase side, this wouldn't have been possible without many of our partners and builders on the Base ecosystem. I'm just naming a few. There's a lot more that I've missed, like Stakehouse, Uniswap, and on the Base side as well, right? The Base app itself isn't just built by the Base core team. It involves so many partners and builders. For example, right, the coining mechanism on the Base app is powered by Zora. As you know, we've built on top of Zora. The social graph, we're leveraging Farcaster. For chat, we're leveraging XMTP. So a lot of these things are coming together in the Base app and in Coinbase, and it wouldn't have been possible without our ecosystem, not to mention all the mini apps, the thousands of mini apps on the Base app. All of these, many of it is due to the efforts of our partners. So I would say our team has definitely been working hard, and we feel the momentum and energy, but I would say we wouldn't have been able to do it without the ecosystem. And I'm sure they also feel it as well, building on Base.
I love to hear it. I love to hear it. So I was using the Base app in the beta. I've now upgraded or switched. I think it lets you switch while you're in the app to the official base app today. And I love it. And it looks so clean. And it looks like, look, there's been different kinds of like social apps here in crypto. And, you know, some of them have looked great before. You know, I've not been sure when I look at one that this is the one that's going to make it. Today, I felt really different when I was scrolling through the feed and seeing how active it was, how much engagement there that I saw on these individual posts there. And it's so interesting seeing that they're tokenized, every single one of them.
Yep.
And for the first time, I felt like, oh my goodness, this might be it. They might have cracked it. They might have got the actual product that we're going to use and is that social crypto app. It was really, really, really cool. So I got to give you flowers for that right off the bat. And I'm excited to just get much, much deeper in that. In the base app, okay, how do you see people interacting with it? Is it like our one-stop shop for everything? Is this basically going to be my home base where I want to check my crypto balance? I want to go there for my social feed. I want to go there to connect to, you know, apps that are listed in the base app. Like, is it a more casual thing, or is that literally my home base and where I'll probably have the opportunity to spend most of my time in crypto?
Yeah, you're spot on there. I think, you know, we want the base app to be your home for on-chain and the one-stop shop for everything on base and across various other chains in crypto. So the way we're positioning it is the everything app, right? You can do everything you want on-chain on the base app. And, you know, you just need one simple consumer interface to be able to do that. I think, you know, one of our core ethoses of base is not base is a bridge, not an island. And, you know, I think in the base app, you can discover so many cool things in the base ecosystem, but even better, you can discover things built outside the base ecosystem as well, across various other L2s, EVMs, and also Solana. So we really want base to be the single app where you can log on, come in and discover everything that crypto has to offer, whether it's wallet and trading, whether it's social, whether it's chat, whether it's discovering mini apps, you know, or like what your friends are trading. There's so much to do in the base app. And I think our goal is to really make it the one-stop shop for crypto and on-chain.
I dig it. I dig it. Okay, so then how about this? Should I think of this as more of a social casual crypto app? And of course, you know, meant for degens and whatnot too. But is this the app that wins over the masses and brings, you know, kind of people outside of crypto into crypto? Or is it that we don't need to win anybody over? It's just that everything is coming on chain. So the stuff people are already using, they will find either that directly in something like the base app. Yeah, and it's basically they're gonna just come to us, or the base app is gonna come to them in a way. But basically, the products they use are either gonna have be represented here, or a product like they use elsewhere. We're gonna see products like that here for them.
Yeah, I would say this is our attempt, and you know, hopefully a shot on goal to bring the world on chain. We really designed the base app to be as normie friendly and as easy to understand as possible, so you can come in without any knowledge of crypto and you can get started and you can start earning. If you're a developer, you can start shipping and get distribution. If you're a user, you can start trading and engaging and making money as well. So we really see this as like a consumer-friendly, user-friendly product that has the potential to bring the entire world on chain. And that's, I think, our goal of it. And I think like, you know, we really haven't seen something like this in crypto yet. It's all been pretty much, I think, speculative growth over the past few years and decade. We haven't really seen a consumer product really hit viral growth. So I think that base app has a really good chance of doing this. We're already seeing lots of good feedback and traction, and you know, the initial cohorts we've onboarded is super sticky. So we're hoping that, you know, the base app can drive, you know, viral consumer growth for crypto for the first time, just like how TikTok has done it, or how Instagram has done it, or how ChatGPT has done it. We want to create that viral consumer moment for crypto. And I think base app is probably the best shot at doing that right now.
Very cool. Okay. Now this one, let me see if I can phrase it right, but I'm really interested because I imagine, have to find kind of an interesting balance inside of the app, which is you're definitely catering to, you know, like just hardcore crypto people. I know you want them using the app, but you also want the casuals. And I'm going to assume, without having gotten too deep in the app myself today, that I'm assuming the base app is going to recommend certain products and tools and whatnot inside of the app. I guess maybe I'll stop there and ask that question. Does it recommend apps?
Yeah, for sure. So the cool thing about the base app is when you're scrolling through the main social feed, you'll see like what apps and mini apps and coins your friends are using and trading, and you'll discover things that way. And then on our second tab, you'll see an apps tab where these are all the top mini apps and use cases built by the Coinbase and Base and crypto ecosystem. So you can go in there and discover ways to earn, fun games to play, creator tools. There's also prediction markets in there. There's so much to do, even pay in real life, right? You can spend your USDC or ETH at real life merchants like Chipotle, Barnes and Noble, Cocoa Bubble Tea. We basically have a pretty nicely curated experience in that apps tab, but there's also thousands of apps that you can discover just organically by using the app.
Okay.
The base app.
Okay. So then, here's what I'm wondering then is there has to be a balance. And I wonder if this is tricky and maybe it's not, but okay, if you have the hardcore crypto guys coming to the base app and we also have like new people being onboarded to the base app and maybe they're more casual and they're not using the hardcore crypto products. Do the non-hardcore products start getting recommended to, just people using the base app? And can that be a turnoff maybe to the hardcore crypto guys? Like, how do you find that balance where the casual crypto people or new crypto people are not getting inundated with the hardcore stuff? And then again, the flip side of it where the hardcore guys are not seeing the way too casual stuff.
Yeah. So I think the beauty of the base app is there's something for everyone, right? A lot of these mini apps, especially the DeFi ones, I think is where kind of the hardcore stuff you mentioned kind of comes up. So for example, if you're starting to borrow and lend your assets for Moonwell or Spark or Wasabi, or if you're starting to LP on Airdrome or Uniswap, that's where kind of more the complexity comes in. But I think, there's just that one DeFi category within the apps tab where you can discover all these cool DeFi apps. There's even more complicated ones that, I don't even know how to use, but the good thing is like, I don't need to touch them if I'm not comfortable with it, right?
Yep.
If you want to earn with your crypto or with your USDC and stablecoin, just by holding stablecoins in the base app, you're passively earning 4% yield. So, even if you don't want to be a hardcore crypto user, you can experience the benefits of crypto within the base app, right? And there's so many other different app categories. Like I would say for the casual user, someone new coming in, something like, Remix or Uptopia, like these various games, that would appeal to them a lot more, or Drawcast, right? So I think there's the beauty of the mini apps is there's so many different categories, and different categories will appeal to different groups of people. And I would say like the more hardcore crypto users, they can come in and find categories that appeal to them. I would say these are more like DeFi, right? And then I think for the new users coming in, they'll find like the creator stuff very interesting, the art stuff, the games. And then of course, like the main social feed is super approachable. You're just scrolling and you're discovering stuff your friends are doing, what's trending on chain. So I think overall, we try to make the experience as approachable as possible. But also if you want to dive deeper, yeah, you can go switch chains. You can go use DeFi. You can do cross-chain stuff. The possibilities are endless.
I think I get it now, where it's like the different types of apps are set maybe separated in categories. So if you like the hardcore stuff, there's categories for that. If you like the, like maybe more easy to use, friendly, more social stuff, that's in its own category. I think I get it. That's very cool. I like that
100%.
a lot. Okay, a couple more quick questions. I know I've already maybe gone a little long with you, but
no, it's fine.
Okay, a lot of awesome announcements yesterday. Okay, we got the tokenized stocks. We have prediction markets. What was your favorite thing out of that yesterday? And it might just be base app, but yeah, what was your favorite thing yesterday?
Yeah, I would say like I'm biased because I work for the base team. It's definitely the base app. And I think, if you look at the announcement yesterday, we've really come a long way as an industry, right? When Coinbase started 13 years ago, the cool thing is Brian Armstrong, our CEO, he put out this Coinbase 4-phase master plan where he outlined how crypto would grow to the entire world. So in phase 1, he mentioned it would be the cryptocurrencies and protocols that were invented, such as Bitcoin, Ethereum. This would reach like 1 million users or so. And then there'd be phase 2, where you have infrastructure built out and tooling, and then also exchanges to access and buy and sell that crypto, like Coinbase. and that would reach 10 million people. And then he said in phase 3, there would be consumer interfaces that are easy to use, like the base app, and this would bring it to 100 million people. And then in phase 4, which is the final phase in his master plan, he mentioned there would be a whole ecosystem of apps and a global on-chain economy that anyone can participate in, live better lives on, and find better opportunity, and puts everyone on a level playing field. And I think phase 4, reaching 1 billion people, this is where we're at right now. We're at the inflection point from phase 3 with the base app, the consumer-facing interface, currently with 100 million people. We're hitting that inflection point where we're going from 100 million to 1 billion people. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is by incorporating the whole ecosystem, all these projects, apps, builders across crypto, and then letting users discover that. So I think, you know, our mission has always to be increase economic freedom in the world. And I think the base app is kind of one step closer to that, helping us reach phase 4. So we can put everyone everywhere, level playing field, equal access to financial tools, you know, equal access to opportunity, and then they can all plug into this global economy that we're building.
Great stuff. I'll rapid fire the rest. You can answer them as quick as you want, just a couple more. But
cool.
What would you call your milestone moments of 25 and what you're most proud of? And of course, base app has got to be, you know, like top of that list. But any other things that happened this year that you're just like, we nailed this. This came out. We're so proud of it.
Yeah. I would say like, you know, the past 10 years, like I mentioned in crypto, we've been in that infra phase. And now we're finally in that consumer adoption phase with the base app. And all of this really is possible only because of the infra we've built, right? So Base as a chain is the backend for base app, the front end for the consumer. So I think when we built Base 2 years ago, one thing that was obvious was, you know, on-chain really improves the traditional financial system because it makes things faster, cheaper, more global. It's 24/7. Instant settlement. It's just a way better platform to build products on. So what we've been doing is obviously we have the Base app now running on the Base chain, which is the front door to the Base ecosystem where you can discover all the cool things on Base. But what we've also started doing is we've started bringing Coinbase products on chain. And also we're helping other businesses, Fortune 500s, come on chain. And I think this is probably something that I'm super proud of and super excited to see more of in 2026. Is Coinbase coming on chain and Fortune 500s coming on chain. So for Coinbase, a few examples, like I mentioned earlier, we have the Borrow Lend product completely powered by Morpho. And the cool thing was we tried to do this product at Coinbase a long time ago, and it was completely off chain. We had our own system that was, you know, not on chain, and it didn't work out. And we had to shut down and deprecate the product. But now that it's on chain, it's way more efficient. It serves way more people, and it just works better, right? It's like, it went from 100,000 lines of code to 100 lines of code. And the DEX integration as well, being able to surface millions of assets directly to users in Coinbase, that is also on-chain, right? We're leveraging DEXs on Base like Aerodrome, Uniswap. And on the other side, which is bringing Fortune 500s on-chain, what we've really done is we've taken our lessons of bringing Coinbase on-chain and be like, you know, on-chain is such a better platform that is more efficient. And we've kind of started teaching other companies like Shopify, JP Morgan, Amex, Franklin Templeton to do the same. And they're working with us. And we've done a few of these this year as well. So for Shopify, we developed a commerce protocol of them. JP Morgan, they launched their JPMD stablecoin for institutional clients on Base. We also have Amex. They've minted a bunch of MNSCs on Base. And also we've launched a card of them. And then Franklin Templeton as well. Coming on chain. So all of these big Fortune 500s are now realizing the power of on chain and how it can benefit them. And I think Coinbase and Base is really going to be their partners in doing that. And hopefully we get to bring every single Fortune 500 on chain in the next decade.
Incredible. Okay. The next question I'm going to save because I would love one day to get Jesse on here and chat, but the tokenize everything, especially on like the content front. I love that. I have done that. Like I said, I've done it on Zora already. I've just got to pick his brain one day about that. So that's a goal of mine. I'm going to work towards getting Jesse here. But last question then, and you've already half answered this, but coming in 2026, you mentioned some things, but just if you could give us some, like, you know, even teases, what is 26 going to look like for Base?
Yeah, 26, what is it going to look like for Base? I think we're going to work really hard to bring the Base app and Base to the masses. Now that we've built the product, the infrastructure is ready. Now's our time to really go to the world and show them the benefits that crypto and on-chain has to offer. And I think now is the best shot we've ever had to do this. So I think that's very exciting. We're also going to continue to bring Coinbase products on-chain. As you can see from our announcement yesterday, we announced the Everything Exchange. We're tokenizing a lot of traditional assets, and it's all going to come on-chain through Coinbase. And Coinbase is coming on-chain to Base. So I think that's going to continue to be very exciting. And I think the last part is going to be bringing all the Fortune 500s on-chain, like Shopify, JP Morgan, Amex, Franklin Templeton, and more. There's a lot of exciting things cooking in the pipeline, but I think there's going to be a lot of names you guys will recognize coming on-chain and showing the world why on-chain is just a way better system that works for everyone around the world.
I love it. You guys are cooking. You are on this special trajectory now. You know it already, but we see it. So good GG's to you guys. It's really, really impressive. I'm really excited for you guys. And man, at some point we should run this back and do another catch up and see how building is going next year. But just want to thank you for your time. That was great hearing from you. And again, congrats on yesterday and everything you built this year. Incredible stuff.
Appreciate it, man. Job's not finished yet. We'll pat ourselves on the back when the whole world's on chain. But in the meantime, we're going to keep working hard and keep growing this ecosystem. Thanks for having us. Thanks for having me. And hope to be back one day. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I love to hear from my builders, by the way. Job's not done. Like, it's the pat yourself on the back and move right on. Just go, right?
Yeah.
I love
definitely.
it. Thank you very much, David. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good day.
You too, man. Take care. Cool guy. Base is special. You know. That was very cool. That was very, very cool. That's a treat to get somebody from Base on, and David's very cool. So, a lot of fun. This is truly home stretch incoming now. It's time for, a couple minute break, and then we're going to have NFT talk here with, my best friend, my family, Henry the Grape. I can't wait. Hang on, let me see. I got a little message. Okay. He sent a little message in DMs. Great stuff. I like him a lot. I do want to look. I hope to get them on a little more regularly, and we can do it short, 10 minutes. Just get them on, updates from Base, but develop that relationship with Base, and it's a great ecosystem to be aligned with here. You know what I'm saying? Good stuff. All right, Henry, let's get prepared. We're going to have Henry the Grape. We're going to have the cool cats up here in just a few minutes. I'm going to get prepared for that. So, guys, give me just a 5-minute window, and this is our final hour. Cats, I'm going to DM you. Cats, I'm going to DM you. There's a reason I didn't ask. There's a very specific reason I didn't ask, and I didn't ask any. I wasn't even looking at the chat because there was. I was not going to ask any questions. I'll explain why after. But that guy's cool. Okay, give me 2 minutes. We'll get Henry up here. We'll get Cool Cats up here. I might ping Poppy and see if he's going to make it. So let me do this real quick. Let's see. You know what? I might be good just leaving it Henry and linked. I might be good with just that. But again, that was a pretty special moment there. That was very, very cool. Okay, let me repost Cool Cats. CyberKong's coming up, and then this is it. I'll tell you this, dude. I feel like I could go another 3, 4, 5 hours here. I think I could. Okay, BRB guys, just a quick minute break, and then it's game on. We are going to rock out the last hour with tremendous energy. Tremendous energy. You ain't seen nothing yet. BRB. Oh man, that was freaking awesome. That was awesome. All of them have been awesome, but Bass Bro, Bass Bro, that was great. All right, let's get Henry the Grape up here. And we have Henry the Grape up here. What's up, man?
What's up, man?
See ya.
I've been watching you like all day.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. It's been great. You've been killing it.
Thank you very, very much. Good, easy when you have good people, easy when you have people who you can have guests on who are not very what's the word? Engaging, or I think you know what I mean, right? We had some great guests today who made all of that very, very, very easy. Easy conversations, great people, great builders, great products, all the above. So that was very, very freaking cool.
Everything was entertaining. Lots of good info on there. You've done an amazing job so far. And you're on hour 9?
No, this is the last hour. This is hour 11.
Wow.
Yeah, this is it. All right. Looks like I lost the abstract stream. Let me try to get that back.
Oh dear.
Yeah, just go figure. The last hour cuts us off. I see Link down there. By the way, chat, I see you. It's good to see all you guys, and I appreciate you guys riding most of the way here, if not all the way here. Pretty darn cool. Okay, cool. We're back on abstract. Linked, if you're good to go, maybe let me know. Maybe I'll just bring you up here. I don't see you. You don't have to be on camera either, so maybe we're fine. Let's see. I think I'll just bring him up. I'll just bring Linked up.
Yeah, bring him up.
There we go. Linked, I got you up here live.
Hello. Hey.
Hey. How are you, man?
I'm good. I haven't gone on camera because I've been unwell for what feels like way too long now. But yeah, I didn't want to miss it, so I'm here.
I appreciate you a ton. That's right. You told me a couple days ago you were ill, so I'm bummed you're not better yet, man. But I hope you're, on the other end of it at least.
Yeah, for sure. It's just one of those Oh man, like I don't want to come on and just talk about like illness. That's like not the funnest thing, but it's like you know one of those winter colds where you're like, I think it was flu. I think it was the flu, but like it's just not going. Like it's just not moving. So, but definitely way better. So that's good.
Yeah, there's some nasty bugs going around right now. I've got a sick house, and I was so hoping to avoid it for this show, and luckily I did. But it'll get me shortly. You got recently, Henry.
I got. I'm back. I'm not 100%. You can probably still hear it a little bit, but just kind of lingering, man. But hope you feel better, Link.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been cool to see. Like, I mean, I know we talk about like crypto and all of those sort of stuff. It's nice to just even see. Like, I put a quick post up on like X, right, and it's nice to just see people. Like, there's people there being like, "Oh, get well soon." It's just nice, right? Like, so it's nice that people are rallying around not just like, financial gain, but actually people trying to get healthy and stuff. So that was kind of cool. That was nice to see. But yeah,
I feel like I should make Link feel at home by not being on camera.
Well, then I'll do the same. No,
yeah, just a whole session of just icons.
That's it. In fact, we should just blank out the screen and not talk for the last hour. No, this will be fun. Again, like NFTs are my love. That's my thing. That is what I'm here for. My favorite thing in crypto. I don't care the price. I'm a collectibles guy. It's the thing I love the most. So this is the fitting end, and I couldn't ask for two better people to be here to chat about it with. And just like, look, reviewing the year in NFTs, it's not been maybe the best year. Maybe it's not the year we thought we would see or we're hoping for. And that said, and I wish I got to get a little deeper with Yat when he was on, just talking NFTs. We touched on it, but we didn't get deep. And I hope I get another chance with him to get to, talk NFTs in the future. But we'll fill that gap today. We'll do the NFT talk. So that's
there
what
was some NFT talk going. I heard some. Wasn't like insanely deep, but like no, people were talking NFTs. It was a good vibe.
There were some. By the way, up on the screen now I have Linkoid. So Link, co-founder of Cool Cats, which is awesome, a collection I've respected for years. And I'm so happy to see you guys still here and thriving and doing your thing. And I love that. Henry the Grape, of course, you guys know, CEO of the CyberKongs. You also know my younger brother, my best friend. And so again, just the coolest way to end this show here. CyberKongs, give them a follow at CyberKongs over on X. And then Cool Cats, you know this one. I know you're following already. In case not, though, give them a follow at Cool Cats. Man, let's get into it. And where to even start? Start with, I don't want to start with how down bad NFTs are, but maybe we can. Maybe we
finish there.
We'll finish there. It's a perfect way to end, as funny as we can get. But no, NFTs 2025, again, just didn't play out how we hoped. Although, with that said, we started this year with NFTs in an interesting place where, we saw, I want to say CryptoPunks plus 50 ETH at one point this year. We saw, Pudgies, and we saw Bored Apes at 20 plus ETH. And, for a while, we're like, this is great. This feels good. And, maybe there's a chance we're back to, 100 ETH CryptoPunks. And maybe we do see, maybe in the crazy out there chance, but maybe we do see, Bored Apes and Pudgies maybe back to 50. I wasn't counting on it, but I saw the scenario of maybe. It's possible. And it just didn't play out that way. But if you were to define 2025 for NFTs, like, how would you guys do it?
Ooh, that's spicy.
It's a tricky one, I know.
2025 NFTs. I mean, Linked, if you got something, just toss it out there, right?
Yeah. I mean, like for me, like 2025, I think it was like at a certain point, it was inevitable. That's what I feel like. Like, I don't think we were all sat here thinking, well, this is like this is gonna just continue. Because, like, for example, like Bored Apes, right? Like, what were they selling at some point? Like once they're up above like selling for $1 million, like, who's buying from that $1 million, right? So, like, it's like, oh, now you're just basically everyone's just waiting until I don't know, like Elon Musk buys all their NFTs because no one else can afford them, right? Like there's a definite cap on stuff regardless. So I think there was like a feeling of like inevitability, but like there was also a feeling of like basically also as founders being out of control a little bit. It's like we are going to build really good like products. We're going to build a lot of fun for you. But if you push like this price like beyond what we can support in terms of returns on the NFT, like we literally cannot do anything, right? Like we're kind of like, okay, this is awesome, but like how are we even ever gonna like return on that expectation? Like it's almost impossible. You think if we had like 10,000 cats and they were selling for 50,000, like how are we returning that? Like is I don't know.
And linked to that point, you weren't even selling them at that price,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So we were supporting it because we wanted our holders to be happy and have that kind of price, right? We weren't selling them at that price. We sold them, way back for like 0.02, 0.03
yeah,
or
2.5, something like that.
Yeah. So I mean, for me there was like a sense of inevitability, but then also a sense of when things level set and we get a little bit more realistic. I think that's when we can actually create things that are going to be sustainable, and I think that's what we'll see in 2026, where we can just move forward now and everyone can be like, okay, let's just everyone just chill a little bit. We're going to build stuff that's going to generate revenue, and as we bring revenue in, we can then reward holders and basically take holders along for the ride in terms of using the license kind of for NFTs that they own and reward them. But like there's a certain level where it's like how can you reward that, right? Like so yeah, that's my little rant with it. I think it was like it felt a bit of like inevitable. Yeah.
With NFTs where they're at, how does it impact, how you build, what you build, if you're going to build going forward, right? Has the like conversation around NFTs in the like, I don't know, especially with the Cool Cats community, if they're hard on you just because of, specifically because of prices. Does it maybe make you less likely to push, right? Or are you just locked in because you have a game plan already and you're going to execute that plan no matter what?
Yeah, I genuinely think it feels like we're gonna build and we're gonna execute on the game plan regardless. But then there's a lot of things when when prices are fluctuating, either if they're going up or they're going down. Either way, whenever they're moving relatively quick, there's always a lot of stuff that just draws your focus. So like it's really hard sometimes because you're like, I'm having really long conversations with like different community members and stuff about like, well, like floor price and why haven't you done this and why haven't you done this? And it's like a lot of that sometimes like you want to support the community, but then you're also like, well, it's drawing a lot of focus, right? And that takes a lot of time and energy. Which I would always do. I would always do that because I just think that's really important. But no one does that when the floor price is kind of staying the same. They're kind of just like looking for the next thing. But what we have seen, I mean, unfortunately, is I think we've seen, and this is just not Cool Cats, right? This is probably across the board, is we've just seen the audience shrink in terms of like sheer numbers. So I think there's like there's a scenario where as the floor prices went down, we didn't necessarily see a lot of negativity, but that's because we just started seeing less in general. So people aren't there to give you the negativity, if that makes sense, because some people, and our floor prices are lower, right? So I think some people are like, okay, cool, I'm just going to go do something else. Whereas when you were in the likes of like the bigger projects, you might just in your head be like, I literally can't do something else. I spent so much money on this. So yeah, it doesn't change anything. I think we've still got some really cool like partner stuff that we're working on, like the Mocha Proof thing that came out, and Cool Cats is part of that. I think like we're still working on some cool stuff. But yeah, I think in terms of like NFTs as a whole, it's just going to be interesting. I think there's a lot of opportunity that people haven't tapped into yet.
Yeah, Linked, what is your community like?
It's interesting because I'd say it's a little bit fragmented. So we've got like a pretty like small but core community on Discord. We don't hear from them a lot, but when we do hear from them, they're like super passionate and really engaged. And then we've also started building up more of a community on Telegram. And I think the Telegram thing's interesting because it feels like we've got some of our core audience over there, our core community, but then we've also got this new community that, I mean, they just massively engaged with like our stickers and stuff, and we didn't really see that coming. So right now our community is fragmented a little bit. We've obviously got the people who are really enjoying the other side and the avatars that are on there. We've got like our Discord community, and then we've got obviously the wider community of people still watching the animated series on YouTube, and every so often getting like a comment on there again. But they don't interact with like the NFT side at all. They're just enjoying the content in terms of like the animated series and stuff. So yeah, it's interesting, but it's very it's very fragmented. So, which I don't think is a bad thing. We're serving them individually, but
yeah, not bad at all. In fact, I was going to say the animation is great. The animated series you guys have is so good, and I love it, and I hope it continues, and I assume it continues. I don't see any reason it stops, I guess, but it's really good. I get if and why your community loves it. It's really good. I love that direction for you guys, and it's just one of the things that you guys do, right? It's just one of your pillars now, but it's a phenomenal animation, and I think it's one of those things that kind of sets you apart. And I think for me, at least view wise, when I look at the number of views on those videos on YouTube, you get great views. So it seems to be working. Would that be accurate? Would you say?
I think it's working. I think like there's a question mark around what should be next for it, because I think more of the same doesn't necessarily work. I think the approach. I mean, a lot of this is generally my personal opinion, right? Like I will always like we're heavily invested from like Animoca and those kind of people, so we'll always like defer to the real, what I call like the real experts, right? And they'll guide us and stuff. But when I'm talking about stuff, it's generally my opinion on it. But I think if we were going to do something, I think it would be how do we take it and be able to do not just more of it, but way more of it? Like, could we make the episodes like 10 minutes or like 20 minutes? Like, try and really make things a lot bigger. Because I think more of the same doesn't necessarily do anything, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't necessarily generate like revenue. It doesn't necessarily like reward holders. It doesn't hit one of those core things, except for bringing in an audience. But that audience stays on YouTube, is what we found. They don't come into the ecosystem. So I think if it was going to do something, it would have to be how do we pitch it? How do we take it basically and pitch it to like someone who's going to be like, yeah, we want to do this animated series with you.
Yep, makes sense. How does Animoca feel about the animation? Do they give a lot of feedback for it? Do they review things, approve things, or how hands off are they?
They're pretty hands off with the sort of like animated series stuff. They love it though. Like I was speaking to Animoca Japan, and they were just like, they're just excited about the IP, which I think most people are, but like there's a level of excitement where like it just really resonates with them a lot, and I think like it's just nice to have someone who's just we're going to jump on a call, right, and they're going to be like, oh, this is awesome, like this is really cool, like hype you up basically, and then you're going to go back to work feeling like energized because you just had a really awesome like meeting about it. So it's really nice, but they're working on some really core stuff, which I think is really interesting, especially around identity. And I think Cool Cats could be a big part of that, especially in terms of kind of being the IP or something that displays that like identity. And it's already been the case in a little bit of their mocha proof stuff that they've shown.
Those guys are cooking, and we know that Animoca is always cooking, but they're really cooking, and I like that identity thing. They've teased it out, it's kind of out there, but I think there's some depth there that people haven't seen, and boy, they're great. And I do love how they support their projects because hearing you say they're very hands off is my experience with them, with how we work with them. Same thing, they'll offer some feedback, whatever, but they're just more curious to see what it is we're doing, and they'll see the response is often, we love that. Or what if you try this? Or we've heard this is actually a really good thing right now. Maybe you consider that, right? But again, it's very hands off and just some like feedback advice, but they really let their, portfolio projects or whatever, if that's the right way to call it, they let them cook the way they cook. And, and again, just the feedback is pretty cool. They're great to work with. I'll say that. So
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing I think is like, I can imagine them like attempting to be more involved. Like they don't, that's just like too much, right? Like how many companies they're working with now. Even if they had the choice, I'd be like, wow, imagine trying to actually manage all of these companies if you didn't have people in place who are going to do that. So yeah, it's interesting.
Probably impossible. And as big as that team is, probably couldn't do it. But luckily, they work with, I think, really great brands. So so there's that level of trust there already, because they've kind of curated who they're working with. So very, very interesting. Henry, man, you've had a year. Your year started as low as you can get. In a way, actually, you were already light at the end of the tunnel, but you're coming off of the SEC thing. And so, look, our friends that are watching right now know the story, but I imagine we still have quite a few viewers here who are not as familiar with CyberKongs and your 2 years of war with the SEC. But you came and you conquered and you won. What a great thing, man. But that still is like, kind of into this year. So you started from that point. Maybe recap that. Actually, I think it'd be great to hear the whole SEC thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's been a weird year because we had, the SEC case close. I think it was third week of March, and that had been going on for 27 months. So we we got served subpoenas by them in January of 23. Which, like, if you don't know Kongs, like, we minted in March of 2021 for 0.01 ETH. That was our Genesis Kong collection. They ran to 200 ETH in the bull. Baby Kongs were at 17 ETH. Hell, VX Kongs, 15K collection, 3-4 ETH.
Wow.
So, like, we had a lot of momentum. We were building, we made a really big bet into the metaverse, building a lot in Sandbox. We built our own game on chain, fully on chain, initially on Polygon, eventually went to Ronin, but we got hit. Yeah, we got hit in January 23. And, unfortunately, like that just became a major part of our focus. We're a small team and that becomes your full-time job, like literally full-time job, 40 hours a week for years. I mean, literally for years, testifying, just going through just like, I mean, imagine like when you came into NFTs and how foreign it was, right? It's kind of like a foreign place. You get your feet under you, you start to understand it. That's what that is. That's a whole other ballpark of like we're being investigated by the feds, man. Like this isn't like your local code enforcement person said you built your fence, 2 feet in your neighbor's property. This is like a major thing.
This is we want to end your life.
Literally, and specifically crypto, and specifically we were a target. They wanted us down for the count, and we fought them every step of the way. And when we couldn't come to any amicable agreement, which was, the agreement was you kill Banana, you burn all the NFTs in your treasury. Like that was like, hey, as close as they could come to our side was that. Burn Banana, never use it again, burn everything in your treasury, never violate Section 5, which is basically the unregistered sales of securities. And so that went on. And dude, you talk about like having momentum, certainly had more momentum than we did now. I mean, you picture, almost 2.5 years of dealing with them, and you know how fast the space moves. You lose ground quickly. It's not an excuse. It's just it is what it is. The cool thing is, even in that time, we did a couple cool things. We came out with our collection on Ronin, but we also etched rune number 2 on Bitcoin. That was fun. Runes are dead at this point, but that was something that was just kind of fun to do, and we kind of like etched our provenance there. But, we were fortunate that like once it ended, we came out with it in December when they, December 24, when they officially Wells noticed us. So that was, we went public with it, and we were fortunate that it ended in March. But like, when I say the damage was done, a lot of damage was done. And at that point, we were like, okay, let's go. Like, let's try to like restart this. Let's try to get momentum back. Let's try to do some stuff. And that involved like pretty much what we did for, the past like 6 months of 2025, which was like, we had a rebrand. We freshened up our logo. We freshened up our website. We created, when I say a new token, we rebranded Banana to Kong, and we stopped the distribution to Gen Kongs. Banana, if you looked at the chart, just was not doing good. And so we were like, okay, we need better distribution. Let's find another way to distribute this, where gens would eventually get the lion's share of future distribution, but babies would be in for it, people who staked Kong. It wasn't novel. We didn't like, oh my gosh, they did it again. It was just like, let's get this into more of a modern emission schedule, something that makes a little bit more sense. And then along with that, we migrated babies off of the Genesis Kong contract to a new contract. We had an art evolution where you could use Kong to upgrade your art. And the thing is, like, it just didn't work, man. It just didn't work. Nobody really, like, the community, there's people in the community that liked it and cared. And this isn't like, oh my gosh.
By the way, I think it was all really fun and innovative and cool, but you keep going.
This isn't a soapbox of like, woe is us, nobody cared. It's just like, the facts are the facts, right? Where you are is where you are. And it's a reflection of how much attention do you have? How much can people speculate? We did things like, we had a partnership with the largest toy manufacturer in Japan, Kawada. We made nano blocks with them. That's like Japanese Legos. We did that. Sold out in Japan. We did a manga. We've done collaborations with Adidas and with dynamic traits for our Genkai collection. We've done like all of these cool things. But I think what I've realized is I don't think that stuff matters a lot. I'm not saying it can't matter in the future. I'm not saying for people who are building long-term to go down the IP route that it won't matter. But at least in our community, like at least in Kongs, which is primarily made up of just like pure degenerates, guys who are just looking for wins. They're DeFi farming. They are across the whole spectrum of Web3, whether it's Solana, whether it was Ordinals, whether it was Barachain, Abstract, like early and on it. And all those other things we were doing, they may seem cool. Like you push an announcement and you're like, oh, dude, this is it. We're in that lane now. And then it's like, oh, we sold like 12 hoodies or 13 vests. Yeah, I guess our community doesn't really care about that thing because what they care about is like the thing that we all love about NFTs, the surprise, the speculative side of it. And I think we've just seen sort of like a balloon that's just slowly letting helium out of it. You know, like the balloon didn't just pop and it's like, poof, there's nothing. It's just been slowly kind of compressing. And we've seen it. We've seen it in floor prices. We've seen it in attention. We've seen it with who's still around. It's just like slowly kind of like exiting. And so it makes sense that a lot of the things we did, which would have been unbelievable in 22, let's say, are not unbelievable in 25. And like, look no further than Doodles and the amazing collaborations and partnerships that they've done. And like, when I say nobody cares, like, nobody really cares. Not on the price action side. Great for them, but like, nobody cares. Like, you're not buying a Doodle. And I'm not saying you should buy one to speculate. You're not buying one to make money on it. If you are, as a long-term kind of thing. And I think that's where we are right now. I had a conversation with somebody in Kongs earlier this morning. It might have been before my coffee, where I just kind of got not triggered. I'm the #1 chatter in our Discord. #1 chatter. That's my rank. And I'm not saying that makes me special, but what I mean is, like, I'm in there, right? I'm in the trenches with these guys.
I really do this.
I do this, bro. I do this. And it was sort of like fudding the fact that we haven't messaged our first seasonal distribution of Kong. It was kind of fudding. Now, he said, like, I'm just being honest, and he was. But the reality is, like, yeah, we haven't messaged it because, like, Kong is at a 660K market cap. Any amount that we distribute would literally nuke the chart, any amount. So like, let's first all accept the reality of where we are before we can talk about where we're going, because we can't distribute anything right now. Volume is low. Volume is low on activity. Volume is low on dexes. And so that all sounds bad and that I'm just fudding it all. But do you know what it is? I've just gotten to the point of, like, let's just be realistic about where we are, what this space is, what people care about. And Katz, I don't think crypto is dead. I just, saw the comment, like, I don't think crypto is dead. I think this side of Web3, which is the side we all love, right? Like, I would prefer to mint an NFT any day over getting into a meme coin. I like it. I like the, oh my gosh, what did I reveal? That's something that, like, feels fun. I love that side of it, but we have to also be realistic about what works right now. And I think everybody who's been in this space for a while, who is still stuck around, has far more experience, and they want out before they get dumped on. It's hot potato. They don't want to be the last one holding. And so what I think we see is core community members sticking around because they love the brand. They love that affinity for the project. They love the opportunities that can come down the road by being in touch with an in-touch community. But the idea that you're just going to do something and that you're going to see your floor raise 40%, that's not happening right now. Can it happen in the future? Absolutely. But is that happening like right now? Was it going to happen 2 months ago? No. So I've just tried to get very realistic about, like, what all of this is right now. And so to me, I'm just like, I want to keep experimenting. In Kongs, as somebody who helps lead Kongs, I want to keep experimenting in the things that people want. And, we might get edgy with some stuff. I mean, there's some stuff we're doing and people might hate us for it. But I'm okay with that. I've dropped the, what does everybody else think about us? If I say this, what will they say? I'm over that. I'm just like, let's get real about it. Let's have some fun and get back to kind of our degen roots.
I love that. Okay, so then let's do the future of NFTs and where it's going and how we feel about it, optimistic or not. And so let's do this. Let's play a little realistic, and then let's play a little hopium of where we, and let's be realistic too, but where we think NFTs can be in 5 years. So let's say, like, right now, how we're feeling about it. Feels pretty not good. Feels like we got farther to fall. And maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But how do you guys feel about NFTs as of right now? Is it anything, I don't know. Do you feel like it's over and done? I guess maybe that's the question.
I think we got to recalibrate for where we are right now. Do I think it's over and done? No. Wall Street Kongs, like, that's anybody who knows Kongs knows Wall Street Kongs. That's an alpha channel that goes back farther than just about any alpha channel in Web3. It's a place where information is passed daily. Now, the thing is, that information 3-4 years ago may have been something that made you a bag. I mean, like a bag. Like you got early alpha, and so you made like, a few ETH on something. You got Goblin Town for free, and you sold it for 4 ETH or 8 ETH. These days, that alpha is still being passed regularly, but they're free mints. They're things that are minting for $10. You're looking to flip it for maybe $20. So like, and then you get the occasional outliers like flogs, right? You get something where you're like, oh, this thing ran. They did awesome. Ran to 0.3, 0.289 or wherever they were. So those gems come. They're fewer and further between, but on the daily, there's still stuff happening everywhere where people are getting wins. You just have to recalibrate. Like and it took me a little bit, like if you're looking for like, this isn't running to like at least 0.1 or 0.2 ETH, or it's not running to 4 SOL. You have to recalibrate and be like, if you still want to have that fun and feel like you're cracking a pack to a certain degree, then you get in on these free mints or you get in on these cheap mints, and it's still fun. You're doing it with your friends, making a little bit of money. Occasionally something can run, and you're at least getting your reps in, because to what you asked, like the future of it, I do think there will be a time where people are going to want to come back to the idea that like NFTs are the alpha, where they're like, man, this is just because it is more fun than meme coins for a lot of us. So I think when that time comes, it's great to be positioned in a place where like, you're going to get on it early. And that's how I see it for Kongs. I don't think it's over for NFTs. I think we're going through a calibration of realistic expectations right now.
It's fair. All fair points, all very legit, all very reasonable. Link, do you share the same kind of thoughts? Do you have any thoughts that we might be back to a special time and place down the road ever? And maybe within a certain time frame?
Yeah, so I always like in my head I'm always moving like from one end to the other, because I'm always like a dev. I'm a developer, so I always come from it from a tech point of view, probably first, but then Cool Cats is we've got like a lot of really cool tech that we built over the years and stuff, but it's so in your face an IP company, right? Like as opposed to the tech side. So I always go from what's the IP thing, or what's the tech thing, and like back and forth. But in terms of like the pure tech of like an NFT, like if you scrape everything away, right? Like IP, community, everything, and you look at what like an NFT, what is that? Like I always think of it as like it's basically the key or access pass or whatever to unlock something. And I think that technology is like too good to fail eventually. And I think that's the thing I keep coming back to, is like, if someone wants to prove, and this is why I think Mocha proof is so cool, because they're kind of doing it right, but like if someone wants to prove like this is me, or this is something I own, and they have to rely on someone else telling them they own it, as in it's centralized, not decentralized, then they don't really truly own it. And I think that core concept is like what will basically make NFTs never die. They might not look like what they look like back in 2021. They might not look like what they look like now, but even to a certain extent, like where I own a Cool Cat and I log into the other side and all of a sudden I've got an avatar, like that is basically checking my ownership on chain, right? So if someone else wanted to build something, they could build something, they could check ownership, they could use the exact same model, they could build a game for it. They wouldn't even need to ask my permission, right? They would just say like, oh, if you log in, you've got ownership. So I think that the core NFT thing will just exist and become so important in the future. Then if you start to move over to, the image and the IP and the license that sits on top of an NFT, I think that becomes really tricky, because it's like there's a huge amount of potential in that, but you really have to unlock like something worthwhile of like, I hold this license to this NFT. Why is that special? And then you have to do a ton more work than just the technology side. That's kind of the opinion I come from, and I go back and forth between it all the time.
Can I just make a comment on it? Because I love that. I think in a space where that exact thing, I own the IP and I can do whatever I want with it, was such a draw for so many people, right? And I think what we saw is very few people ever harness the IP. It makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot of people in Web3 probably have zero business skills. I'm not just talking about founders, teams, etc. I just mean holders, right? And so you have all these collections, whether it's Kongs, Cool Cats, Apes, Pudgies, Doodles, the list goes on, with all of these characters that somebody can harness if they want, and build on that IP. And the reality is, I think we haven't really seen it, aside from projects harnessing the IP, because I think most people don't have the fortitude or the know-how to actually use that IP for anything that matters. I like the best case I can make for it as like an individual, and I'm sure there's others, is Bored and Hungry. I thought Bored and Hungry did a good job with their IP of like starting a fast food chain, having their food trucks, and using their IP as their image. Or on a personal level, so many people have leveraged their IP to become their avatar. I mean, I've done it with Henry, right? And so many people have done it. Like, this is me. Now, is that worth anything? It remains to be seen. But I think that's something that kind of got lost in the last handful of years, is like, cool, I own this IP, but like, what can I do with it? Where I think a lot of people were like, cool, I own this IP. And then when they do something with the IP, when it's in a movie, I'm going to make money on it because my character's in the movie or my character's in the animated series. And we just haven't really seen that, right? We haven't really seen where like, cool, the brand does something amazing with the IP. Doodles collabs with McDonald's, and they do something to say like, hey, these 11 Doodles that are going to be on the cups, you're going to get something for us, featuring your IP. I think regulation probably played a massive role in why we didn't see that. But we didn't see it really, right? We didn't really see like, okay, well, what's great for the project is also great for the holders. And I think if and when we see that, and Hudah, you've said this before, this isn't like a unique Henry idea, but like if and when we see that, I think NFTs can go to another level. That's a whole other, having access to alpha by owning an NFT, to Link's point, like it's a gateway to something, to unlock something, that's one element of it. But if somebody can crack the code of the IP of the brand, who has the best positioning, the most contacts to be able to do something with it, if the brand can ever harness it and reward the holders in a meaningful way, that's a whole other thing that we just haven't really experienced yet. But it's, to Link's point, probably super, super tricky.
Yeah, because the other thing I have with like what you mentioned about like the projects doing it, right, is that I think there's a really, unfortunately, and this is probably going to get harder for us all, but historically, like it's always been a uphill battle to collaborate with someone outside of Web3, and 9 times out of 10 they fall through. They don't actually materialize. But when they do materialize, it like realistically, it's usually on the side of like awareness. I mean, we had very few that were like, we're going to license the IP and then we're going to license the IP, do the work, and then you'll get revenue back from it. We had like very few that were in that arena. So it's very difficult to be like, oh, we're gonna reward holders when the project's not even getting rewarded itself. Like the project's out there trying to do awareness, not even like generating revenue off the back of these quite big initiatives. So yeah, I think that's hard because it's like
it costs money, bro.
Yeah,
like I don't look at like, okay, I could be wrong. From the few kind of large partnerships we've had, whether it was Steph Curry or Adidas or Kawada with nanoblocks, like when I saw like Doodles and McDonald's, never once did it cross my mind that like McDonald's phoned up Doodles and was like, we got to have this, boys. Like, what can we do to get your cartoon characters on our cups? I didn't think that. My immediate thought is like, you paid for that.
The exact opposite, right? Like Doodles were going, what can we do to get our cartoon on your cups?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And McDonald's is like, well, here's the thing. Here is our licensing agreement, and it is multiple six figures, if not seven. It's a lot. And so I think the idea, that I was saying of like, if the brands can make the IP work, it's almost like not in collaboration with someone else. It's in-house. It's like, hey, we're Cool Cats. We have a great series on YouTube and people love it outside of Web3. And it starts to become something and it starts to bring revenue in, and then holders get rewarded. And bro, I know how hard that is. Like, I know how hard. I don't even know how hard that is. I can only imagine how hard it is to capture that audience and then be able to get it into a scalable revenue stream.
Here's the question for you guys. Okay, it's a business, clearly, right? It's also art, and I wonder, okay, let's say NFTs never go back to where they were. Are these things you both feel tied to for life as a passion project, as a hobby, as something you just love and it'll always be a part of you? Or do you think of it more as a business, and maybe there's a time, 10 years in the future where you're like, I think that is complete. We're happy with what we did, but that chapter's over?
For me, like I said, in response to that conversation I was having this morning about the Kong distribution, and somebody made a comment, they're like, it's sad in here. They were kind of joking around, but they're like, this is a sad conversation. And I said, actually, like, Kong's is my happy place. Kong's is where I go because they're my boys. They're my friends. I mean, I'm in voice chat every night.
Mm-hmm.
Every night I'm in voice chat with these guys. And so like the idea of it ending would be like, it's hard to even picture it ending. Like, what does ending mean? As long as we have us as the community, and as long as people, because like these people in Kongs that are out there scouring alpha to drop in Wall Street Kongs, they're not getting paid for it. They're doing it because they just love it. They hold this thing, and it's like a community. Some bring more than others. Some do more than others, whether they're running a spaces, whether they're liking people's stuff on X, whether they're, doing content. They love it. If they're scouring for alpha, like I said, they do it because they love it. They're not being paid for it. And so the reality is, this is going to sound bad. Like, does Kongs always have to have a team? It needs people to lead it, right? But like, does it ever go away? It's hard to even picture that it could. Like, it's hard. I realize there's a world where any of this stuff can just go away, right? If Web3 in general, the degenerate side of things, minting NFTs or, playing shitters or any of those things completely go away, then I guess, there'll be attrition from that. But I kind of look at it like whatever is going to happen in crypto, RWAs, Nate Gerasi talking about, ETFs and more bundles of ETFs and all of these new things that are coming in. I just feel like if there's a willingness of people that want to participate in this stuff, they're going to want places to be able to gather, share information. And that doesn't need Henry. That just needs people who want to be around and want to continue to share things. And so it's hard for me to picture like we just go away. I would never want to see that. I want to keep being here to keep building the most degenerate of things as long as there's people here that want to see degenerate shit being built.
Well, it's cool because you found your banner, and we always looked at it this way. You found your banner, you found your flag that represents your group of friends. And if it's always that, it can always be that.
It can always be that.
Yeah.
It can always be that, man.
I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just stuck on the idea that these things never have to die. It doesn't mean, look, things can go, maybe and hibernate for a period of time, but that doesn't mean the assets go away. They never will. It's kind of the beauty of the blockchain. They never will. And it's something I even think that if they hibernated for a while, they come back whenever people want. And it can always be somebody else decides to lead it. Even unsanctioned, somebody else could. Nothing stops anybody from doing that. And that was also another wrinkle of this space that I thought was interesting is dead collection out there. Anybody could take it over at any time and turn it into whatever they want. Similar to what Luca did with Pudgy Penguins or We could probably just take any dead collect. What Poppy did with Quirkies, right? That can happen at any point with these things. So it's just to say these things can have multiple life cycles, and it can even be with a whole different group.
Dude,
interesting.
Absolutely, they do have different life cycles. We've seen it. We've got almost 5 years now. If you're talking from like, it was about 5 years ago where Pranksy started his Christmas raffle of CryptoPunks, right? And shortly after that, the space started to light on fire. We've seen multiple cycles. We've seen the ups and downs, and I just think if you want to be here for the metamorphosis of this space, which is probably a little bit different than what we thought it would be, with all the things that we were just talking about, like brands building IP and you being a part of it, and Web 2 companies coming in, which we've pretty much all but rejected. Big companies coming in. When I say we've rejected it, it just hasn't like landed the way we all thought it would. But like, as long as there's a willingness to still be here and to still add to the space, it's really hard for me to picture us going away. And dude, Cool Cats is a great example, man. They were, and I mean this out of respect, like they were written off in the same way Kongs are. You know what I mean? Like they were low. I'm talking, if you're just looking at floor price, doesn't mean the team went away, but like they were, the cream rose to the top, what everybody thought was the cream. Basie, Pudgies, Punks are just a whole other thing, right? They're not even in the same category. And like Cool Cats came back and they executed on what they wanted to execute on. They've got Animoca helping now. And so I think one of the nice things that we see right now in sort of the blue chips sort of coming down in pricing, and I do think they're going to keep coming down in pricing, because I don't think we're out of the woods yet. It doesn't mean they won't go back up, right? But I think what we're seeing is maybe a playing field that levels out a bit, where new projects, like how many new projects have we been able to see really rise up and turn into anything? Very few. GVC being one of them. Like GVC, I think, is one out of 2025 that has formed a really good community. We don't see a lot of that. And I think this recalibration gives an opportunity for new artists, new builders, and OG ones to be able to step back in and kind of assert their place in the space. I just, I had not dog and doodles, but I had a friend who bought a doodle yesterday, and he went in. He's like, "There's nothing going on in the Discord. There's nothing going on in the Discord. There's no alpha being passed. There's just nothing happening." And I think where we're at right now is months and months ahead of everybody else as far as floor price dropping, sentiment being lower, and it's okay. Like, it's okay. There's still people around. There's still people contributing. I just think it's going to take a little bit for people to get used to what this new norm is. Does that last for 4 more months, another year, 2 more years? I mean, Hudah, you've talked about, like, this could be a 5-year out kind of thing where things really rebound. It could be. We don't know. But if you got chips at the table, and if you want to play, stick around.
I like it.
I mean, it may not be the bull kumbaya, everything's awesome speech, but I think, like, if we're all here to kind of like do our thing, then like, let's just be realistic about it.
That's what I love. That's what I love, because you're really real about it. What do we have coming from each of you guys over the next, year or so? It's okay. So, you get to the new cycle, right? And we're deep in it. We're at the end of it, and who knows, maybe next year is special. And I still hope it is. And I still think it is. But what is it you guys have on roadmaps that don't really exist anymore? But what are y'all working towards at the moment?
I'll let Link go. I've taken a lot of air lately.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm thankful anyway, because I'm like getting to that point where I'm like
you're out, right? You're just
I'm
it's
zoning out a bit, but yeah, it's a little bit later here, but I got some stuff we're working on. So like just today we released the Shadow Wolves avatar for Other Side. We want to look at different platforms to distribute the mini app on, because I think we generally get feedback that some people like Telegram, as some people just really don't like it, to the point where they'll never look at our mini app because they just really don't like Telegram. So we're gonna we're going to look at ways and places to distribute potentially over on base like Farcaster. Try and get a desktop version up and running as well for the mini app. And then also one of the things we're sort of working on, which I just I posted up on X, like a sneak peek of like some buildings we're working on. So hopefully you can run around and check out Sapphire Town and see what that feels like in some kind of like 3D world. Probably not that interactive initially, but just get it out there so people can actually jump on and maybe chat together. And then obviously we've got the stuff we're working on with Animoca, which I can't really talk about. But then I mean, our thing is probably more stickers as well on Telegram. Like people love the stickers. Like we got really good feedback from the stickers. I think one of the things we did, which people really liked, was as soon as the stickers launched, it unlocked an additional quest and additional gold in our mini app. So like from day one versus like, and then I'm not going to like name any particular projects, but historically some stickers have always had that thing of we're going to provide utility, like, and it's like, well, okay, cool, but when? Like, that's the first question people ask. So we were, as soon as our stickers launched, you got like a couple of little benefits in the mini app straight away. So I think a lot more of that. I think also one of the things we probably want to expand on is like gaming, because I think that is one point which my head goes all over the place sometimes, but there's three things I keep thinking about. One is like content, and that's like primarily like games and then videos. Like there isn't much else, right? Like, or live stream, but I guess that's sort of live video. So we want to try and push as much content as possible and have it exist and still be there in a year's time, because one of the things we did historically is we created stuff, we put it out there, and it's gone within like a month, and then you're like, we spent so much time and effort on that. So how can we create content that will just exist and be there? The other thing is like platforms, like constantly just looking around thinking, well, which platform should we be on? Because I think like you try and build something to gain users, but it's so hard to basically get a user to exist on your platform when they're existing somewhere else. And these platforms like, X and even like Facebook, stuff like that, like getting people off of these platforms is incredibly difficult. So it's almost like, how can you get them to be on there? And I think like one of the big things is like you've got to give them something so fun. So that's why I keep thinking about what is the content to get them onto a platform that you exist, that you own. But yeah, that was sort of, I went in a bit of a tangent of what we're actually producing, but like, yeah, that's kind of like my thought process is like we produce stuff to try and get people onto a platform that we can actually make worthwhile being on that platform. But that's where Telegram's different, because you can kind of stay within the platform, but they're in your